Chapter 1. The Journey Through. In the heart of the forest, a raven-haired maiden slowly rose from her resting position. What has happened to me? The girl, Yun Ying, scanned her surroundings, her gaze falling upon the sturdy brown trunks of trees and the lush green grass. This must be a forest, but why am I here? A look of bewilderment crossed her face as she recalled the last moments before her consciousness faded playing Honor of Kings at home all night long, and during a crucial ranked match when her opponent's crystal was on the verge of destruction. Darkness engulfed her vision, and she lost all awareness. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in this very forest. Moreover, why have I shrunk so much? Wait, my voice. Looking down at her small, delicate hands, she suddenly realized something. This is impossible, impossible. She hastily examined herself from head to toe and then exclaimed, "Why have I turned into a girl?" Yun Ying wore a face of utter despair. The recent events clearly indicated that she had traversed into another realm. Under normal circumstances, this would be a wondrous occurrence, but it seemed a mishap had occurred. That mishap being, she had transformed into a female. Darn it. Although she had read numerous transformation tales and had often fantasized about what it would be like to become a girl, the reality of the situation left her feeling utterly flustered. Well, it seems I must accept this new reality given the circumstances. There's little I can change now. After a moment of internal struggle, Yun Ying chose to relent. Isn't there a saying that goes, "Life is like a box of chocolates since one cannot resist. One must simply enjoy it"? Yun Ying found herself unable to oppose her new life and resigned herself to the situation. However, my rank match. After finally having the opportunity to witness her ascent to the rank of king, she now found herself in this predicament. The disappointment was profound. And now what am I to do? Once she regained her composure, she realized the gravity of the question at hand. How does a girl survive in a forest? Well, she would likely perish quite swiftly. Yun Ying looked up at the sky, which was still a brilliant blue. Is there no sort of golden finger to aid me? She sighed, waving her hand in defeat. Suddenly, a warm current surged through her body, and a fiery red light illuminated her right hand, coalescing into a form. As the radiance dissipated, the object within was revealed. A long spear. Her right wrist was adorned with a crimson jade bracelet. The spear measured approximately 1.4 meters in length, boasting a black body with hints of red, and its golden red spearhead and tail were enveloped in flickering flames, exuding a sharp and menacing glint. What is this? Yun Ying pondered, her brow furrowed in confusion, when suddenly, information flooded her mind, leaving her momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, she regained her senses. Flickering fire, she murmured, her heart swirling with mixed emotions as she regarded the formidable spear in her grasp. Recently, a new hero named Yun Ying had been introduced in the Honor of Kings experience server, and from the available information, the spear she wielded was named Flickering Fire. Could it be that I have become Yun Ying? She mused, at a loss for words. I can't tell whether this is a blessing or a curse. 10 days later, Yun Ying sat atop a sturdy tree branch, leaning against the trunk, with flickering fire nestled in her arms, gazing up at the still azure sky, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. Since that fateful day when she inadvertently summoned flickering fire, fragments of memories had awakened within her, albeit only a scant few, mostly concerning combat and some details about soul beasts. The one comforting thought was that among these limited memories, she had discovered a method for meditation. She had attempted this technique, and based on her personal testing, it indeed proved effective. However, if she was not mistaken, she should already possess a soul power of level 10. Without the addition of a first soul ring, no amount of training would elevate her level. Thus, she began some basic physical training, along with practicing the use of her spear. Yet, with no one to guide her, she was left to explore on her own. Moreover, Yun Ying discovered that summoning flickering fire required no soul power, leading her to fashion a rudimentary strap to carry it with her at all times. She had heard that this might help increase her proficiency. Given the presence of soul power, meditation, and martial souls, Yun Ying could ascertain that she had indeed traversed into the world of Douluo continent. As for the crimson jade bracelet on her right wrist, she experimented by infusing it with soul power, only to find that it truly worked. Upon doing so, she discovered an expansive space within, estimated to be several thousand cubic meters. It seemed that this bracelet was a storage accessory. Thus, this became her current equipment. Her martial soul was flickering fire, and she decided to name the bracelet the Heart of Conflagration, perfectly mirroring the name of Yun Ying in Honor of Kings. After all, it was Heart of Conflagration. Yun Ying, wasn't it? The forest she found herself in was most likely the Douluo forest. Over the past 10 days, she had encountered soul beasts, but fortunately, the strongest had only been 10 years old. Even so, with her current combat abilities, she had managed to defeat them thanks to the terrifying heat and sharpness of flickering fire. As for her meals during these days, she had roasted soul beast meat over the flames of flickering fire, delicious indeed. However, to avoid attracting attention from other beasts, she always hastily consumed her meals and buried any remnants before swiftly relocating. Why does it feel like my existence is so humble? Yun Ying lamented. I need to obtain my first soul ring as soon as possible, otherwise I won't even have the ability to protect myself. What's the point of playing at all? With this thought in mind, she silently descended from the tree, spear in hand, ready to venture forth. After approximately 2 hours of travel, Yun Ying suddenly heard a beast's roar, and the sound was not far from her. She quickly climbed up a nearby tree, using the terrain to her advantage to observe her surroundings. Simultaneously, she activated her soul power, preparing flickering fire for a swift thrust. Roar! Another roar echoed, and a lion engulfed in flames leaped forth, roaring angrily as it charged ahead. Why is this fiery lion so furious? Yun Ying pondered silently from her hidden perch. She dared not reveal herself, knowing that to do so would likely spell her demise. The fiery lion roared once more, and soon after, another soul beast appeared, a shadowy, purple-black leopard. Ah, so it seems this shadow leopard has encroached upon the fiery lion's territory? Such occurrences were not uncommon. Yun Ying had witnessed similar confrontations before, but had always fled in fear. As she watched from her vantage point, the fiery lion and shadow leopard engaged in battle. Yun Ying quietly contemplated a bold idea, to play the role of the opportunistic fisherman. Of course, whether she could successfully do so depended on the strength of the shadow leopard. If they could both inflict severe injuries upon one another, that would be ideal. As she mused, the battle intensified, with both the fiery lion and shadow leopard sustaining numerous wounds. Then, they clashed once more. Ultimately, the fiery lion gained the upper hand, delivering a fatal blow to the shadow leopard amidst the raging flames, though it too was gravely wounded, with a large gash torn into its abdomen, indicating it was on the brink of death. It is time. Charge! Yun Ying leaped down from the tree, wielding flickering fire, and infused all her soul power into the spear's tip, aiming for a decisive strike. Fiery red flames surged from the tip of flickering fire, piercing deep into the fiery lion's back. Roar! The fiery lion let out a cry of agony, utterly unprepared for the ambush from human, especially in its vulnerable state. Time to say goodbye. Yun Ying gripped the spear with both hands and made a swift slash, piercing the lion's side, blood gushing forth. It defiantly lifted its head, flames gathering in its mouth, attempting to retaliate against Yun Ying, but flickering fire pierced through its skull before it could unleash its attack. And thus, the fiery lion met its end. Yun Ying collapsed to the ground, her heart racing with anxiety. She had been terrified that the lion might unleash a final explosion before succumbing, but her fears proved unfounded. A circle of yellow soul rings ascended from the fiery lion's corpse, signifying it was indeed a century-old soul beast. Now, to absorb the soul ring, Yun Ying settled into a meditative position, guiding the ring to herself for absorption. As she began the process, a powerful wave of resentment struck her mind, causing her to involuntarily groan. However, she quickly steeled herself against the influence, focusing on absorbing the soul ring. An hour later, Yun Ying rose to her feet, feeling the surging soul power within her, joy flooding her heart. Now, what about my soul skill? She silently closed her eyes, attuning herself to her first soul skill, and after a moment, opened her eyes. A flicker of resignation crossed her crimson gaze. First soul skill. Resolute will seize hostilities. Grasping the handle of the lure fire spear, she danced with elegance, inflicting damage upon nearby foes 4 times, while her attacks bore the searing effect. She could move freely during this period, receiving a 30 reduction in damage. Isn't this just like the passive skill of Yun Ying in the Realm of Kings? Yun Ying remarked, exasperated. Given this, could it be that her subsequent soul skills would also mirror Yun Ying's passives? Would she only acquire Yun Ying's first skill upon reaching the Soul Master rank? Well, regardless, I have now become a Soul Master. Yun Ying smiled, her youthful face, though just 6 years of age, already displaying a hint of heroism. This smile, however, went unnoticed. At level 12, in Soul Power. Chapter 2. 4 years later, the first encounter with Hui Yuhao. For years had passed. Yun Ying was now 10 years old. In these 3 years, her cultivation had progressed remarkably, her soul power reaching level 28, and she had also obtained a 976-year-old second soul ring. As anticipated, this second soul skill was Yun Ying's second passive, Resolute City Crusher. Second soul skill, Resolute City Crusher. Firmly gripping the tail of the lure fire spear, she thrust forward thrice. With the third strike delivering double damage and restoring 5 of her soul power, I made slight modifications to Yun Ying's original skill, I hope you understand. Upon acquiring her second soul skill, Yun Ying's combat prowess surged dramatically. Now, she could face a millennium-old soul beast without hesitation, and even a 1,500-year-old one would not daunt her. In addition to her increased soul power, her marksmanship had also improved, having made initial strides into the realms of marksmanship, spear intent, spear soul, and spear divinity. Yun Ying's combat style primarily emphasized speed, characterized by high attack and mobility, focusing on agility. Moreover, the flames of the lure fire had become increasingly formidable on several occasions. Her attempts at roasting meat had resulted in charred remains within mere seconds. This, of course, made Yun Ying acutely aware of the importance of controlling soul power. Overall, Yun Ying had become quite powerful, capable of swiftly defeating soul masters of the same stage, and she could even triumph over some ordinary soul venerables. As for her clothing over the past 3 years, she had naturally resorted to pilfering from other soul masters. After all, they were merely garments. As for her collection of gold soul coins, Yun Ying had amassed over 100, all scavenged. Strike and flee, how exhilarating. At the outskirts of the Douluo forest, Yun Ying lazily leaned against a tree, contemplating whether to venture into the city. Suddenly, a rich aroma wafted through the air, interrupting her thoughts and causing her to pause in bewilderment. Having spent 3 years in the Douluo forest, she had not encountered such a potent fragrance before. Perhaps she had simply not come across it until now. Who goes there? Yun Ying inquired, brandishing the lure fire, cautiously approaching the source of the scent. Although this was the outermost region of the Douluo forest, one could never be too certain a soul beast might be drawn here, and she was still unaware of who lay ahead. It was prudent to remain vigilant. After walking along a small river for a short distance, she spotted a young boy sitting cross-legged, a rack of roasted fish placed before him, from which the delightful aroma emanated. Hey! Huiyu Hao also looked bewildered. He had not anticipated encountering anyone here, let alone a strikingly beautiful girl. Indeed, though Yun Ying was merely 10 years old, her features had begun to mature, her sleek black ponytail cascading down, standing at a height of 1.6 meters, wielding a long crimson spear of approximately 1.4 meters, clad in a red and black ensemble that exuded an air of spirited elegance. Huiyu Hao felt his cheeks flush. Having grown up in a duke's mansion, he had seen many beautiful individuals, yet none possessed the same spirited charm as the girl before him. Hello, Yun Ying. May I ask your name? The girl spoke, her voice clear and melodious, bringing Huiyu Hao back to his senses. I am Huiyu Hao. Huiyu Hao. Yun Ying was momentarily taken aback, as the name reminded her of a novel she had read before her transmigration. Could it be that she now resided in the world of Douluo II? If so, that seemed rather delightful, though she had essentially forgotten the plot entirely. Is there a problem? Huiyu Hao instinctively tensed, sensing that her reaction indicated familiarity. Could she be from the Duke's mansion? Nothing, just reminded me of an old friend, Yun Ying replied, regaining her composure. I see. Huiyu Hao nodded, yet he remained cautious within. How much do you sell your roasted fish for? During their conversation, Yun Ying, drawn in by the enticing aroma, felt her stomach grumble. After a moment's deliberation, she inquired. After all, she had over 100 gold soul coins, though they were acquired through less than honorable means. Huiyu Hao was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and replied, No charge, allow me to treat you. Thank you very much. Yun Ying blinked in surprise before sitting down, smiling her gratitude. Huiyu Hao couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. Wow, it smells amazing. While the two enjoyed their roasted fish, an exclamation rang out from nearby, prompting Huiyu Hao and Yun Ying to turn their heads and discover 2 teenagers, approximately 14 or 15 years old, with the exclamation having come from the girl's lips. Little brother, how much for your roasted fish? Before either could react, the girl dashed forward like the wind, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed upon the roasted fish. No charge, Huiyu Hao replied, clearly startled. Let me treat you. Xiaoya, you haven't even asked these 2 little siblings if they've eaten yet, the boy accompanying the girl said with a resigned expression as he approached. Hello, I am Bei, and this is Tanya. May I ask how you both are dressed? Bei smiled warmly. I am Huiyu Hao. Yun Ying. Huiyu Hao and Yun Ying introduced themselves. Meanwhile, Tanya had already seated herself and picked up a piece of roasted fish, ready to indulge. Wow, that's hot. Having taken a bite, Tanya exclaimed, while Bebe looked on with an expression of resigned amusement. However, it's truly delicious. Despite the burn, Tang Ya's eyes sparkled with delight, causing Hui Yuhao to shyly rub his face. Bebe, Tang Ya, and Yun Ying, I must take my leave. Although there were over a dozen pieces of roasted fish, the four of them polished them off swiftly. After a brief tidying up, Hui Yuhao stood and announced his departure. Where are you off to, little brother Hua? Bebe inquired, somewhat surprised. Hui Yuhao shook his head and turned to leave. Could he possibly be heading into the Douluo forest? Bebe mused, observing Hui Yuhao's departing figure with a look of uncertainty. Aren't you with him? Tang Ya gazed at Yun Ying, her expression filled with curiosity. No, Yun Ying replied, shaking her head. I merely happened to encounter him. She pondered. Hui Yuhao is likely on his way to seize his first opportunity now. May I ask, little sister Yun Ying, what are your plans moving forward? Bebe inquired. I have none for the moment. What about you, brother Bei? I am currently heading back to Shrek Academy with Tang Ya. Shrek Academy? Yun Ying recalled that it had been mentioned in the storyline and wondered if it was still enrolling. Could you take me along? Tang Ya was puzzled. Yun Ying did not seem like someone who would belong to Shrek Academy. Are you saying you wish to register at Shrek? Bebe asked, as if a thought had struck him. Yes, indeed, Yun Ying nodded. However, I am not quite familiar with the route. So I would appreciate it if Brother Bei and Sister Ya could guide me. Of course, Bebe smiled, standing up. Shall we set off now? Thank you. By the way, little Yun Ying, is your cultivation sufficient to enroll at Shrek Academy? Tang Ya asked curiously during their journey. Yes, I am 10 years old and possess a soul power of level 28, Yun Ying replied, nodding as she revealed her soul power level. Wow, Tang Ya exclaimed, astonished. A 10-year-old soul master? That means you possess greater talent than Brother Bei. Bebe was equally taken aback. After hearing Tang Ya's words, he chuckled wryly. I never anticipated that little sister Yun Ying would possess such remarkable talent. Compared to her, I feel unworthy of the title genius. How many rings do you possess? Brother Bei? Yun Ying inquired. Though she had perused the storyline, the details had faded with time. Bebe is 15 and currently at the soul respect level. Having broken through at the age of 13, Tang Ya responded. Under normal circumstances, little sister Yun Ying should be able to break through to the soul respect level within this year, potentially setting a record for the earliest breakthrough at Shrek Academy. Bebe remarked. Yun Ying nodded, indicating her understanding. By the way, little Yun Ying, would you like to join my sect? Tang Ya suddenly asked. What sect does Sister Ya belong to? It was once the foremost sect in the world, the Tang sect. As she spoke, Tang Ya's tone was tinged with melancholy. The Tang sect? The sect renowned for its hidden weapons? Yun Ying recalled that it was established a millennium ago by Tang San. Though it seemed to have declined in the second part, would you consider joining? Tang Ya's voice lacked confidence, given the current state of the Tang sect. Any random sect seemed to fare better. Attracting someone like Yun Ying was exceedingly difficult. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Ying shook her head. I'm sorry, Sister Ya, but I do not wish to join any sect at this time. Ah, very well then. Tang Ya's voice was filled with dejection. The Tang sect was indeed waning. Little sister Yun Ying, while you may not wish to join a sect now, many resources in the future will rely on sect affiliation. And though the Tang sect is currently diminished, it was once the greatest sect. Bei attempted to elaborate, but Yun Ying interrupted. Brother Bei, I have made my decision. I will not join any sect, neither now nor in the future. All right then, but I hope that should an opportunity arise, you will consider joining a sect. Bei conceded, recognizing that the choice ultimately belonged to her. Just as Tang Ya was about to speak, a tremendous pressure emanated from the nearby forest, followed by a resounding boom that stirred up clouds of dust. That's the Douluo forest. Oh no, Brother Hua is in danger. Bei's expression shifted dramatically as he looked towards the forest. Quickly, Tang Ya, Yun Ying, we must hurry. Without hesitation, Bei dashed towards the forest. All right. Tang Ya followed closely. Lurking Fire. Yun Ying summoned Lurking Fire, striking the ground with the tip of her spear to propel herself upwards. Gathering her soul power, she lightly stepped into the air and then unleashed a burst of energy, propelling herself forward. Is that Yun Ying? Bei instinctively looked up while on the move. Catching a glimpse of the fleeting red figure, his heart raced with both astonishment and concern for her safety, prompting him to accelerate his pace. Chapter 3. A Reunion with the Mandala Snake Hui Yuhao. As Yun Ying landed, she noticed a young boy lying on the ground. Indeed, it was Hui Yuhao. What? Yun Ying surveyed the surroundings. Apart from a deceased wind baboon, there was merely a large pit. How unfortunate for the creature to encounter Hui Yuhao, the protagonist, leading to its demise. The wind baboon appeared to be merely a 10-year-old soul beast, and it had indeed met a dismal fate. Yun Ying, Bei arrived shortly after, relieved to see her unharmed. Phew, you startled me. Little Yun Ying, you ran too fast. What if you encountered danger? There are no formidable soul beasts near the outer edges of the Douluo forest. Even if there are, I can handle any that are not over 1,500 years old, Yun Ying replied confidently. But what if something unexpected happens? Bei sighed, feeling somewhat exasperated by Yun Ying's overconfidence. Yun Ying, although you are only 10 years old and already at level 28, remember that there are always greater talents out there. Fine, I promise I won't do it again. Yun Ying conceded, and upon hearing her assurance, Bei nodded in satisfaction. By the way, Brother Bei, how's Hu Yuhao doing? Yun Ying pointed to the still unconscious Hu Yuhao. Bei was taken aback and felt a twinge of regret. Had I known, we should have traveled with Brother Hua. Hey, Bei, little Yun Ying, you two are running far too quickly. At that moment, Tangya finally caught up. Sister Ya. Yun Ying felt a bit embarrassed since she had moved ahead first. All right, let us check on Brother Hua's condition. As Bei spoke, he approached the lifeless wind baboon, confirming it was indeed a 10-year-old beast. How is he? Tangya inquired anxiously. Don't worry, he is fine. Did you not notice how normal his breathing is? He doesn't seem to have any injuries. It appears he must have fainted after colliding with a tree during his fight with the wind baboon. Bei said gently, gazing at Tangya. Phew. That's a relief, Tangya exhaled, then shot Bei a glare. It's your fault for not telling me sooner. You made me worry. How was I to know you wouldn't notice this? Bei replied with a helpless smile. So, we just need to wait for him to wake up naturally? Yun Ying asked, adjusting lurking fire on her back as she looked at Bei. Yes, exactly. Bei nodded, settling down cross-legged. All right, you should go now. The 3 humans outside are waiting for you, and they mean you no harm, the heavenly dream-eyed silkworm remarked. 3 humans? Hu Yuhao appeared somewhat astonished, as if he had just realized something and was about to speak. Yet he was engulfed by a swirling sensation before darkness enveloped him. A soft hum escaped his lips as he slowly opened his hazy eyes. Ah, Xiao Yuhao, you have finally awakened, exclaimed Tangya, her voice brimming with joy. Sister Tangya? Brother Bei? And Yun Ying? Hu Yuhao responded, bewildered. What brings you all here? There were some unforeseen events here, and Brother Bei, Sister Xiaoya, and I were concerned for your safety. However, it appears that all is well now, Yun Ying succinctly summarized. Is that so? Hu Yuhao nodded thoughtfully. By the way, Xiao Yuhao, would you like to join my sect? Despite being somewhat disheartened by Yun Ying's rejection, Tangya still held a glimmer of hope for Hu Yuhao. Sister Tangya's sect? Is it the Tang sect, the one supreme sect of the world? Hu Yuhao inquired, slightly taken aback. Yes, indeed, Tangya confirmed, extending her invitation. Xiao Yuhao, would you like to join? The Tang sect? Hu Yuhao paused momentarily, then resolutely nodded. Sister Tangya, I will join. Really? Tangya's excitement was palpable. She had gained a disciple today, further strengthening the Tang sect. Yes, I will join, Hu Yuhao affirmed with conviction. Upon receiving Hu Yuhao's confirmation, Tangya guided him in performing the disciple's bow, after which she presented him with the as-yet-unrevealed treasure record. Bei also offered the 24 bridges Bright Moon Night as a welcoming gift. With Hu Yuhao's addition, the Tang sect now comprised 3 members, Bei as the elder brother, and Hu Yuhao as the younger disciple, though their titles had no bearing on Yun Ying, as she had no intention of joining the Tang sect. Well, that is the general practice for cultivation. You will need to put in your own effort moving forward. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Bei instructed Hu Yuhao after explaining the cultivation method of the as-yet-unrevealed skill. Thank you, elder brother, Hu Yuhao replied respectfully. At that moment, Tangya, who was leading the way, suddenly snorted coldly, and several glimmers of cold light flashed by as a wind baboon tumbled down from the crown of a tree. Tangya scolded, these wind baboons are the most bothersome. They not only attack but also engage in sneak attacks. Sister Xiaoya, did you just use a soul skill? Hu Yuhao asked curiously, as he had not utilized his spiritual eye earlier and had failed to see how Tangya executed her move. No. This is a combination of our Tang sect's ghost shadow misdirection and hidden weapons. Impressive, right? You will learn it in due time, Tangya said proudly. Sister Xiaoya, be careful. Yun Ying suddenly changed her expression, hurling her burning fire spear forward. A terrifying burst of heat erupted as a dark shadow fell to the ground, faintly emanating a burned odor. Tangya quickly retreated a few steps, summoning 200-year soul rings, blue vines materializing, one of which wrapped around Hu Yuhao's waist, while the others dispersed around them. Seeing this, Bei Bei directly summoned his martial soul, 3 rings, a combination of 2 yellow and 1 purple, arising as blue electricity crackled ominously. His gaze remained vigilant on the dark shadow, his right hand poised as if ready to strike. Yun Ying recalled her burning fire. 2 yellow soul rings illuminating as crimson flames enveloped the tip of her spear. The temperature around them surged to over 40 degrees, a result of Yun Ying's deliberate control, while the temperature surrounding her burning fire reached a staggering 1,000 degrees. Despite such terrifying heat, Yun Ying was unaffected, whereas Tanya struggled to endure it. Having to retreat 5 or 6 steps to withstand the intensity, while the blue vines nearby had already turned to ashes. Your friend's martial soul is quite remarkable. A voice suddenly echoed in Hui Yuhao's mind, startling him. Tianming, is that you? He exclaimed. Extreme fire, indeed. Tianming blinked and continued. Xiao Yuhao, you must strive hard. I will, Tianming, Hui Yuhao assured, nodding earnestly. With a screech, the previously down dark shadow sprang back up, charging toward Yun Ying. Xiao Yun, Bei Bei shouted, his eyes glowing with purple energy as he swung his arm, creating a purple electric net to obstruct the shadow's path. Thank you, Brother Bei, Yun Ying expressed her gratitude, then gripped her spear tightly as her first soul ring glowed. Steadfastness, stop the war. The burning fire erupted in waves of flames as Yun Ying dashed toward the shadow, wielding her spear with dazzling flourishes. Bang, 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 bang. 4 strikes landed on the shadow, which let out a pained wail before swiftly soaring away again. It's a mandala snake. Wow, a millennium-level creature. Bei Bei, I want it, Tanya exclaimed excitedly. However, Bei Bei was not as exhilarated as Tanya. Instead, he gazed at the mandala snake with a solemn expression. Xiaya, ensure Rainhouse safety. Then, the first soul ring illuminated, and a dragon claw, composed of blue electric light and measuring approximately 1 foot in diameter, descended, striking the mandala snake with tremendous force. Razor's edge, City Breaker. Yun Ying seized the opportune moment, wielding her weapon, the fiery piercer, which pierced directly into the tail of the mandala snake. Following this, Yun Ying slammed it down with great force. Boom! The mandala snake, having been pierced in its tail, was dazed by the impact, and then it suffered another blow from Bei Bei's Thunder Dragon Claw, inflicting further injury and leaving its tail in a mangled state. Do not let it escape, Bei Bei shouted. The most challenging aspect of confronting the mandala snake was its incredible speed. Unless it was forcibly restrained, it was exceedingly difficult to capture. Now, it has been completely thrust into the ground. How could one miss such a splendid opportunity? The Millennium Soul Ring skill, Thunder's Wrath. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Enhanced by Thunder's Wrath, the Thunder Dragon Claw, now twice as powerful, struck fiercely against the body of the mandala serpent. The serpent let out a roar, preparing to spring back, but was pinned to the ground by Yun Ying's spear, unable to move, enduring the relentless searing heat and emitting continuous wails of agony. While Bei Bei fiercely clawed at the serpent's head. Xiaya, hurry, Bei Bei called out urgently. Tanya, accompanied by Hui Yuhao, approached the mandala serpent, producing a half-foot-long dagger to end its life, causing a ring of purple soul rings to rise into the air. As the lightning faded, Bei Bei exhaled in relief, and Yun Ying repositioned her weapon on her back. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Thank you for protecting me, Xiao Yun. Tanya said with an elated smile, giving Yun Ying a grateful embrace before sitting cross-legged to concentrate on absorbing the soul ring. Brother Bei, what is Xiao doing? Yun Ying's cheeks flushed slightly. You said once the mandala serpent was slain, she would absorb the soul ring swiftly. What's with the hugging? Although she had envied the close interactions between Tanya and Jiang Nan Nan while watching the second season of the competition, experiencing it herself made her blush. Don't worry, Xiao Yun, Xiaoyu just finds you too adorable, Bei Bei teased, realizing he should keep an eye on Xiaoya. Having heard earlier about her close relationship with Jiang Nan Nan, which he had dismissed as a common phenomenon among girls. However, Hui Yuhao appeared somewhat dazed. The sight of 2 vibrant young women embracing was rather overwhelming, and seeing Yun Ying's slightly flushed face evoked a sense of sweetness. By the way, Yuhao, while Xiaoya is still absorbing the soul ring, why don't you tell me about your soul skills? Bei Bei inquired. Should I step away? Yun Ying suggested. Knowing she had read the original story and was aware of Hui Yuhao's soul skills, whether she listened or not was inconsequential. Well, what do you think, Yuhao? Bei Bei contemplated that it was better to ask Hui Yuhao directly. You can listen, but you must keep it a secret. Hui Yuhao replied after a moment of intense inner conflict. Rest assured, I won't disclose it. Yun Ying expressed her surprise at Hui Yuhao's willingness to share. Big brother, My first soul skill is mental detection sharing, effective within a 30-meter diameter, and it will increase with the growth of my soul power. As for the soul power consumption, I haven't tested it yet, so I'm unsure, Hui Yuhao recounted, recalling the earlier admonition from the heavenly dream eye silkworm not to reveal anything about it. Mental detection sharing? Yuhao, try it out. Bei Bei urged eagerly as a thought struck him. Okay, Hui Yuhao nodded. Big brother, Yun Ying, I'm starting. A ring of luminous white soul rings rose and radiated bright light, causing Bei Bei and Yun Ying to tremble. In their eyes, the flow of time around them seemed to slow, rendering everything remarkably clear. Information surged into their minds without the need for sight. Presenting a three-dimensional representation of all objects within a 30-meter radius, any change would be immediately relayed back. Having read about the soul skill before and experienced AR technology, Yun Ying was not particularly surprised when the tangible objects appeared. She merely wondered if it could penetrate walls. If it can indeed penetrate walls. How's the soul power consumption? Bei Bei asked, regaining his focus. It doesn't seem too significant, Hui Yuhao replied, assessing the situation. Isn't it said that the higher the age of the soul ring, the greater the soul power consumption? Yet I find it quite manageable. Could this really be a million-year soul ring? Am I possibly absorbing a fake? You little rascal, I am a million-year soul beast. This is indeed a true million-year soul ring. Do you think I would deceive you? The voice of the heavenly dream eye silkworm sounded, causing Hui Yuhao to chuckle awkwardly. Really? Can such a capability belong to a 10-year soul ring? Your spirit eye martial soul seems excessively powerful. And our Douluo continent has researched martial souls for over 10,000 years. I've never encountered anything like yours in any texts, Bei Bei exclaimed in astonishment. Perhaps it is a unique ability of a mutated martial soul? After all, didn't Yuhao mention that his spirit eye is a mutated martial soul? Yun Ying pondered aloud. Yes, I'm not entirely sure, but that seems plausible, Hui Yuhao quickly agreed. Yuhao, don't overthink it. It's ultimately a good thing to possess a powerful soul skill. Bei Bei said with a smile after a moment of contemplation. So, will you pursue the support or control path? I have no idea, Hui Yuhao replied, looking perplexed. If you have to choose, I recommend you opt for the control-type soul master, Bei Bei explained. After Bei Bei's elaboration, Hui Yuhao understood much better. Then I shall become a control-type soul master. And what about you, Yun Ying? Bei Bei turned to Yun Ying, who was clutching her weapon. A powerful attack-type battle soul master, Yun Ying declared resolutely. Is that so? Then you will be like me, Bei Bei smiled. Suddenly, Tanya, who was absorbing the soul ring, let out a soft huff, followed by a deep breath, her eyes sparkling with newfound energy, signaling a significant boost in her aura. I did it. Tanya exclaimed excitedly, channeling her soul power as 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings emerged, indicating her true ascension to the soul sovereign level. Congratulations. Xiaoya. Congratulations, Sister Xiaoya. Bei Bei and Yun Ying cheered. Tanya, elated, quickly embraced Bei Bei. Thank you, Bei Bei. Bei Bei naturally returned the embrace. Gazing tenderly at Tanya. I promise to help you achieve your dreams. Hiki. Tanya giggled, suddenly noticing Hui Yuhao staring intently at them, causing her to blush fiercely as she quickly wriggled out of Bei Bei's embrace. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a teacher-student romance before? No, Hui Yuhao replied candidly. Neither have I, Yun Ying added from the side. You little rascal. Tanya playfully pinched Yun Ying's cheek. It's one thing for Xiao Yuhao to say that, but why are you joining in? Let go of me, Yun Ying protested. Her words slightly garbled as her face was tugged in different directions. Hey, Xiao Yun Ying's face is so soft. Tanya pinched again before releasing her grip. Sister Xiaoya, why is Yun Ying's face so rosy? It never happened in my past life, and now being treated like this by Tanya feels utterly humiliating. What's wrong with Xiao Yun Ying? Is she shy? Tanya's mischievous thoughts arose, prompting her to pinch Yun Ying's cheek once more. Brother Bei, look at Sister Xiaoya. Yun Ying lamented, seeking Bei Bei's help. All right, Xiaoya, stop messing around. Can't you see Yun Ying is in distress? Bei Bei quickly interposed, shielding Yun Ying from Tanya's antics. Fine, but Bei Bei, from now on, call me Teacher Xiaoya. Tanya added, somewhat disheartened, but as if recalling something. She looked at Bei Bei. All right, Teacher Xiaoya, Bei Bei complied jovially. Bei Bei could only helplessly change his tone. All right. Let us not waste any more time and set off for Shrek Academy. Seeing that Tanya still had something to say, Bei Bei quickly interjected. Very well, Xiao Yun Ying, Xiao Yuhao. Let us depart. Tanya pouted and called out to Yun Ying and Hui Yuhao. As Hui Yuhao regained his senses upon hearing Tanya's voice, he couldn't help but feel a sense of bewilderment. At his tender age, the earlier scene of Tanya cradling Bei Bei was one thing. but witnessing her pinching Yun Ying's delicate face left him utterly dazed. Nevertheless, it must be said, the blush on Yun Ying's face was undeniably adorable. Little Yu Hao, you aren't developing feelings for that girl named Yun Ying, are you? The heavenly dream-eyed silkworm observed the previous scene and couldn't resist teasing him. How could that be? Brother Tiandang? I merely find Yun Ying's appearance charming, Hui Yu Hao stammered, hastily denying the implication. After a chuckle, the heavenly dream-eyed silkworm chose to remain silent. Chapter 5, Shrek Academy, Enrollment Registration. After several hours of travel, a colossal city emerged before the four companions. Yun Ying, little junior, this is Shrek City. Bebe remarked with a smile as he gazed upon the familiar sight. Brother, why is it referred to as Shrek City and not Shrek Academy? Hui Yu Hao inquired curiously. Shrek Academy itself is a city, thus it can be referred to as Shrek City, with Shrek Academy located to the east within the city, Bebe explained with a grin. Upon hearing Bebe's explanation, Hui Yu Hao nodded, secretly astonished. Indeed, it was the foremost academy of the continent, guided by Bebe and Tangya. Yun Ying and Hui Yu Hao arrived at the east gate of Shrek City. Although the east gate was dedicated to Shrek Academy, it was bustling with activity as numerous vendors flocked to set up stalls, with at least thousands of people gathered outside the gate. Little Yun Ying, I'll take Yu Hao over first. The registration area is just ahead, and with your abilities, passing through here will be a breeze. We'll meet up again inside the academy. Bebe told Yun Ying. Oh, and you should stow away that long spear of yours. Although it is a martial spirit, some may mistake it for a weapon. Weapons are prohibited within Shrek Academy, and that could lead to complications. Listening to Bebe, Yun Ying silently withdrew the luhua, acknowledging his point. Without proper explanation, the luhua could attract the attention of the enforcement team. After all, it is better to avoid trouble. After waiting in line at the east gate for nearly 2 hours, it was finally Yun Ying's turn to register. Extend your hand, commanded an elder seated at the registration desk. Despite his advanced age, none present dared to underestimate him. Yun Ying respectfully extended his right hand, and the elder casually tapped his wrist before gesturing toward a nearby crystal ball. 10 years old, age appropriate. Now place your hand upon it, and infuse it with soul power. As Yun Ying placed his hand on the crystal ball, it erupted with radiant light, revealing the inscription, Soul Power Level, 28. The elder's eyes widened with astonishment as he beckoned, release your martial spirit for registration. Understood, Yun Ying nodded, unleashing the luhua. Observing the formidable presence of the luhua, the elder's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Is this a spear-type martial spirit of supreme flame? He concluded, albeit with some uncertainty. This is my martial spirit, luhua. The elder pondered for a moment but could not recall any martial spirit by that name on the continent, thus deducing it must be a new martial spirit. Very well, you are qualified. It seems we have yet another genius this year. Yun Ying retracted his hand and proceeded toward Shrek Academy. At the new student teaching building, Hui Yu Hao and the others crossed the Sea God Lake to register. Oh, Bebe? A voice called from behind. Bebe turned, instantly grinning. Little Yun Ying? You've arrived. Yes, Yun Ying nodded, yet a sense of foreboding washed over him. You little Yun Ying. Why didn't you greet me? As expected, Tang Ye's voice chimed in, and before long, Yun Ying's cheek was pinched once more. Sister Ye, could you please refrain from pinching my face? Yun Ying protested, somewhat irritated. After all, who would be pleased by such treatment? However, to Tang Ye, her current appearance was simply too endearing, leading her to indulge in another pinch. All right, it's our turn to register now, Bebe quickly interjected. Indeed. The new students ahead had completed their registration and left. With Bebe's guidance, Yun Ying and Hui Yu Hao's registration went smoothly. The tuition fee, amounting to 20 gold soul coins for just 1 year, was covered by Bebe, excluding meal expenses. After receiving 2 sets of student uniforms, dormitory keys, and a white student badge, the 4 of them departed from the new student teaching building. Little Yun Ying, little Yu Hao, the dormitory building is just behind the teaching building, the largest one in the academy. You can head over there yourself. With 3 days remaining until the semester officially begins, you can familiarize yourselves with the environment. Bebe and I have covered your first-year tuition. The subsequent fees will be your responsibility. The academy holds various competitions with monetary rewards and as newly appointed soul masters. You will also receive monthly stipends from the 3 great empires. If you manage your expenses wisely, it should suffice for meals, Tengyo explained. Yun Ying and Hui Yu Hao nodded in understanding, while Bebe gazed thoughtfully at the bulletin board. What's wrong, brother Bebe? Yun Ying inquired, approaching curiously. One of the notices read, Class 1's homeroom teacher, Zhou Yi, Class 2's homeroom teacher. Ah, it seems I am indeed in Class 1. And Hui Yu Hao is as well, Yun Ying remarked, glancing at Hui Yuhao. By the way, Hui Yuhao, are we in the same class? Yes, Yun Ying. Hui Yuhao replied after some contemplation, confirming they were indeed classmates. What's the matter, little Yun Ying? Tang Yu approached and noticed the notice. How could it be that old witch Zhou? Tang Yu exclaimed. Isn't she a third-grade teacher? It appears so, Bei sighed, Yuhao and Yun Ying. You two must be cautious. Although Zhou is very strict, her teaching quality is exceptional. I see. Well then, brother Bei, sister Ya. You both carry on with your tasks. I shall head to the dormitory first, Hui Yuhao said with relief after hearing Bei's words. All right. Sister Ya and I will go for our upgrade tests. If we pass, we'll be fourth-year students. By the way, I'm in dormitory 316. Feel free to seek me out if you have any questions, Bei said with a smile before departing with Tang Ya. Yun Ying? I would like to check out the dormitory now. Do you wish to join me? Hui Yuhao asked, watching Bei and Tang Ya leave, turning to the still-standing Yun Ying. Me? Well, I have nothing in particular to do, so let's head to the dormitory, Yun Ying contemplated, deciding it would be good to see how her roommate was. Shall we go together? Yes. Yun Ying nodded and headed toward the dormitory building, with Hui Yuhao quickly following suit. Upon reaching the white building, Hui Yuhao noticed an elderly man seated nearby and approached respectfully. Good day, sir. We are new students here to check into our dormitory. Would you like to examine our student badges? Without lifting his head, the elderly man extended a somewhat trembling hand, his deep, gravelly voice issuing. Let me see your badges and dormitory keys. Hui Yuhao presented his identification, and upon seeing this, Yun Ying also took out her own and handed it over. The elder examined the documents briefly before returning them to the two. You may proceed. Dormitory 108 is located on the first floor, third door on the left. Dormitory 407 is on the fourth floor, second door on the left. From the fourth floor onward, it is exclusively for female students. Males are strictly prohibited from ascending. Any violation will result in immediate expulsion. Thank you, sir, Hui Yuhao said respectfully, bowing slightly, while Yun Ying silently followed suit. Subsequently, Yun Ying inquired, Excuse me, elder. Do you know if we are permitted to continuously release our martial souls within the academy? The elder lifted his gaze slightly, a flicker of light illuminating his dim yellow eyes. You may release your martial soul. Yun Ying summoned her soul power, and the blazing fire spear manifested in her right hand, its tip wreathed in intense flames, causing the surrounding temperature to soar. Hui Yuhao felt somewhat uncomfortable, his cultivation still being weak. However, a wave of clarity washed over his mind, and in an instant, he experienced a refreshing sensation that made the oppressive heat more bearable. Yet, all of this had no effect on the elder before them. He finally raised his head, scrutinizing Yun Ying from top to bottom, paying particular attention to the blazing fire. If your soul power is sufficient, you may maintain its release, provided you manage the heat generated by your martial soul and refrain from using it against other students within the academy. Thank you, elder, Yun Ying replied, nodding as she withdrew most of the soul power enveloping the blazing fire, leaving only a trace to maintain the connection. Although the flames surrounding the blazing fire had dissipated, the elevated temperature in the vicinity remained difficult to diminish. At this moment, Yun Ying and Hui Yuhao had already entered the white dormitory building. The elder lowered his head once more, his fingers twitching slightly, and the surrounding temperature returned to normal. The ultimate fire, the elder murmured to himself. Yun Ying parted ways with Hui Yuhao at dormitory 407, ascending to the fourth floor where she located her own room. Upon pushing open the door, she discovered that someone was already inside. Hello, I am Xiao Xiao. Are you my roommate? A girl seated on the bed stood up, gazing curiously at Yun Ying. Hello, I am Yun Ying, she responded, somewhat surprised to find that her roommate was indeed Xiao Xiao. Well, this seems quite pleasant. Chapter 6. New student enrollment. By the way, Yun Ying, how old are you this year? Xiao Xiao inquired, observing Yun Ying as she tidied up the bed. To Xiao Xiao, Yun Ying appeared to be of a similar age. This year, I am 10. Yun Ying paused for a moment, continuing her task without interruption. So, I am 1 year older than you? Xiao Xiao said with a smile in her eyes. You should call me Sister Xiao Xiao. Is your soul power higher than mine? Yun Ying asked with a hint of exasperation, having completed her bed arrangement. However, looking at the simple wooden bed, devoid of any bedding, she felt a pang of discomfort. I am a rank 23 soul master, Xiao Xiao declared proudly. And you, little Yun Ying? Oh, I am at rank 28. And could you please omit the little? Yun Ying expressed her annoyance, pondering why every girl she encountered insisted on calling her little Yun Ying. Rank 28? Xiao Xiao was taken aback, A 10-year-old soul master? Indeed. So if you wish for me to call you sister, you must first surpass me, Yun Ying replied with a slight smile, rising from the wooden bed. How on earth have you cultivated to achieve such high soul power? Xiao Xiao asked in astonishment. Originally believing that attaining rank 23 by 11 years of age made her a genius, especially as she possessed dual martial souls. Yet, she was unexpectedly disheartened on her very first day at school. This is what one might call a diligent genius, Yun Ying smiled with pride. Recalling her 4 years of life in the Douluo forest, where survival depended on constant vigilance and relentless training. By the way, I need to head to the student supplies store to purchase some items, so I shall take my leave. Yun Ying pushed open the dormitory door, securing her weapon. The lure fire, onto her back and fastening the straps before stepping outside. Wait, I'll join you. Xiao Xiao suddenly remembered her own need to buy some supplies and hurriedly followed her. By the way, what is that spear you have? It looks so impressive. Xiao Xiao remarked curiously as they descended the dormitory stairs. Are you referring to the lure fire? It is my martial soul, Yun Ying explained. Can your martial soul be continuously released? Yes, it doesn't consume much soul power. Xiao Xiao was bewildered, wondering why she couldn't maintain her own martial souls. The 3 life soul settling cauldron or the 9 phoenixes flute in such a manner. After purchasing a lunchbox, 2 blankets, and a basin along with several other miscellaneous items, Yun Ying noted that it was essential to have a place to sleep, even though she might not necessarily use it. Xiao Xiao, initially reluctant to buy a basin, eventually decided to purchase one as well. Despite the seemingly large quantity, the total cost amounted to merely 3 silver soul coins. Carrying their purchases, Yun Ying and Xiao Xiao returned to the dormitory, after which Yun Ying intended to explore the academy, considering it a means to familiarize herself with her surroundings. After all, in the pursuit of cultivation, time was of the essence. Xiao Xiao, however, had resolved to remain in the dormitory. Previously, she had been inspired by Yun Ying, and naturally, she intended to seize the moment to cultivate her skills. Whether her aim was to elicit a call of sister Xiao Xiao from Yun Ying or something else, it was undeniable that Yun Ying felt a sense of admiration upon witnessing Xiao Xiao's diligence. Truly, one could see why she was a member of the original protagonist group. It wasn't until dusk that Yun Ying returned to the dormitory. By the way, Xiao Xiao, would you like to join me for dinner? Yun Ying inquired, observing Xiao Xiao seated on her bed, engrossed in a book after completing her training. Sure, I'm quite hungry as well. Xiao Xiao replied with a smile as she set her book aside. Then let us go, Yun Ying said, stepping out of the dormitory first, with Xiao Xiao hastily trailing behind. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the two walked side by side towards the dining hall, casually glancing at Yun Ying. Xiao Xiao found herself unable to divert her gaze. The sunset's glow illuminated Yun Ying's face, giving it a rosy hue, her features emanating a striking charm. Clad in a striking ensemble of red, white, and black, with a crimson gold spear slung across her back, she exuded an air of gallantry from every angle. What is the matter? Yun Ying turned to look at Xiao Xiao. And nothing, Xiao Xiao stammered, startled, quickly averting her eyes, only to turn back moments later. Yun Ying, why is it that you possess such high cultivation and look so beautiful? Perhaps this is the mark of a genius. Yun Ying pondered for a moment before responding slowly. Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes, indicating her disinterest in the topic. Upon arriving at the dining hall, they discovered it was teeming with people, leaving no available seats. Yun Ying was taken aback. Does this mean we have to stand while eating? Look over here, Yun Ying. Xiao Xiao pointed to a notice board. Yun Ying turned her gaze to the board, which stated, no food may be taken out of the dining hall. After a brief silence, Yun Ying concluded, it seems we have no choice but to eat standing up. Let us head inside. All right. Xiao Xiao followed closely behind Yun Ying as they entered. They finished their dinner, spending a total of 7 copper soul coins, mindful of their expenditure in the absence of a steady income. After all, it is often said, eat heartily at breakfast, fill up at lunch, and eat sparingly at dinner. Upon returning to their dormitory, both chose to meditate and cultivate their soul power, and the night passed in silence. The next morning, Yun Ying awoke early and, noticing Xiao Xiao still in meditation, smiled quietly, waiting for her to finish. The two set off together for breakfast. Hey, isn't that Hui Yuhao and Brother Bei? Yun Ying, having just finished her meal, suddenly spotted 2 familiar figures. She instructed Xiao Xiao to return to the dormitory first and approached them. What is up, Yuhao? She asked. Observing Bei Bei affectionately ruffling Hui Yuhao's hair while suppressing her delight. You mocked me before, and now you're getting patted on the head too, aren't you? Oh, it's nothing significant, just some advice from the senior brother, Hui Yuhao replied somewhat awkwardly upon seeing Yun Ying. How was your day yesterday, Xiaoyan? Bei Bei smiled. Hello, Brother Bei. It was quite good, Yun Ying responded with a smile. That is great to hear. If you run into any trouble, don't hesitate to seek me out. Bei Bei nodded before preparing to leave. Wait a moment, Brother Bei, Yun Ying called out, handing him a small red pouch. Open it after you leave. With that, she took Hui Yuhao's hand and dashed out of the dining hall, leaving Bei Bei momentarily stunned. Bei Bei chuckled helplessly, opening the pouch as he walked away from the dining hall. Gold soul coins? Staring at the 10 gold coins inside, Bei Bei was momentarily taken aback. Recalling the tuition fee he had covered for Yun Ying the previous day, this little Yun Ying is quite polite, he mused. Glancing around but finding no trace of Yun Ying, ultimately accepting the coins with a sigh. What did you give to the senior brother? Hui Yuhao asked curiously as they reached the dormitory entrance. Oh, it's just the tuition fee that Brother Bei helped me pay yesterday. I wanted to return it. Yun Ying replied, slightly embarrassed as she released her grip on Hui Yuhao. After all, her previous actions had led to much misunderstanding, but thankfully, Hui Yuhao seemed oblivious to it, sparing her from potential awkwardness. I see, Hui Yuhao nodded, entering the dormitory. Then I'll head back now. Right. I need to return to my training as well. Yun Ying followed closely behind him. Naturally, Hui Yuhao encountered his roommate, Wang Dong. Despite Wang Dong's poor attitude, Yun Ying chose not to intervene, as this was Hui Yuhao's matter to handle. I'll head upstairs first. If you can't manage, you can always find me. Yun Ying whispered to Hui Yuhao before preparing to leave. Hui Yuhao nodded, warmth flooding his heart. As expected, Wang Dong, dismissing the need for a martial soul, was nonetheless caught off guard and defeated by Hui Yuhao's timely strike. The following day, hearing Hui Yuhao recount the outcome of the incident in the dining hall, Yun Ying felt little surprise. After all, it would have been odd had Hui Yuhao lost. Just one more day remained before the official start of classes. Seated in the dormitory, Yun Ying assessed her current soul power level at the upper tier of level 28, confident that she could break through to level 30 and become a soul master within a month. Her high cultivation level was complemented by her rich combat experience, having navigated the Douluo forest for 4 years. If she couldn't make it now, it would be truly lamentable. Chapter 7. The freshman class. As the day of classes approached, Yun Ying roused Xiao Xiao from her meditation. Time to go, Xiao Xiao. How much longer do we have? Xiao Xiao inquired, blinking awake and changing into her uniform. Half an hour left, Yun Ying replied, already dressed and ready to go. Hurry up, it's the first day of school, and we can't be late. Just wait 5 minutes for me, Xiao Xiao said, looking exasperated at Yun Ying's readiness. It was always the same. She packed up in a flash, leaving Xiao Xiao scrambling to catch up. You said we still have half an hour, she protested. Yun Ying shrugged and tucked away her martial soul, realizing it was time for class and that it would be inappropriate to still be in her martial form, although she wished she could carry her golden dragon spear everywhere, just like Tang Wulin. Moreover, she has made some progress in her marksmanship over the past few days. However, considering the unpredictable nature of Zhou Yi, it is prudent for her to conceal her martial soul during class, just in case. After a considerable wait for Xiao Xiao to change into her school uniform, the two finally set off. Upon entering the white teaching building, they found that the first classroom on the left was designated for the first-year students. At that moment, the classroom was sparsely populated, with only a few students scattered about. Yun Ying chose a seat by the window, conveniently located near the podium in the 4th row. Observing her surroundings, she quickly spotted Wang Dong. His striking appearance was hard to miss, and even without seeing his face, his pastel blue hair was undeniably eye-catching. Surrounded entirely by girls, none of whom were inferior in beauty to Xiao Xiao, Yun Ying averted her gaze after a brief glance. This was largely due to the indelible impression left by Wang Dong's initially arrogant demeanor, which naturally did not endear him to her. Although she had perused the original text and was aware of Wang Dong's character, the narrative remained just that, a narrative. In reality, such attitudes could be rather off-putting. As she endured the tedious wait until the bell rang, the classroom gradually filled with students, and it was at that moment that Hui Yuhao hurriedly dashed in. Suddenly, an elderly woman entered through the classroom door. Despite her apparent age, her posture was remarkably upright, and her dark eyes sparkled with vitality. Upon her arrival, the previously bustling classroom fell into an immediate hush. The elderly woman surveyed the room, nodding with satisfaction as she announced, I am Shou Yi, your homeroom teacher. I cannot ascertain how many of you will walk alongside me in the coming year, but I must unequivocally inform you that in my class, mediocrity shall not pass my standards. I am to cultivate monsters, not a gaggle of fools. The seated classmates wore expressions of indignation. Each of them had been meticulously selected from various nations on the mainland to enter Shrek Academy, and they were all undeniably elites. Yet here, they were disparaged by Zhou Yi as mere rubbish and fools. Yun Ying silently observed Zhou Yi, recalling her astonishment at this seemingly aged teacher when she first watched Douluo II. Listening to her again, one could only conclude that a strict teacher is indeed preferable. Those who have fought during the registration days, please stand up. Zhou Yi's next statement once more astonished the entire class. As described in the original text, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong rose to their feet, while Zhou Yi naturally retained them, instructing the rest to run laps on the playground. Yun Ying, do you think Teacher Zhou has lost her mind? Can you believe there are actually fights at Shrek Academy? Xiao Xiao inquired while jogging alongside Yun Ying. Who knows? But those two will come down eventually, Yun Ying replied nonchalantly. Wait, didn't Teacher Zhou keep them? Xiao Xiao questioned in confusion. Look, here they come. Yun Ying pointed towards the two running from the teaching building to the playground, then quickened her pace. I'll go ahead. Hey, wait up. Xiao Xiao called as she watched Yun Ying swiftly overtake her and reach the front of the line, prompting her to hasten her own steps, maintaining her increased speed. Yun Ying found herself at the forefront of the group. Suddenly, a figure darted past her, gaining a lead of approximately 20 meters. It was Wang Dong. Recognizing his distinctive blue and pink hair, Yun Ying noted, interesting. She accelerated once more, overtaking Wang Dong and widening the gap between them. Naturally, with his proud demeanor, Wang Dong would not tolerate anyone surpassing him. As expected, upon witnessing Yun Ying overtake him, Wang Dong, astonished yet unwilling to concede, increased his speed in pursuit of her. However, no matter how hard he tried, Yun Ying consistently maintained a distance of about 30 meters ahead, which infuriated him immensely. It is worth noting that Yun Ying had spent 4 years in the Douluo Forest, engaging in high-intensity training almost daily. Although her initial days at the academy had set her back a bit, her physical prowess remained intact, allowing her to easily outpace Wang Dong. Moreover, in terms of their respective soul power levels, it was evident that Yun Ying surpassed Wang Dong at this moment. Since Zhou Yi did not prohibit the use of soul power during this run, surpassing Wang Dong was a trivial feat, yet Wang Dong refused to accept defeat. His nature would not permit him to concede so easily. Regardless of how he ramped up his speed, it yielded no results. Additionally, the exertion had taken a toll on his soul power, leaving him helpless as he watched Yun Ying gradually increase the distance between them. That girl seems to be with Hui Yuhao. Wang Dong recalled their first encounter a few days prior when Yun Ying had indeed come with Hui Yuhao. I should ask Hui Yuhao about her. How ironic that I might need something from him, he mused, feeling a twinge of discomfort. In the classroom, Zhou Yi stood by the window, observing the students running in the square. Her gaze was initially drawn to Yun Ying, and she caught sight of the competition between Yun Ying and Wang Dong. What an intriguing little one, Zhou Yi thought, a faint smile gracing her lips. Though it quickly faded. As time passed, Yun Ying had already completed the task of running 100 laps, standing quietly by the square as she watched the remaining students. You finished? A voice broke through her thoughts, and Yun Ying instinctively turned to see Zhou Yi standing there, her gaze fixed on the square. Hello, Teacher Zhou. Yun Ying greeted promptly. I have completed 100 laps. Zhou Yi nodded, offering no further words. As more time elapsed, Zhou Yi suddenly spoke. Everyone, I am the finish line. Increase your speed. Her voice echoed in everyone's ears. No sooner had she finished speaking than Wang Dong dashed over. Huff, huff, he gasped, clearly exhausted from the 30,000 meters he had just run. Yun Ying cast him a disdainful glance. Is this the so-called child of the gods? I truly wonder where his arrogance comes from. As Wang Dong sat on the ground, exhausted and resting, he naturally did not notice Yun Ying's gaze. Otherwise, a conflict might have erupted between them. Gradually, some began to finish, for running 30,000 meters was indeed achievable for those students with a foundation in soul mastery. However, Hui Yuhao naturally lagged behind in various aspects due to his physical constitution and soul power, among other factors. In a manner akin to the original narrative, Wang Dong aided Hui Yuhao in completing the remainder of their task. At that moment, Yun Ying noticed a fleeting look of astonishment on Zhou Yi's face upon seeing Wang Dong's martial spirit. Subsequently, Zhou Yi called out 9 names and expelled them from Shrek Academy. You have 15 minutes to change your clothes before returning to class, Zhou Yi declared before departing the square, prompting the remaining students to hastily return to their dormitories to change. Chapter 8. Class Leader. That Teacher Zhou is rather ruthless, remarked Xiao Xiao as she removed her sweat-soaked garments and wiped her body with a dry towel. After all, she is one of the strictest teachers in the outer academy. Yun Ying turned to the side, quickly changing into another set of school uniform after drying herself. Honestly, Yun Ying, you ran way too fast. Xiao Xiao expressed her frustration. Realizing she could not catch up with Yun Ying, who was a year younger than her, and they had taken a staggering 20 minutes apart to change. Perhaps you should exercise more. Besides, you are well aware of my soul power level, Yun Ying said as she opened the door, preparing to return to the classroom. I'm heading to class first. That's precisely why I am so frustrated. Xiao Xiao exclaimed, donning her uniform and hurriedly following Yun Ying. Wait for me. The two swiftly arrived at the classroom, which was already occupied by the majority of the students, although Zhou had allotted 15 minutes for changing. No one had taken more than 10. As the quarter hour elapsed, Zhou arrived punctually, surveying the room before nodding and stating, "Let us commence the lesson." I am largely satisfied with your performance during the earlier test. The vast majority of students completed their tasks on time. Afterward, Zhou instructed Hui Yu how to stand and announce his soul power level. Upon hearing Hui Yu how declare it to be level 11, most students in the classroom displayed expressions of skepticism, while Wang Dong covered his face with both hands in disbelief. Zhou then elucidated the special admission status and admonished Hui Yu how. Following this, she inscribed the characters for offense and defense on the blackboard. After writing the two characters, Zhou turned to face the class and said, "Now, we shall begin our lesson. Today, I will discuss the paths of offense and defense for Soul Masters. Yun Ying, can you tell us which types of Soul Masters are more inclined towards offense and which are more focused on defense and support?" After briefly outlining the various categories of Soul Masters, Zhou called on Yun Ying. She stood and responded, "Historically, the assault, agility, and control types have been more oriented towards offense, while the support, food, and defense types lean towards defense. However, in recent millennia, the advent of soul-guiding devices has blurred the lines between offense and defense. Indeed, it is the rapid development of soul-guiding devices that has led to this ambiguity." "You may sit down," Zhou said, her stern expression softening slightly, indicating that this year's new students possess a commendable level of knowledge. As the morning progressed swiftly under Zhou Yi's instruction, she concluded her lecture before the bell rang, asking Hui Yu how to accompany her for a moment before announcing the end of class. At noon, after finishing lunch in the cafeteria, Yun Ying and Xiao Xiao meditated for a while in their dormitory before heading to class. Yun Ying distinctly sensed that her soul power had reached the pinnacle of the 28th level, merely a step away from the 29th. However, it was well known that a martial soul with extraordinary attributes would experience a significantly slower cultivation speed after reaching the 30th level compared to soul masters with other types of martial souls. Yet, Yun Ying remained unperturbed. If her conjecture proved correct, her third soul skill would be the third layer of passive gun intent from the King's realm, equipping her with considerable means for offense, endurance, and even against soul masters possessing flying martial souls. As the afternoon bell rang, all students gathered in the classroom. When Zhou entered with measured steps, she simply commanded, "All rise, assemble in the square," before turning to leave. "No way, are we going to run again this afternoon?" Xiao Xiao lamented, feeling quite distressed. After all, they had just run 30,000 meters that morning. Even a soul master would struggle under such demands. "Stop complaining and hurry to assemble. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble with Teacher Zhou if you're late," Yun Ying replied indifferently. In fact, she was quite willing to run 30,000 meters daily, as her training in the Douluo forest had been quite similar for the last 2 years. Unbeknownst to them, a pile of iron chains had appeared on the Shrek Square. "No way, is this weighted running?" Yun Ying's lips twitched as she regretted her earlier thoughts. The students of Class 1 quickly formed ranks, and Zhou began to speak. "Yun Ying, step forward." Yun Ying silently complied. "I have reviewed your entrance examination scores along with this morning's tests, and Yun Ying is the most accomplished among you. From today onward, she shall be your class leader. This position is subject to change. Whoever possesses the ability to defeat her may take the role. Do you understand?" Zhou addressed all the students. "Understood." They responded in unison. As Wang Dong gazed at Yun Ying, a fervent battle spirit surged within his eyes. He also inquired with Hui Yu how, noting that Yun Ying was currently at the second ring, perfectly matched in this level of competition. Zhou then proclaimed, "From now on, each of you shall bear an iron chain and run around the square until the bell rings to signal the end of class. Your final standings will be determined by your performance, and the last one remaining will be eliminated. Let us commence." As Yun Ying hoisted the chain upon her back, a grimace crossed her face. The weight was a staggering 30 kilograms. "I no longer wish to participate," she thought, nearly ready to slam her desk. Yet, despite these thoughts, Yun Ying silently accepted the burden, and the remaining students hastily followed suit, fearful of being expelled from the academy by Zhou Yi for tardiness. Yun Ying then led her class in running laps around the square. During the course of their run, Wang Dong intentionally pursued her, along with a few other students who deemed themselves capable. However, despite Wang Dong's exertions, drenched in sweat, he found no reduction in the distance between them, and instead felt his own spiritual energy depleting significantly. If even Wang Dong could not catch up, the chances for the others were virtually non-existent. As time gradually elapsed, some students began to falter, succumbing to exhaustion and collapsing. Yun Ying attempted to assist one girl who had sat down, but the girl merely shook her head in refusal. Subsequently, Yun Ying refrained from further attempts, focusing instead on her own endurance. Gradually, only 5 individuals remained running in the square: Hui Yuhao, Yun Ying, Wang Dong, and 2 other students. The other 2 trainees could no longer endure and collapsed. One of them inadvertently bumped into Wang Dong, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. At that moment, the only remaining individuals still running on the field were Hui Yuhao and Yun Ying. At this moment, Yun Ying felt waves of discomfort coursing through her body, yet she persevered. In comparison to the previous life and death trials, this suffering was trivial. Once again, Yun Ying sprinted past Hui Yuhao, glancing at him to find he was nearing his limit. Pressing her lips together, she urged, "Keep going." Hui Yuhao, whose mind was somewhat clouded, looked up in surprise upon hearing her voice, only to catch a glimpse of Yun Ying's retreating figure and her high ponytail swaying rhythmically. Indeed, he must endure. Shaking his head vigorously, Hui Yuhao thought, if even the younger Yun Ying could persist, so too could he. Observing the 2 still running, the group of students seated in the square felt a stir of emotion. Wang Dong was the first to grit his teeth and follow suit, soon joined by Xiao Xiao. With someone leading the charge, more students began to rise and continue their run. Finally, the bell signaling the end of class rang, and the freshman of class 1 collapsed in exhaustion. Standing at the edge of the square, Zhou Yi was moved. It was rare for any class she had previously taught to evoke such feelings in her. Now, due to Yun Ying, due to Hui Yuhao, and especially because of those dedicated students who persevered, Zhou Yi subsequently departed, inviting a soul sage possessing the Tree of Life martial soul to restore everyone's vigor. Later, Zhou Yi announced that no one would be eliminated today, much to everyone's astonishment. This was followed by the joyous celebration of the 2 participants, Yun Ying and Hui Yuhao, with the girls lifting Yun Ying high into the air while the boys did the same for Hui Yuhao, their cheers resonating for several minutes. Chapter 9. Yuhao's grilled fish. Are you suggesting that you will set up a stall to sell grilled fish at the academy? Yun Ying inquired, gazing at Hui Yuhao before her. After finishing her bath, she had intended to come down for dinner when she unexpectedly encountered Hui Yuhao and Tang Yil. Yes, little Yun Ying, you should join us. Since Yuhao is buying grilled fish, we can indulge a bit, Tang Yi said, her expression akin to that of a greedy cat. All right, I will go inform Xiao Xiao first, Yun Ying replied with a nod. Very well, Hui Yuhao thought to himself, recognizing that Xiao Xiao was Yun Ying's roommate. It seemed they had planned to dine together, and he felt he had intruded upon their arrangement. Xiao Xiao, I won't be going to the cafeteria for dinner. You can go ahead without me, Yun Ying said as she returned to her dormitory, observing Xiao Xiao seated on the bed, changing clothes after her bath. Huh, is something the matter? Xiao Xiao turned her head, gazing curiously at Yun Ying's crimson eyes. A friend suddenly reached out to me. So I want to be dining with you this time, Yun Ying explained. All right then, Xiao Xiao nodded in acquiescence. Downstairs in the dormitory, Yun Ying stepped out to find Hui Yuhao and Tang Yi still waiting, and she smiled, saying, Sister Ya, Hui Yuhao, it's all settled. Then let us be off. Little Yun Ying, Tang Yi exclaimed, eagerly taking Yun Ying's hand and leading her away. Hui Yuhao, feeling somewhat helpless, followed suit. The trio exited the academy and made their way to the main road at the east gate, which was bustling with vendors. Numerous stalls lined the streets, with food vendors being the most abundant, all here to cater to the culinary desires of the Shrek Academy students. Tang Yi had long been eagerly preparing an array of materials. The roasting oven, iron racks, assorted seasonings, and freshly cleaned blue fish, all were at the ready. Even the charcoal was prepared, as Hui Yuhao skillfully handled the blue fish, just as he was about to ignite the fire. Yun Ying effortlessly conjured a flame with a flick of her wrist. In no time, the pieces of charcoal transformed into glowing embers. Hui Yuhao was momentarily taken aback. To which Yun Ying casually remarked, Did you forget that my martial soul is of the fire attribute? Indeed, he felt a tad embarrassed, as he had completely overlooked this fact. He arranged 4 blue fish and, utilizing his spiritual eye, began the roasting process. Soon, a rich aroma wafted through the air. Before long, Hui Yuhao's fish stall became bustling with activity, as students formed a long queue to purchase his delectable offerings. At that moment, several beautiful young maidens approached gracefully, with the foremost among them being an embodiment of exquisite beauty. She appeared to be around 14 or 15 years of age, her golden, wavy locks cascading down her back, and her skin was fairer than snow, radiating an air of refined elegance and nobility. As the enchanting maiden drew near, the surrounding students instinctively parted to create a path. And she, displaying no airs of superiority, smiled warmly at her companions while acknowledging everyone around her. "Junior, how much do you sell your grilled fish for?" the maiden inquired. While at that moment, Hui Yuhao had already sold 17 skewers, leaving 3 reserved for Yun Ying and Tangya. "Senior, it's 5 copper coins for 1 skewer," he replied. The stunning maiden frowned slightly. "That seems a bit steep. Considering your costs and preparation, 3 copper soul coins would suffice. You would still make a profit." Hui Yuhao was taken aback. He had not anticipated such haggling from this young lady. Earlier, he had not heard anyone protest about the price, and besides, it was Tangya who had set the price, which was just right for him. "Apologies, senior, but my grilled fish is non-negotiable," Hui Yuhao responded, shaking his head in refusal. "I'm sorry, I was merely making a casual calculation. If there is an opportunity in the future, I shall return to savor it," the maiden said with an air of regret before preparing to depart. At this moment, Yun Ying vaguely recalled that someone would probably come to disrupt the gatherings, prompting her to silently summon the Flame of Plunder. For some unknown reason, Hui Yuhao felt an intense glare from the surrounding male students after he had rejected that senior female. "You dare not to sell?" A deep, resonant voice filled with fury echoed, followed by a streak of golden light swiftly heading towards Hui Yuhao's stall. Clang! Before the golden light could reach him, it was deflected back by Yun Ying's wielding of the Flame of Plunder, striking precisely against a pair of probing hands. At that moment, the owner of the voice, Yun Ying, finally discerned that it was a young man clad in black. At this moment, Hui Yuhao was still utilizing his spiritual eye. He swiftly seized the 3 grilled fish, but the hand, struck by the golden soul coins, only hesitated for a brief instant before reaching towards the grill, only to grasp 2 glowing red coals instead. "You seek death," exclaimed the young man in black, his face contorted with fury as he crushed the coals in his grip. With a fierce sweep of his right leg, Hui Yuhao's stall was sent crashing to the side, and he lunged forward with his right hand, aiming to seize Hui Yuhao by the chest. Humph! Yun Ying, wielding the Flame of Plunder, simultaneously channeled her soul power to fiercely strike at the young man in black. Sensing the impending danger, he hastily raised his hand to defend himself, but the might of the Flame of Plunder sent him staggering several steps to the left. At this moment, the surrounding crowd finally reacted. "What are you doing? Stop!" The first voice belonged to the stunningly beautiful girl, while the latter came from Bei, who had just arrived. "Su Sanshur, how dare you lay a hand on my people? I'll fight you to the death." Tangya swiftly pulled Hui Yuhao behind her and raised her right hand towards Su Sanshur, a glint of golden light shooting forth. Su Sanshur lifted his own right hand, summoning a dark glow to intercept the golden streak. Yet, to his astonishment, the golden light flickered and vanished into the darkness. Rage surged within Su Sanshur as 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rose around him. A black shield, roughly 1.5 meters tall, materialized in his right hand. "Tangya, don't think Bei's presence will stop me." "And who was it that struck just now?" Su Sanshur seethed. Had it not been for his formidable defense, that attack might have scorched his right hand. The assailant undoubtedly wielded a top-tier fire attribute martial soul. "It was me." "Got a problem with that?" Yun Ying gripped Lu Hua, her crimson eyes icy. "You?" Su Sanshur turned his gaze toward Yun Ying, his eyes briefly lighting up. Her beauty was no less than Jiangnan and S. But the memory of being struck and stumbling a few steps reignited his fury. Just as he was about to retort, Bei cut in. "Su Sanshur, you bullied my junior brother and Yun Ying. You owe me an explanation, or we settle this in the Douluo arena." "Yun Ying? Junior brother?" Su Sanshur paused, then sneered. "So what? Today, they disrespected not only Jiang Nan, but also me. 2 grilled fish, I already paid for them." "You paid, but what about your attitude?" Before Bei could speak, Yun Ying interjected. "Attitude?" Su Sanshur scoffed. "You slighted Nan first. Disrespecting her is disrespecting me, so I owe you no courtesy." "Oh? And what exactly are you to Jiang Nan? Besides, we sell to whom we please. Who are you to interfere?" Yun Ying shot back without hesitation. Bei turned, intending to say something to Yun Ying, but she met his gaze with reassurance. After a moment's hesitation, he chose silence. But if Su Sancher dared harm Yun Ying, Bei would not let him off. You. Su Sancher choked on his words, at a loss. Fine, what do you propose? Simple. Compensation, Yun Ying stated coolly. Compensation? How many gold soul coins? 1 Xian Shui Dan. What? Su Sancher nearly couldn't believe his ears. 1 Xian Shui Dan? Are you robbing me? Do you agree or not? Impossible. Su Sancher refused firmly. Then let us make a wager. Yun Ying suddenly smiled. We duel in the Douluo arena. If I win, you give me 1 Xian Shui Dan. And if you lose, then I'll give you 1. Deal. Su Sancher's interest was piqued. Let us go to the arena. With that, he turned and strode toward Jiang Nanan. Little Yun Ying, Su Sancher is already a soul elder, and a defensive type one at that. Even I can't claim a 50% chance against him, Bei fretted. It's fine, Brother Bei. I know what I'm doing. Yun Ying remained relaxed, showing no pressure despite facing a soul elder. But, Brother Bei, how was that man-faced demon spider earlier? Yun Ying abruptly changed the subject, cutting off his protest. Strong. Even I wasn't confident of defeating it, Bei admitted after a pause. Then tell me, who is stronger, Su Sancher or that spider? Bei faltered. And you've seen my offensive power before. Even that 1,000-year man-faced demon spider couldn't withstand it. Do you think Su Sancher can? How much defense can that shield of his really offer? But, besides, I've once defeated a 1,000-year profound water turtle. Su Sancher's shield can't be much tougher than that, can it? Fine. Bei reluctantly relented. But if you're overwhelmed, surrender. There's no shame in admitting defeat. Don't worry, Brother Bei. Surrender? Not a chance. Chapter 10. Duel against Su Sancher. The Douluo arena. Su Sancher and Yun Ying stood opposite each other. The referee announced, first-year student Yun Ying challenges fifth-year student Su Sancher. Should Su Sancher lose, he must pay an additional 100 gold soul coins. The terms of your wager have already been settled privately. Are both parties ready? Yun Ying and Su Sancher nodded simultaneously. Then, let the match begin. In the stands. Hui Yuhao stared in surprise at Wang Dong beside him. You came too? What? Can I? Wang Dong retorted, then glanced at the two combatants below. What is Yun Ying thinking, challenging someone 4 grades above her? It's for me, Hui Yuhao murmured after a pause. Wang Dong fell silent, eyeing Hui Yuhao before saying, almost our entire class is here to watch. And, even teacher Zhou is present. Hui Yuhao's heart clenched, a deeper sense of shame washing over him. At this moment, the match had already commenced. You're only a first year? Su Sancher gazed at Yun Ying before him with astonishment. To think you're so much younger than me. Very well, you may make the first move. Then you'd better be prepared. Yun Ying summoned Liahua, her spear wreathed in swirling flames, the scorching aura filling the entire arena. 2 yellow soul rings rose, coalescing around Liahua, while the second ring's hue had already begun shifting toward a faint violet. This unexpected sight gave Su Sancher another pause before he, too, unleashed his own martial soul, the profound darkness shield. 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, manifested around him. Simultaneously, his body swelled, straining against the fabric of his uniform. Gripping Liahua tightly, Yun Ying dashed towards Su Sancher. When she was merely 5 meters away, she planted the spear's tip into the ground, propelling herself into the air. Raising Liahua high above her head, she brought it down in a fierce slash towards Su Sancher. Su Sancher grinned, crouching slightly as he lifted the profound darkness shield. A dark barrier enveloped him, attempting to block Yun Ying's assault. Clang! Liahua collided with the black barrier, which held for only 2 seconds before shattering under the spear's force. However, the momentary resistance halted Yun Ying's momentum, leaving her grounded. While Su Sancher was pushed back a full meter. Such formidable offensive power? Su Sancher steadied himself, eyeing the flames coiling around Liahua with surprise. But then again, that's precisely what makes this fight interesting. No wonder Yun Ying, a mere 2-ringed Great Soul Master, dared to challenge him, a 3-ringed Soul Elder. The first soul ring on Su Sancher's profound darkness shield ignited, emitting an even denser black radiance that rapidly expanded across an area of over 10 square meters, continuing to spread outward with a thunderous rumble. Profound darkness tremor, an area of effect soul skill. Watching the encroaching black energy, Yun Ying wasted no time. She channeled Liahua, summoning even fiercer flames that surged around her, their temperature exceeding 1,000 degrees. Resolute intent, cease hostilities. Her first soul ring flared as she charged headlong into the black barrier. Swinging Liahua with unyielding force, she tore a gaping breach through the dark shroud. As Yun Ying surged forward with unstoppable momentum towards Su Sancher, the latter dared not to underestimate her. The second and third soul rings lit up in succession, But in that fleeting moment, a sharp pain shot through his brain, causing a momentary haze in his consciousness, preventing him from unleashing those two soul skills immediately. Naturally, Yun Ying seized this opportunity. Her second soul ring flared up abruptly, and 3 crimson beams of light pierced fiercely towards Su Sanshi. He quickly raised his shield to fend off the onslaught, yet he was still pushed back several meters. Taking advantage of the brief opening while Su Sanshi was occupied with defense, Yun Ying unleashed a surge of soul power, propelling herself forward with a sliding maneuver right in front of him. Observing Su Sanshi, who still appeared somewhat dazed, she swept her spear, the intense heat radiating from it causing Su Sanshi's right hand to feel as if it were on fire, while simultaneously the Xianming shield was sent flying. "You have lost," Yun Ying stated coolly, with the spear resting against Su Sanshi's neck. The referee's voice announced her victory, and she then lowered her weapon. What just happened? Su Sanshi pondered, feeling a chill despite the scorching aura emanating from the spear at his throat. Even after the referee concluded the match, confusion lingered within him, as he found it peculiar that he had suddenly been unable to release his soul skills. Without a secret weapon, how could I possibly contend with you? Yun Ying teased lightly. Secret weapon? Su Sanshi found himself at a loss for words. Although he deemed the situation utterly bizarre, this explanation seemed to be the only plausible one thus far. All right, a bet is a bet. Hand over the Xianshui Dan, Yun Ying instructed, putting away her spear and eyeing Su Sanshi. Little did he know, someone in the audience was pale-faced, and that person was Hui Yuhao, who had used the purple extreme demon eye coupled with a soul shock. Earlier, Tanya had discreetly approached Hui Yuhao, requesting his assistance, and at that time, he was positioned 30 meters away from Su Sanshi. Thus, with the effects of the purple extreme demon eye and soul shock, Su Sanshi had been momentarily stunned. And it was this crucial second that allowed Yun Ying to capitalize on the opportunity and secure her victory with overwhelming force. I'll step down first, Su Sanshi stated before exiting the battle arena. Very well, Yun Ying replied, following suit. Meanwhile, Bei Bei, witnessing this, exchanged a few words with Tanya before pursuing Yun Ying. Is it all right now? After walking for a while, they arrived at a secluded area, prompting Yun Ying to halt. Are you suggesting Su Sanshi wouldn't play dirty by choosing such a deserted spot? Bei Bei chimed in, which caused Su Sanshi's expression to stiffen. Do I lack dignity? He lamented, pulling out a small vial and handing it to Yun Ying. Here. The Xianshui Dan. By the way, Bei Bei, could you enlighten me on Yun Ying's cultivation level? Yun Ying is 10 years old, currently at the 28th level. What do you think? Bei Bei remarked with a smile at Su Sanshi, who looked pained and frustrated. 10 years old, 28th level. Su Sanshi's frustration transformed into shock. Her talent was extraordinary. What need did she have for the Xianshui Dan? I have other uses for it. What is it to you? Yun Ying retorted, rolling her eyes. No worries. Su Sanshi, accept defeat. The Xianshui Dan is yours now. And what you do with it is entirely your business, he said with a hint of nonchalance. All right, quickly hand over those 100 gold soul coins, Yun Ying reminded him. Su Sanshi's expression soured again, and with a heavy heart, he retrieved 100 gold soul coins and handed them over to her before leaving with a dejected wave. Brother Bei, please pass the Xianshui Dan to Hui Yuhao for me, Yun Ying requested, handing the small vial to Bei Bei while she stored the 100 gold soul coins within her heart. I already extorted a Xianshui Dan earlier, so you should keep this one for yourself. Bei Bei realized he had misspoken and quickly corrected himself. You already have one? Yun Ying was taken aback. Based on her fragmented memories of the original storyline, she had thought the Xianshui Dan she had wagered with Su Sanshi was the one Bei Bei had secured for Hui Yuhao. Then Su Sanshi must be on the verge of bankruptcy. Wait, that's not right. He seems to belong to some sect. Well then, I suppose I shall keep it for myself, Yun Ying concluded, placing the Xianshui Dan into her heart. All right, Brother Bei, I shall take my leave now, she declared, preparing to depart. I will accompany you. I'd like to see how Hui Yuhao is doing, Bei Bei smiled. Yun Ying nodded, and the two made their way toward the dormitory building. Chapter 11, Level 30 Hui Yuhao. At the foot of the dormitory, Yun Ying called out to Hui Yuhao, who was being assisted by Wang Dong as he prepared to return to his room. This is from Brother Bei. Yun Ying retrieved a small porcelain vial from her heart and handed it to Hui Yuhao, adding softly, Thank you for your help earlier. Although she could have breached Su Sanshi's defenses without Hui Yuhao's assistance, it would have taken her considerably longer. Nevertheless, gratitude was due, as he had indeed provided aid. No need for thanks, Yun Ying, Hui Yuhao replied hastily, accepting the vial. You should take the medicine inside tonight. It will be immensely beneficial for you, Yun Ying advised before heading upstairs. Hui Yuhao held the vial, watching as Yun Ying's figure vanished up the staircase. A warm sensation washing over him. Enough staring. She's already gone, Wang Dong chided, noticing Hui Yuhao lost in thought. All right, let us hurry back, Hui Yuhao responded. Snapping out of his reverie, Wang Dong rolled his eyes in exasperation, assisting him towards their dormitory, while internally astonished. Despite Hui Yuhao's support, Yun Ying's strength was undeniably formidable. Initially, Wang Dong believed that with his second soul ring, which was a millennium old, he could easily dominate the entire freshman class. But now it seemed that the class leader truly deserved his respect. Following this incident, Wang Dong had already come to acknowledge Yun Ying's capabilities as the class leader, though he remained unaware of this realization. In the dormitory, after finally managing to deal with Xiao Xiao, Yun Ying began her cultivation. Gazing at the Xian Shui Dan within the porcelain vial, she promptly consumed it and then entered a meditative state to assist in refining the medicinal power. Though her talent appeared impressive, who wouldn't he wish to ascend further when faced with the potential for enhancement? After informing Xiao Xiao that some uncomfortable matters might arise, Yun Ying settled into her meditation. As she felt the medicinal power of the Xian Shui Dan washing over her entire being, a sensation of relief enveloped her. Once the medicinal energy was fully refined, Yun Ying opened her eyes. The night sky remained dark outside, and Xiao Xiao continued her meditation in the opposite corner. Yun Ying inhaled deeply, detecting a faint, unpleasant odor. Upon examining herself, she noticed a thin layer of black grime upon her skin. With a sense of distaste, she rose from her seat and hastily left her dormitory to fetch a basin of water to cleanse herself. After refreshing herself, Yun Ying returned to her dormitory to meditate once more. This time, she distinctly felt an acceleration in her cultivation speed, approximately doubling from her previous pace. This improvement was likely attributable to her innate talent. Otherwise, the enhancement would not have been so pronounced. Nevertheless, she was elated by the increase in her cultivation speed. And her soul power had also surpassed level 29. If this continued, she would reach level 30 within 5 days. 4 days later, hunting for a soul ring? Have you truly reached level 30? Zhou Yi exclaimed, astonished at the sight of Yun Ying standing before her. Yes, I just broke through this morning, Yun Ying replied. The 10-year-old soul master standing before Zhou Yi left her profoundly impressed. Not only had Yun Ying, just 4 days prior, advanced 4 grades to challenge Su Sanshur and emerge victorious, but achieving level 30 at such a tender age was unparalleled within the entire Shrek Academy. Moreover, during that day in the battle arena, Zhou Yi had sensed the potential of Yun Ying's fire of plunder martial spirit, which might very well be an ultimate martial spirit. Even if it were not, it was undoubtedly among the finest of weapon spirits. The rapidity with which Yun Ying attained level 30 spoke volumes of her exceptional talent. What is your ideal age range for your third soul ring? Zhou Yi pondered momentarily, realizing that she could accompany Yun Ying to acquire her soul ring. She hoped that after her departure, Wang Yin would be able to maintain order among the students. I hope for a range between 3,000 to 4,000 years. Yun Ying contemplated before responding. 3 to 4,000 years? Zhou Yi hesitated, considering whether that was too ambitious. However, recalling the series of events that had transpired earlier and Yun Ying's consistent top rankings in physical tests, only Wang Dong could rival her. She ultimately refrained from voicing her concerns. Observing Yun Ying's demeanor, it was evident that she had her own plans. Very well, I shall take you to acquire your soul ring this afternoon, Zhou Yi declared. After expressing her gratitude, Yun Ying exited the office. In the afternoon, after exchanging a few words with Wang Yan, Zhou Yi led Yun Ying away from Shrek Academy, heading eastward towards the Douluo Forest. Your requirement for the age of your third soul ring is between 3,000 and 4,000 years. So we shall head directly to the mixed zone in hopes of finding a suitable soul beast, Zhou Yi explained. Yun Ying nodded. In truth, the specific soul beast mattered little to her, as she already understood that her third soul skill would be the passive ability from the third layer of Yun Ying. Therefore, she was content to leave the choice of soul beast entirely to Zhou Yi. With the guidance of Zhou Yi, a 6-ringed soul emperor, the pair reached the Douluo Forest in less than 2 hours. At the same time, Zhou Yi also unleashed her martial soul, the slaughtering feather fan, a formidable soul tool capable of both offense and defense. Yun Ying, gripping her spear blazing fire tightly, followed Zhou Yi's lead safely into the mixed zone. The occasional soul beast that dared approach was swiftly driven away by Zhou Yi. Yun Ying, you must remain vigilant now. The mixed zone is far more perilous than the outskirts, home to far stronger soul beasts, Zhou Yi cautioned softly. After nearly an hour of searching through the forest, they still hadn't encountered a soul beast suitable for Yun Ying. If we don't find one before nightfall, we'll have to spend the night in the Douluo forest. Zhou Yi murmured with concern. They had only brought a single day's worth of provisions, assuming the search would be straightforward. Yet here they were, still empty-handed. Teacher Zhou, look there. Yun Ying suddenly pointed toward a branch in the distance. Zhou Yi turned, her eyes lighting up. Finally, a suitable soul beast had appeared. Zhou Yi immediately signaled Yun Ying to conceal herself, while 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, rose around her, coalescing onto the slaughtering feather fan. She then advanced toward the flame falcon. Judging by its size, this flame falcon is around 200 years old. Known for its devastating offensive power, it would be a perfect match for your soul ring, Zhou Yi explained to Yun Ying. Sensing Zhou Yi's approach, the flame falcon let out a piercing cry. Without hesitation, Zhou Yi activated her 5th soul skill, slaughtering feather cage, ensnaring the beast to prevent its escape. A fierce battle ensued. But as a 6-ringed soul emperor and an experienced instructor from Shrek Academy, Zhou Yi's combat prowess was unmatched. Despite the flame falcon's ferocity, it soon collapsed with a final, agonized screech. Yun Ying, finish it, Zhou Yi commanded. Yun Ying stepped forward, driving blazing fire straight into the flame falcon's skull. With one last cry, the beast perished. A violet soul ring rising from its body. Focus on absorbing it. I'll stand guard. Grateful, Yun Ying nodded and sat cross-legged beside the fallen beast, beginning the absorption process. The task proved arduous. The flame falcon's formidable strength, combined with its lingering resentment, created significant resistance. Watching Yun Ying's furrowed brow and trembling form, Zhou Yi grew uneasy, ready to intervene if necessary. Yet just as the struggle between Yun Ying and the flame falcon's remnants reached its peak, the hovering blazing fire within her spiritual sea erupted with an overwhelming spear intent. Yun Ying felt an inexplicable bond with her weapon strengthened. Empowered by this surge, the vengeful remnants of the flame falcon were purged, and the absorption proceeded smoothly. Outside, Zhou Yi exhaled in relief as Yun Ying's expression gradually relaxed. Soon, the soul ring was fully assimilated, granting Yun Ying her 3rd soul skill, True Intent, Blazing Wildfire. True Intent, Blazing Wildfire, leap into the air, charging for a second before striking down with blazing fire, inflicting burn damage. If the target's cultivation is inferior, the damage doubles. Additionally, she gained a formidable new ability, Spear Intent, Blazing Fire. Spear Intent, Blazing Fire. Each activation of the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd soul skill grants 1 stack of Spear Intent. At 3 stacks, all damage dealt increases by 50. Moreover, her marksmanship had ascended to the level of Gun Intent, and at this moment, Yun Ying and Lu Hua finally achieved a profound mutual understanding. Simultaneously, Yun Ying's soul power reached the 31st level. However, due to the nature of her ultimate martial soul, the rate of her cultivation slowed significantly after reaching the 30th level. Each advancement required considerably more soul power compared to other soul masters, resulting in Yun Ying only elevating her soul power by 1 level. Nevertheless, her current strength was not to be underestimated. Teacher Zhou, I have completed my absorption, Yun Ying stated as she opened her eyes after an hour and a half had passed. Zhou Yi nodded and produced some rations, at which point Yun Ying realized that night had fallen. After they finished their provisions, they prepared to return to Shrek Academy. During this time, Zhou Yi refrained from inquiring about the soul skill Yun Ying had acquired, knowing well that soul skills are a closely guarded secret for every soul master. Furthermore, it was reasonable to assume that a soul skill derived from a 3,200-year-old flame falcon would be nothing short of exceptional. Chapter 12. The assessment approaches 3 months later. Yun Ying's soul power level had surpassed the 33rd level. Influenced by her dedication, Xiao Xiao also began to train diligently, successfully breaking through to the 24th level, placing her among the top tier in the freshman class. Wang Dong seemed genuinely stimulated. Ever since Yun Ying's competition with Su Sanshi, he had taken to meditating daily, significantly reducing his sleep. However, he still failed to reach level 30 within 3 months, currently standing at level 28. As for Hu Yuhao, despite his diligent training and frequent evening sessions, his innate soul power was exceedingly deficient. Even with the aid of Xian Shui Dan and Sheng Hun Dan, he had only achieved the pinnacle of level 15. Today's physical training class was suspended. Zhou Yi stood solemnly at the podium, her aged visage revealing an indifferent demeanor. Yet, Whenever her class commenced, the students below dared not lose focus, attentively absorbing her teachings. 3 months had elapsed since the beginning of the term, and now they faced their first assessment at Shrek Academy. Passing this assessment was essential to officially become first-year students and, consequently, members of Shrek, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. They would remain at Shrek Academy until graduation from the first year. The assessment would commence tomorrow, and today she would brief them on its key points. In a calm voice, Zhou addressed the 67 students before her, her heart brimming with satisfaction. Yun Ying, present. Yun Ying promptly stood to respond. Zhou gestured for her to approach and handed her a stack of papers. Without needing instruction, Yun Ying swiftly distributed them to each student. After the new student assessment, we shall tailor our teaching accordingly. Please write down your future training directions and submit them to me later, Zhou remarked nonchalantly. After distributing the papers, Yun Ying returned to her seat and noted her training direction as a strong assault-type battle soul master, signing her name beneath it. Zhou inscribed the characters for battle on the blackboard and began her explanation. Once she concluded the briefing on the assessment, she proceeded to form groups. Unsurprisingly, one student transitioned to the Soul Guidance Department, and Zhou divided the remaining 66 students into 22 groups of 3. All right, let's begin the grouping, Zhou stated indifferently. Group 1, Yun Ying, Lang Lang, Ziyin. Group 2, Wang Dong, Hui Yuhao, Xiao Xiao. Group 3. After the groupings were completed, Zhou retained Hui Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao, allowing the remaining students to leave. Hello, class leader. I am Long Lang. Greetings, class leader. I am Ziyin. As Yun Ying stood up, she heard voices beside her and turned to see a girl with long black hair and another with purple hair standing behind her desk. Hello. Let us step outside to talk, Yun Ying replied with a smile, and the 3 made their way to a small grove behind the teaching building. You've come to discuss the assessment, haven't you? Yun Ying inquired. Yes, class leader, Ziyin smiled. The assessment begins tomorrow, and I hope we can practice our formation coordination. Very well, let us first discuss your respective martial soul abilities. I will go first. I am a 3-ring strong assault-type battle soul master, and my martial soul is Lu Hua, a long spear of fire attribute, adept at swift advances and direct assaults. Yun Ying explained. My martial soul is Yin, and I am a 2-ring control-type battle soul master. I can slow down opponents and induce a certain degree of blinding effect. Though this effect only applies if their cultivation is inferior to or on par with mine. Otherwise, it merely slows them down, Ziyin added, somewhat resigned. The Yin martial soul is quite unique, yet its initial effectiveness is not pronounced, making it relatively weaker in the first year. However, in the later stages, especially beyond the 7 rings, its true form can be a significant headache for adversaries. I am a support-type soul master, and my martial soul is the Stone of Life. Currently, I possess only 1 soul ring, which provides healing effects for allies, albeit on a single target basis. However, due to my lower cultivation, the effects are not very pronounced, Lang Lang admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed in the presence of her more powerful teammates, especially with Yun Ying being a formidable force capable of challenging beyond her level. All right, Lung Lung, please demonstrate your ability so I can evaluate its effectiveness, Yun Ying instructed. After which, she used Lu Hua to draw a line across her arm. Blood began to flow slowly, staining her fair arm crimson. Lung Lung quickly unleashed her martial soul, revealing a small, entirely green sphere, upon which a yellow soul ring appeared. Instantly, the yellow soul ring radiated bright light, and a similar green glow emitted from the sphere, enveloping Yun Ying's injured arm. The green light pulsed, and within 5 minutes, the wound on Yun Ying's arm was completely healed. Very satisfactory healing effects. And the duration was quite brief, Yun Ying remarked, shaking her arm. Now, let us proceed as follows. Ziyin, unleash your full attack on me, and afterward, I will strategize. Understood, class leader, Ziyin nodded, releasing her martial soul, which manifested as a swirling purple mist, accompanied by 2 floating yellow soul rings. I'm commencing now, class leader, Ziyin declared, her expression serious as she focused intently on Yun Ying. Yun Ying acknowledged her with a nod, simultaneously activating Lu Hua. Smoke chain. Ziyin's first 100-year soul ring radiated brightly, unleashing a denser purple mist that quickly coiled around Yun Ying's waist. Yun Ying felt her feet grow heavy, and a fleeting sensation of darkness washed over her. She surmised this must be the blinding effect. Given her superior cultivation, the impact was minimal. However, it would serve excellently for ambushes in a team battle. Smoke formation. Ziyin then employed her second soul skill, causing a 5-meter diameter of purple mist to rise, which could transform into various shapes, even cutting small gashes into Yun Ying's skin. Does this skill possess defensive capabilities, Ziyin? Yun Ying pondered briefly before asking. It can defend, but its defensive capacity is limited, effective only against opponents of lower or equivalent rank. Ziyin replied after retracting her martial soul. That is still quite formidable. Yun Ying smiled. Now, Lang Lang, please heal me. Wait, you're injured? Long Lang exclaimed, quickly employing her first soul skill as she spoke. Watching the green light flicker over her wound, Yun Ying felt fortunate she hadn't injured her head. Otherwise, the imagined scenario would be quite distressing. Ah, my apologies. Class leader, Ziyin said, taken aback before expressing her regret. It's all right. Accidents are inevitable during experimentation. Besides, isn't Lung Lung providing me with treatment? Yun Ying replied with a smile. Let us settle on this then. Our objective is... Yun Ying blinked her crimson eyes, switching Lu Hua to her left hand while extending her right hand. Victory! Ziyin and Lung Lung placed their right hands on top of Yun Ying's, exclaiming loudly. Chapter 13. The first assessment the following day. After a morning of practice, the trio of Yun Ying, Lung Lung, and Ziyin had developed a greater synergy. The afternoon assessment arrived as scheduled. Aside from the new student class, which had only 22 groups, other classes typically boasted over 30 groups. Ultimately, a total of 310 groups, comprising 930 individuals, participated in the assessment. Of these, only 150 groups would officially become first-year students at Shrek Academy, while the remainder would face elimination. Yun Ying and her companions were assigned to Zone 29. After having lunch and meditating for a while, the trio proceeded to the competition arena. Soon, they found their designated area. Attention all new students. Please proceed to the assessment zone immediately to prepare for the newcomer evaluation. There are only 10 minutes left for entry. Tardiness will result in automatic disqualification. The broadcast echoed throughout the outer academy, and the expressions of the students turned serious. This was their first assessment, and to claim they were not nervous would be disingenuous. Don't worry, just try to relax, Yun Ying remarked, noticing Lung Lung taking out a handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, offering a reassuring smile. Yes, I will, Lung Lung replied with a smile, though it appeared somewhat forced. Indeed, didn't teacher Zhou mention that we could remain until the first-year graduation assessment regardless? Plus, we have our class monitor as support, Ziyin said with a hint of jest. Thank you, class monitor, and thank you, Ziyin, Lung Lung responded, secretly resolving not to hold anyone back. A male teacher, appearing to be around 35 years old, approached Area 29. With glasses perched on his nose and an austere demeanor. He introduced himself. I am Chun Feng, the assessment instructor for Area 29. Now that all members of Group 6 are present, I must emphasize one point. Do not harm your opponents. Otherwise, I will report you to the academy, leading to your expulsion from Shrek Academy. His voice exuded a calm authority, though not loud. His words were etched into the minds of the 6 students in Group 6. After speaking, Chun Feng produced a folder and glanced at it. For the first round of the first assessment, Class 1 newcomers Yun Ying, Ziyin, and Lang Lang will face Class 4 newcomers Wang Hao, Lu Kuan, and Ting Junjie. The 3 from Yun Ying's team exchanged glances before stepping onto the stage. Yun Ying stood at the forefront, with Ziyin 3 paces behind her left and Lung Lung 4 paces behind her. 3 boys approached from the opposing side. Wang Hao, of average height and appearance, positioned himself in the center, flanked by the slightly stout Lu Kuan and the tall Ting Junjie. Once both teams were in place, Chun Feng, expressionless, announced, the assessment begins. In an instant, all 3 participants unleashed their martial souls. Yun Ying wielded a blazing spear, flames swirling at its tip. Ziyin enveloped herself in a veil of smoke, exuding an air of mystery, and Lung Lung summoned the Stone of Life, her gaze piercing as she observed her opponents. With a powerful shout, Lu Kuan's body swelled slightly, and a bronze shield materialized in his right hand, adorned with a yellow soul ring. Wang Hao's martial soul, the Star Plate, a versatile and supportive soul, emerged, accompanied by 200-year soul rings. Ting Junjie wielded a cerulean-long knife, known as the Qingying Dao, adorned with 2-century-old soul rings. Opposing him were 2 formidable soul masters of the second ring, accompanied by a defensive soul master. Such a formidable lineup would undoubtedly be a force to reckon with in any other competition zone. However, they were unfortunate enough to be assigned to the 29th district. where they faced off against Yun Ying and her companions in the very first match. Taking the initiative, Tung Junjie activated his first soul ring, unleashing a swift azure blade of light that hurtled towards Lang Lang, while he charged forward with purpose. Their primary objective was clear: to eliminate the auxiliary soul master, Lung Lung, at the earliest opportunity. Wang Hao also activated his first soul ring, causing the ancient star disk to blaze with a sudden blue radiance, as a streak of starlight shot towards Yun Ying. This was his first soul skill, Star S Radiance, which could incapacitate the opponent with its dazzling effect. In his estimation, Yun Ying would be unable to reach Lang Lang in time to offer assistance. Meanwhile, Lu Kuan stood resolutely with a bronze shield, positioned protectively in front of Wang Hao. With remarkable agility, Zi Yin darted forward, gesturing with her right hand as her second soul ring illuminated. A vast expanse of purple mist erupted forth, enveloping and consuming the streak of starlight entirely. Yun Ying swiftly approached Lang Lang, wielding her blazing weapon to shatter the azure blade's aura. At that very moment, Tung Junjie arrived on the scene. Upon witnessing Yun Ying's feat of breaking the blade's manifestation, Tung Junjie's gaze sharpened, and his second spirit ring illuminated. A cerulean glow emanated from his blue steel blade as he forcefully swung it towards Yun Ying. Undaunted, she adeptly positioned her weapon to block the incoming strike. Subsequently, her first spirit ring radiated brilliantly, unleashing 4 spear blossoms that sent Tung Junjie staggering backward. Following this, Yun Ying executed a sweeping motion that propelled Tung Junjie further away. As the purple smoke thickened, the atmosphere grew increasingly intense. Lu Kuan, possessing only a single soul ring, found himself struggling against the oppressive haze, while Wang Hao alone could not contend with the violet mist. With unwavering determination, Wang Hao's gaze burned bright, his second soul ring ignited, unleashing a cascade of starlight that dispersed the surrounding purple smoke. At that moment, Tung Junjie, who had been flung back, collided with Wang Hao and was subsequently knocked down by the force of his second soul technique, unable to rise again. Yun Ying swiftly rushed forward, her second soul ring glowing with fervor, conjuring 3 crimson spear lights that propelled the trio out of the arena. The Yun Ying team secured a resounding victory. Observing Yun Ying's formidable assault, Chun Feng's calm demeanor momentarily flickered with a hint of surprise before returning to its usual composure. The 4 groups of students below were utterly astonished. The formidable offensive spirit master exhibited an unstoppable momentum throughout the match, leaving an indelible impression with their fierce combat stance and the blazing spear, Luewo. After Yun Ying and her companions concluded their match, they prepared to return and continue their meditation, as each group had only one match for the day. Our class leader is truly remarkable. I feel as though I contributed little, yet still emerged victorious, Ziyin remarked with a smile as they walked back. Yet you single-handedly managed to hold off the other 2, Yun Ying replied with a faint smile. Though I did hold them at bay, they could not overpower me, nor could I do the same to them. Besides, they were merely a defensive spirit master and a control spirit master, lacking in offensive capability. If they were anything like Tung Junjie, I fear I would have been swiftly defeated, Ziyin noted. Indeed, her smoke martial spirit was quite troublesome, however. It possessed a significant drawback in its early stages, a deficiency in offensive power. Relying solely on the second spirit ring's smoke transformation for attacks would prove ineffective against a second-ring defensive spirit master, ultimately resulting in an embarrassing stalemate. Yes, our class leader is incredibly skilled, Lung Lung commented, feeling a pang of disappointment for not contributing in the first match, instead being carried by Yun Ying and Ziyin. This time, our opponents were weak. If we faced a third-ring spirit master, it would have been quite challenging. In that case, I would have to depend on you to heal my injuries, Yun Ying remarked. Indeed, from her perspective, she identified as a high attack, high agility, low health assassin. Engaging a formidable offensive spirit master of the same rank would likely lead to injury. Furthermore, her previous victory over Su Sanshi was aided by Hui Yuhao and was also attributed to Su Sanshi's underestimation, which ultimately led to her success. Chapter 14. Breaking the martial soul fusion technique. Upon returning to their respective dormitories, Yun Ying pushed open the door and discovered that Xiao Xiao had already returned. How did today's assessment go? Yun Ying inquired casually. Well, we won, Xiao Xiao replied with a smile. Wang Dong's martial soul is so beautiful. Wang Dong's martial soul? Yun Ying was taken aback for a moment, then pondered, the goddess of light butterfly? Indeed, it's extraordinarily beautiful, Xiao Xiao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Yun Ying was momentarily speechless and then began her meditation. After recalling Wang Dong's martial soul manifestation, Xiao Xiao also took a moment before commencing her own meditative practice. The remaining hours of the afternoon swiftly passed, and after enjoying dinner together, Yun Ying and Xiao Xiao were once again invited by Ziyin to practice their coordination. By the time their practice concluded, night had already fallen, and Yun Ying finally returned to her dormitory, spending the entire evening immersed in meditation. The following day, Yun Ying rose early, and after breakfast, she, along with Ziyin and Lang Lang, made their way to the competition area. For matches were scheduled for the day, and the 4 opposing teams they faced were generally weaker than the one they encountered the previous day. In the second ring, Yun Ying encountered 4 opponents. Once again, they emerged victorious in all 4 matches, bringing the team's record to 5 wins out of 5 battles. During these 4 competitions, they encountered a formidable opponent whose martial spirit was that of shadows. This opponent could not only manipulate her own shadow, but could also exert brief control over the shadows of her teammates. Consequently, Yun Ying found herself in quite a predicament. Ziyin even sustained injuries due to this. Fortunately, with Long Ling's presence, the wounds were swiftly healed. Ultimately, Yun Ying and her companions emerged victorious. After all, their opponent could not remain concealed in the shadows indefinitely. Once he stepped into the light, he was met with the razor-sharp tip of Lu Hua's gun and the terrifying flames that accompanied it. Following their triumph, the trio engaged in a series of practice sessions to hone their coordination before returning to their dormitory for further cultivation. The night passed in silence. On the third day, Yun Ying and her companions arrived at Zone 29. Having secured the first place in this zone, they remained for the assessment, albeit with a new set of 5 opponents. Due to their outstanding performance, the team from Class 1 was designated as the seed team for the region and was scheduled to compete first. In the 6th round of Zone 29, the first match featured the Class 1 team, led by Yun Ying, against the Class 7 team, led by Huang Chutian. Huang Chutian's team? Yun Ying mused, as a flicker of recognition crossed her mind. Upon taking the stage, she was reminded of the nearly identical blue-haired twin sisters opposing them, who were known for their ability to execute martial soul fusion techniques. Their martial souls appeared to be related to their hair. I am Huang Chutian. To my left is Lan Susu, and to my right is Lan Luoluo. I look forward to your guidance, Huang Chutian stated solemnly. I am Yun Ying. Alongside Ziyin and Lung Lung. We welcome your guidance, Yun Ying replied. The assessment commenced. With a calm demeanor, Chen Feng maintained his serious tone as he observed the unfolding events. Huang Chutian and his companions unleashed their martial souls, and in an instant, his muscles expanded. His height surged to an impressive 1.80 meters. His skin darkened to a hue reminiscent of iron, and his black eyes transformed to a striking yellow. As 200-year-old soul rings rose beneath them, beside Huang Chutian stood 2 twin maidens, each summoning their martial spirits. Their hair rapidly elongated and, with a gentle flick, expanded to span several meters. Beneath their feet, 200-year soul rings materialized. Astonishingly, they formed a team composed entirely of 2 ringed members. Yun Ying and her companions also unleashed their martial spirits. Observing the dancing blue tresses, Yun Ying brandished her blazing fire, enveloped in fiery tendrils, and charged forward with unrestrained fervor. However, Huang Chutian would certainly not allow Yun Ying to succeed. It is evident that both Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo possess martial souls that manifest as hair, while Yun Ying wields the fierce and unparalleled fire attribute. Such a collision would undoubtedly result in devastation. He pounded his chest with fervor and charged towards Yun Ying with determined strides. Observing this, Ziyin swiftly moved forward, activating her first soul ring, which conjured a chain of smoke that ensnared Huang Chutian's waist. Concurrently, an unusual sensation enveloped him, rendering him temporarily blind. Bewildered by his sudden blindness, Huang Chutian flailed his fist in a futile attempt to strike at his surroundings, appearing to onlookers as if he were engaged in a battle of wits with the very air itself. Yun Ying had already rushed before Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo. With a swift motion, the second spirit ring radiated a brilliant light, and 3 crimson spear beams shot forth. The twin sisters promptly unleashed their first spirit skill simultaneously, conjuring an expansive net that enveloped the area. This net, however, was utterly ineffectual against the onslaught of the spear beams from Lu Hua, quickly incinerating into nothingness. On one side, Huang Chutian finally broke through the effects, turning to charge towards Yun Ying as the brilliance of his second spirit ring radiated. Power of the cannon hammer! Huang Chutian shouted, his fists clenched, conjuring a sphere of yellow light that locked onto Yun Ying and shot forth. Just as it was about to close in, Yun Ying pivoted, wielding the Luhua to meet the light sphere with ferocity, simultaneously channeling her spirit energy. The tip of the Luhua erupted with an unimaginable inferno, shattering the yellow sphere. The explosion that followed left Yun Ying with several wounds, yet cold, witnessing this, unleashed her first spirit skill, casting green light upon Yun Ying's injuries, gradually healing the wounds. Huang Chutian was momentarily taken aback, but he gritted his teeth and continued his advance towards Yun Ying. Utilizing the smoke, Ziyin swiftly appeared before Huang Chutian, releasing her second spirit skill. Dense purple smoke billowed forth, enveloping Huang Chutian's towering figure. The purple mist rolled and transformed into various weapons, yet they proved utterly ineffective against the Herculean strength of the iron-boned giant ape. Seeing this, Yun Ying temporarily abandoned her pursuit of the Lan sisters, turning back to hurl the Luhua with tremendous force. The impact caused Huang Chutian to stagger back several steps. Immediately, Yun Ying dashed forward, infusing the Luhua with spirit energy, and delivered a sweeping strike. Meanwhile, Ziyin employed her first spirit skill once more, blinding Huang Chutian. Despite his prior experience allowing him to break free quickly, he was ultimately swept off the arena by Yun Ying. The Lan sisters exchanged resolute glances and embraced tightly. Then, a powerful wave of spirit energy surged forth, enveloping them in a deep blue halo, their crystalline blue hair billowing, sweeping across half the battlefield. What are they doing? Ziyin exclaimed in astonishment. Spirit fusion technique, Yun Ying replied, severing the strands of hair that danced toward her with her first spirit skill. Grasping the Luhua tightly, a purple spirit ring ascended, radiating brilliance. Cold, hit him again. Ziyin, release the smoke and protect cold. Yun Ying commanded, leaping into the air. Raising her spear high, the flames swirling around the tip of the Luhua grew even more terrifying, while the temperature within the arena soared. Gun intent, Luhua. True intent, scorching flames. Bolstered by the gun intent, Luhua, the damage of the Luhua increased by 50%. As Yun Ying completed her charge, a fearsome beam of light descended, forcibly separating the Lan sisters, who had just achieved their spirit fusion technique. Incredible! To single-handedly disrupt the spirit fusion technique, a flicker of brilliance finally danced in Chen Feng's otherwise tranquil gaze, while the Lan sisters, having been separated, immediately succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, the terrifying flames continued to rampage throughout the arena. In the end, Class 1 emerges victorious, Chen Feng announced. Following this match, the participants gained a newfound appreciation for Yun Ying's prowess. In the subsequent 4 contests, Yun Ying and her companions achieved an impressive record of 4 victories, an unstoppable force. Chapter 15. The ethereal white tiger. 3 days have elapsed, and the freshman assessment has finally progressed to the selection of the final 4. Who are we to face next? Ziyin inquired with curiosity. Having recently triumphed over a group of competitors and secured their place among the top 4, the prospect of advancing to the top 2 has piqued her interest regarding their forthcoming adversaries. Apart from the teams led by Dai Huabin and Lu Qingyang, the only remaining contender is the team of Hui Yuhao. After a brief moment of contemplation, she replied, "Wait, Hui Yuhao's team? Isn't that the cultivation fanatic from our class?" Ziyin was taken aback. Whether we will actually face them is still uncertain, Yun Ying replied coolly. Now, it is time for us to take the stage. The trio ascended to the competition platform, where they were met by a male and 2 female opponents. After exchanging names, Yun Ying discovered that they were, in fact, the team led by Dai Huabin, another team possessing a martial soul fusion technique. Yun Ying felt a twinge of frustration. Why are there so many martial soul fusion skills? Due to the semifinals, the rules of the competition were temporarily altered. As the referee concluded his introduction and shouted begin, both sides revealed their martial souls. Dai Huabin launched the first attack, enveloped by the aura of the white tiger martial soul, his physique bursting with muscle, and his dual tiger claws gleaming ominously. Zhu Lu swiftly charged towards Ziyin. Although Ziyin had not stood out in the previous rounds, there was no doubt about her formidable control abilities. Therefore, Zhu Lu decided to eliminate Ziyin first, while completely disregarding Lang Lung, who stood nearby. Chuiji, on the other hand, aided Dai Huabin in attacking Yun Ying, believing that Zhu Lu alone was sufficient to deal with Ziyin. Yun Ying's gaze was frigid as she summoned the blazing flames to block the pair of tiger claws, sparks flying in all directions. Subsequently, her first spirit ring illuminated, unleashing 4 fiery spears that hurtled towards Dai Huabin with terrifying intensity. Dai Huabin's eyes narrowed as he unleashed his first spirit skill, the white tiger protection barrier, yet it proved futile against the overwhelming might of the flames. forcing him back several steps. Without a moment's hesitation, Yun Ying charged towards Chueji, perceiving her as the most troublesome adversary within Dai Huabin's team. Although she was a control-type spirit master, akin to the character Daji in a game, her ability to stun opponents with her skills was exceedingly vexing. Closing in on Chueji, who bore a hint of panic on her countenance, Yun Ying struck with the blazing spear, sending her crashing away. Then, her second spirit ring glimmered, and 3 crimson spear lights shot towards Chueji. However, Dai Huabin arrived just in time, unleashing a torrent of white tiger flame waves towards Yun Ying. Unfazed, she executed a powerful sweep that obliterated the incoming flames mid-flight, shifting her attention to Xian. She noticed Zhu Lu rushing towards her. Xian activated her second spirit skill while retreating into the cover of smoke. And as Chueji narrowly evaded the 3 crimson spear lights, she unleashed her first spirit skill, ensnaring her in a chain of smoke. Chueji, having just escaped a perilous situation, gritted her teeth at Yun Ying. As she prepared to activate her first skill, she was ensnared by Xian's smoke chain, plunging her into temporary blindness, which startled her and prevented her from releasing her skill. Meanwhile, Zhu Lu, realizing her attack had missed, dashed toward Lang Lang. Determined to eliminate at least one opponent, Xian directed the dense purple smoke to wrap around Zhu Lu, creating an overwhelming nuisance, while Lang Lang retreated to the opposite side of the arena. The most frustrating predicament for an assassin is, undoubtedly, the inability to strike their target, especially after having unleashed their skills without success. After shattering the white tiger flame waves, Yun Ying retaliated with 3 crimson spear lights, compelling Dai Huabin to activate his third spirit skill in defense. Seizing this opportunity, Yun Ying eliminated the blinded Chueji from the match. At this juncture, the battlefield was 3 against 2, though excluding Lang Lang, the support spirit master, it effectively remained 2 against 2. Zhu Lu, come! Dai Huabin exclaimed in frustration, repeatedly being repelled as he attempted to assault Yun Ying. His long-range attack was also obliterated, prompting him to abandon his solitary efforts as he called out loudly. Zhu Lu swiftly raced toward Dai Huabin, her speed leaving Yun Ying unable to intervene in time. The two embraced, and an overwhelming surge of spirit energy emanated from them, far surpassing the previous energy from the Lan sisters. A colossal white tiger began to take form. In the stands, Joey stood silently, her expression still stern and unyielding. But internally, she was in turmoil. This was the second time Yun Ying and her team encountered a martial soul fusion skill. Moreover, this time, the underworld white tiger was even more formidable than the heavenly net, being the fusion of a 3-ring and a 2-ring spirit master, both of whom wielded top-tier martial souls. On the stands, aside from the remaining 1/3 of the student audience from the first day, there were also a group of teachers who had no classes. And even Dean Yin Xiaojia personally attended the event, accompanied by Du Weiluan. Initially, Dean Yin was reluctant to come, especially since it was not the finals. However, upon hearing that this competition featured a team possessing the formidable fusion skill of the Netherworld White Tiger and a student endowed with the supreme fire martial soul, he decided to be present at the scene. Previously, I had heard that a student named Yun Ying had shattered the Blue Sisters' martial soul fusion technique, the Celestial Web, with a single strike of her third soul skill. Today, I came to witness this for myself. Gazing at the colossal phantom white tiger, Yun Ying felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth before she composed herself, saying, Lung Long, after you enhance the healing effects for me and Ziyin, you may exit the arena. Ziyin, utilize your second soul skill to distract that white tiger. Nodding in acknowledgement, Long Lang bestowed the healing effects upon Yun Ying and Ziyin before gracefully leaping off the stage. Meanwhile, Ziyin unleashed her second soul skill with all her might, enveloping the area in a dense purple mist that had nearly doubled in intensity and expanded in coverage. This mist transformed into various weapons, launching powerful assaults against the phantom white tiger. Yun Ying exhaled deeply, unleashing her formidable spirit power at level 34. The temperature in the arena surged rapidly, soon surpassing 50 degrees, while the flames clinging to the tip of her lacerating fire lance soared beyond 1,000 degrees and continued to rise. As her third soul ring illuminated, Yun Ying leapt into the air, infusing her attack with the essence of the lacerating fire. However, due to her opponent's overwhelming spirit power, which had surpassed her own, the additional enhancement of her third soul skill did not activate. True intent, wildfire, she shouted as a colossal beam of gunlight materialized, with flames at its tip transforming into an eerie bluish-white hue, unleashing a terrifying heat upon the battlefield. The purple smoke had long been compelled to retreat, unable to withstand the intense heat. The colossal netherworld white tiger raised its claws to strike at Yun Ying, and at that moment, the spear's brilliance finally descended. A tremendous roar echoed, and clouds of smoke billowed upward. Just as Douluo II was about to descend to intervene, he was halted by Yan Xiaozhe. Watch closely. It is not over yet. As Zhou Yi, already gripped by tension, clenched her hands tightly, the outcome of whether Yun Ying could withstand such a formidable explosion remained uncertain. Although she typically maintained a stern demeanor towards her students, deep within, she undoubtedly harbored a genuine affection for them. Even the team of Hui Yuhao, competing on the other side, was affected by the overwhelming roar that echoed through the arena. As the smoke gradually dissipated from the competition grounds, the first figure to emerge was the colossal form of the spectral white tiger, though now it appeared remarkably ethereal, allowing glimpses of the scenery beyond its silhouette. As the smoke dissipated, Yun Ying's figure emerged, albeit in a rather disheveled state. Her complexion was pallid, and her vitality appeared significantly diminished. Her left arm bore a wound, and the intense heat had singed her clothing in places, while several small injuries adorned her body. However, a radiant green light continuously worked to heal her wounds. At that moment, Yun Ying's primary concern was the considerable depletion of her soul power, as the attack from the 3,000-year-old soul ring had drained half of her energy. Compounded by prior exertions, yet fortified by her second soul skill, she felt undaunted. Gazing at the ethereal phantom white tiger, Yun Ying gritted her teeth and swiftly charged forward. Activating her second soul skill, 3 beams of spear light shot toward the white tiger, and she deftly veered to the side to launch her attack. The phantom white tiger raised its paw to shatter the spear beams before turning to swipe at Yun Ying. Her third soul ring flickered to life once more, summoning a massive spear light, although this one was noticeably smaller than the previous. The phantom white tiger let out an enraged roar and leaped towards Yun Ying, simultaneously striking with its claws. The spear light collided with the tiger's form, dissipating it into ethereal fragments, but the claw's assault reached Yun Ying just as feebly, dispersing into motes of light upon contact. Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu descended from midair, with the referee catching them just in time. Both had already succumbed to unconsciousness, having endured the excruciating heat and 2 attacks from the ancient soul ring, an experience far from pleasant. The victors are the newborn class, the team of Yun Ying, the referee announced loudly. As the declaration concluded, Yun Ying could no longer withstand the waves of dizziness overwhelming her and collapsed to the ground. Ziyin and Lang Long hurriedly ascended the stage to carry her away, while Shoei approached them, saying, "Follow me." Thus, Shoei led Ziyin and the unconscious Yun Ying away from the arena. "Dean, look," Douluo spoke up. "Let us designate Yun Ying as a core disciple. And we should cultivate Ziyin as well, include her too." Yan Xiaozhe remarked, turning to leave the stands. "What an extraordinary fire martial soul," he mused to himself. Chapter 16. Champion Yun Ying was escorted to the infirmary by Zhou Yi. After a thorough examination, it was determined that her soul power had been excessively drained. The infirmary staff utilized their martial souls to heal her external injuries. Despite her left arm's clothing being charred, her skin had, in fact, not suffered any serious burns. The notion of a soul master with an extraordinary fire martial soul being scorched by flames was laughable. After resting in the dormitory for an afternoon to recuperate her soul power, Yun Ying rejoined the fray with Ziyin and Lung Long in the afternoon. This time, it is the finals. Although at this moment, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong have acquired the martial soul fusion skill. What could a soul master of approximately level 16 and a great soul master of around level 28 possibly achieve? Furthermore, their cultivation levels are significantly lower than that of Yun Ying, allowing the additional effect of the third soul skill, True Meaning, Wildfire, to be fully activated. Nevertheless, this battle lasted considerably longer than their previous confrontation with the Lan sisters, thanks to Hui Yuhao's nearly invincible spiritual detection. Ultimately, however, Yun Ying and her companions emerged victorious, claiming the championship title. When it was announced that they were the champions, Ziyin and Lang Lang joyfully cheered, which in turn brought a smile to Yun Ying's face. Although the journey was arduous, the outcome was undeniably favorable. On the elevated platform, Zhou Yi, unbeknownst to anyone, had descended and rushed towards them, embodying the carefree spirit of a child despite her usual stern demeanor. Hui Yuhao and his companions stood somewhat despondently to the side, while Wang Dong cast a fierce glare at Yun Ying, for he had been thoroughly overwhelmed by her in the final battle. Not only did he have to fend off direct attacks, but he also had to muster his soul power to withstand the scorching heat, compounded by the presence of Ziyin, a control-type soul master who was a considerable source of annoyance. Even when he and Hui Yuhao resorted to unleashing their martial soul fusion technique, The withering golden path of brilliance, they were abruptly interrupted by Yun Ying's third soul skill. After a brief moment of exhilaration, Zhou Yi noticed the unusual demeanor of Hui Yuhao and his friends and approached them with words of consolation. To her surprise, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong had indeed executed their martial soul fusion technique, and it appeared to possess considerable power, though it paled in comparison to Yun Ying's prowess. The outcome of the finals swiftly spread throughout the outer academy, with Yun Ying being hailed as the strongest newcomer of this iteration. Despite securing second place, Hui Yuhao felt a sense of joy as Zhou Yi's goal of placing within the top 3 had been achieved. Consequently, Hui Yuhao's grilled fish stall took a break once more that evening, inviting Yun Ying, Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, along with Bei Bei and Tang Ye. Upon hearing that Yun Ying would be dining on grilled fish outdoors, Xian pondered for a moment before deciding to join, considering herself a loyal patron of Hui Yuhao's stall. After some contemplation, Yun Ying agreed to bring Xian along. The 7 of them reveled in the delightful grilled fish prepared by Hui Yuhao in the great outdoors. Tang Ye recalled Wang Dong's earlier remarks and inquired whether he still intended to join the Tang sect. Although it was unfortunate not to have claimed the championship in this assessment, Wang Dong ultimately agreed to join. Taking advantage of the moment, Tang Ye seized the opportunity to persuade Xian and Xiao Xiao to join her cause. However, only Xiao Xiao agreed, while Xian stated she needed more time to consider. With the addition of Wang Dong, who had joined earlier, the Tang sect now boasted a total of 5 members, a modest increase in strength. That evening, Tang Ye was undoubtedly the happiest among them. She rejoiced not only in Yun Ying's triumph and Hui Yuhao's second-place finish, but also in successfully recruiting 2 new disciples. After a meal and some light conversation, the 7 of them departed from the wilderness. Morning arrived, bringing with it yet another sun-drenched day. All newly admitted students who had passed the assessments gathered at the Shrek Plaza, awaiting the imminent class assignments. The director of the Martial Soul Department, Douluo II, along with a dozen teachers, stood before the students, among whom Yun Ying recognized Zhou Yi and Wang Yin, as well as Chen Feng. It was well known that the elimination rounds of the new student assessments had concluded, and the top 3 had been determined. Now, I shall officially announce the results and the corresponding rewards, Douluo II declared. In third place, the Dai Huabin team, consisting of Dai Huabin, Zhu Lu, and Cui Yiji. Please step forward. The applause from the students was thunderous, yet the expressions of Dai Huabin and his team were far from cheerful. Not only had they failed to secure first place, but they also fell short of second, a reality that Dai Huabin found difficult to accept. In second place, the Wang Dong team, comprising Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, and Hui Yuhao, please step forward. Upon hearing Douluo I's announcement, Hui Yuhao and his companions were momentarily taken aback, as they had originally registered as the Hui Yuhao team, with Hui Yuhao as the captain. However, under the students' applause, they swiftly stepped forward. Yun Ying cast a glance at Hui Yuhao, letting out a quiet sigh. It seemed that he remained distanced from the core disciples of the Martial Soul Department. Now, let us give the warmest applause to welcome the first place in this assessment, the Yun Ying team, consisting of Yun Ying, Xian, and Lang Lang. The applause roared like thunder as the trio stepped forward, anticipating Douluo I's next instructions. Now, I announce the rewards. The top 3 teams will receive the Academy's unified rewards. Each member may request a soul ring that they can endure at their respective limits, with the Academy's assistance, Douluo I stated. This proclamation elicited gasps of astonishment from the students, as it essentially constituted a commitment from the Academy. The next soul rings for the 9 of them would undoubtedly be limit soul rings. Furthermore, in light of the Yun Ying team's undefeated record during the assessments, the Academy would provide an additional special reward, the details of which would remain confidential until after the class assignments were concluded. Douluo I continued, signaling for Yun Ying and the other 9 to return to their ranks. Immediately thereafter, Douluo I read the list of core disciples, with no exceptions. The names of Yun Ying, Wang Dong, Xian, and Xiao Xiao appeared at the forefront, followed closely by Dai Huabin. Hui Yuhao's name, however, was conspicuously absent. Douluo I then announced other names, including Hui Yuhao, providing an explanation that did little to alleviate the coldness in Hui Yuhao's gaze. After the class assignments were completed, Yun Ying and her companions followed Douluo I to his office, where they received the special reward, the left leg bone of the void magic leopard. As they emerged, Zhou Yi approached leisurely and bestowed upon Yun Ying and her companions yet another soul bone, the arcane soul bone. After the distribution, the void shadow leopard's left leg bone was allocated to Ziyin, while the arcane soul bone was granted to Lung Lung. Yun Ying displayed no desire for either, as in her view, Possessing these soul bones made little difference. Merging them would merely squander a precious soul bone slot. The following day after the class assignments, the students transitioned into their new divisions. Among them, Class 1 of the first year stood out as the strongest, composed of a blend of assault and control-type soul masters. Within this class, elections were held for the positions of class president and vice president, designated for assault and control-type students, respectively. Unsurprisingly, Yun Ying was unanimously elected as class president. Her prowess had been witnessed by all present. If nothing else, her solo dismantling of 3 formidable martial soul fusion techniques left her peers in awe. Moreover, her cultivation level already surpassed that of every other student in Class 1. However, the vice presidential election stirred controversy when Hui Yuhao appeared on the candidate list, sparking dissent among many. Subsequently, Hui Yuhao engaged in a duel with Wu Feng and, aided by the enigmatic gray sphere within his consciousness, emerged victorious. On the 3rd day thereafter, Zhou Yi arrived. Just like in the original text, she swiftly expelled 4 core disciples and invited over 20 students outside to conduct lessons. In the matter of appointing the class leader and the deputy, Zhou Yi directly designated Yun Ying as the class leader and Hui Yuhao as the deputy leader. Ziyan had no objections. Although her cultivation level surpassed that of Hui Yuhao, she acknowledged her lack of the remarkable determination and relentless effort that he possessed. Thus, the issue of positions was resolved with ease. Yun Ying observed Zhou Yi's impressive authority and couldn't help but commend her inwardly. After all, witnessing it firsthand was far more exhilarating than reading about it in a novel. Chapter 17. Heading south 8 months later, the first academic year had swiftly elapsed, bringing with it a month-long vacation. During these 8 months, Yun Ying's cultivation had escalated from the peak of 34 during the freshman assessment to the pinnacle of 39, just a step away from level 40. Though Yun Ying had only advanced 5 levels in this time, such progress was nothing short of extraordinary. Typically, a soul master's cultivation speed diminishes after reaching level 30, and those with exceptional martial souls experience even more pronounced slowdowns. Thus, her achievement of breaking through 5 levels in 8 months was exceedingly rare, especially considering she was merely around 11 years of age. The following morning, Yun Ying and Xiao Xiao entered the classroom together. As Zhou Yi and Wang Yin entered the classroom, the previously raucous atmosphere fell into a sudden hush. Although the official holiday commenced the following day, none wished to provoke the formidable teacher at such a pivotal moment. After all, should she misinterpret a gesture, punishment would be the least of their worries. Wang Yin ascended the podium while Zhou Yi settled into an unoccupied chair at the back of the room. Dear students, today marks your final day in the 1st grade. The school has not assigned any academic tasks, so I will share a few words before you may return home to prepare for the break, Wang Yin announced. Upon hearing this, the students, regardless of Zhou Yi's presence, erupted into jubilant cheers. After all, who would not long to reunite with their families? Of course, there were exceptions, such as Yun Ying and Hui Yuhao. Wang Yin proceeded to discuss the upcoming assessment following the holiday, but when he mentioned a class evaluation, the previously excited expressions of the students froze. Particularly for those of higher cultivation, confusion reigned, for they believed they could easily pass the advancement assessment. Why then, was there a need for a class evaluation? It seemed that no matter how well they performed, the specter of failure loomed ominously. Once he concluded his remarks, Wang Yin declared the class dismissed, prompting the students to vacate the room at an astonishing pace. Yun Ying, Hui Yuhao, Ziyin, and Wang Dong, please stay behind, Zhou Yi instructed. The 4 remained, awaiting Zhou Yi's next directive. What are your thoughts on Mr. Wang's earlier speech? Zhou Yi inquired with a hint of indifference. What else is there? We must simply strive to do our best, Wang Dong replied with a wry smile. Hui Yuhao quickly nodded in agreement. Wang Yin chuckled. However, over the next month, you must exert yourselves diligently. Yun Ying, your 4th ring, and Hui Yuhao, your 2nd ring. There are no issues, I trust? No issues, Yun Ying affirmed, confident that she alone could secure a commendable soul ring, albeit with some additional effort and time required. Hui Yuhao, wary of further questioning, echoed her sentiment. Excellent. Approximately 10 days before the new term, Mr. Wang and I should receive the assessment details, so those of you who can return early should do so, Zhou Yi continued. Rest assured, Teacher Zhou, I will be back without fail, Ziyin assured her. After bidding farewell to Zhou Yi and Wang Yin that evening, Hui Yuhao's intent to prepare a communal feast of grilled fish materialized. He invited He Kaitu, Yun Ying, Wang Dong, Ziyin, and several others to indulge in the delightful meal together. On another clear morning, after saying goodbye to Xiao Xiao, Yun Ying departed from Shrek Academy alone. As she watched the city gradually fade from view, an inexplicable feeling washed over her. After all, in this world, she considered herself somewhat of an orphan. Since when did I become so sentimental? She mused with a self-deprecating smile, regaining her composure as she continued down the path ahead. For days later, at the border of the Heavenly Soul Empire, in a quaint town, Yun Ying strolled along the cobblestone streets, admiring the quaint architecture that echoed the ancient towns she had visited before her journey began. The town, though small, boasted a variety of shops, including general stores, tea houses, and eateries, bustling with activity. To Yun Ying's eyes, the streets were teeming with people, though most were mere commoners, their soul power scant despite their awakened martial spirits. Still, they fared better than those who labored, as they generally operated their establishments to some degree. Yun Ying had just arrived in this town earlier that morning, and it was said that approximately 20 kilometers south lay the border city of Dunning. The town lacked the presence of formidable soul masters from the Heavenly Soul Empire, with only a handful of ordinary soldiers stationed there. However, entering Dunning would signify a transition into the heart of the Heavenly Soul Empire, where defenses were far more stringent. Despite the absence of substantial military presence in the town, it had remained peaceful for decades, leading the station's soldiers to grow complacent in their vigilance. Yun Ying entered a roadside inn, securing a room for the night, as this border town, perched on the edge of the Tiando Empire, attracted numerous travelers, thus prompting the establishment of various lodgings. According to her plan, she decided to take a brief respite here before continuing her journey southward, feeling unencumbered by any attachments. As long as she could return to Shrek Academy within a month, the destination mattered little. After securing a room, Yun Ying entered to meditate and cultivate her skills. She practiced diligently until dusk before descending to the inn's common area to procure a meal. Arriving at a nearby establishment named Broken Bridge Donkey Meat, she couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity with the name. However, the donkey meat inside proved to be quite delectable, tender and flavorful, complemented by excellent sauces, all for a reasonable price of 7 copper soul coins. This alone made Yun Ying consider lingering there indefinitely, as her reserves of gold soul coins were ample. Yet, she recognized that such thoughts were fleeting. Remaining in one place was not an option for her. While indulging in the donkey meat, she noticed 3 peculiar individuals, shrouded in black cloaks that cascaded down to their heels, their hoods firmly in place even as they partook of their meal. Such sights were not unfamiliar to Yun Ying. Having encountered numerous cosplayers at conventions prior to her journey, often clad in similar attire, one in red and the others in black. After a few glances, she returned her focus to her meal, and once she finished, she returned to her room to continue her cultivation. Unbeknownst to her, a fierce battle was on the horizon. Chapter 18. The Evil Soul Master. As night fell, Yun Ying, seated cross-legged on her bed, sensed 3 formidable waves of soul power emanating from a distance. Instinctively, she opened her eyes and rose to the window. At the far western edge of the small town, multicolored soul rings flickered with brilliance, standing out strikingly against the dark night. Occasionally, the sound of clashing metal resonates, interspersed with the echoes of explosions. The soul rings, which have endured through decades, centuries, millennia, and even eons, flicker intermittently, followed by a cacophony of noise. Contemplating by the window, Yun Ying suddenly recalls the 3 individuals she observed this afternoon at the donkey meat restaurant. However, this observation seems incongruous. The trio donned identical attire, unmistakably indicating their affiliation as a group. Yet, at this moment, only 3 distinct fluctuations of soul power are detected. This suggests either an internal conflict among them or a scenario where 2 are confronting a third party, possibly an innocent bystander. After all, this quaint town can indeed be regarded as a prime tourist destination, and the presence of formidable soul masters passing through cannot be entirely dismissed. In the event that the latter scenario holds true, a third individual, upon realizing this, Yun Ying hastily leaped from the window to the ground, simultaneously striving to suppress her presence to the utmost extent. Seizing the opportunity while the 3 were still engaged in combat, she fled towards the easternmost direction. Shortly after Yun Ying departed, the room she occupied was violently breached, leaving a gaping wound in its structure. The furnishings were severed in twain, and a figure cloaked entirely in black entered. No one? The figure mused, surprised. Have they fled? Well, let them escape. They pose no significant threat. With a chilling, sinister laugh, the cloaked figure waved a hand, and a blood-red blade of light cleaved the floor in half, seemingly pleased with this grim handiwork. The shadow then leapt towards the 3rd floor, leaving behind a scene of dismembered bodies and flowing blood scattered throughout the rooms. Scoundrels! You vile soul masters! A figure engaged in combat with two others caught sight of this scene, fury igniting within him. You heartless wretches! Humph! Let us not speak of our morals. Do you consider yourself righteous? As he spoke, blood insects erupted from one of the assailant's sleeves, surging towards the speaker. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Blood Tumor, the one who shall personally end you. A grotesque laugh escaped Blood Tumor's lips. To kill me? It shall not be so simple. The black-clad figure's sixth soul ring ignited, and a white halo expanded violently, repelling the blood insects that assailed him. At the very least, I, Li Qing, am a title Douluo. Title Douluo? Li Qing? Ha ha. Blood Tumor's laughter grew more manic. You are merely a rank 91 title Douluo. With our 2 rank 87 soul Douluo, and 1 rank 86 soul Douluo. Do you believe you can escape? 3 soul Douluo. And with Blood Tumor present, Li Qing's heart sank at this realization. The notorious Blood Tumor alone was a formidable adversary. And now there were 3 soul Douluo, all of whom were malevolent soul masters. Generally, such groups operated with 5 or more members. Who knew if others lurked in the shadows? Li Qing sensed the gravity of the situation. As a title Douluo of the Douluo Empire, he had embarked on this journey for a secret mission. Yet, unexpectedly, he found himself beset by 3 soul master-level adversaries, clutching the storage ring containing a 9th-grade soul guide. He lamented its lack of combat capability, especially as it was currently in use. He had already ruined 2 or 3 8th-grade soul guides and lost several soul guide shells in the process, not to mention countless 7th-grade and below soul guides. The losses were indeed considerable. Yet now, unexpectedly thwarted by others, how could he possibly endure this? At worst, he could perish alongside his adversaries. After all, within his storage ring lay 2 8th-level soul-guided artillery shells and 3 7th-level ones, sufficient to obliterate the 3 malevolent soul masters. However, resorting to such drastic measures would undoubtedly lead to his own demise. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, Li Qing would refrain from employing this approach. Yet, the unfolding events often transpired beyond human anticipation, albeit within the realm of reason. After a grueling struggle, Li Qing indeed found himself confronted by 2 additional soul saints emerging from the shadows, coupled with the earlier arrival of a soul Douluo. Now, Li Qing stood alone against 3 formidable soul Douluo and 2 soul saints. Damn it, I can no longer afford to hesitate. Perhaps someone will witness this. Li Qing gritted his teeth, a flicker of hope lingering within him, as he released the restrictions of his storage ring, yearning that after his demise, the flare he launched would be seen by the people of the Douluo Empire, prompting their timely assistance and enabling the retrieval of the storage ring. Consequently, he released a signal flare, followed by the ruthless discharge of the 2 8th-level soul-guided artillery shells and 2 7th-level shells, directly triggering the self-destruct mechanism within. Not good. Stop him. Blood Tumor exclaimed in alarm, rushing forward, while the remaining 4 desperately attempted to intervene. Only now do they seek to halt it? Too late. Li Qing laughed ferociously. Let us all perish together, malevolent soul masters. A cataclysmic explosion erupted, illuminating the pitch-black night sky with a brilliant white light. Simultaneously, the troops of Dune City swiftly mobilized, with several soul masters appearing, prepared to investigate the source of the explosive sound. Having long since fled, Yun Ying concealed herself in a tree, observing the luminous orb that illuminated the night sky as if it were day dissipate into the ether. Excellent. The moment has arrived. Yun Ying clapped her hands, summoning a flicker of fire, her eyes glinting with a hint of exhilaration, before swiftly darting towards the small town. As for Yun Ying's intentions, well, naturally, she was on a quest to gather her belongings. Now, regarding the Douluo Empire, specifically Jingyan City, as one of the principal cities along the borders of the Douluo Empire, it may not be among the most prominent urban centers, yet its geographical significance renders it exceedingly vital. Consequently, the Douluo Empire places immense importance on this city, with at least 1 soul master of the soul sovereign level assigned to duty each night. Moreover, the city of Jingyan is home to a soul saint-level soul master, underscoring the significance the Douluo Empire places on it. A 4-ringed soul master, stationed at the border, stood idly atop the city walls, contemplating the intricacies of life while gazing at the nightscape. Suddenly, he noticed a distinct burst of light in the distance, emanating from a specially designed signal flare of the Douluo Empire, followed by a resounding explosion. Alarmed, he realized that someone from the Douluo Empire was in peril. Panic surged within him as he rushed into the city tower to awaken a soldier who had been blissfully slumbering. urging him to relay the message to the Lord's residence. A distress signal had been issued by an individual from the Douluo Empire. He implored for immediate military assistance. The soldier, initially irritated by the abrupt awakening, quickly regained his composure upon hearing the urgent message. "Understood," he exclaimed, hastening towards the Lord's residence. Meanwhile, the Soul Master swiftly descended the city wall, making his way towards the source of the explosion. Upon returning to the town, Yun Ying was profoundly astonished by the scene before her. The entire town lay in ruins, utterly devastated, with only faint remnants of what once resembled houses. Scattered debris and traces of blood marred the landscape, and the 6 individuals who had previously engaged in battle were now reduced to mere bones. The surrounding trees had long been decimated, leaving only a handful standing. It seemed that there was nothing of interest left. Yun Ying, feeling somewhat disheartened, was about to depart when she suddenly caught sight of something protruding from the center of the pit. Upon retrieving it and examining it under the flickering flames, she discovered it to be a storage ring. Moreover, what is most absurd is that when Yun Ying attempted to probe the contents within, she astonishingly discovered that her mental force encountered no barriers, revealing a comprehensive view of the storage ring. Inside, there were over 10 soul-guiding devices, albeit the majority were rather rudimentary. Additionally, a heap of gold soul coins lay amassed, and in a corner, Yun Ying also found a peculiar small circular platform, seemingly covered by some object. The remainder consisted of mere trifles. Was this individual a fool, unaware of the need for restrictions? Or had they simply forgotten to secure it? Yun Ying felt utterly bewildered. Could it be that this was merely a trap? She sensed she had stumbled upon a critical insight and promptly surveyed her surroundings with heightened vigilance. However, all was eerily silent, save for the whisper of the wind that continued to blow. She dismissed her concerns and resolved to depart hastily. A sense of unease enveloped her, particularly given that an explosion had recently occurred here, undoubtedly claiming the lives of those in the nearby town. Amidst the remnants scattered here and there, and the bloodstains that marred the ground, an aura of dread enveloped the dark night. Cautiously surveying her surroundings once more, Yun Ying was about to summon her soul energy when she sensed a formidable wave of soul power approaching, startling her. A sudden cough pierced the silence, and from beneath the rubble emerged a figure, Blood Lump. However, this time, Blood Lump appeared in a dire state. One arm had been blasted away, and his chest was a gruesome sight, a grotesque mass of flesh and blood. His clothing was tattered, and several tufts of his hair had been singed away, rendering him an absurd sight. Yet, Yun Ying remained vigilant, observing as Blood Lump coughed up blood and staggered in an attempt to rise, while she restrained her own presence and quietly retreated. As for the notion of vanquishing Blood Lump, Yun Ying deemed herself lacking the prowess for such a feat, especially since an 8th ring soul Douluo was not to be trifled with. She might endanger her own life in the process. Li Qing, Blood Lump slowly uttered, his eyes glinting with malice. Li Qing, ah. Witnessing Blood Lump's frenzied demeanor, Yun Ying swiftly turned and fled. Did you think I was dead? Ugh, cough. Blood Lump roared in fury, subsequently expelling another mouthful of blood. That fellow? Watching Yun Ying's retreating figure, Blood Lump let out a sinister laugh, transforming into a blood worm in pursuit, only to be abruptly interrupted by a sudden attack. Who? Blood Lump. A newly arrived soul saint seethed with rage, glaring at the notorious Blood Lump, gritting his teeth in fury. Clearly, upon witnessing the devastation surrounding him, he had deemed Blood Lump the culprit. As for Yun Ying, consumed by anger, he had momentarily overlooked her departure. Given that Blood Lump was evidently in a severely injured state, it was only fitting to punish a drowning rat. The Soul Saint unleashed his martial soul's true form, hurling all manner of aggressive soul techniques at Blood Lump as if they were devoid of soul energy. Poor Blood Lump, caught unawares, was swiftly overwhelmed and dispatched by this barrage of soul techniques. "I am unwilling," he croaked, his eyes bulging, voicing his final protest before collapsing to the ground. Lifeless, the soldiers of the Heavenly Soul Empire, who arrived later, stood in speechless silence as they beheld the desolation before them. "Who are you?" The Soul Saint, still seething with anger, cast a disdainful glance at the soldiers of the Heavenly Soul Empire. "Esteemed Soul Master, we are the soldiers stationed in Dunning City, dispatched to ascertain what has transpired here," the captain of the group quickly replied. The Soul Saint waved his hand dismissively, his gaze icy as it followed the direction in which Yun Ying had departed towards the Douluo forest. "There is still a fish that slipped through the net. Humph. I shall see how long you can keep evading." Chapter 19. The Escape. What shall we do? The Soul Master who had hurried over inquired of the Soul Saint. Lin Tian. An evil soul master has slaughtered my people from the star Luo Empire, Lin Tian replied, his eyes ablaze with fury. With the blood fiend dead and another foe escaped, he commanded, pursue. The soul master immediately complied, racing after Yun Ying's retreating figure. The captain of the Heavenly Soul Empire soldiers, observing Lin Tian's murderous intent, felt a tinge of trepidation. After all, this was a figure of the seven-ring soul saint level. Even if he were to be slain here, it was likely that the royal family of the Heavenly Soul Empire would remain indifferent. My men were killed within your territory. Now, take me to your city lord for an explanation. Lin Tian glanced at the captain, releasing his soul power pressure, and spoke with a calm demeanor. Yes. The captain stammered. You all follow closely. It would be best to leave some alive, Lin Tian instructed. Turning to the two recently arrived Soul Kings and a Soul Emperor before departing with the soldiers towards Dunning City. As Lin Tian left, the three remaining figures exchanged glances, then hastily made their way toward the Douluo forest. Is someone pursuing? Yun Ying leaped through the forest, sensing a power behind her that was slightly stronger than her own. Turning her head, she saw a man, approximately 35 years old, chasing her. Flanked by 4 soul rings glowing in hues of yellow and purple. Only 4 rings? How presumptuous. Yun Ying thought disdainfully. As she was on the cusp of reaching level 40, facing a soul master, she believed herself to be more than a match. Let us see then. Yun Ying propelled herself off a tree, charging toward the soul master, wielding her spear, the blazing fire, which unleashed a crimson beam that caught him off guard. You dare to counterattack? The soul master thought in astonishment. Given that both were using soul power to navigate, he had deduced from her aura that she could only be around level 40. If that is the case, do not blame me. With a flourish of his right hand, a sword of iron appeared, his martial soul known as the Iron Longsword, cultivated to level 46 thanks to his innate soul power of level 4. However, at 39 years of age, his chances of further advancement were dwindling. With his second soul ring activated, a gray glow enveloped the Iron Longsword, as he swung it to unleash a gray sword light that collided with the crimson beam. To his shock, the gray sword light was shattered almost instantaneously. In a moment of desperation, he resorted to his third soul skill, the sword chi light slash. Could this woman actually be at the 5-ring Soul King level? He pondered. His previous arrogance replaced with a newfound seriousness. Seeing the soul master break through her attack, Yun Ying smiled faintly, realizing that her pursuer was not as formidable as she had feared. Now mere paces away from him, she lightly stepped in midair, then executed a sweeping strike with the blazing fire. The soul master raised his iron longsword to defend, yet was still sent flying, coughing up blood. More are coming? Sensing 2 powerful soul auras approaching, Yun Ying felt a surge of irritation. She swiftly dealt the fallen soul master a second soul technique before disregarding the 3 incoming beams and hastily fled. After Yun Ying's departure, 2 soul emperors arrived just in time to witness the tragic state of the soul master on the ground. One stepped forward and asked, "What of the escaped target?" "She has already fled, my lords," the soul master replied with a distressed expression. Having swiftly vacated this perilous location, Yun Ying traversed the small forest and crossed the plains. Arriving at the entrance of the Douluo forest, gazing at the sign that read Douluo forest ahead, she felt an inexplicable sense of nostalgia. The Douluo forest marked the inception of her dreams in this world of Douluo. From the heart of the blazing fire, she extracted a storage ring, musing that the one named Li Qing could never have imagined that the precious item he fought so hard to acquire would be intercepted, forcing him to release a signal flare to lift the restrictions, ultimately benefiting her. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to anger in the depths below. Taking out the divine sealing platform, Yun Ying examined it closely. Overall, it appeared to be an unremarkable object. However, the entity sealed within was far from ordinary, a fetus. This conclusion dawned on her as she compared it with everything else in her mind. Wait, a fetus? Sealed? Yun Ying was suddenly taken aback. Could this be the embryo of the Snow Emperor? As she gazed at the white and deep blue embryo within, she felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. It was no wonder a tidal Douluo had been tasked with its transport, nor why 3 soul Douluos and 2 soul saints had sought to seize it. The pursuit was all due to the Snow Emperor's embryo. Considering this, it seemed that fortune had smiled upon her. Yun Ying's expression turned complex as she looked at the divine sealing platform and the Snow Emperor's embryo, feeling a headache coming on. Her attribute was the ultimate fire. Yet here she was with the ultimate ice of the Snow Emperor. Moreover, she had no knowledge of soul tools, and now she was unsure how to activate the divine sealing platform. Perhaps she could return to Shrek Academy and consult Hui Yuhao for assistance. After careful contemplation, Yun Ying felt it best to keep the items for herself, although this was a significant opportunity for Hui Yuhao in the original tale. Now that it had fallen into her hands, it was no longer his destiny. After examining the platform for a while, she decided to stow it within the heart of the blazing fire. While the Snow Emperor's embryo was indeed valuable, she lacked the capability to safeguard it. And who knew how long it would take for the Snow Emperor to grow on its own? Acquiring such an item, yet unable to utilize it, immediately left Yun Ying feeling a twinge of frustration. However, her gaze was soon drawn to the other items within the ring. Amongst various soul tools, she noted a substantial pile of golden soul coins. A quick count revealed approximately 12,000 coins, prompting another reflection on the wealth of a titled Douluo. Recalling her days working at Shrek Academy, where she earned at most 5 or 6 silver soul coins for her efforts, she realized how arduous and tiring that was. Now, having seized a fortune in one fell swoop, she mused, robbery does have its merits. Much like gambling in my past life, one moment you are impoverished, and the next, you soar to wealth. Is this robbery not akin to such? Once impoverished, once affluent, once imprisoned. The pressing concern now is to ascertain her safety. Yun Ying glanced at the sky. Dawn was approaching. Surveying her surroundings, she stepped into the Douluo forest. Chapter 20. The Fourth Soul Ring. As she slowly entered the Douluo forest, observing the surrounding trees, Yun Ying was filled with myriad emotions. A year ago, it was here that she encountered the protagonists, Hui Yuhao and Bei Bei, as well as Tangya. Over the course of the year, she had enrolled in Shrek Academy, progressing from the initial 2 rings to her current pinnacle of 39 levels, reaping substantial gains in her journey. As the morning sun rose, she found a tree, agilely climbed up, and sat cross-legged on a sturdy branch to continue her meditation. Yun Ying aimed to break through to level 40 as soon as possible. For her 4th soul ring required a powerful soul beast, at least one over 6,000 years old. As for a 10,000-year soul beast, she had contemplated it. But given her current cultivation, it posed a considerable challenge, albeit not an impossible one, if the soul beast were somewhat foolish. However, this possibility was slim, as 10,000-year soul beasts had already developed intelligence. While their abilities were certainly inferior to humans, they possessed the capacity for thought. 2 days later, Yun Ying successfully broke through to level 40. Her soul power became even more substantial. Furthermore, after reaching level 40, the amount of soul power required for subsequent breakthroughs increased significantly, demanding more time. Yun Ying estimated that, barring any fortuitous encounters, she would require at least 2 more years to reach level 50. Despite the slow pace of her cultivation, it must be noted that she was only 11.5 years old. In 2 years, she would be around 13.5. Even if she played while cultivating, she was confident she could reach level 50 and become a soul king by the age of 14. Now, it was time to seek a soul beast. Yun Ying inspected her provisions in the heart of the blaze. She could survive in the Douluo forest for approximately 10 more days. With only 7 days of vacation elapsed, by then, even if she ran out of supplies, she could hunt for food herself. After all, she was in the Douluo forest. Although she lacked Hui Yuhao's culinary skills and could not grill fish, simple barbecuing was within her capabilities, albeit without seasoning. She would have to eat the meat plain. Continuing deeper into the Douluo forest, Yun Ying encountered numerous soul beasts along the way, mostly century-old ones, with the most formidable being around 2,000 years old, all easily dispatched given her current strength. As she delved further, the surroundings grew eerily quiet. Even the birdsong had vanished. In such circumstances, even a fool could sense something was amiss. Yun Ying tightened her grip on the blaze and leapt into the air, landing on a nearby branch, vigilantly scanning her surroundings. Logically, even deep within the mixed regions of the Douluo forest, there should be some sounds. Moreover, during her recent passage, she had not encountered any soul beasts, unless she had entered the territory of a powerful soul beast or there was a particularly formidable one nearby. Lost in thought, a shadow suddenly appeared, startling Yun Ying. She quickly raised her spear in defense, but was still sent flying 5 meters away. Regaining her balance in midair, she propelled herself off the ground, sweeping her spear at the approaching shadow, momentarily halting its advance. Following that, she attempted to strike again, but the shadow swiftly evaded her, denying her a second chance. In that instant, Yun Ying discerned the true form of the shadow, a gigantic crimson python, its red eyes glinting with murderous intent as it fixated on her. Is this the blazing serpent? Yun Ying recalled the information she had encountered in her textbooks. Combining that knowledge with the creature's appearance, she gasped in astonishment. This serpent appeared to be around 9,000 years old, perfect for a soul ring, albeit a challenging opponent. Truth be told, the blazing serpent suited her well, both in attack and speed, and it shared her affinity for fire. However, capturing it was a daunting prospect, leaving her with little confidence in her ability to subdue it. Nevertheless, she resolved to test her mettle. A spark of determination ignited in her eyes as she thrust her spear, only to have it deftly avoided. Yun Ying leapt once more, bringing her spear down with force. The blazing serpent retaliated with a powerful tail swipe, and their strikes collided. Yun Ying staggered momentarily but managed to maintain her footing, while the serpent only retreated a couple of meters. Hiss. The blazing serpent was clearly agitated. In its existence, no one had managed to repel it so. It roared fiercely, unleashing a torrent of flames toward Yun Ying. Resolute, she unleashed her first soul skill, shattering the inferno. However, the blazing serpent, undeterred by its thwarted attack, charged again, tail poised to strike. Fortunately, Yun Ying had a 30% damage reduction effect active, allowing her to withstand the blow. With unwavering focus, she activated her second soul skill, delivering 3 piercing thrusts at close range into the serpent's body. Despite the blazing serpent's commendable attack and speed, it could not escape the reality of its own fragility. The 3 thrusts pierced through, creating gaping wounds, and the searing heat of her flames penetrated deep into its flesh, igniting it from within. Infuriated by the assault, the blazing serpent lashed out indiscriminately, pushing Yun Ying back several meters. A swift resolution was necessary. Once more, she unleashed her second soul skill, and her third soul ring illuminated, a massive crimson spear of light materializing. With precision, she targeted the serpent's vital spot. Fully aware of the adage, strike the snake at its heart. After enduring 3 more thrusts, followed by a decisive blow, the blazing serpent was forcefully driven into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Yet, being a high-aged soul beast, it remained tenaciously alive, attempting another counterattack. However, this time would not be so simple. To prevent another ambush, Yun Ying hurled her spear, piercing the serpent's body and pinning it into a deep pit, this time targeting its vital spot. The blazing serpent writhed in agony, its fiery essence tormenting it mercilessly. Now, it is time for you to depart. Yun Ying drew forth a small dagger, poised to plunge it into the serpent's brain. Suddenly, a crimson beam shot forth, grazing her left hand and leaving a trail of blood. Does it still possess a final strike? Yun Ying was bewildered. This contradicted what she had learned in class. Logically, a blazing serpent under 10,000 years should not wield such a soul skill. Could it possibly be a 10,000-year beast? As she pondered, the blazing serpent, dragging its battered body, attempted to flee into the distance. You think you can escape? Yun Ying found the situation somewhat amusing. With a final desperate effort, she swiftly positioned herself before the Inferno Python and unleashed her third soul skill, releasing a brilliant crimson spear of light that struck fiercely at the serpent's head. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching cry and a spurt of blood, the Inferno Python succumbed to its agony, and a dark soul ring emerged, pulsating rhythmically. Was this truly it? A 10,000-year soul ring? Yun Ying scrutinized the ring, its inky darkness captivating. She then settled into a cross-legged position to commence absorption. As for whether anyone would protect her, the Inferno Python had certainly lingered in this area for more than a day, its reputation undoubtedly spreading throughout the vicinity. Thus, she felt secure until its body was discovered. Chapter 21. The bounty. During the absorption process, a powerful resentment surged towards Yun Ying's mind. She scoffed, resisting the malevolent force and continuing her endeavor. How laughable. You couldn't defeat me in life, yet you believe you stand a chance in death? 3 hours later, Yun Ying opened her crimson eyes, feeling the surge of soul power within her, a smile gracing her lips. Level 41, splendid. She summoned her martial spirit, Blaze, which appeared to have grown longer, measuring approximately 1.5 meters. Considering her own height was merely around 1.63 meters, perhaps a maximum of 1.65 meters. It was quite peculiar that her martial spirit now exceeded her own stature. Was this reasonable? Yun Ying gazed at Blaze in disbelief. But she also noticed that the flames enveloping it had thickened notably, and the temperature had risen considerably. With a few casual swings, crimson spears of light sliced through the air, now more solid and possessing significantly enhanced penetrating power. It was roughly estimated that soul masters below level 50 would stand little chance against her, and even those above 50 could be defeated, though facing a 6-ring soul emperor would present a challenge. Of course, this did not exclude the possibility of those soul masters wielding soul guiding devices. Contemplating the soul-guiding devices made Yun Ying feel a twinge of discomfort. Why couldn't these soul masters diligently develop their soul power instead of resorting to such devices, which blurred the lines of attack and defense? Sometimes, just as she was about to triumph over a defensive soul master, they would smirk and pull out a soul-guiding cannon, leaving her disoriented and defeated. Such scenarios were frustrating for anyone involved. Thus, was this the emergence of the so-called scientific side, undermining the mystique of the arcane? Since her enrollment, Yun Ying had only used soul-guiding devices 3 times, 2 of which were enthusiastically suggested by Hui Yuhao after their creation. After utilizing an offensive soul-guiding device, she found it rather uncomfortable and ceased its use. Whether before or after her transmigration, Yun Ying firmly believed that true strength stemmed from oneself. While external aids like soul-guiding devices might be useful temporarily, they could not guarantee enduring power. Ultimately, one's own strength was the only true measure of might. However, despite her ineptitude with offensive soul-guiding devices, she found herself more accepting of those designed for support and defense. After all, they did not require the same level of combat skill to wield effectively. Throughout the entire academic year, Yun Ying exhibited little interest in aggressive soul-guiding devices. Yet she still needed to attend the lectures on the knowledge of these instruments. This left Joey quite perplexed. Firstly, Yun Ying, being the most gifted student she had ever taught, remained indifferent in the face of the burgeoning trend of soul-guiding device development. Secondly, Joey harbored hopes that Yun Ying could develop in a well-rounded manner, much like Hui Yuhao. Upon hearing Zhou Yi's guidance, Yun Ying appeared to humbly accept the advice, professing her commitment to becoming a well-rounded talent through diligent study, only to promptly disregard the matter entirely thereafter. However, Yun Ying's innate aptitude for martial souls was truly exceptional. Over the course of the academic year, she independently devised 2 soul techniques. One involved displacement, accumulating soul power during the process before delivering a formidable strike upon completion, reminiscent of Han Xian's second skill. The other entailed an advanced refinement of her second soul technique, evolving from 3 consecutive spear thrusts to a rapid sequence of 5, each capable of restoring 2 units of soul power, totaling 10. After accounting for the expenditure, this yielded a net gain of 8 units, significantly surpassing the efficacy of her original second soul technique, comparable to Zhao Yun's second skill. Moreover, the names for both techniques have been thoughtfully conceived, the first being the battle of no retreat and the second the spear that breaks the clouds. Occasionally, Joey finds herself pondering whether Yun Ying's extraordinary talent in martial spirits has overshadowed her potential in soul engineering. Regardless of Zhou Yi's musings, Yun Ying currently harbors no intentions of pursuing the soul engineering path, though it remains uncertain what the future may hold. Returning to the present, Yun Ying slightly channels her soul power, causing 4 soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black, to ascend, radiating a resplendent glow. Subsequently, she unleashes her 4th soul skill, Fleeting Fire, which erupts into a fierce flame. Yun Ying deftly manipulates the fleeting fire, propelling herself into the air, and then swiftly descends with a powerful strike. The ground is struck with a resounding thud, creating a crater, while flames engulf the surroundings, exuding an intense heat. Upon assessing her soul power consumption, Yun Ying is astonished to discover that this skill requires significantly less energy than her 3rd soul skill, now at the level of a 41st rank soul master. While the consumption of her 3rd skill has decreased, it still demands approximately 1/3 of her soul power, previously half. In contrast, her 4th soul skill astonishingly consumes merely 1/10 of her energy, although the age of her 4th soul ring surpasses that of the 3rd by nearly 7,000 years. The disparity in consumption is nothing short of remarkable. Perhaps this is attributed to her 4th soul skill being a derivative of Yun Ying's 1st skill. Though the exact nature of this transformation remains elusive, it is undoubtedly a blessing for her. Lower consumption signifies that Yun Ying can enhance her output more effectively, and her tactical arrangements can also undergo considerable alteration. It seems the soul skill is indeed impressive. With a smile, she contemplates a fitting name, and a spark of inspiration flashes through her mind. Cloud-breaking dagger. As time passes, 2 days have elapsed since Yun Ying acquired her 4th soul ring, and the commencement of the new academic term is a mere fortnight away. Presently, Yun Ying strolls through the bustling streets of Dune City. Yes, it is indeed Dune City. Following her audacious decision to seize a storage ring, which seemingly disrupted an elaborate scheme, she has inadvertently incited considerable ire from Lin Tian. Initially, Lin Tian regarded the incident as a mere invasion by rogue soul masters, intending only to inform the royal family to exert pressure on the Tianhun Empire for a resolution. However, the outcome was far beyond his expectations. Upon reporting to the royal family, the officials were not particularly astonished, merely mildly irked, and issued orders to capture the fleeing individuals. However, as some idle courtiers delved deeper into the matter, they discovered that the perpetrator was, astonishingly, a titled Douluo. This revelation led to further scrutiny. How could a titled Douluo simply perish? Moreover, the scale of the rogue soul masters involved was staggering. Consequently, the issue garnered renewed attention. After thorough investigation, it was confirmed that this was indeed the titled Douluo dispatched for a covert operation not long ago. This revelation ignited a tempest within the Xingluo royal family, who chastised Lin Tian for his lax defenses, leaving him in a state of profound frustration. The implicated soul master was dismissed from duty. Though spared the death penalty due to his rank, he was exiled to the extreme northern frontiers to continue his service. Subsequently, the Xingluo royal family issued a nationwide manhunt for the rogue soul master who fled that day, Yun Ying, while simultaneously exerting pressure on the Tianhun Empire by targeting its industries and announcing a bounty for the capture of rogue soul masters. This significant upheaval left the entire continent in a state of trepidation, and word of this commotion reached the Sun and Moon Empire. In typical merchant fashion, the Sun and Moon Empire proposed a trade with the Xingluo Empire, offering assistance in capturing the rogue soul master, albeit at a price. The Xingluo Empire, not to be outsmarted, ultimately parted ways with discontent. Since the Xingluo Empire has exerted comprehensive pressure on the Tianhun Empire, the Tianhun royal family has issued a wanted notice and has been intensifying efforts to suppress the evil soul masters, simultaneously replacing the Lord of Dunning City. Such actions cannot be deemed insignificant. It is worth mentioning that the wanted notices from both Xingluo and Tianhun only portray a vague silhouette, as there were no soul-guiding devices available to capture an image during that urgent time. The notices indicate that the target wields a spear approximately 1.4 meters in length, is female, and stands around 1.6 meters tall. Due to the absence of a frontal image, Yun Ying, upon arriving at Dunning City, naturally would not be foolish enough to carry her weapon, Lu Hua, throughout the day. After hearing of these developments, she made slight modifications to her appearance and successfully passed through the city gate inspection. Goodness, am I now wanted across the entire continent? Yun Ying remarked. Observing the incessantly posted wanted notices along the street, a look of exasperation on her face. Chapter 22. Encountering Xian. Despite feeling somewhat disheartened by being sought after by both the Xingluo and Tianhun empires, Yun Ying experienced no other emotions. After all, it was merely a matter of being wanted by these two empires. Furthermore, given the indistinct silhouette, who could truly ascertain that it was her? Moreover, this continent is not solely inhabited by the Xingluo and Tianhun empires. If need be, Yun Ying could always venture towards the Ryu region. Although the existence of soul-guiding devices seemed somewhat absurd to her, she remained open to the idea of embracing new knowledge. After meandering aimlessly around Dunning City for a while, Yun Ying decided it was time to leave. Even in her current guise, she doubted anyone would recognize her due to the wanted notice. Yet caution is always prudent. Who knows if Lin Tian or the three pursuers from that day were lurking within the city? If they were, her situation could become precarious. However, should a confrontation arise, as long as her opponent's cultivation did not exceed the 6th ring, Yun Ying was confident she could prevail, even in the presence of soul-guiding devices. Friend, would you care for a map? A voice interrupted Yun Ying's contemplation. She turned to see a tall man wearing a wide-brimmed hat, hunched over in a corner of the street. Yun Ying stepped forward a couple of paces. What map? This one. The man chuckled softly, producing a roll of parchment from his voluminous sleeves. It's quite reasonably priced, just 10 copper soul coins. 10 copper soul coins? Yun Ying replied, somewhat incredulous. During her previous year in Shrek City, she had encountered map vendors, the most expensive of which did not exceed 5 copper soul coins. It was noteworthy that those vendors sold maps of various cities, although it was unclear why Shrek City permitted the sale of maps. Students wishing to visit could readily purchase one there. Moreover, Yun Ying had purchased a copy of the map, which detailed a particular city within the Starry Empire. To be frank, the map was extraordinarily comprehensive. It even indicated the locations of the men's and women's restrooms with remarkable clarity and astonishingly. It noted that one of the stalls in the ladies' room was out of order. At that moment, Yun Ying had assumed that the vendor was a woman, only to look up and discover a rugged man. How did he know this? Quite remarkable indeed. However, certain significant locations remained rather ambiguous, which is understandable. Yet, this individual now claims that this map is worth 10 copper soul coins. Moreover, I have merely glimpsed the materials of the map, its contents never having graced my eyes. Admittedly, I have recently amassed a considerable sum of money, allowing me to proudly consider myself a modestly wealthy individual. However, possessing wealth does not imply that I am naive. You must find this intriguing, the man continued to entice. Are you so certain that I am interested? Yun Ying retorted, having encountered such tactics numerous times. It is akin to a certain mobile game, where one is lured by short videos showcasing various prestigious skins. In such moments, one might be tempted to create an account. Wrestling with the decision to spend, and ultimately, spurred by an event, one might succumb to a temptation of spending 648. The final outcome? Nothing at all. Such is the plight of the unfortunate gambler. Although the current situation appears distinct from the process of drawing crystals, its essence remains strikingly similar. Perhaps what lies within is merely a blank expanse. Yun Ying awaited him to present something genuinely captivating rather than just a roll of parchment. Certainly. The man gently unfurled the rolled parchment, revealing a corner, and as Yun Ying leaned in to observe, she noticed that it indeed depicted a map. Moreover, why does this layout seem so familiar? Could it be Douluo City? Suddenly, it struck her. The long street depicted above was none other than the one she currently occupied. During her recent stroll, she had traversed numerous locations that now appeared almost identical. However, the details inscribed on this map were far more intricate. How about it? The man re-rolled the parchment and smiled. Where did you acquire this map? Yun Ying inquired. Her expression, laced with caution. Even a mere glance at the meticulously detailed contents left her both astonished and skeptical. Such a precise map could not simply be sold without reason. You need not concern yourself with such matters. The provenance of the map is entirely legitimate, the man replied. Very well, Yun Ying nodded, producing 10 copper soul coins from the heart of the blazing plains and handing them to him. Although the rationale behind the sale eluded her. Given the circumstances, refusing would be tantamount to foolishness. The transaction was agreeable. The man caught the coins in his left hand and extended the parchment with his right. After Yun Ying stowed it away, he turned and walked toward a narrow alley. We shall meet again. His voice lingered as his figure gradually faded. Yun Ying raised an eyebrow but refrained from speaking. She surveyed her surroundings and noted that someone had indeed taken notice of her presence. There was no choice. With the current stringent checks within the city, her conspicuousness was akin to courting trouble. Suppressing her inner turmoil, Yun Ying hastened her exit from the city. Who exactly was that person? After walking approximately 10 miles beyond the city gates, she reverted her appearance and scrutinized the parchment in her hand, her face etched with confusion. Upon closer inspection, she realized that this map encompassed far more than just Douluo City. It depicted an extensive area, nearly encapsulating the entirety of the Tianhan Empire. The sheer size of the parchment was also considerable. Even with her arms outstretched, she had barely unfurled 1/5 of it. Could it be the evil soul masters, or perhaps the Holy Spirit sect? Yun Ying considered this possibility more seriously, for if it were indeed the Holy Spirit sect, then the previous incident could be somewhat explicable. However, she had inadvertently ensnared the Holy Spirit sect, causing them to lose 5 high-ranking soul masters without even acquiring the spoils. In light of this, clarity remained elusive. Nonetheless, contemplating such matters now held little significance. After all, if they were to dispatch evil soul masters to eliminate her, as long as their cultivation did not exceed level 60, she could easily turn the tables. Even those at level 61 or higher could be met with a formidable challenge. Moreover, one aspires to possess an underground influence, thus gaining access to the continent's secrets while also affording oneself ample time to pursue other endeavors. Yun Ying. A voice called from behind, prompting Yun Ying to turn and behold Xian, clad in a striking purple outfit, rushing toward her. Xian? Yun Ying exclaimed in surprise. Only to be enveloped in a tight embrace. I can't believe it's truly you. I thought I had mistaken you for someone else. Xian exclaimed, affectionately nuzzling Yun Ying's cheek. Could you please let go of me? Yun Ying replied with a hint of exasperation. Upon hearing this, Xian chuckled and quickly released her. What brings you here? Yun Ying inquired, brushing off her clothes in curiosity. Did not teacher Zhou mention before the holiday that we should return early? So, I came, Xian explained with a smile. But isn't that a bit too early? There are still over 10 days until school starts, Yun Ying remarked. It's fine, really. I was quite bored at home. So I thought it better to arrive early. Besides, if I head back now, I'll have around 8 days left to prepare, just as teacher Zhou suggested, Xian replied, wiping her forehead. By the way, Yun Ying, are you also returning to the academy? Xian continued. Yes, I don't have much to do here, Yun Ying responded. Then let us go back together, Xian proposed, and upon receiving a nod from Yun Ying, She eagerly added, "Have you heard? The Tianhan Empire and the Xinglua Empire are seeking a person. Apparently, this individual stole something from Xinglua and even killed their people within the Tianhan Empire. It sounds so impressive." Indeed," Yun Ying awkwardly replied, as she could hardly confess that the person in question was herself, though she was not responsible for the deaths of the Xinglua individuals. Although Yun Ying did not think much of the matter, being mentioned as such in front of Xian made her feel exceedingly embarrassed. Chapter 23. The return to Shrek. After Xian finished speaking, Yun Ying finally found the opportunity to ask, "By the way, Xian, what is your cultivation level?" "Cultivation level?" Xian paused before proudly proclaiming, "I'm now at level 28. What do you think?" "Level 28? Not bad," Yun Ying replied. Noticing the lack of astonishment in Yun Ying's tone, Xian curiously asked, "And what about you, Yun Ying? Have you broken through to the fourth ring?" "Yes. Congratulations on your correct guess." "Wow," Xian exclaimed in surprise. "I thought my level 28 was already high in our class. I didn't expect you to have reached the fourth ring." This revelation astonished Yun Ying more than it did Xian. "Haha," Yun Ying chuckled, scratching her head without elaborating further. The two continued on their way. 5 days later, as Shrek City came into view, Xian felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Finally, Wei arrived. "These past few days have been exhausting. Let us hurry inside. I'm eager to see what the upgrade assessment entails," Yun Ying smiled. Though she herself was indifferent to it, having already read the original story before her transmigration. The assessment was merely a test for students to defeat soul beasts. In this context, it had allowed Hui Yuhao to shine briefly. Yun Ying's mind, however, was occupied with a grand plan. At least, that was how she perceived it. She aspired to establish a restaurant to promote the rich culinary heritage of her past life in China, a dream long postponed due to financial constraints. But now, circumstances had changed. With a sufficient amount of gold soul coins in her possession from the Flame of the Heart, she felt ready to proceed. She had to express her gratitude to the titled Douluo who had generously provided her with these gold soul coins, likely driving him to frustration in the underground world. As they entered through the east gate of Shrek City, Yun Ying surveyed her surroundings and suggested, "Xian, why don't you head back to the academy first? I have some matters to attend to." "Oh." Xian was taken aback, but nodded. "All right then, I'll see you later." "Yes, see you later." Watching Xian depart, Yun Ying turned right down the street, keenly searching for a suitable location to establish the headquarters of her envisioned sect. Regrettably, she had wandered to the southeast corner without spotting a single shop for sale. This was hardly surprising, as Shrek Academy was known for its affluent students and prosperous merchants, who would sell property unless absolutely necessary. There. After walking about 50 meters to the left, Yun Ying noticed a 2-story building with a sign out front that read Douluo for sale. Douluo for sale? Yun Ying's lips twitched. It felt rather like an advertisement. Nevertheless, she stepped inside, for finding a property for sale in Shrek City was no easy feat. Knocking gently on the door, she heard a voice call out, "Coming." Moments later, a young man opened the door, looking at Yun Ying with a puzzled expression. "Hello, how may I assist you?" Hello? Are you the one selling this building?" Yun Ying looked up, as the man stood tall at nearly 6 feet, requiring her to tilt her head back to meet his gaze. "You want to buy?" The man appeared astonished, but then stepped aside, saying, "Please, come in and take a look." Is there something wrong with this place?" Yun Ying asked, surprised by his sudden willingness. "Of course not. It's just that some unforeseen circumstances have arisen in my hometown, and I urgently need gold soul coins," he replied, his expression somber. He had moved to Shrek City over a decade ago, nearly exhausting his family's savings to purchase this building. Initially believing that earning gold soul coins within Shrek City would be easy. However, he had overlooked the local cost of living. While he had earned a decent amount, expenses were equally high. Moreover, as he primarily dealt in the flower business, there was little market for it within the academy, leading to his current predicament of needing to sell. "This place seems nice. How much do you intend to sell it for?" Yun Ying inquired as she explored the 2 floors, noting that the first floor covered approximately 250 square meters, with a sizable balcony of about 40 square meters on the second. She was quite satisfied with the space. 110,000 gold soul coins? The man said hesitantly, knowing he was in a dire situation. He needed around 200,000 due to the unforeseen issues at home, and he had only managed to gather 140,000 so far. As for the remaining 50,000, he intended to reserve it for future development in his hometown. "What exactly happened in your hometown?" Yun Ying paused momentarily before speaking. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Liu Yan. I have a younger brother named Lu Guang, who is currently a third-ring soul master, far surpassing my abilities. At this point, Liu Yan let out a self-deprecating laugh and continued, just 3 days ago, I received a letter from my mother stating that he was cursed during a battle with a third-ring evil soul master. There are only 2 methods to break this curse. One is to enlist the help of a support-type soul king of at least 5 rings. But I am unaware of the exorbitant fees such individuals command, which are far beyond my means. The other method involves gathering certain medicinal herbs to concoct a healing potion for him to consume. After a month of adherence to this treatment, he would recover. Otherwise, he is certain to perish within 8 days of the curse taking hold. Liu Yan lamented. I have managed to gather most of the required golden soul coins for the herbs, but I still lack a few, hence I must sell this small building. Truth be told, I feel quite reluctant to part with it. I see. Would 90,000 golden soul coins suffice? Yun Ying hesitated for a moment before speaking. Currently, I possess around 250,000 golden soul coins. I find it quite peculiar that a titled Douluo would have so little cash on hand. But in order to establish a shop that consistently generates golden soul coins, I must be prudent with my finances. Actually, there is an underground basement as well. Liu Yan interjected eagerly, leading Yun Ying to explore the lower level. I constructed this additional floor 2 years ago, intending to create an underground storage area. But it seems that is no longer necessary. Yun Ying appeared somewhat taken aback. You have 2 levels, and yet you've added a basement? It seems you have money to spare. Then shall we agree on 100,000? After a moment's contemplation, Yun Ying continued. Agreed. Liu Yan was about to confirm when a voice interrupted them. Both turned to see a young man, approximately 18 years old, standing at the entrance. Is it possible for this young lady to relinquish this shop to me? The youth inquired with a smile as he slowly stepped inside. Who are you? Yun Ying responded coolly, casting a brief glance at the young man's attire, which exuded an air of nobility, clearly indicating he hailed from a wealthy family. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ouyang Nian, the eldest son of the Ouyang family from the Douluo Empire. Ouyang Nian maintained his smile, seemingly unfazed by Yun Ying's indifference. You believe you can simply take it? Ouyang Nian appeared slightly embarrassed but pressed on. I have searched throughout Shrek City to find a shop for sale and had not anticipated encountering you here. Nevertheless, I wish to inquire whether you might consider selling it to me. Absolutely not. What is your cultivation level? Let us have a match. If you win, we can discuss the matter further. Yun Ying stepped forward, scrutinizing him. I am a 56th level agility type soul king. May I ask your level? 56? I am capable of fighting you. My name is Yun Ying, a 4th ring strength type soul master. Chapter 24. The Duel. Are you certain you wish to duel with me? Ouyang Nian regarded Yun Ying with a look of resignation from across the battle platform in Shrek City. Enough of the chatter. Besides, you may not even win against me. Yun Ying unleashed her flame of the gale, the tip of her spear angled toward the ground as she regarded Ouyang Nian. Very well, be cautious. Ouyang Nian shook his head, genuinely doubting that Yun Ying could best him, given the evident disparity in their cultivation levels, which spanned over 10 ranks. Ouyang Nian. Martial Soul Crimson Flame Dagger, 56th level agility type battle soul king. Please, enlighten me. Ouyang Nian summoned his martial soul, revealing a dagger of red and black, approximately 25 centimeters in length, which materialized in his right hand, accompanied by 2 yellow and 3 purple soul rings that circled around him. Yun Ying, Martial Soul Gale Flame. 41st level strength type battle soul master. Please, enlighten me. For soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black, rose around her, as the gale flame danced with fiery intensity, radiating a searing heat throughout the arena. The audience beside the stands was entirely engrossed in watching the 2 participants, some even placing bets on who would emerge victorious. Many among them, seeking amusement on this dull day before the school year commenced, wagered on Ouyang Nian to win. The exchanged words between the 2 had not escaped the ears of the spectators. Although there were instances of successful challenges against higher-ranked opponents in Shrek City, it was rare to witness a 41st level challenger taking on someone at 56, a significant gap of 15 levels, underscoring the disparity. Yun Ying. Perhaps it would be wise for you to concede. The gap in our cultivation is too vast, Ouyang Nian remarked, his lips twitching upon hearing Yun Ying's words. How can one know without trying? And please, do not refer to me as little sister. Yun Ying retorted, wielding her weapon, the blazing fire, and launching the first strike. The tip of her spear lightly touched the ground, and with a moment of determination, she surged forward, executing a sweeping attack. Ouyang Nian's heart raced in surprise. But being a soul king of the 5th ring, he quickly adapted. He parried her strike with his crimson flame dagger, activating his second soul ring to summon 3 thin crimson shields beside the dagger, intending to block the sweeping blow. This was his second soul skill, Crimson Peak Shield, which had previously caught many opponents off guard and allowed him to withstand numerous attacks in duels against opponents of the same rank. Thus, he felt quite confident in his ability to counter Yun Ying's assault. However, the sound of shattering echoed, and Yun Ying's pupils constricted. This was not as he had anticipated. In a moment of urgency, he activated his first soul skill, enhancing the Crimson Flame dagger to counter again. The reinforced dagger successfully blocked the blazing fire, prompting Yun Ying to unleash his third soul skill, Blade Flame Storm, aimed at Yun Ying. She attempted to intercept it with her blazing fire, but found her movements hindered by the swirling storm created by the dagger's momentum. Seeing this, Yun Ying withdrew her spear and with a powerful thrust of her legs, leaped into the air, landing behind Yun Ying, and initiated the Breaking Cloud Spear, launching 5 piercing strikes forward. Yun Ying felt the rush of air slicing past him and quickly deployed his second soul skill to defend while simultaneously distancing himself from Yun Ying, darting across the arena. What is happening? Why does my martial soul feel a tremor? Yun Ying thought in astonishment. Could it be that Yun Ying's martial soul quality far surpassed his own? But that seemed implausible. Could it be an ultimate martial soul? If that were the case, her challenge across so many levels would indeed make sense. The Breaking Cloud Spear missed its target, yielding no soul power replenishment. Yun Ying narrowed her gaze, observing Yun Ying's swift movements. Indeed, he was remarkably quick. Even with focused attention, she could only catch a glimpse of a shadow. Apologies. Yun Ying's voice rang out as Yun Ying swiftly countered with a swing of her blazing fire, unleashing intense flames that forced him back. Taken aback by the searing heat, Yun Ying felt no emotions beyond determination. He would continue to leverage his speed to seek another opportunity. How bothersome, Yun Ying remarked. Watching the agile figure of Yun Ying, she activated her determination once more, darting to a corner, and as Yun Ying approached, she swept her spear once more. Yun Ying's fourth soul ring glowed, summoning a second identical crimson flame dagger to his left hand, crossing them to strike at Yun Ying. This was his fourth soul skill, Cross Slash, which allowed him to replicate a dagger for a powerful cross attack. The duplicate would vanish post-attack. Destructive Intent, City Crumble. The crimson slashing light was shattered by Yun Ying's second soul skill, releasing 3 deep crimson spear lights toward Yun Ying. The collision of their powers erupted into particles of energy dissipating into the air. You truly are formidable. No wonder you dare to challenge me across 15 levels. Yun Ying said with a trademark smile. Breaking Cloud, Shattering Mountain. Yun Ying thrust upward with her blazing fire. But Yun Ying deftly evaded before launching a reinforced strike toward her. Yun Ying pivoted, leaping to the left, bringing down her spear with great force. A tremendous conflagration erupted, followed by 3 crimson shields appearing to absorb the impact of her blow. Resolute Intent, End Hostilities. She executed 4 spear techniques, charging once more at Yun Ying, who, with a flash of his 5th soul ring, vanished from her sight, reappearing over 20 meters away. This is my 5th soul skill, Rampant Flame Acceleration, which doubles my speed. You cannot withstand this. It would be prudent to concede, Yun Ying declared, but Yun Ying raised an eyebrow in challenge. Do you think I would concede just because you say so? Do you believe yourself so imposing? Yun Ying fell momentarily silent, then resumed his pursuit with even greater speed, traversing the arena while simultaneously activating his first and second soul rings, unleashing a crimson lightning bolt toward Yun Ying. I refuse to believe you can endure the intense heat of this arena. Yun Ying leaped into the air, a terrifying temperature rising as she hoisted her spear, forming an immense crimson spear light that began shifting to a bluish-white hue at the tip. What is this? Yun Ying struck, but Yun Ying ascended, evading the blow. Gazing at the increasingly formidable spear light, he suddenly regretted accepting this match. As a high-damage but fragile assassin, it was ill-suited for him to bear such an onslaught. Being an assassin is truly challenging, he lamented. Was it time to employ the invincible shield? Though he hesitated, knowing its exorbitant cost, he decided to save it for a critical moment. Relying on his family's influence was no longer an option. At 18, he had already undergone his coming-of-age ceremony. And despite his family's wealth, it was irrelevant to him unless he ascended to become the family head. However, he knew that becoming the family head would eventually be his fate, for in the Ying family of the Douluo Empire, he was the sole male heir of his generation. True Intent, Wildfire. A powerful shout resonated as the accumulated terrifying spear light descended, not targeting Yun Ying directly but instead striking the arena beside him, creating a deep trench. Now, how does that feel? Yun Ying landed gracefully, observing the dazed Ouyang Nian. Impressive, I concede, Ouyang Nian thought bitterly. Fortunately, that attack had not struck him directly. Otherwise, he would have been forced to use the invincible shield. However, the residual heat was something he could not withstand. Though his martial soul was the crimson flame dagger, possessing some flame attributes, it was still overwhelmed by the ultimate fire. Yet, he feared he would face his sister's reproach once again. Thus, the match concluded with Ouyang Nian's concession, leaving those who had bet on his victory in shock. While a small number who had wagered on Yun Ying profited handsomely, having previously mocked the latter. Now, they faced a stark reality. All right, Boss Liu. I will take this shop. Upon returning to Liu Yan's two-story building, Yun Ying produced 2 large bags of gold soul coins, handing them to Liu Yan. Ah, thank you. Liu Yan expressed with a hint of emotion, finally having gathered enough. Alas, it seems I will not complete my task after all. Ouyang Nian sighed nearby. What task? Yun Ying inquired, curious as to how purchasing a property qualified as a task. My sister assigned me this task, Ouyang Nian said with a wry smile. She wishes to establish a restaurant in Shrek City, so here I am, yet I never expected to ultimately fail in the endeavor. I see. By the way, how old is your sister? 16, he replied. I have an idea. Yun Ying contemplated for a moment before speaking. Ouyang Nian looked at her with curiosity. Yun Ying cast a sidelong glance at Liu Yan, who immediately interjected. You two carry on. I shall take my leave now. He departed in haste. I intend to open a shop on the 2nd floor of this building, but I am rather short-staffed, Yun Ying continued, closing the door behind her. Are you suggesting I join you? Ouyang Nian hesitated. What do you mean by join? Can you even cook? Yun Ying rolled her eyes. Did you not say your sister wanted to run a restaurant? She could manage the establishment here. The 2nd floor could be entrusted to her for the restaurant. Then that means I want to have much to do? Well, if you wish, you could always help with washing dishes, Yun Ying jested. Hey. After all, I am a young master. How could I engage in such menial labor? At the very least, I should be regarded as the boss. Ouyang Nian expressed his discontent. Oh, a boss, you say? Yun Ying smiled charmingly. No, I mean, Ouyang Nian faltered in his response. Then it's settled. Yun Ying clapped her hands. Chapter 25. Reporting in after resolving these matters. Ouyang Nian indicated that his sister would wait for him to return and discuss it with her. Generally, she would likely consent. However, the final outcome would only be revealed in 8 days. Yun Ying quickly calculated that in 8 days, the school term would commence, providing the perfect opportunity to renovate the building within that time frame. It must be said that the shops in Shrek City are indeed quite comprehensive. Yun Ying surprisingly discovered a renovation company near the North Gate. After conversing with them, she learned that the renovation cost would amount to a staggering 9,500 gold soul coins. Yun Ying had already devised a style, opting for the traditional aesthetics of ancient China. As for the culinary delights, she intended to draw from the rich heritage of Chinese cuisine, which has flourished for over 5 millennia. Moreover, she possessed a wealth of culinary recipes stored in her memory, having nurtured a keen interest in gastronomy in her previous life. Consequently, she had painstakingly gathered numerous recipes, initially intending to establish a restaurant, only to face financial losses. She had thought these recipes would become obsolete with her transmigration. Yet here they were, proving their worth once again. After coordinating with the decorators, Yun Ying prepared to report to the academy. From the morning she had arrived in Shrek City to the present afternoon, time had flown. She proceeded to the East Gate and entered Shrek Academy, walking towards the white teaching building where she had spent a year. Upon reaching the teacher's office, she noticed the door slightly ajar and gently knocked. Come in, came the voice of Shou Yi from within. Pushing the door open, Yun Ying entered to find both Ziyin and Shou Yi, who appeared to be engaged in a discussion, their backs turned to her. Good day, Teacher Zhou. I am here to report, Yun Ying greeted with a smile. Zhou Yi turned around, revealing a face that was markedly softer and more youthful than the stern demeanor she had previously exhibited. Yun Ying? Zhou Yi appeared momentarily taken aback before responding with a gentle smile. This is my true appearance. In the earlier version? Yun Ying inquired. That was because I wore a mask, Ziyin interjected, explaining that Shou Yi had donned a mask throughout her teaching career to maintain authority over the students. I see. Yun Ying nodded, recalling having witnessed this scenario in her past life, leaving her quite astonished. You arrived quite early, Zhou Yi remarked. Indeed, Teacher Zhou, Ziyin chimed in. Had Yun Ying not needed to attend to certain matters, we might have come together this morning. School doesn't officially commence for another 9 days. Why the rush? Zhou Yi said, picking up a sheet of A4 paper from her desk and handing it to Yun Ying. This is the content for the upgrade assessment. You may take a look. Yun Ying accepted the paper and scanned its contents, which indicated that the assessment would involve battling soul beasts ranging from a minimum age of 100 to a maximum of 1,000 years. Scores would be determined based on performance, with the highest possible score of 150, and final rankings calculated by summing the scores of each trio. 1,000 years? How weak? Yun Ying muttered. What? Weak? Joey seemed taken aback, then chuckled helplessly. You were already at the 4th ring, correct? Yun Ying nodded. For someone at your level, this assessment will merely be a formality. However, most students in your grade are not as exceptionally gifted as you. The majority are around the 2nd ring, and battling a 1,000-year-old soul beast is already quite commendable. Ah, I understand, Yun Ying replied, then asked, by the way, Teacher Zhou, is Teacher Fanyu available? Fanyu? Joey pondered, then said, currently he is in the soul guidance department. Since it is not the school season, he is relatively free. Are you interested in studying the soul guidance field? Not exactly. I have a question I would like to ask Teacher Fanyu, Yun Ying clarified. Very well, I shall take you to find him. Joey nodded, not prying further into Yun Ying's inquiry. To her, Yun Ying's interest in matters of soul guidance signified the beginning of a newfound curiosity. I will take my leave now. Let us dine together in the evening, Yun Ying, Ziyin said with a smile, to which Yun Ying reciprocated before following Joey out. The two arrived at the soul guidance department, where Joey entered to find Fanyu, leaving Yun Ying to wait for a while. Soon, Joey returned with Fanyu. What brings you here, Yun Ying? Fanyu inquired with a smile, having heard much about this talented individual from Zhou and Hui Yuhao, and knowing her reputation in the outer academy was quite notable. Greetings, Teacher Fanyu. I have a question regarding the existence of ceiling-type soul guidance devices, Yun Ying began. Ceiling-type soul guidance devices? Fanyu paused in surprise before responding. Indeed, such devices exist, but they generally require a high level of expertise to create, as they are quite labor-intensive and not commonly attempted. Is there a method to the seals of these soul guidance devices? Yun Ying pressed on. Fanyu ran a hand through his hair and replied. That depends on the type of sealing soul guidance device. Do you possess one? Yun Ying hesitated. Well, how can I explain this? Allow me to sketch a rough outline for you, she said, retrieving paper and pencil to depict the general appearance of the sealing platform. This soul guidance device. I have something similar to what you've drawn, Fanyu stated, returning to his room to fetch an item. He soon presented a 7th-level sealing soul guidance device known as the sealing sphere, which closely resembled her drawing. The switch for the sealing sphere is located at the bottom of the pedestal. By injecting soul power, it can be activated. Generally, the method to operate such devices is not overly complicated, and they do not necessitate a soul master of a particular rank. Given the similarities, I suspect the switch for the device you've illustrated is also situated below. I see. Thank you, Teacher Fanyu, Yun Ying said, observing the sealing sphere. Indeed. Aside from their outward similarities, their functionalities diverge significantly. For instance, the sealing platform could seal the Snow Emperor's embryo, while the sealing sphere was limited to sealing mere objects. By the way, if you find the time, could you allow me to study this soul guidance device? Fanyu asked, confident that Yun Ying must possess such an item. Given her detailed inquiry. However, he reasoned that even if she had several, they would pose no threat to Shrek Academy. In his view, such devices were at most 8th level, capable of sealing only substantial objects, and he questioned the purpose of creating a 9th-level device. The 7th-level soul guide device was crafted by him based on a particular soul guide from the past, requiring considerable effort and draining substantial energy. Since then, he had not attempted to create another. Had it not been for Yun Ying's mention today, Fanyu might have forgotten he had ever made such an item. This could work, Yun Ying contemplated momentarily before responding. After all, the most valuable aspect was the Snow Emperor embryo. As for the divine sealing platform, she was even considering selling it. Although it was a 9th-level soul guide, it lacked both defensive and offensive capabilities. What purpose did it serve? Was it merely for display? With Fanyu expressing a desire to study it, she thought it might as well be sold off. After bidding farewell to Zhou and Fanyu, she hurried back to her dormitory, eager to test whether her method would yield success. Upon entering her room, Yun Ying firmly shut the door, retrieved the divine sealing platform, and infused it with soul power. A radiant glow emanated from below, and as she lifted the platform, she gazed upward to find several protrusions softly glowing. Does this device possess its own luminescence? Yun Ying chuckled to herself, recalling the cheap glowing toys from her past life. With a gentle press, A crisp sound echoed as the cover of the divine sealing platform descended, revealing the Snow Emperor embryo within. Instantly, a formidable chill enveloped the room, causing a thick layer of ice to form. Is it really this powerful? Yun Ying activated the blazing fire, unleashing intense flames that immediately countered the cold. Yet the two forces could not overpower each other, achieving a peculiar equilibrium. What now? Can the heart of the blazing plains endure? Yun Ying felt perplexed as she attempted to absorb the embryo into the heart of the blazing plains that she had possessed since her arrival in this world. Failure struck once, then twice. This heart of the blazing plains was also fire attribute. Could it be that it repelled the Snow Emperor embryo? Curious. She tried a third time, amplifying her soul power output, and finally succeeded in securing the embryo. The embryo of income continued to release a chill within the heart of the blazing plains. Yun Ying harnessed her soul power and infused it into the heart, forming a formidable shield of flames around the embryo, encapsulating it and simultaneously restraining the menacing cold. Movement was now out of the question. Any disturbance could lead to an explosion. Yun Ying, sensing this exquisite balance between fire and frost, arrived at a conclusion. How many days would it take for the Snow Empress to emerge? Yun Ying was uncertain. She merely hoped for an earlier arrival. After all, carrying such a volatile and precarious object was rather burdensome. Perhaps it would be prudent to gather some ice-attributed treasures for her absorption, which might expedite the hatching process. Yun Ying contemplated. Coincidentally, following the upgrade assessment, if time aligned correctly, there should be a treasure appreciation event. By that time, her restaurant could also be established and commence operations, and with the income from selling items at the Divine Ascension platform, it was likely she could acquire what she needed. However, it was concerning that her organization as headquarters might develop somewhat weak. She was uncertain about the situation on Ouyang Mian's side. Outside the dormitory building, in that familiar spot, upon the same recliner, the elderly man, at this moment, gently opened his half-closed eyes. He slowly raised his head, casting a glance at the dormitory where Yun Ying resided, before reclining once more and shutting his eyes. Chapter 26. On renovation in the evening. Yun Ying met with Ziyin for dinner, as per their arrangement. As the official academic term had yet to commence, the regulations at Shrek Academy were relatively lenient. The early arriving students chose freely whether to dine in the cafeteria or venture out for a meal. Ziyin intended to venture out in search of a restaurant to indulge in a meal. According to her, the lunch at the cafeteria felt inferior to what she had previously tasted, leaving her feeling as though she had squandered 4 copper soul coins. Yun Ying couldn't help but smile wryly at this. In her past life, the school cafeteria was a place of collective lamentation among students. To her surprise, even after her transmigration, she encountered someone lamenting about the cafeteria. Thus, she accompanied Ziyin. The two found a noodle shop and each ordered a generous bowl of soup noodles. As they sat in the restaurant, Yun Ying surveyed her surroundings, momentarily feeling as if she had not crossed over, still residing in the socialist landscape of Huaxia. Yet, upon reflection, she was indeed in the bustling city of Shrek, where the lights glittered brightly and the throngs of people flowed endlessly, creating an atmosphere that felt almost surreal. With a hint of melancholy, Yun Ying chuckled softly, prompting Ziyin, who sat across from her, to gaze at her with a puzzled expression. "What's the matter, Yun Ying?" she inquired. "Nothing, the noodles are here. Let us eat," Yun Ying replied as the server arrived with 2 bowls of soup noodles, simultaneously grasping a pair of chopsticks in preparation for the meal. Ziyin nodded in acknowledgement, her thoughts untroubled, and began to savor her bowl of noodles. After about half an hour of dining, they settled the bill and returned to their respective dormitories. Upon entering, Yun Ying noticed a thick layer of dust had accumulated on the furnishings, something she had overlooked earlier. Observing the dust-covered bedboard, she sighed and commenced cleaning. For Yun Ying, tidying up was a rather effortless task. She swiftly completed it, even taking the liberty to clean the bedboard of Xiao Xiao's bed. In an instant, the room transformed into a pristine space. After making her bed, Yun Ying lay down and allowed herself to drift into slumber. There was no urgency for cultivation at the moment. Her 4-ring cultivation was sufficient for the outer courtyard, and after days of travel, she felt a pressing need for rest. 6 days later, Yun Ying wandered along the streets of Shrek City. She was on her way to the small building she had purchased in the southeastern corner. She had visited it 2 days prior, where the renovation crew informed her that the work would be completed in 3 days. Today marks precisely the 3rd day. And given the overwhelming monotony of staying at the academy, it seems that the snow embryo has indeed grown a tad, though Yun Ying is uncertain of its exact size. It simply feels larger than it did 6 days prior. Arriving at the small building, she is greeted by an ancient structure rich in the essence of Chinese culture, standing out as the most striking edifice on this street. The building is adorned in vibrant red hues, with 4 red lanterns gracefully hanging at the entrance. As per your request, the renovation of this building has been completed, the head of the renovation team remarked to Yun Ying. She nodded in approval, genuinely impressed by how splendidly it had turned out, nearly identical to the ancient Chinese architecture from her previous life. Thank you very much, Yun Ying expressed. It's nothing. After all, it's merely a matter of service for compensation, the manager chuckled, before departing with the renovation crew. Yun Ying stepped inside, where the ambience reflected her expectations: elegantly rustic chairs, soft yellow lighting, and a pervasive aura of antiquity. The second floor, even as a storage area, exudes an air of elegance, crafted from exquisite rosewood. As for the balcony and bedroom that have been fashioned, they are even more remarkable. In summary, Yun Ying is thoroughly pleased. The efficiency of this renovation is truly commendable. There are still 2 days remaining until the time mentioned by Ouyang Nian. Well, I shall remain at the academy for these 2 days and return on the 3rd day. Moreover, it is quite possible that Wang Dong has already arrived today. Considering there are merely 3 days left until the commencement of the new term, Yun Ying procured a batch of equipment within Shrek City, and after installing it, she locked the door and departed, the time having approached noon. Glancing at the sky, she conveniently purchased a few steamed buns and, while savoring them, made her way back to the academy. Simultaneously, her mind was abuzz with thoughts about the signature dishes her restaurant should feature and how to establish its reputation. After all, a renowned establishment would attract a greater number of patrons, consequently increasing her earnings in soul coins. She also needed to contemplate the pricing of the meals and the remuneration of the staff. Regarding operating hours, Yun Ying concluded that it would be best to remain open 24 hours, as soul masters often found themselves awake throughout the night. Moreover, it was quite plausible that someone might venture out for a leisurely stroll and seek a restaurant for a late-night snack, a scenario she had experienced in her past life. Finding a barbecue stall along the way, indulging in a dozen or so skewers paired with a bottle of beer was an exquisite delight. However, this indulgence often resulted in returning home to collapse into bed, only to awaken the following midday with a nagging discomfort in her stomach and a profound sense of lethargy. Yet, this realm differs vastly from her previous life. It is, after all, a world of fiction brimming with wonders, not to mention the existence of soul masters, a truly extraordinary species. Thus, regarding the matter of late nights, it certainly posed no issue. Lost in her thoughts, Yun Ying arrived at the academy dormitory, only to discover that Xiao Xiao had already made her appearance. Yun Ying, I've missed you so much, Xiao Xiao exclaimed, rushing over to embrace her, causing Yun Ying to momentarily regret her early return. Once Xiao Xiao had finished her exuberance, Yun Ying used the pretense of having gone out to buy supplies as an excuse to decline Xiao Xiao's request to accompany her. She then hurried back to the restaurant, where she occupied herself on the 2nd floor, observing the bustling activity of Shrek City while jotting down notes in her notebook. To be fair, the view from this 2nd floor was quite splendid, with a large flower bed directly in front of the window, bursting forth with vibrant blooms, which undeniably uplifted her spirits. She lingered there until deep into the night, when the lights on the 2nd floor were finally extinguished. Yun Ying then nestled into bed to sleep, having opted not to return to the dormitory, primarily due to her laziness. Unbeknownst to Yun Ying, within Shrek Academy, Zhou Yi, Ziyin, Xiao Xiao, and the recently arrived Wang Dong were in a state of anxiety. Firstly, Yun Ying had not returned that evening, which was somewhat understandable since Xiao Xiao had seen her at noon, confirming her presence in Shrek City. However, the absence of Hui Yuhao was more troubling, especially considering his deceitful maneuvers concerning both the Soul Guidance and Martial Soul departments, which further enraged Zhou Yi. Chapter 27. Ouyang Yu. The following day, Yun Ying tucked away the book she had painstakingly penned throughout the night and made her way to Shrek Academy. Where were you last night? Upon her arrival, she encountered Ziyin. I just went out for a bit. What's the matter? Yun Ying concealed her whereabouts, countering with a question. Nothing much. But nearly everyone from our class is here, except Hui Yuhao, who has been missing. It is rumored he is deceiving both Teacher Fan Yu and Teacher Zhou, which has left Teacher Zhou quite irate, Ziyin remarked. Hui Yuhao? Who knows? Perhaps Sister Xiaoya and Brother Bei are assisting him in acquiring soul rings, Yun Ying shrugged. Fully aware of Hui Yuhao's true destination, the extreme north, where he sought the Ice Emperor under the guidance of the heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm. Speaking of which, her own Blaze heart contained the embryo of the Snow Emperor. With two of the three great kings of the extreme north absent, only the Titan Snow Demon King remained. Are you referring to Senior Bei and Senior Tangya? Ziyin paused momentarily, then recalled Wang Dong mentioning yesterday that Yun Ying and Hui Yuhao were acquainted, and that she also knew Bei Bei and Tangya. Wang Dong had inquired about Hui Yuhao, and it turned out he hadn't sought out Senior Bei, who was equally oblivious to Hui Yuhao's whereabouts. Well, I can't say. According to Shrek Academy's rules, failing to report back in time after the start of the semester could result in expulsion. Hui Yuhao should be aware of this, Yun Ying said, choosing not to dwell on the matter further as she walked away. She had numerous tasks to attend to, especially with the impending meeting with Ouyang Yin set for the following day. Additionally, she wished to further instill in Ouyang Yin the concept of unity, and subsequently promote it within the Douling realm. As for any unforeseen developments that might arise, Yun Ying could not predict. The day swiftly passed, yet Hui Yuhao remained absent. Wang Dong was on the brink of losing his sanity, having sought out Yun Ying multiple times throughout the day to inquire about Hui Yuhao. Finally, unable to tolerate it any longer, Yun Ying plainly stated to Wang Dong that Hui Yuhao had gone to a northern location and suggested he search there. Upon hearing this news, Wang Dong felt as though struck by a thunderbolt. What could Hui Yuhao possibly be doing in the north? Moreover, the Douluo forest was not even situated to the north. As for Wang Dong's thoughts, Yun Ying paid them no mind. The reason for not directly informing him that Hui Yuhao had gone to the extreme north was that doing so would only invite more trouble, not just from Zoe but also from Fan Yu. Thus, it seemed wiser to let Wang Dong speculate about the north, and later, she could mention that she had seen Hui Yuhao heading in that direction just before his departure. Although this approach might seem a bit far-fetched, it was certainly preferable to the complications that would arise from the truth. On the morning of the third day, Yun Ying returned to the small building and, observing the empty doorway, felt it was time to create a sign. Given that she had ample time, she strolled around Shrek City and commissioned a sign, deciding to name it Gastronomic Delights. The proprietor of the shop, whose martial spirit happened to be a plaque, effortlessly conjured a large sign using his primary soul skill. Meanwhile, a nearby soul master with a brush martial spirit elegantly inscribed characters upon it. In no time, the plaque was completed. Yun Ying watched in astonishment. Indeed, the talent in Shrek City was remarkable, with each individual possessing unique skills. After paying with gold soul coins, Yun Ying returned to her establishment, hung the plaque, and began drafting the menu and recipes as she awaited her companion. Today, she had arranged to meet Joey, and since she had registered for the enrollment list the previous day, there was no concern about being late. Approximately half an hour later, a knock echoed at the shop's door. Yun Ying approached and opened it, revealing Ouyang Yin with his signature smile. Yun Ying, this is my sister, Ouyang Yu. And this is Yun Ying, he introduced, gesturing towards the young lady beside him. You are the one who defeated this fellow? Ouyang Yu appraised Yun Ying, her first impression being that she appeared remarkably youthful and adorable. Simultaneously, Yun Ying observed Ouyang Yu, around the same height of approximately 1.6 meters, with flowing golden hair and striking blue eyes, dressed in a white athletic outfit that radiated youthful vitality. Hello, I am Yun Ying, she replied, nodding. Noticing Ouyang Yin's helpless expression upon hearing his sister refer to him as this fellow, she stifled a smile and gestured for them to enter. I am Ouyang Yu. She introduced herself as she stepped inside, glancing around at the decor with a look of astonishment. Your interior design is quite impressive. Indeed. This is one of the most renowned aspects of my hometown, Yun Ying responded, a hint of pride in her voice. Your hometown? Ouyang Yu paused, but quickly moved on. What type of cuisine do you intend to feature in your restaurant? I can offer my assistance free of charge. This is the menu and recipes I plan to develop. You may take a look, Yun Ying said, handing Ouyang Yu a stack of papers from the table. This, Ouyang Yu exclaimed, examining the unfamiliar dishes. Upon reviewing the ingredients, she recognized each one. However, their combination puzzled her. After a brief mental calculation, she wondered if this dish could indeed be feasible. What is it called? Kung Pao chicken? Ouyang Yu blinked at the name, then glanced up at Yun Ying, who was engaged in a serious conversation with Ouyang Yin, leading her to quell her curiosity and refrain from speaking further. Though the name was somewhat peculiar, after all, it was culinary art. What mattered most was its deliciousness. On the other side, Yun Ying was engaged in a significant discussion with Ouyang Yin. While Ouyang Yu was examining the stack of papers, Yun Ying inquired, why have you arrived so swiftly? To her, although Ouyang Yin had set a time frame of 8 days, there were numerous matters to attend to in the interim. For instance, Persuading the elders at home was a considerable task. After all, allowing one's precious daughter to venture out alone would naturally evoke some concern, even for a soul master. Yang Nian hesitated before responding. Actually, my father is unaware of this matter. Excuse me? Yun Ying exclaimed, bewildered. If your father is oblivious, how did you manage to bring your sister along? I merely mentioned it to her, and to my surprise, she instantly agreed and hurried over, Yang Nian replied, omitting certain details. He had indeed seen his father, albeit from a distance. Observing Yang Feng's furrowed brow, he felt it inappropriate to intrude. Reflecting on this, Yang Nian felt a pang of discomfort. A few days prior, upon returning home, he had noticed his father's troubled expression and inquired about the cause. To his dismay, he learned that the Yang family had been flourishing in recent years, with a burgeoning trend towards becoming the foremost among the three great families. Furthermore, the Murong family, another of the three, had intentions of an alliance through marriage. This scenario hinted at a potential dominance of the Yang family, a situation that the Douluo royal family was keen to avoid. Consequently, the royal family had been attempting to suppress the Yang family's momentum, leading to a severance of partnerships with other families that had previously collaborated, redirecting their alliances toward the Lu family. In the realm of Douluo, it is well known that the Lu family has historically been a vassal to the imperial family. Now that the Yang family has shown signs of weakness, the Lu family, not being foolish, would certainly seize this opportunity. Furthermore, many years ago, the Yang family had been at odds with the imperial court. However, General Yang Ku, who guarded the borders, is the elder brother of Yang Feng, the father of Yang Nian. The imperial court, fearing that direct actions against the Yang family might alienate Yang Ku and provoke a rebellion, could not afford to strip him of his military power. After all, Yang Ku serves as a prominent figure in the Douluo Empire. Any aggressor would swiftly fall to his might, earning him the admiration of the populace over time. An overt attack might incite public outrage. Shouldn't you hurry back and inform them? Yun Ying remarked, bemused. If word got out, it could jeopardize the restaurant she had worked so hard to establish. Very well, I shall take my leave, Yang Nian replied with a wry smile. Sister, I shall be off. Before departing, he addressed Yang Yu, who was absorbed in her papers. Go on, Yang Yu replied dismissively. Returning to her notes on the preparation of dishes, Yang Nian shook his head in resignation and left. What did you find out? Yun Ying inquired as she approached Yang Yu. Well, theoretically, all these dishes are achievable, Yang Yu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. May I perhaps borrow the kitchen? I wish to experiment. Certainly, this establishment will be under your management henceforth. I shall handle the finances. You will be responsible for recruiting the staff. Yun Ying planned to be a hands-off proprietor. Not a problem. After all, I have experience running several restaurants in the Douluo Empire, so you can rely on me, Yang Yu declared, patting her chest with confidence, causing quite a stir. Curious, Yun Ying asked, by the way, how old are you, Yang Yu? 16. Why do you ask? Yang Yu responded, puzzled. Then she noticed Yun Ying's figure. Huh, you appear younger than me. Are you hoping to grow? I'm almost 12, Yun Ying retorted, slightly displeased by Yang Yu's laughter. Yang Yu, upon hearing this, gently patted Yun Ying's cheek. It's all right, you will grow up, so don't be disheartened. I will go try making some dishes now. You can evaluate them for me later. With that, Yang Yu turned and entered the kitchen. Yun Ying sat down, feeling somewhat speechless. She took a large gulp of cold water to calm herself, then pulled out paper and pen to jot down her thoughts. Chapter 28. Before school begins about a quarter of an hour later, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, causing Yun Ying's heart to flutter. After 5 long years, she could finally smell that familiar scent. Yun Ying, I made the Kung Pao chicken, Yang Yu announced, emerging from the kitchen with a plate, placing it before Yun Ying. Let me taste, Yun Ying said, picking up chopsticks and sampling a piece. How is it? Yang Yu gazed at her expectantly. To be fair, Yang Yu's culinary skills were impressive. The flavor was remarkably akin to that of the Kung Pao chicken from her previous life. After savoring it for a moment, Yun Ying replied, it's quite excellent. Yay, I did it. Yang Yu clapped her hands together in excitement. This was her first attempt at a new dish, and the outcome seemed promising, at least in the eyes of its creator, Yun Ying. Yang Yu also tried a piece, and the rich flavor overwhelmed her senses, leaving her in awe of Yun Ying's brilliant concept. All right, I will entrust this establishment to you for now. I will provide the funding. I shall assume the role of a backer, Yun Ying stated after finishing the Kung Pao chicken, taking a sip of water. Really? So leisurely? Yang Yu expressed her disbelief, voicing her opinion. I have faith in you. Yun Ying reassured her with a gentle pat on the shoulder and a smile. Very well then. Ying nodded, then asked, how shall we determine the prices for these dishes? I will draft a list shortly, and you can review it to ensure it's reasonable, making any necessary adjustments. Yun Ying replied, taking out a sheet of paper and beginning to write. By the time the two had finalized the pricing, midday had nearly arrived. Yun Ying tidied up briefly before departing the restaurant to head to Shrek Academy. As for Yu's management, Yun Ying felt that as long as the business did not incur losses and earn some gold soul coins while maintaining a good reputation, she would leave the management to Yu. After all, she was not particularly keen on dealing with such tedious matters. It was far more satisfying to be hands-off. In addition to the dishes she had listed, Yun Ying also thought of something else, the grilled fish prepared by Yu. She mused that one day, when she had the opportunity, she might invite Yu over to teach Yu the art of grilling fish, thereby adding another signature dish to their repertoire. It seemed like a splendid idea. Upon arriving at the academy, it was already noon, and the once quiet campus was now bustling with students returning after the holiday. It was far more lively than when Yun Ying had first arrived. She made her way to the cafeteria for lunch, and indeed, Yu's cooking was a notch above the rest. After a swift meal, Yun Ying returned to her dormitory, where Xiao Xiao was already waiting inside. Yun Ying, you're back. Xiao Xiao exclaimed with delight as Yun Ying pushed the door open. Yes, what is the matter? Yun Ying replied. Xiao Xiao sat up on her bed and said, I heard Yu still hasn't returned. Do you think he might be expelled from the academy? Who knows? Perhaps he will show up tonight. Let us just wait and see, Yun Ying remarked as she sat down on her bed, casually removing her outer jacket and hanging it on a nearby coat rack, revealing her white school uniform underneath. Speaking of which, this uniform would turn yellow when they advanced to the second year. Yun Ying gazed at her current attire, quite fond of the white uniform, whereas the thought of the yellow one for the second year reminded her of the oversized and unattractive dark yellow uniforms from her past life, which she was required to wear daily. It was truly disheartening. Now, she unexpectedly had to don yellow attire again. Although she had encountered second-grade students before and found their uniforms somewhat acceptable, certainly more aesthetically pleasing than those from her previous life, this yellow hue invoked a peculiar sensation reminiscent of the fashion from a certain island nation decades ago. She silently resolved to change this. Yellow? Surely not. Xiao Xiao felt a bit bewildered. Had it been her, she would have struggled to accept it as well, believing that the current white uniform was rather nice. Of course, just take a look at those original second-grade students. Yun Ying shrugged and remarked helplessly. It was utterly terrifying. Xiao Xiao murmured as she reclined once more, hoping that she could wear this white uniform for a few more days to admire its beauty. After all, it was certainly more appealing than green, Yun Ying stated, as she too lay down in contemplation of life. Indeed, Xiao Xiao recalled seeing a book in the library that mentioned the uniforms of Shrek from thousands of years ago were green, accompanied by a hand-drawn illustration. She merely glanced at it before closing the book. It was simply too dreadful to behold. As I reflect upon it now, the yellow seems rather appealing as well. Time flows gently, and before long, evening descends. Yun Ying and Xiao Xiao emerge from the dining hall, accompanied by Xian, whom they encountered earlier within the cafeteria. At that moment, Wang Dong hurriedly approached, grasping Yun Ying's shoulder and inquiring, Yun Ying, you mentioned that Yu went north. Where exactly did he go? Is he not back yet? Yun Ying gently removed Wang Dong's hand, somewhat perplexed. Logically, Yu should have returned by now, yet it was already past 6. And there was still no sign of him. No, Teacher Zhou, Senior Bei, and Senior Tang are also quite anxious. I recalled what you said yesterday. So I came to ask you, where exactly did he go in the north? Wang Dong's face was etched with worry, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Something feels off. Yu is usually not someone who forgets things. Besides, he has rarely been late, except for when he was with you, Ziyin remarked, stroking her chin in confusion. Let's wait a bit longer. Perhaps he will arrive soon, Yun Ying said uncertainly. She was unsure of what Yu was up to. According to the original timeline, he should definitely return tonight, but since he had given the secret soul bone to Lung Long, he would not benefit from its fusion properties while merging with the Ice Emperor's skeletal remains. However, being the protagonist of the original story, he might encounter unforeseen circumstances that could aid his successful fusion. Wait, if we miss tonight, Yu will be expelled, Wang Dong exclaimed loudly, drawing the attention of passing students. Why are you so concerned about him? Are you perhaps harboring feelings for him? Yun Ying retorted, a hint of irritation in her voice. Wang Dong's repeated inquiries were unnecessary. She had already made herself clear yesterday. Moreover, if he wanted to know Hui Yuhao's whereabouts, he could very well find out for himself. All she had seen was Hui Yuhao heading north. She had no idea where he had gone afterward. Besides, wasn't he Hui Yuhao's roommate? How could he not know this? Wang Dong was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, why was he so concerned about him? They were not particularly close, or was it possible that he had developed feelings for him? No, that is out of the question. I would never like someone like Hui Yuhao. He thought to himself. I understand now. I apologize for the disturbance. Wang Dong replied hoarsely. Wang Dong, we are also worried that Hui Yuhao hasn't arrived yet. However, what else can we do but wait? Xiao Xiao interjected. Moreover, Yun Ying has already stated that she only saw Hui Yuhao heading north. No one knows the specifics. Wang Dong nodded lightly, saying nothing further, and prepared to leave. Just as he turned around, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure sprinting towards the teaching building. Hui Yuhao! Wang Dong shouted, causing the rushing Hui Yuhao to halt abruptly. Wang Dong! Turning around, Hui Yuhao saw Wang Dong racing towards him, followed by Yun Ying, Xiao Xiao, and Zi Yin. Where have you been? Wang Dong exclaimed as he rushed over and embraced Hui Yuhao. Do you have any idea how worried I was about you? Hui Yuhao felt a surge of emotion, but was also acutely aware of the predicament he was in. He had no time to dwell on it, and gently pushed Wang Dong away. I need to report to Teacher Zhou first. We can discuss the details later in the dormitory. I'm coming with you. Wang Dong declared immediately. Count me in, Xiao Xiao added, following suit. Hui Yuhao was slightly taken aback by Xiao Xiao's inclusion. As Yun Ying and Zi Yin approached, Yun Ying exchanged a meaningful glance with Wang Dong before addressing Hui Yuhao. Zi Yin, and I won't accompany you. I hope you can remain at Shrek Academy. I still have something I need your assistance with. Yes, I will definitely stay. Hui Yuhao affirmed with a firm nod, then swiftly ran towards the teaching building alongside Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao. By the way, Wang Dong is a girl. Yun Ying remarked suddenly as the trio sprinted away. Zi Yin looked surprised. How did you know? It's evident. The bright goddess butterfly martial soul only manifests in females. Yun Ying responded, watching their figures gradually fade from view. As for whether Hui Yuhao and the others live together, who knows? Perhaps the academy has made arrangements. Yun Ying said, turning to head back to the dormitory. Indeed, Zi Yin replied, following her. Chapter 29. Upgrade Assessment the following morning. Yun Ying and Xiao Xiao made their way to the dining hall for breakfast. During their walk, Xiao Xiao excitedly recounted the astonishing events she had witnessed the previous day. Especially when Hui Yuhao displayed the 1,000-year soul ring and unleashed his second martial soul, nearly causing her jaw to drop in disbelief. Originally, she intended to inform Yun Ying last night, but upon returning to the dormitory and witnessing Yun Ying cultivating on her bed, she refrained from interrupting. Hey Yun Ying, why do you appear so serene? Xiao Xiao could hardly conceal her astonishment, considering that it was a case of twin martial souls. Moreover, why did Hui Yuhao only reveal his abilities after a year? If he had displayed them sooner, wouldn't he have become the core disciple of the martial soul system? Perhaps it was due to his recent awakening over the holiday. After all, Hui Yuhao's innate soul power was rather low, potentially insufficient to support another martial soul. After pondering for a moment, Yun Ying came up with this explanation to brush off the inquiry. That is indeed a possibility. In that case, our class would have 3 individuals with twin martial souls. Xiao Xiao exclaimed in surprise. Yes, indeed, I shall go purchase some food now. Feeling somewhat bored by Xiao Xiao's incessant chatter, Yun Ying, who was already aware of the reason behind Hui Yuhao's delayed revelation of his second martial soul, hastily entered the cafeteria after leaving that remark. Wait for me. Xiao Xiao quickly followed her. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, they each bought breakfast and began to eat. Not long after, Bei Bei and Tangya approached them. Oh, senior brother and teacher Xiaoya? Xiao Xiao exclaimed with delight at the sight of them. Yes, junior sister Xiao Xiao and Yun Ying as well, Bei Bei replied with a refined smile, while Yun Ying merely offered a polite greeting. Subsequently, Bei Bei and Tangya invited Xiao Xiao to join them in seeking out Hui Yuhao, extending the invitation to Yun Ying, who politely declined. Bei Bei, seeing this, did not press the matter further, and the 3 departed. When did Yun Ying become so distant? Tangya wondered, while Bei Bei gently shook his head in silence, fully aware of Yun Ying's deliberate avoidance of them. However, the reasons for such behavior remained a mystery to Bei Bei. Yun Ying's gaze dimmed slightly. She neither harbored strong affection nor deep aversion towards the Tang sect, but the mere thought of it being established by Tang San stirred a sense of distaste within her. After all, the Tang sect seemed to have expanded to the point of disregarding any forces on the Douluo continent, surpassing even the Sun and Moon Federation. Was this reasonable? Thus, when Bei Bei and Tanya extended their invitation, Yun Ying also subtly distanced herself, and she was somewhat surprised by the absence of Ziyin. After all, according to the trajectory of the story, characters typically did not refuse invitations from protagonists, perhaps due to her current role as a main character. In any case, Yun Ying treated Bei Bei and Tanya with the ordinary demeanor of a junior addressing her seniors. After finishing breakfast, Yun Ying proceeded to the classroom, where she awaited Zhou Yi's arrival. At the same time, Ziyin took a seat beside her, looking rather disheartened as she remarked, "Who do you think will be our third member?" Lung Lung is an auxiliary soul master and has been assigned to class 4, leaving our little team short one person. She continued, "Short one person?" Yun Ying was momentarily taken aback, having not considered this aspect before. After a moment of contemplation, she too felt uncertain, as she did not know who else in the class lacked a team. Should she seek out Teacher Zhou? I knew it. We arrived for registration so early and didn't think about this issue, Ziyin lamented further. But now, they had no choice but to wait for Zhou Yi to arrive before inquiring. "Excuse me, hello?" A voice interrupted from nearby. Yun Ying and Ziyin turned in unison to see a girl standing beside them. Hello? Is there something you need?" Yun Ying asked. To which the girl smiled and replied, "I heard your team is short one member. May I join? By the way, my name is Ming, a level 29 Assault System Soul Master." Certainly. Let me introduce myself. I am Yun Ying, a level 41 Assault System Battle Soul Master. Yun Ying was taken aback to find someone actually applying to join. "Hello, I am Ziyin, a level 28 Control System Soul Master." Ziyin also smiled. "Wow. Your levels are quite impressive," Ming remarked in surprise. Yun Ying chuckled lightly and said, "I'll speak with Teacher Zhou shortly. Hopefully, we can form a team." "All right. Then I'll return to my seat." Ming nodded and left. "I can't believe our team has actually formed, and there's someone available to join," Ziyin exclaimed after Ming departed. Yes, the seating chart after the class division indicated that we could indeed form a group of 3. I didn't realize we were short one member. I thought we had an extra, Yun Ying admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. If she had noticed earlier, they wouldn't have delayed until now. Regardless, their team was officially established. They just had to see if it would be approved by Teacher Zhou. Ziyin propped her chin on her hand and then suddenly stiffened, quickly sitting up straight. "Teacher Zhou is here." In an instant, the classroom fell silent. The previously noisy students promptly returned to their seats as Zhou Yi and Wang Yin entered. They seemed to be discussing something at the doorway, and then Wang Yin raised his voice, causing the students to look at them in astonishment. The two had to step outside to continue their conversation, leaving behind a curious group of students. "What do you think Zhou Yi and Wang Yin are discussing?" Ziyin asked curiously. "It's probably about Hui Yuhao." Considering he was late for registration, Yun Ying shrugged and closed her eyes to rest. Perhaps, Ziyin glanced at Hui Yuhao, who was currently conversing with Wang Dong before laying his head back down on the table. After a while, Zhou Yi returned and began discussing the assessments, prompting the lethargic students to sit up straight and listen attentively. Chapter 30. The assessment begins. Zhou Yi had just finished explaining the assessment details when she glanced at the attendance sheet and called out, "Yun Ying, please stand." Yun Ying quickly rose to her feet. "Your team currently consists of only 2 members, and there is 1 student in the class without a team. You and Ziyin will form a team with that student. Do you have any objections?" Zhou Yi stated matter-of-factly, her tone leaving no room for dissent. "Teacher, you mean Ming, right? We will form a team with her," Yun Ying responded. Zhou Yi paused for a moment before saying, "It seems you have resolved this among yourselves, so I will submit it." "Thank you, Teacher Zhou." Yun Ying expressed her gratitude, and Zhou Yi waved her hand, signaling her to sit down. Just then, the classroom door was knocked upon, and Wang Yin, seated by the door, opened it with a puzzled expression. Standing outside was an unfamiliar teacher, yet Zhou Yi recognized her instantly. It was Mu Jin, the homeroom teacher of Class 2. Behind Mu Jin, 2 teachers from the Academic Affairs Office followed closely. Shortly thereafter, the students of Class 1 noticed Zhou Yi's complexion change as she exited the room. What transpired remained a mystery to them. Yet, in light of yesterday's incident involving Hui Yuhao's tardiness, they could not help but speculate. The classroom soon buzzed with hushed whispers. Observing this, Wang Yin promptly called for silence before stepping outside to ascertain the situation. Hui Yuhao clenched his fists tightly, lowering his head in contemplation. Seeing this, Wang Dong spoke up to offer comfort. "It's all right, Yuhao, you need not overthink. You will surely endure this." Hui Yuhao nodded gently, acknowledging his friend's words. Wang Dong refrained from saying more, understanding that excessive consolation would only exacerbate Hui Yuhao's discomfort. Outside, Zhou Yi had been embroiled in a dispute with Mu Jin for quite some time when Fan Yu and Du Weijun intervened, further astonishing Mu Jin and the other students by bestowing upon Hui Yuhao a level 2 Soul Master badge. Ultimately, under the persuasive words of Fan Yu, Zhou Yi, and Du Weijun, Mu Jin had no choice but to leave in indignation, and the matter was left unresolved. After school at noon, Yun Ying, Ziyan, and Chun Ming enjoyed lunch together, replenishing their energy in preparation for the afternoon's beast combat assessment. As the afternoon arrived, classes 1 and 2 entered the beast arena, commencing the first round of the assessment. According to the rules, the first match was always led by the class leader, and naturally, Class 1 sent forth Yun Ying, hailed as the strongest newcomer and the most accomplished student of the second year. The moment she stepped into the arena, Class 1's aura already overshadowed that of Class 2, which was precisely why Zhou Yi held confidence in being able to surpass Mu Jin. The soul beast chosen by Yun Ying is naturally one that has reached the remarkable age of a millennium. Whether it is a deliberate attempt to test Yun Ying's true strength or for some other reason remains unclear. In the arena, the soul beast presented is a 1,000-year-old earth demon rhinoceros. Even at this age, such a creature is comparable to those that have existed for 4,000 to 5,000 years. The appearance of the earth demon rhinoceros elicited a wave of astonished gasps from the audience. As Zhou Yi's gaze sharpened, she found herself perplexed. This soul beast was renowned for its formidable defense and terrifying destructive power. Its deployment for the assessment left her in a state of bewilderment. Beside her, the hibiscus chuckled with a sense of schadenfreude, observing the standoff between Yun Ying and the earth demon rhino with increasing fervor. Zhou Yi cast a fleeting glance at the hibiscus but chose to remain silent. A millennium-old earth demon rhino? Truly, the arena was filled with benevolent souls. Yun Ying regarded the menacing creature, brushing her nose thoughtfully, and pondered with resignation. To other students, this earth demon rhino might pose a significant threat, yet to Yun Ying, it was merely a minor inconvenience. After all, a millennium-old earth demon rhino was roughly equivalent to a 5,000-year soul beast, and for Yun Ying, who could contend with 6,000-year soul beasts at the third ring, it was simply a matter of ease. Moreover, she had recently advanced to the 4th ring of Soul Master cultivation. Summoning her swift flames, Yun Ying initiated the offensive, launching herself behind the earth demon rhino in a desperate bid, executing a sweeping strike. True to its reputation for defense, the earth demon rhino withstood the blow that would have severely injured any ordinary millennium soul beast. Its skin merely grazed, oozing a trickle of blood. However, this provoked the beast's wrath, and it let out a furious roar before forcefully stamping its right leg onto the ground, unleashing a powerful ground tremor. As a wide-area soul skill, this attack was undeniably devastating. Yun Ying, leveraging her swift flames, leaped into the air to evade the blow. Gathering her soul power, she unleashed several crimson spear blasts that struck the earth demon rhino with ferocity, causing multiple wounds and a cascade of blood. The earth demon rhino retaliated, raising its horn to charge, compelling Yun Ying to hastily employ her swift flames for defense. In the midst of the sparks flying, she swiftly withdrew her flames, launching 5 piercing strikes with her broken cloud spear. Each spear penetrated the beast's flesh, the terrifying flames inflicting searing pain upon it. The creature roared in agony, but its massive frame lacked the agility of Yun Ying, leaving it vulnerable to continued assaults. As its fury peaked, the earth demon rhino unleashed a deafening roar, sending shockwaves that caused Yun Ying to experience momentary tinnitus and dizziness, disrupting her aerial stance. She fell to the ground just as the earth demon rhino executed another ground tremor. Regaining her composure, Yun Ying quickly distanced herself using her desperate bid and summoned her 3rd soul skill, producing a colossal crimson spear beam that left the earth demon rhino dazed, its wounds profusely bleeding. Infuriated, the earth demon rhino charged once more, and Yun Ying activated her 4th soul skill. She struck upward, but the sheer weight of the beast rendered her efforts futile, which was to be expected. Undeterred, she swung her swift flames downwards, delivering a decisive blow that left the earth demon rhino severely injured, prompting her to finally withdraw. Meanwhile, Du Weilian and 4 other teachers in the stands engaged in discussion. While Zhou Yi glanced at the hibiscus again, noticing her expression had stiffened somewhat. After all, being publicly embarrassed was an uncomfortable experience. This inaugural battle not only brought great honor to Zhou Yijing, but also marked a resounding success, igniting even greater enthusiasm among the students of Class 1. On the platform, Du Weilian announced that Yun Ying had achieved a perfect score of 150 points. The cheers from Class 1 grew even louder, as this was their class leader who had not only made a remarkable debut, but had also triumphed over a soul beast that rivaled the legacies of 5 millennia. Meanwhile, it was now Zhou Yi's turn to mock Mujin from the elevated stage. Mujin wore a displeased expression, letting out a cold snort without uttering another word. She was indeed astonished that Yun Ying, merely a second-year student, had already attained the rank of a 4-ringed soul master. However, this assessment was focused on Yun Ying, not Hui Yuhao, so she clung to a glimmer of hope that Hui Yuhao might falter at a critical moment, allowing her to savor a moment of triumph. Yet, her aspirations were destined to remain unfulfilled. Chapter 31. Assessment in Progress. Subsequently, Zhou Yi dispatched Hui Yuhao. Upon hearing Hui Yuhao declare his choice of the minimum term of 100 years, Zhou Yi nearly fainted from indignation, her expression dark and foreboding. Meanwhile, Muxin once again began to mock, which further deteriorated Zhou Yi's complexion and worsened her mood. She fixed her gaze on Hui Yuhao on the field, her heart raging with frustration. What on earth is Hui Yuhao up to? The students from both classes exhibited varying reactions. One class expressed astonishment, coupled with a sense of humiliation. After all, with Yun Ying's illustrious achievements preceding them, how could Hui Yuhao, regardless of his shortcomings, not select a soul beast of at least 700 or 800 years? The students of Class 2 openly mocked him. In response to this, Hui Yuhao maintained his composure, affirming that his choice was indeed the century-old soul beast. The instructor of the beast arena, resigned to the situation, summoned a 100-year-old wind spirit wolf. Hui Yuhao stepped into the arena, confronting the wind spirit wolf directly, and unleashed his second soul ring, a radiant crimson ring of 400,000 years. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the Ice Emperor permeated the entire arena, compelling both students and teachers alike to release their respective soul rings to withstand this formidable force. Yun Ying gripped her blaze fire, both she and her weapon reaching the pinnacle of their martial spirits, thus she found the pressure manageable and felt capable of enduring it. However, within the heart of Wildfire, the Snow Emperor embryo began to exhibit peculiar changes. Sensing the Ice Emperor's oppressive force, the Snow Emperor embryo abruptly contracted, unleashing a wave of even more intense cold that spread throughout the heart of Wildfire. The equilibrium Yun Ying had maintained was disrupted. A slight leak of cold air emerged, prompting her to intensify her soul power output to barely contain the frigid energy. She then reinforced the fiery net, sustaining the balance within the heart of Wildfire, managing to regain control. At that moment, Hui Yuhao, who had been reveling in his bravado, suddenly sensed an unusual reaction in his spiritual sea, as if the Ice Emperor had become aware of something. Subsequently, an even more ferocious pressure was unleashed, leaving Hui Yuhao utterly bewildered. The students, already struggling to resist, found themselves overwhelmed by an even greater pressure. Some of the less experienced among them began to falter. Observing this, Du Weiluan swiftly summoned his soul power, forming a protective barrier to shield them. Yun Ying shifted the blazing fire to her left hand, while her right hand grasped the trembling hand of Zi Yin beside her. The overwhelming power of the extreme flames clashed against the Ice Emperor's oppressive force, instilling a sense of relief among the students surrounding Yun Ying. "Ah, Ice Emperor, your timing is impeccable," Yun Ying lamented inwardly. Originally, Hui Yuhao would retract his aura after displaying his prowess, yet now, he had intensified the Ice Emperor's emotional turbulence, leaving her utterly bewildered. Within Hui Yuhao's sea of consciousness, Tianming and the Ice Emperor were engaged in a fervent debate that unmistakably belongs to the Snow Emperor's chill, as well as her essence. The Ice Emperor exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Tianming Binkan, however, wore an expression of resignation. "What evidence do you possess to substantiate that claim? Having cohabited with her for over 200,000 years, how could I be unaware of her presence?" The Ice Emperor, undeterred, vehemently countered Tianming's assertions. "Very well. But what will you do with this knowledge? Are you planning to confront her directly?" Tianming pressed on as the Ice Emperor fell silent. "Moreover, we are within Shrek Academy. I sensed a formidable presence here earlier, one that poses a threat to both you and me. What shall we do then?" The Ice Emperor felt lost. Having known the Snow Emperor for so long, she had been searching for her ever since her sudden disappearance, only to be deceived by Tianming into this place. "Let us first have Yuhao inquire around the academy to see if anyone possesses a martial soul akin to that of the Snow Woman, and then you can confirm," Tianming suggested. It seemed they had no alternative but to proceed in this manner. After a moment of contemplation, the Ice Emperor nodded in agreement. "All right, Binger, retract your pressure. Otherwise, we will surely attract attention, and we shall be doomed," Tianming chuckled. The Ice Emperor silently withdrew her oppressive aura, then angrily pursued Tianming, exclaiming, "Who permitted you to call me Binger? That name is reserved solely for the Snow Emperor. Address me as the Ice Emperor. Hu Yuhao watched, embarrassed, as the oppressive force gradually dissipated. At that moment, he noticed the once fearsome wind spirit wolf now lying on the ground in a pitiful state, frothing at the mouth and convulsing, utterly incapacitated. On the stands, Du Weilin furrowed his brow as he observed Hu Yuhao in contemplative silence. Yun Ying also retracted her flames, simultaneously reinforcing the fiery net within her heart of blazing inferno. A sigh escaped her lips as she pondered. It seems imperative to swiftly procure ice attribute heavenly materials and earthly treasures to assist the Snow Empress in her incubation. Otherwise, I truly cannot maintain control over the situation. The hibiscus in the stands was utterly astonished. Initially, upon hearing that Hu Yuhao had chosen 100 years, she had prepared to mock Zhou. Although the summoned soul beast was a wind spirit wolf, formidable enough to rival those of 400 to 500 years, the fact remained that he had opted for a significantly lower age. Moreover, once Dai Huabin completed his assessment, she would have the opportunity to flaunt her superiority before Zhou once more. Even with Zhou boasting the strongest newcomer, Yun Ying, it was of no consequence. After all, this was a conflict between Hu Yuhao and Dai Huabin, as well as a contest between Zhou and Mu Jin. At this moment, Zhou hurriedly approached Du Weilin to inquire whether Hu Yuhao's achievements were valid. The other students on the field exchanged glances, and from each other's eyes, they discerned a shared astonishment. However, following Yun Ying's earlier battle against the Earth Demon Rhinoceros, a soul beast capable of rivaling beings of 4,000 to 5,000 years, which she dispatched with remarkable ease and without hesitation, the students' shock at Hu Yuhao's revelation of a 400,000-year soul ring was considerably diminished. Do you think Hu Yuhao's 100,000-year soul ring is genuine? Xian quietly asked Yun Ying. Of course not, Yun Ying replied, her expression impassive as she fabricated a lie. Xiao told me this morning that Hu Yuhao obtained his second soul ring, which grants him the soul skill of simulation. Then the simulation seems extraordinarily realistic, Xian remarked, somewhat incredulous. Feel free to ask Hu Yuhao himself, or Xiao or Wang Dong, Yun Ying suggested. Look, someone has knelt down. At that moment, the nearby students erupted in commotion, and Xian eagerly tugged on Yun Ying to see what was happening. Upon closer inspection, they found a brooding blonde youth kneeling before the expressionless Hu Yuhao. Isn't that Dai Huabin, the one whom teacher Zhou expelled last year? Xian exclaimed in astonishment. What has happened? Why is he kneeling before Hu Yuhao? Could it be a confession? Xian felt a surge of excitement, while Yun Ying explained with a hint of exasperation. Before coming here, Hu Yuhao and Dai Huabin made a wager regarding their team scores. The team with the lower score would require its captain to bow and apologize to the captain of the higher scoring team. Ultimately, it is a conflict between Hu Yuhao and Dai Huabin, which both Teacher Zhou and Teacher Wang are aware of. I was wrong. I'm sorry. At that moment, Dai Huabin suddenly bowed his head, slowly growling in a low voice, blood trickling from his forehead, a testament to the fury and frustration he harbored within. Hu Yuhao said nothing and turned back to his team. Dai Huabin, with bloodshot eyes, glared at Hu Yuhao as he walked away, his hateful gaze following Hu Yuhao's figure, making the students nearby feel quite uneasy. Dai Huabin, Yun Ying warned with a piercing glance, calling out to him. Dai Huabin's expression stiffened. He was about to erupt, but upon meeting Yun Ying's icy stare, he trembled slightly, then lowered his head again, choosing silence. Yun Ying withdrew her gaze, tossed her hair back, and refrained from saying more. Chapter 32. The Ouyang family ultimately, Du Weilin determined Hu Yuhao's assessment results to be perfect. However, due to the simulated 100,000-year soul ring, the soul beasts in the battle arena became utterly terrified, rendering the assessment unable to proceed. Thus, Du Weilin announced a message. The assessment would be postponed for 3 days, during which he hoped all students would prepare thoroughly. Naturally, Mu Jin was indignant about this outcome. And rather than embarrassing Zhou, it was she who felt the sting of humiliation. Initially, she watched Yun Ying, who was the first to take the stage. Despite her class's utmost efforts, they could not reach the heights achieved by Yun Ying, rendering her own embarrassment somewhat trivial. However, the actions of Hu Yuhao were rather excessive. As he directly simulated a 10,000-year soul ring, how could this even be played out? Moreover, Dai Huabin had humbly knelt and apologized to Hu Yuhao in front of over 100 students from both classes, not to mention the scrutiny of the evaluators seated in the stands. This was a complete loss of face. Furthermore, prior to the assessment, Mu Jin had confidently wagered with Zhou, asserting that her student Dai Huabin would undoubtedly surpass Hu Yuhao, eagerly anticipating how Zhou Yi would handle her own embarrassment. It now appeared that the true fool was none other than herself. Due to his inability to remain at the academy, Dai Huabin took a leave of absence from Shrek. The assessment matters have temporarily come to a close. During these extended 3 days, an event unfolded within Shrek City, the establishment previously managed by Yun Ying. Named Delicacies on the Tip of the Tongue officially opened its doors 2 days ago, thanks to the recruitment efforts of Ouyang Yu and the research on culinary offerings. With its innovative dishes, coupled with Ouyang Yu's exceptional culinary skills and keen eye for quality, the establishment staff demonstrated not only high competence, but also a commendable attitude, further enhancing its appeal, alongside reasonably priced offerings. Consequently, Delicacies on the Tip of the Tongue became an instant sensation throughout Shrek City within just 2 days. Furthermore, Yun Ying had provided Ouyang Yu with over 30 recipes, encompassing more than 30 distinct dishes. Inspired during these 2 days, Ouyang Yu has also developed several new dishes based on this foundation, ensuring that the menu includes not only exquisite Huaxia cuisine, but also notable local delicacies from the Douluo continent. Within just 2 days of opening, the establishment has already generated a net profit exceeding 1,000 golden soul coins, and this figure continues to rise. Situated in the bustling and high-priced Shrek City, even with their prices set as relatively affordable for the area, they remain quite expensive when compared to those outside. As Yun Ying ventured out yesterday, she happened to recall her intention to visit that place and listen to Ouyang Yu's report on the restaurant's recent circumstances. Regarding this news, Yun Ying felt a sense of joy, for her establishment had begun to turn a profit, and the earnings were commendably substantial. Anyone in her position would undoubtedly feel elated and exhilarated. At this moment, Ouyang Yin of the Ouyang family, hurrying back to the Doling Empire, is also confronted with a significant event. After 3 days of relentless travel, Ouyang Yin has finally returned to the family today. Upon his return, he headed straight for Ouyang Feng's bedroom. As soon as he entered, a teacup struck him. Ouyang Yin, bewildered, exclaimed, "Father, why did you hit me?" "Why, you ask?" Ouyang Feng, with a furious countenance, retorted, "Tell me, what have you done with your sister?" Ouyang Yin felt a twinge of embarrassment, as he had not anticipated that Ouyang Feng would discover the matter so swiftly. Initially, he had informed the maid beside Ouyang Yu that she had gone out for a trip, expected to return in 3 to 4 days. By that time, he would have returned as well, sparing Ouyang Feng from pursuing the matter in Shrek City, especially since he had already made a promise. However, what was the current situation? When had his father found out? Father, Ouyang Yin forced a smile, desperate to calm Ouyang Feng. "Please allow me to explain." As Ouyang Yin leaped to evade another flying teacup, he clumsily rolled on the ground before rising again. "Father, let me explain." "Speak. What are your last words?" Ouyang Feng slowly sat down and regarded Ouyang Yin. In truth, much of his anger had dissipated. He had always considered his son to be sensible and grounded, capable of making reasoned decisions, and he had trusted him with Ouyang Yu. Yet, this clandestine departure was somewhat unacceptable. It felt as though he was not being taken seriously. Though Ouyang Yin was now an adult and free to make his own choices, Ouyang Yu was still only 16, and even if he was her sole brother, that was not permissible. Well, the matter is as follows. Ouyang Yin attempted to keep it brief. He did not shy away from admitting that he had been defeated by a spirit master of the fourth ring. After all, a loss is merely that, a loss, and nothing particularly grave. "Are you saying a girl defeated you, and you agreed to let your sister work there?" Ouyang Feng's face darkened. Yes, and she consented to wait." Ouyang Yin realized something was amiss halfway through his sentence and swiftly dodged a flying teapot. "Father, please calm down. Calm down," he implored, feeling overwhelmed. "This is absurd. You sent your sister to someone else's place without even sending a bodyguard to protect her? That person could defeat you. What chance does your sister, being only a third-ring spirit master, have?" Ouyang Feng's expression was grim, exasperated by Ouyang Yin's inability to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Ouyang Yin was utterly confused, while Ouyang Feng's frustration mounted. "What do you mean? Why didn't you send a capable bodyguard?" Right. I'll go do that right away." Ouyang Yin suddenly understood, hastily departing, fearful that Ouyang Feng might throw something else at him. "Get out of here, you rascal." Ouyang Feng hurled another teacup, startling Ouyang Yin into a frantic escape. Sighing in resignation, Ouyang Feng lamented, when would his son truly mature and embrace responsibility? Moreover, the relationship between the Ouyang family and the royal family has been deteriorating. making it increasingly difficult for them to endure until the day Ouyang Yin ascends as the clan leader. Chapter 33, Grilled Fish Recipe. Without delving into Ouyang Yin's situation, let us turn our attention to Shrek Academy, where the advancement assessment commences anew today. Moreover, the scores previously obtained will be recalculated, which means that Yun Ying must undergo the assessment once again. Yun Ying exclaimed that Hui Yuhao, he has gone too far in his pretentiousness. And now it is he who faces misfortune, needing to retake the exam. I had already passed. She continued, Hui Yuhao, can't you be a bit more considerate? You were quite pleased that day, yet I now have to take the test again. On their way to the Beast Arena, Yun Ying and Zi-Yin fortuitously encountered Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, who were approaching. Observing Hui Yuhao cheerfully fiddling with the second-level Soul Master badge hanging from his chest stirred her ire. She swiftly stepped forward and seized Hui Yuhao by the ear, exclaiming, That hurts. Let go, Yun Ying. Hui Yuhao cried out in pain, and upon her release, he hurriedly covered his right ear, his expression contorted in distress. Yun Ying found amusement in the situation, fully aware of the force she had exerted, and knowing that Hui Yuhao was more than capable of enduring it. Yet, was this how he reacted? Stop pretending. I barely put any strength into it. She chided. Hui Yuhao, upon hearing her words, chuckled and lowered his hand from his ear, which was only slightly reddened. This dramatic fellow truly deserves to inherit the position of the god of emotions. Yun Ying had been rambling all the way, lamenting how Hui Yuhao's triumph had resulted in her misfortune, to which Zi-Yin laughed, recognizing that Yun Ying would indeed have to retake the assessment, rendering her previous scores null and void. Is it really that dire? Thankfully, I wasn't the first one to be assessed that day, Wang Dong remarked, relieved. However, upon meeting Yun Ying's frosty gaze, he immediately zipped his lips with a gesture, indicating he would say nothing further. Now, how do you intend to compensate me for making me retake the exam? Yun Ying inquired, arms crossed. In truth, the matter was trivial, primarily. Yun Ying desired Hui Yuhao's recipe for grilled fish to further elevate the reputation of culinary delights. Well, more importantly, it was about earning some golden soul coins. The divine platform that once sealed the Snow Emperor was sold the day before yesterday by Yun Ying, with the buyer representing the Academy's Soul Guidance Department, Fanyu. The transaction was concluded at the price of 236,000 golden soul coins, a commendable sum considering that the platform is a 9th-level soul guiding device. Such sealing-type soul devices are rather niche, so achieving such a sale is quite impressive. What compensation do you seek, Yun Ying? Hui Yuhao inquired, somewhat uncertain. After pondering for a moment, he suggested, perhaps your grilled fish recipe? Yun Ying feigned contemplation before responding. Hui Yuhao was taken aback. What do you need the recipe for? Although it's not particularly secretive, I have opened a restaurant and require your grilled fish to establish my reputation. Is that unacceptable? Yun Ying asserted with conviction, leaving Hui Yuhao momentarily speechless. Wait, you have opened a restaurant? Hui Yuhao suddenly realized something, his expression shifting. Zi-Yin was equally astonished, while Wang Dong eagerly interjected. A restaurant? In Shrek City? Yun Ying nodded, and Wang Dong's surprise deepened. In this land where space is at a premium, you own a restaurant? Please tell me its name. I must visit when I have the chance. It's called Delicacies on the Tip of the Tongue, and it has only recently opened. Yun Ying replied, Delicacies on the Tip of the Tongue? That name sounds familiar, Wang Dong mused. Zi-Yin then recalled something, stating, could it be the restaurant that became an instant sensation in Shrek City just 2 days after its opening? Upon hearing Zi-Yin's words, Wang Dong began to remember. The day before, while dining on Hui Yuhao's grilled fish, he had merely heard the name. He had been curious as to why there were fewer customers buying Hui Yuhao's grilled fish the day prior, but yesterday, he had encountered the name Delicacies on the Tip of the Tongue everywhere. Out of curiosity, he decided to dine there and discovered that he had fallen in love with the establishment, planning to return that very evening. Moreover, one must arrive early this evening. Arriving late would mean losing one's place. Just yesterday, he waited for quite a long time, nearly half an hour, before it was his turn. However, is the owner of that establishment not a certain Ouyang Yu? I have heard she is the young lady of the Ouyang family from the Douluo Empire. Zi-Yin remarked with curiosity. Well, to put it simply, Ouyang Yu handles most of the restaurant's affairs, while I merely act as a hands-off proprietor, Yun Ying replied, evoking envy from Wang Dong. I too wish to be a hands-off proprietor, earning money while reclining. Just keep working hard, young man. Yun Ying patted Wang Dong's shoulder, then turned to Hui Yuhao and asked, what do you say? Would you care to share your grilled fish recipe? So, you have been waiting for me all this time, Huh? Hui Yuhao replied helplessly. Fear not. I shall allocate you 10 of the daily profits from the grilled fish. That is quite generous. Yun Ying continued to entice him. Hui Yuhao nodded, acknowledging the truth in her words. He could only sell about 30 fish a day, but placing them in Yun Ying's restaurant would be entirely different, especially since it was a recently renowned establishment in Shrek City. Even a mere 10 would suffice to equal Hui Yuhao's monthly earnings. Moreover, this represents the daily earnings from selling grilled fish. After a moment's contemplation, Hui Yuhao consented. Then this afternoon after school, I shall take you there. You can instruct Ouyang Yu, and subsequently, jot down the recipe, Yun Ying suggested. Wang Dong could not restrain himself from exclaiming, I wish to join as well. I see you are merely eager to indulge in the delicacies. Xian teased, to which Wang Dong unabashedly replied, Indeed, I long to savor the food. The queue there is always exceedingly long. This time, I wish to take an alternate route. I too wish to accompany you, Xian added promptly. Very well, Yun Ying nodded. As there was little else to occupy her time, if they wished to go, so be it. Hooray! Wang Dong exclaimed joyously. Following yesterday's feast, he had become utterly enamored with the establishment known as Culinary Delights. Yun Ying could not dispute this, for it was indeed a treasure from the illustrious 5,000-year heritage of Huaxia. Chapter 34. A bet renewed just as the four were engrossed in their lively conversation. A chilling voice cut through their banter, interrupting their discourse. Hui Yuhao, do you dare to wager once more? They turned in unison to find Dai Huabin standing there. His gaze icy as it fixated on Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. Isn't that the fellow who bowed down the other day? What brings him here again to grovel? Xian questioned incredulously, her words escaping without forethought. Uft. Ha ha ha, this is too amusing. Both Yun Ying and Wang Dong erupted in laughter, with Wang Dong dramatically pounding Hui Yuhao on the back, doubled over in mirth. It must be said, Xian's quip earned full marks from Yun Ying. Dai Huabin's countenance darkened. His eyes ablaze with fury, his fists clenched tightly. He opened his mouth several times, only to restrain himself, thwarted by Yun Ying's formidable presence. There was no recourse. Yun Ying was simply too formidable for him to confront. Moreover, the individual was capable of single-handedly confronting a formidable earth demon rhinoceros, a feat comparable to that of 4 to 5 millennia, and emerged victorious with ease. This alone rendered him utterly inconceivable. Suppressing the fury within, Dai Huabin gritted his teeth and spoke. Today, my business has nothing to do with you. I have come in search of Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. What do you seek from Hui Yuhao? Do you truly wish to bow before him again? Xian inquired, her expression reflecting confusion, which only served to infuriate Dai Huabin further. She continued with her taunts. Or is it that one bow was insufficient, and you intend to offer several more today? Wang Dong, unable to contain his amusement, erupted in laughter, clutching his abdomen with one hand while pointing at Dai Huabin with the other, struggling to articulate his thoughts amidst his mirth. You. Dai Huabin's anger surged, ready to unleash his wrath, but suddenly recollected the purpose of his visit and restrained himself once more, his eyes glinting with coldness. Hui Yuhao, Wang Dong. Cunning tactics are no true skill. I ask you, do you dare to gamble once more? This time, I shall wager against both of you, betting that my score will surpass the sum of yours. Let us wager then, with stakes identical to those of the last time. The loser must bow an apology. But this time, it shall be 3 bows. Wang Dong retorted, his expression devoid of mirth, replaced instead by fury. What say you? Dai Huabin directed his gaze toward Hui Yuhao, who replied calmly, in light of your previous willingness to accept defeat. Very well. This time, we shall indulge you. Dai Huabin narrowed his eyes, casting a glance at both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong before turning to depart. Just before leaving, he glanced back, casting a cold glare at Xian. Best of luck, Yun Ying suddenly interjected, causing Dai Huabin to halt abruptly and bow 3 times. Yun Ying then added, Dai Huabin, with his teeth clenched, departed, seething with rage. It appears, Yun Ying, that you are indeed the true mastermind, Wang Dong remarked in admiration, followed by a hearty laugh. Xian, your earlier mockery was exquisite. Just look at Dai Huabin's face. It was nearly as dark as coal. Xian remained perplexed. I initially thought he had come to bow again. Yet unexpectedly, he proposed a wager. Is there truly any difference between that and indirectly bowing? None. I suspect Dai Huabin's mind may be somewhat unhinged. Wang Dong finally managed to quell his laughter and responded. The four, having exhausted this topic, ceased their discussion and proceeded toward the beast fighting area, sharing anecdotes of recent amusing events. Upon their arrival, Yun Ying summoned the students of Class 1 to gather, while Shou Yi also stood at the front of Class 1, awaiting Du Weiluan to announce the commencement. Beside Du Weilin in the stands, there was an additional figure, Yin Xiaozhe, the dean of the Soul Master Department. Yin Xiaozhe's presence was primarily motivated by Yun Ying's extraordinary martial soul. After all, such martial souls are rare and often elusive. Moreover, Yun Ying's innate talent is exceptionally high, and these two factors alone were sufficient to warrant Yin Xiaozhe's visit. The second reason pertains to Hui Yuhao, who possesses a twin martial soul, both of which are extraordinary. Despite his slightly inferior talent and cultivation, he is remarkably diligent. Coupled with his gambling duel against Qin Duo, Yin Xiaozhe pays considerable attention to Hui Yuhao. Simultaneously, he heard from Elder Xian that Hui Yuhao has discovered a promising new establishment, which, according to his knowledge and the insights shared by Elder Mu, is ostensibly a business of the Ouyang family from the Doling Empire, managed by Ouyang Yu. However, in reality, it is the personal property of Yun Ying. How could Yin Xiaozhe overlook a student endowed with both a talent for cultivation and a keen business acumen? Moreover, Yun Ying herself shows little interest in the soul engineer system, primarily because she finds the process of crafting soul devices rather tedious and uninteresting, despite the excellence of the final products. This is another point of significance, indicating that Yun Ying is a prodigious talent within the martial soul domain. Although she feels a sense of melancholy over her loss to Hui Yuhao, the presence of the strongest student, Yun Ying, alleviates her regret. As for how Yin Xiaozhe perceives her, Yun Ying remains oblivious. All she knows is that the assessment is imminent, and she is the first to compete, facing a 1,000-year-old wind spirit wolf as her opponent. Remarkably, this creature is an upgraded version of the soul beast Hui Yuhao encountered that day. Nevertheless, despite the wind spirit wolf being comparable to a 5,000-year-old soul beast, akin to the earth demon rhinoceros of the past, Yun Ying exhibits no trepidation. The wind spirit wolf excels in speed, yet against the highly agile Yun Ying, it pales in comparison. She effortlessly vanquishes the wind spirit wolf, and after a few minutes, Du Weijun announces that Yun Ying has achieved a perfect score of 150 points. Such an accomplishment is exceedingly rare in the history of Shrek Academy, which has existed for a millennium. Throughout its extensive history, those who have attained a perfect score are few and far between. Among them is Yun Ying. Yin Xiaozhe observed from the stands with great satisfaction, and in his heart, he could not help but hold Yun Ying in even greater esteem. As for Hui Yuhao, he would be evaluated based on circumstances. Unbeknownst to him, Hui Yuhao's standing in Yin Xiaozhe's mind was quietly diminishing, while Yun Ying's already elevated status soared even higher. In the subsequent second match, Dai Huabin from Class 2 made his entrance. It appeared that Dai Huabin regarded his opponent, Feng Hu, as either Xian or Hui Yuhao. Striking with unparalleled ferocity, his approach diverged significantly from the conventional combat methods of soul masters, as he engaged in a brutal exchange, inflicting injuries in a manner that ultimately led to Feng Hu's demise. However, due to his final misstep, he was deducted 5 points, bringing his current total to 145 points. Wang Dong was the third to take the stage, ultimately achieving a score of 100. Naturally, he was dissatisfied with this result. In his eyes, Dai Huabin had attained a remarkable score of 145, while he himself had managed only 100. As for Yun Ying's astonishing score of 150, Wang Dong could scarcely entertain the thought that a perfect score had indeed been achieved. Subsequently, the assessment became significantly simpler. Hui Yuhao was the fifth to take the stage. Upon his entry, he opted for a Millennium Soul Beast and, with the protection of the Ice Emperor, emerged victorious. Unsurprisingly, Dai Huabin faced yet another defeat. After this loss, Dai Huabin was utterly driven to madness, acting recklessly without regard for consequences. Yet, what did any of this have to do with Yun Ying? She was merely a jester in this unfolding drama. Chapter 35, The Strength of Green. Following the upgrade assessment, that very evening, Yun Ying, Hui Yuhao, Xian, and Wang Dong strolled through the streets of Shrek City. The four engaged in lively banter. With the presence of Xian and Wang Dong, no moment could ever be dull. Even the most mundane topics transformed into delightful conversations. And during this time, Yun Ying found herself laughing on several occasions. I hadn't noticed before, Xian, but you possess such a talent. It's a pity you don't host an auction, Yun Ying remarked with a smile. Xian chuckled and, half-jokingly, replied, who knows? Perhaps I shall become an auctioneer in the future, ensuring a bountiful income. The three exchanged glances, saying nothing further. After all, students emerging from Shrek Academy, regardless of their shortcomings, would hardly become auctioneers. Yet, who could predict what the future held? Look, that's the place, Wang Dong exclaimed, raising his gaze and gesturing towards a particular direction. Hu Yuhao turned to see a two-story building, adorned in a style he had never encountered before. The exterior was awash in bright red hues, radiating a festive atmosphere. For illuminated soul-guiding lamps hung above, their peculiar shapes becoming increasingly appealing the longer one gazed upon them. The small building was brilliantly illuminated, its bricks and tiles exuding an unprecedented new style, yet retaining elements reminiscent of Douluo continent, creating a strikingly beautiful fusion. From the exterior, Hu Yuhao was certain that this was the most exquisite architecture he had ever encountered, its brilliance understated, appearing not overly lavish, yet possessing an ancient aesthetic. Upon closer inspection, however, one would discover that it was constructed from some of the finest materials available on the market, showcasing exceptional craftsmanship. Is this what you call cuisine of the tongue? Hu Yuhao exclaimed in surprise. At that moment, the dream-eyed silkworm in the sea of spirit was also awake, unlike its usual slumbering self, and expressed admiration. This decor style is unprecedented yet distinct. Just by looking at the exterior, one yearns to taste the dishes inside. Why did I not come across a place like this earlier? After speaking, the dream-eyed silkworm pounded its fists in frustration. The Ice Emperor shot a glance at him in silence. I overheard those two humans earlier. They mentioned that this place is newly opened. And even if there are similar establishments in other cities, do you honestly think you had a chance to visit this human realm back then? Ah, Binger. Your words truly sadden me. Woe is me. The dream-eyed silkworm's expression transformed swiftly to one of heartbreak, as it absent-mindedly wiped away non-existent tears. Forget it, and call me Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor angrily kicked the dream-ice silkworm away. Hu Yuhao awkwardly withdrew from the Sea of Spirit, noticing that ever since the Ice Emperor's arrival, the dream-ice silkworm, though still imparting guidance occasionally, had significantly reduced its frequency. Yet, its attitude remained relatively unchanged. Could this be the power of love? Speaking of which, he had previously heard Yun Ying mention that the power of love should be green, right? The Ice Emperor's green hue could perhaps be interpreted as a manifestation of immense strength. This seemed plausible, especially considering that the dream-ice silkworm, a million-year spirit beast, was unable to contend with an opponent that had not yet reached 40,000 years. Despite the dream-ice silkworm's insistence that it was merely a non-aggressive silkworm, Hu Yuhao found it hard to believe. Thus, it appeared that perhaps the Ice Emperor had indeed acquired that potent green power, enabling her to defeat the dream-ice silkworm and ascend as the sovereign of the Sea of Spirit. He could only wonder how she compared to that gray orb of light. Hu Yuhao felt he might have stumbled upon a correct path for his cultivation, secretly commending his own cleverness. Indeed, what do you think? Wang Dong cheerfully inquired. Impressive. Hu Yuhao found himself at a loss for words, resorting to this generic term for the moment. Of course, Wang Dong chuckled while patting Hu Yuhao's shoulder. Yun Ying, standing nearby, could not help but interject. Isn't this my domain? Wang Dong felt a bit awkward, but Hu Yuhao suddenly pulled him aside, whispering, Wang Dong, I've discovered a splendid method for cultivation. What method? Can it truly lead to such rapid advancement like you? Wang Dong recalled the significant enhancement they experienced during their initial joint training upon Hu Yuhao's return, making him quite intrigued by the topic. Hu Yuhao spoke mysteriously. Indeed. Didn't you notice my second soul as tattoo? He referred to the Ice Emperor's scorpion tattoo on his back. Wang Dong pondered for a moment before realizing. Are you suggesting that your enhancement is connected to that tattoo? To be precise, it relates to the color of that tattoo. Hu Yuhao teased, leaving Wang Dong puzzled. Color? How is that relevant? It is indeed significant, green, to be specific, Hu Yuhao replied with a mysterious smile. Have you not noticed? Not only do I now bear a green tattoo, which has greatly increased my power, but our Shrek Academy's emblem is also green. Isn't it? Our academy has thrived for a millennium, maintaining its esteemed status as the continent's foremost institution. Could it be true? Wang Dong contemplated, then exclaimed in astonishment. Is it possible that this green really holds power? Yes, I plan to don green clothing starting tomorrow for my training, Hu Yuhao declared. But don't we have to wear our uniforms every day? Wang Dong suggested. Perhaps you could dye your hair green. That way, it would be permissible daily. And the academy has no rules against hair dyeing. Ah, what a splendid idea, Hu Yuhao exclaimed, drawing the attention of Yun Ying and Ziyin, who were conversing nearby. What is going on? What brilliant idea? Ziyin inquired curiously. Hu Yuhao, not intending to keep it a secret, shared his thoughts and emphasized his plan to dye his hair green. Could it be that green is truly a magical color? Ziyin pondered, touching her long purple locks. Should I dye my hair green tomorrow as well? Why not consider red instead? Red signifies 100,000-year spirit ring. Yun Ying responded, exasperated. Why does Hui Yuhao seem entirely different from the original narrative? At what point did I misstep upon crossing over? Perhaps red could work too. Ziyin mused. Her interest piqued. Yun Ying promptly restrained her shoulder, earnestly advising, Ziyin, Hui Yuhao's decision to dye his hair is his own affair. There is no need to follow suit. Besides, your talent is already quite commendable, so there is truly no need for green or red hair. Your purple locks are lovely as they are. Very well, Ziyin acquiesced, running her fingers through her hair. In truth, she had merely been struck by a whimsical thought. The prospect of actually dyeing her hair was less appealing. Perhaps I should engage more with green-themed items, Wang Dong contemplated aloud. Indeed, that sounds agreeable. Ziyin concurred. What a peculiar group we are, Hui Yuhao mused. Is the illustrious Tang sect truly experiencing such a shift in style? Chapter 36. The gradual deterioration of style for Hui Yuhao. The four of them arrived at Cuisine of the Tongue. When Yun Ying purchased the small building, she had already gained a general understanding of its layout and led the others down a secluded path, directly to the kitchen. Hello there, Yun Ying exclaimed, producing a key to unlock a small door. Upon entering, she found Ouyang Yu busy stir-frying dishes. Ah, Yun Ying? Ouyang Yu turned, astonished to see Yun Ying emerge through the small door. Don't mind us. Please continue cooking, Yun Ying gestured, then beckoned the others to join her. Wow, this is truly yours. Wang Dong marveled, while Hui Yuhao and Ziyin shared the same sentiment, taken aback that Yun Ying, at such a young age, owned her own establishment. From the looks of it, it was thriving spectacularly in Shrek City, gaining notoriety far beyond its borders. The three marveled for a moment before curiously examining their surroundings, refraining from touching any equipment or decorations, as it was ultimately someone else's property. And it was best not to meddle without permission. After finishing a dish, Ouyang Yu returned to the kitchen and brought out 5 cups of tea, placing them on the table as Yun Ying invited everyone to sit down. Originally, I intended to bring only Hui Yuhao, yet here we are with 4, Yun Ying remarked. Nodding. Hui Yuhao? After casting a few curious glances at the trio, Ouyang Yu turned her gaze towards the blue-haired youth and remarked, I suspect this is indeed the case. Yun Ying was momentarily taken aback before regaining her composure. She added that the primary purpose of their visit was to have Hui Yuhao document his grilling techniques for fish, which Ouyang Jie could then reference to create a signature dish for the restaurant. Grilling techniques? So, Hui Yuhao is quite adept at grilling fish? Ouyang Yu smiled. Absolutely. The fish that Yuhao grills is truly delectable. Wang Dong interjected eagerly. Hui Yuhao, feeling a bit shy, responded modestly, it's nothing special. For something to earn Yun Ying's praise, it must indeed be exceptional. By the way, how do you intend to explain this? Ouyang Yu inquired. Hui Yuhao promptly retrieved paper and pen, stating, let me write it down first. Oh, Ouyang Jie, when can we have a meal? Wang Dong, unable to contain his excitement, directly called out to her. If you're hungry, I can cook at any time. I've already instructed the kitchen to expedite preparations since I have someone important visiting. Ouyang Yu paused briefly before continuing. This way, we won't face delays in serving, and they are all skilled culinary experts, ensuring the quality remains high. That works. Let us prepare the meal first. And then Ouyang Jie, you can try this plan, Yun Ying suggested, handing the A4 sheet that Hui Yuhao had completed to Ouyang Yu. All right, I will start preparing. What would you like to eat? Ouyang Yu placed the paper on the table and rose. I want mapo tofu, sweet, and sour pork, Wang Dong enthusiastically declared. Ziyin, with a hint of exasperation, asked, can you finish all of that? Don't worry, I can definitely finish it. I ordered this much before, and I managed to eat it all, Wang Dong replied nonchalantly. Besides, there are 4 of us here. No, wait, with Ouyang Jie, there are 5 of us. I'm worried there won't be enough. Initially, the 4 of them dined together, and later, after Ouyang Yu finished cooking, she joined them for dinner. Under Hui Yuhao's guidance, they practiced grilling fish continuously until past 10 o'clock at night, after which the 4 returned to Shrek Academy and proceeded to their respective dormitories for meditation and soul power cultivation. The following morning, Yun Ying, Xiao Xiao, and Ziyin set off together to the cafeteria for breakfast. As they were enjoying their meal, a green-haired youth entered, the vibrant hue strikingly captivating. You really dyed your hair green? Ziyin exclaimed, her face a picture of shock, while Xiao Xiao was utterly bewildered, staring at Hui Yuhao's green locks in astonishment. Yes. After much contemplation last night, I made the decision, Hui Yuhao declared with conviction. Initially, I considered suggesting Wang Dong dye his hair too, but upon seeing me, he suddenly lost interest. Who even wants to dye their hair that shade of green? Although it does look quite good, Wang Dong's irritated voice chimed in, causing Hui Yuhao's heart to skip a beat. Perhaps if you wore a green bracelet or something, it would be acceptable, but you've gone and dyed your hair green outright. Yun Ying remarked, exasperated. Hui Yuhao has truly lost it. I believe this will better enable me to harness the power of green. Hui Yuhao pondered for a moment before asserting his belief. Power of green. Yun Ying was left speechless. In the context of his previous life in Huaxia, such a vivid green would undoubtedly signify an extraordinary individual. Moreover, there are certainly stories behind it, and not just one. But now, it pertains to Hui Yuhao, the protagonist from the original work. How could he possibly recall dyeing his hair green? In the sea of consciousness, both the Dream Eye Silkworm and the Ice Emperor were perplexed. What was Hui Yuhao up to? The Dream Eye Silkworm suddenly felt a twinge of discomfort, as it had somewhat neglected Hui Yuhao recently due to various matters. Yet, in these 2 days apart, how could he have transformed so drastically? Why did he perceive green as being powerful? Logically, it should have been red, right? The Ice Emperor pondered, and the Dream Eye Silkworm glanced at him, recalling that the Ice Emperor's true form was a large, emerald green scorpion. Could it be that Hui Yuhao, having been constantly beaten by the Ice Emperor lately, mistakenly interpreted this to mean that the Green Ice Emperor was stronger? However, the Dream Eye Silkworm did not voice this thought. After all, being a male, it could not admit to being inferior to the Ice Emperor. It was, at its core, a matter of pride. Why not dye your hair back? It looks a bit uncomfortable like this, Yun Ying suggested. While she felt that Hui Yuhao's vibrant green hair had its charm, it indeed appeared somewhat awkward. I plan to test the effects first before making a decision, Hui Yuhao replied thoughtfully. Yuhao, why bother? Xiao Xiao chuckled, nearly doubling over with laughter. Although she was unaware of the entire context, she could still draw this conclusion from their exchanges. I just think green might be a bit stronger, Hui Yuhao admitted. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he suddenly found himself questioning whether green truly represented a potent energy. He recalled Yun Ying mentioning that to get by in life, one must embrace a touch of green. Although he didn't grasp the meaning at the time, reflecting on it now felt oddly profound. Chapter 37. The Treasure Appreciation Event. I was merely jesting, Yun Ying sighed, realizing that Hui Yuhao had taken her words seriously. What more could be said? Observing the markedly different Hui Yuhao, his striking green hair stood out prominently. I think green isn't bad, Hui Yuhao mused, running his fingers through his hair. Suit yourself, Yun Ying replied, unwilling to intervene further. Hui Yuhao's appearance had certainly diverged from the norm, although she frequently encountered the concept of the butterfly effect in time travel novels. This particular instance seemed rather exaggerated. After finishing breakfast, the group proceeded to their classroom. The assessment had concluded, and the first-year students had successfully advanced to the second year, while the teaching building transformed into a vibrant yellow structure representing the second and third years. The thought of wearing the yellow uniform for the next 2 years made Yun Ying uneasy, not that it was unattractive, but the nostalgia from her past life was rather overwhelming. After a full day of classes, Yun Ying visited Gourmet Delights and surveyed the layout of the basement level, preparing to draft a blueprint for its development. After all, these spaces could be utilized effectively, and relocating the storage area from the second floor down to the basement was a feasible plan. Having sketched a rough layout, Yun Ying departed, casually enjoying dinner on her way. To be fair, Ouyang Yu's culinary skills were commendable. The grilled fish Hui Yuhao had taught her to make the previous night turned out surprisingly well, equaling the taste of Hui Yuhao's dish. Aren't you busy during the day? Yun Ying inquired, curious. Although the peak business hours at Shrek Academy began after school, there were still many patrons throughout the day. After all, Shrek City was more vibrant than many imperial capitals. Despite its high living costs and the difficulty of settling there, the allure of life in this city drew many in. Akin to rural inhabitants yearning for the opportunities of county towns, and those from small counties aspiring to enter big cities despite the expense. There are 3 other chefs. I'm not the only one cooking, Ouyang Yu chuckled, popping a piece of meat into her mouth. Their skills are decent, albeit a notch below mine. I plan to teach them once I've mastered the grilled fish myself. Oh, I see, Yun Ying nodded. After finishing dinner, she bid farewell to Ouyang Yu and made her way back to Shrek Academy. As she walked under the dark sky, she felt a sense of confusion regarding her future path. Nevertheless, given the rarity of her situation, she resolved to leave no regrets behind. Not wanting to have died once without purpose, lost in thought, she returned to her dormitory. Upon opening the door, she spotted Xiao Xiao sitting on the edge of her bed, excitement radiating from her expression as she held a piece of paper. Yun Ying, look at this, Xiao Xiao exclaimed, eagerly handing over a piece of gilded red paper. What is it? Yun Ying took the paper and glanced at it, quickly realizing it pertained to the treasure appreciation event from the original narrative. So, this meant that the selection for the Shrek 7 Monsters Reserve team would soon take place? If she wanted to participate, she would need to outshine a character from the original story. But if that was the case, so be it. As one of the three great families, the Ouyang clan, despite current tensions with the royal family, would certainly be allowed to observe the competition. This could also provide an opportunity to showcase her abilities. Although her current cultivation was weak, demonstrating her talent might convince Ouyang Mian and his father to believe in her potential. According to this, the treasure appreciation event is tonight. What do you say, Yun Ying? Xiao Xiao asked, flipping through the red paper again. Of course we should go. Yun Ying nodded. She wanted to see if there were any ice-type treasures available. Otherwise, the Snow Emperor would be too much to handle in the heart of blazing flames. If another cold wave were to leak out, it would be disastrous. How could someone wield intense fire possibly contain the essence of extreme ice? There was also the likelihood that her heart of blazing flames would be compromised, given that a storage soul guide capable of preserving living beings was already quite remarkable, and it was conceivable that others might harbor ulterior motives. All right, let's set off now. Xiao Xiao cheered, then suddenly remembered something and turned to Yun Ying. By the way, have you had dinner yet? I've already eaten, no need to worry. Let's go. Yun Ying replied, and the two set off from the dormitory to attend the treasure appreciation event. But how do we get there? Yun Ying asked, looking around once outside Shrek Academy. While she often frequented Shrek City, she had never explored it like this before. There's a map on the back of this invitation. We just need to follow the route, Xiao Xiao explained, glancing at the red paper. Let's go. Noticing this detail as well, Yun Ying nodded, and Xiao Xiao took her hand, consulting the map as they progressed. Chapter 38. Xianbing Yusue. The map drawn on the red paper was remarkably precise. And given the well-planned layout of Shrek City, they reached the location of the treasure pavilion in about 15 minutes. This pavilion was a large establishment specializing in various items related to soul masters and soul engineers. From the outside, it stood over 20 meters tall and boasted 4 floors, adorned with opulent decorations that gleamed brilliantly. What captivates the eye is not the opulent splendor of the treasure pavilion, but rather the 8 young maidens standing at the entrance. They appear to be around 18 or 19 years of age, possessing fair skin and striking beauty, their shoulders bare, and even the smallest among them boasts a C cup. With sweet smiles, they stand ready to receive guests. Xiao Xiao, do you think you'll ever grow to be as ample as them? Yun Ying remarked, glancing at Xiao Xiao's modest figure before surveying the 8 maidens. Xiao Xiao, somewhat speechless, responded by eyeing Yun Ying, noting that her form was only slightly more pronounced. Your own figure is hardly any more impressive, she retorted. But I will grow, unlike you, who, despite being a year older, shows no sign of development. Be careful. You might not grow at all, Yun Ying teased mischievously. What is so remarkable about size? Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes and began walking towards the pavilion. As she approached, one of the maidens stepped forward with a smile, inquiring, Are the 2 soul masters here to attend the treasure appraisal? Both Yun Ying and Xiao Xiao donned the somewhat garish uniforms of Shrek Academy, which, despite their unattractive yellow hue, signified their identities as soul masters, garnering the attention of passers-by. Hello, here is our invitation, Yun Ying said, stepping forward and nodding as they presented their invitation to the maiden. However, I must say, up close, the grandeur seems even more pronounced, and the fabric of their attire is remarkably pure white, Yun Ying remarked, casting a glance at Xiao Xiao, who, in comparison, seemed lacking. When did I start yearning for such things? She pondered, only to receive a fierce glare from Xiao Xiao in response. Please, follow me, esteemed soul masters. The maiden said, having noticed their exchange. She stifled a giggle and gestured for them to proceed ahead. It's your fault. Look at how everyone else is laughing. Xiao Xiao said, visibly annoyed. Isn't it your lack of development that's the issue? How is it that being older doesn't equate to being more developed? Yun Ying shrugged, following the maiden into the pavilion. Xiao Xiao stood biting her lip, thinking to herself that once they returned to their dormitory, she would have to teach Yun Ying a lesson. As those thoughts raced through her mind, she hurried to catch up with Yun Ying, who was nearly inside. Upon entering, they were greeted by a line of maidens stationed along the corridor, their attire even more revealing than that of those who had received them. As Yun Ying and Xiao Xiao approached, the maidens bowed deeply, exclaiming, Welcome, esteemed guests. Startled, Xiao Xiao felt a wave of discomfort as she observed the maidens. Their bodies bent at 90 degrees, showcasing their ample curves. Yet, Seeing Yun Ying keenly observing the larger maidens, particularly those of more generous proportions, ignited a pang of jealousy within her. Hey, is it really appropriate to stare so intently? She thought. Indeed, I do prefer those of more generous proportions. While I find no interest in figures like yours, Yun Ying remarked, seemingly oblivious to Xiao Zhao's discontent. Her crimson eyes held no desire, only a pure appreciation for beauty. After all, if one were to indulge, it was far more advantageous to appreciate one's own form. Moreover, should circumstances falter, there exists within the heart of the blazing flames, the Snow Empress, an exquisite prospect to nurture from inception. In time, the Snow Empress shall mature into a captivating lady, adorned with flowing hair of frost. If that should prove unfeasible, then Xian remains an admirable alternative. After all, grand endeavors are the essence of a noble path. Yet, excessive magnitude can be a burden. In Yun Ying's perspective, possessing a C or D is quite satisfactory, but anything beyond that may become overwhelming. Why do you appear so roguelike? And in a rather feminine manner, remarked Xiao Xiao with a hint of sarcasm. This is merely a pure admiration of beauty, after all. The appreciation of aesthetics is inherent to all. I simply indulge in admiration, of course. If you were to possess such grandeur, I would gladly admire you daily. Yun Ying responded nonchalantly. Perhaps we should refrain from that notion. I cannot withstand your antics, Xiao Xiao mused, momentarily envisioning how Yun Ying would gaze upon her, causing an involuntary shiver to run down her spine. The young woman led them to the second floor before departing, shortly thereafter. A girl in white approached to elucidate certain matters. Assessment of credit limits? Xiao Xiao inquired with a puzzled expression. Are there various thresholds for credit? Is this your first visit? The girl in white smiled. The credit limit is a comprehensive evaluation conducted by our treasure pavilion based on your ages, cultivation levels, and soul master classifications, among other factors. After a thorough introduction, Yun Ying contemplated for a moment before stating, let us proceed with the assessment of our limits. Certainly. Please follow me. The girl in white beckoned, leading them toward the western side of the treasure pavilion. As they walked, Yun Ying's gaze inadvertently drifted and suddenly caught sight of a deep blue jade stone emanating a chill. Xianbing Yusher? Ice-type heavenly material? Yun Ying felt a surge of excitement within her. The appearance of Xianbing Yusher signified that the incubation period for the Snow Empress embryo could be considerably shortened, thus alleviating her anxiety. This precious item was a must-have. Glancing at the price, she noted it was set at 2 million gold soul coins. A touch extravagant, she mused. Although she had amassed approximately 250,000 gold soul coins from selling the 9th-grade God-sealing platform and recent shop earnings, parting with 4/5 of that sum felt rather painful. Nevertheless, let us first assess the limits, Yun Ying decided, momentarily retracting her gaze. The Xianbing Yusher was indeed essential for the Snow Empress's incubation and her own safety. Should the credit limit be substantial, she could consider purchasing on credit. If not, she could simply pay out of pocket. After all, her shop business had been thriving, yielding considerable profits after deducting wages and costs. With aspirations to open branches in other imperial capitals, she could anticipate further gains. Yun Ying, look over there. Xiao Xiao suddenly grasped Yun Ying's arm, her face alight with astonishment. Following her gaze, Yun Ying discovered a golden red arm bone on display, accompanied by a silver-gray soul bone that appeared to be from the left leg. Soul bones. How rare. Indeed, Yun Ying replied nonchalantly, observing the golden red soul bone, which she presumed to be the golden radiance left arm bone from the original narrative. As for the adjacent silver-gray left leg bone, she was at a loss, as the original text had not mentioned its existence. However, this discrepancy was understandable. After all, this was a tangible world, and it undoubtedly diverged from the narrative's events, as exemplified by the now unrecognizable Hui Yuhao, who had dyed his hair green, a decision that left Yun Ying perplexed. As Zhou Yi gazed upon Hui Yuhao's head of verdant hair, she was taken aback, and upon hearing his explanation, her expression shifted to one of utter disbelief. The nature of the silver-gray soul bone would remain a mystery until the two completed their assessment. Chapter 39. The red VIP card. After traversing nearly 100 meters, they finally arrived at the western end. Beneath a lengthy counter, a luminous strip glimmered with a crystal yellow light, casting a gentle glow. The girl in white led them to the counter, where another young lady rose respectfully, greeting them. Greetings, esteemed soul masters. Kindly fill out this form, and we will calculate your credit limit in a few minutes. 2 forms were slid across the counter, requiring only their names, genders, ages, soul power levels, martial souls, and any honors previously attained. Merely 6 simple items, making the process straightforward and unburdened. Yun Ying and Xiao Xiao completed the forms effortlessly and submitted them. Soon enough, the results emerged. The girl responsible for calculating the credit limit appeared momentarily dazed, while the girl in white urged her softly, "Xiao Hong, hurry up." At the sound of the prompt, Xiao Hong sprang into action, though her gaze had transformed entirely. Her fervent eyes locked onto Yun Ying, only to shift to disappointment upon realizing she was female, before reigniting with enthusiasm. Observing the fluctuations in Xiao Hong's expression, Yun Ying felt perplexed. Was the assessment result truly so hard to accept? Or perhaps, like Hui Yuhao in the original tale, she possessed no credit limit? Yet, that seemed highly improbable. "Esteemed Miss Yun, welcome to the Treasure Pavilion. I have just checked, and it appears you have no credit limit with us," the girl at the counter proclaimed with a hint of excitement. Yun Ying was momentarily taken aback. What did this mean? Did it imply she possessed the most prestigious red VIP card? This indicates that you are now the top-tier VIP of the Treasure Pavilion. Each year, you may select any item from the Treasure Appreciation event without incurring any costs, Xiao Hong continued, her demeanor filled with utmost respect. Yun Ying felt a tinge of confusion. Yet she quickly regained her composure. Xiao Xiao, however, was visibly astonished, exclaiming, "Is this for real? When did you become so formidable, Yun Ying? VIP, here is your card. Please keep it safe." Xiao Hong whispered to a nearby girl, who promptly departed, returning with one red and one purple card placed upon the counter. "Miss Xiao, this is your purple card, granting you a credit limit of 100,000 gold coins. You will need to retest your limit each year. At your age, a purple card is already the highest tier and affords a 10% discount at the Treasure Pavilion," Xiao Hong elaborated. Xiao Xiao nodded, accepting the purple card, still in shock at Yun Ying's newfound status, while the girl in white who had guided them also wore an expression of amazement. "Miss Yun, this is the highest level VIP card of the Treasure Pavilion. You will enjoy a 60% discount and may take one item out each year," Xiao Hong remarked enviously, eyeing the red card in Yun Ying's hand. "How many of these red cards does the Treasure Pavilion possess?" Xiao Xiao inquired curiously. Xiao Hong shook her head, replying, "I'm afraid I do not know the exact number of red cards. Each bearer of a red card is considered a top-tier VIP of our pavilion, and thus, their information is kept confidential. You need not be astonished. Go ahead and select your preferred items." At that moment, a gentle voice interjected. "The Treasure Pavilion is a property of the Academy and is well aware of your circumstances. The issuance of the red card to Miss Yun was a decision made by the Academy. However, this matter must remain confidential, and you must not disclose your VIP status to outsiders, lest you risk forfeiting your access to the Treasure Pavilion." The soft yet imposing words bore significant weight, compelling both Yun Ying and Xiao Xiao to yield under the pressure, prompting them to step away from the counter in pursuit of their desired items. After the two departed, an elderly man with gray hair yet youthful features slowly emerged. Upon his arrival, the surrounding attendants bowed respectfully, for he was none other than Elder Lin from the recent Sea God Pavilion Conference and the esteemed master of the Treasure Pavilion. Although the primary focus of the preceding Sea God Pavilion meeting was the matter concerning Hui Yuhao, it was quite unprecedented for Elder Mu to mention Yun Ying, which subsequently sparked a fervent discussion among the esteemed elders. Moreover, Yun Ying herself is an exceptionally gifted student. At the tender age of 12, she has already ascended to the rank of a 4-ring Soul Master, shattering the records of Shrek Academy. She is also the possessor of an extraordinary martial soul, standing on equal footing with Hui Yuhao, who possesses a primary martial soul along with another extraordinary martial soul. Following extensive discussions among the esteemed elders, it was concluded that Yun Ying's potential for development might even surpass that of Hui Yuhao. However, it is noted that Yun Ying leans more towards the martial soul system, while Hui Yuhao, despite his dual mastery of both martial soul and soul guidance systems, tends to gravitate more towards the soul guidance system. Thus, each of them possesses unique attributes worthy of cultivation. Moreover, the decision to present Yun Ying with a crimson card was made by Elder Lin, recognizing her unparalleled martial soul talent. The Academy is willing to invest significantly in her training. Furthermore, it is rumored that Xiaozhi believes Yun Ying possesses a keen business acumen, prompting him to contemplate investing in her ventures. However, it seems that following a recent contest between Xiaozhi and Qin Duo, in which Xiaozhi was outmatched financially, he learned that the popular establishment Culinary Delights is owned by Yun Ying, thus prompting his interest in acquiring a stake. It is rather amusing that he chooses to compete with Qin Duo in the realm of wealth. For how could he possibly surpass someone whose very name translates to plentiful wealth? Yun Ying, who do you think that elder is? Xiao Xiao inquired curiously as they departed from the counter, her demeanor exuding strength. Perhaps the master of the treasure pavilion, Yun Ying speculated. Uncertain since this particular subplot had been almost entirely glossed over in the original narrative. It is conceivable the pressure emanating from him was formidable. The master of the treasure pavilion must at least be a titled Douluo, Xiao Xiao affirmed, nodding in agreement. By the way, what are you planning to look at first? Yun Ying asked, her mind set on the mysterious shimmering jade marrow. With a discount of 40, the 2 million gold soul coins jade could be acquired for just 2 million, an exceptionally lucrative deal. Furthermore, she was eager to investigate the silver-gray left leg bone adjacent to the golden radiance left arm bone. I'll take a look at that soul bone first, and then decide what to do next, Xiao Xiao replied thoughtfully. I have my eye on something else. I'll meet you at the soul bone area later, Yun Ying said, reluctant to have Xiao Xiao accompany her, given her identity as a fire attribute soul master, which would make purchasing an ice attribute item rather awkward. It was better that fewer people were aware of this matter. All right then, I shall take my leave. See you shortly, Xiao Xiao said, unperturbed, as she proceeded on her way. After parting ways, Yun Ying conducted a quick assessment of the gold soul coins within her possession, confirming she had sufficient funds before making her way towards the shimmering jade marrow. Chapter 40, the left leg bone of the 10,000-year temporal wolf. After temporarily separating from Xiao Xiao, Yun Ying arrived at the counter displaying the shimmering jade marrow. The jade emanated an intense chill, necessitating its placement within a transparent box adorned with a soul-guiding array, indicating it was a sophisticated soul-guiding artifact. Approaching the attendant in this exhibition area, Yun Ying utilized her red VIP card to successfully purchase the shimmering jade marrow for 2 million gold soul coins. Upon acquiring it, she swiftly opened the box and, in the fleeting moment before the cold air could escape, placed the jade beside the Snow Emperor embryo within the heart of her blazing spirit. She increased her fiery output to maintain control. Indeed, as soon as the shimmering jade marrow was positioned nearby, the Snow Emperor embryo generated a powerful suction, drawing forth streams of icy blue energy from the jade, which then merged with the embryo. A formidable wave of cold energy subsequently radiated outward. Fortunately, Yun Ying had anticipated this and bolstered her fire output, successfully containing the frigid air and preventing it from escaping the confines of her blazing spirit. Not long after, the originally fist-sized icy jade had diminished in size by a whole circle, while the Snow Emperor embryo grew significantly at a visible rate, although it remained in its embryonic state. After that, the absorption rate of the Snow Emperor embryo noticeably slowed down, eventually halting to commence internal digestion. After observing the changes in the Snow Emperor embryo, Yun Ying withdrew her gaze and proceeded towards the exhibition area of the Golden Radiance left arm bone. After approximately half an hour of walking, Yun Ying finally spotted the enormous glass dome. As she approached, she discovered not Xiao Xiao first, but rather a green-haired Hui Hao, accompanied by Wang Dong, Bei Bei, and Su Sanshi. Yun Ying, you've arrived? Xiao Xiao, who was engaged in discussion with the five, noticed Yun Ying's approach and waved. Yun Ying nodded, greeting the others. Hello, Brother Bei, Wang Dong, Yu Hao, and Senior Sanshi. Why isn't Nan Nan here? Su Sanshi inquired, puzzled. Yun Ying paused slightly. Nan Nan? Who is that? At that moment, she caught sight of a cold-faced blonde beauty beside her. Hello, Senior. Yun Ying awkwardly greeted, having not noticed her earlier. After all, in the golden exhibition hall beside the golden soul bone, Jiang Nan Nan, also with golden hair, had gone unnoticed upon her arrival. Hello, Yun Ying. I am Jiang Nan Nan. Jiang Nan Nan's initially frosty demeanor softened as she offered Yun Ying a gentle smile. Nan Nan, you're not usually this nice to me, Su Sanshi exclaimed, feigning hurt. Jiang Nan Nan's expression turned cold again. Why is it always about you? Who I choose to be kind to is none of your business. Nan Nan, I am so heartbroken. Su Sanshi pretended to be sorrowful, attempting to win Jiang Nan Nan back, but she was completely immune to this tactic. Why should your heartbreak concern me? With that, she turned to leave, while Su Sanshi happily followed, resembling a wagging tail behind him, a true sycophant. If you follow me again, I will withdraw from Shrek Academy. Jiang Nan Nan suddenly turned around, her eyes glinting with hostility. Su Sanshi awkwardly chuckled and ceased his pursuit. Take care, Senior Jiang. Yun Ying spoke, to which Jiang Nan Nan nodded, but after a few steps, turned back. Yun Ying, listen closely. Yun Ying, looking bewildered, stepped forward to stand before her. Jiang Nan Nan glanced at Hui Hao and Wang Dong, about to say something, but upon seeing Bei Bei's smiling face, she suddenly lost her urge to speak. After all, she was with Bei Bei's group. Her words were inconsequential. Nevertheless, seeing the puzzled expression on Yun Ying's face, she leaned down slightly. In the future, keep your distance from Su Sanshur. Senior Sanshur? Isn't he quite nice? Yun Ying glanced at the dejected Su Sanshur, suppressing a smile. Indeed, Nan. I have known Sanshur for quite some time, and he is quite a decent person, Bei added. Upon hearing this, Su Sanshur's expression shifted from hurt to joy. Bei, you understand me. With that, he lunged at Bei, who disdainfully kicked him away. Get lost, you pest. Bei, how can you treat me this way? Su Sanshur lamented, clutching the spot where Bei had kicked him. Jiang Nan rolled her eyes and withdrew her gaze, smiling as she patted Yun Ying's head before departing. Brother Bei, what is the situation with Senior Sanshur? Yun Ying curiously asked Bei. As she had only seen snippets of the story in her previous life and was unaware of the specifics between Su Sanshur and Jiang Nan. Merely guessing at their relationship. Well, how should I put it? I'm not entirely sure. If Sanshur is willing to share in the future, we might find out. Bei then shifted the topic. By the way, Yun Ying, what are your thoughts on Su Sanshur? Yun Ying shrugged, saying, I feel he resembles a sycophant. Wang Dong burst out laughing nearby. Does a sycophant pursue girls? Does it not seem that way? Yun Ying replied, prompting not only Wang Dong but also Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao to chuckle. Bei, looking exasperated, remarked, how can that be called a sycophant? Pursuing a girl requires a certain boldness, otherwise, where would the opportunity arise? A sycophant? A sycophant to Nan? Su Sanshur had unknowingly approached. If that is the case, I would rather be a sycophant to Nan. Senior Sanshur, have you not heard the saying? A sycophant ends up with nothing in the end. Yun Ying admired Su Sanshur's perseverance. Despite numerous rejections, he remained undeterred, which spoke volumes of his sincerity. No. I believe Nan will eventually come around. Su Sanshur asserted firmly. Bei patted his shoulder, saying, Brother, you have a long road ahead. So, brother, give me some advice. Su Sanshur's expression was one of despair. Yun Ying pondered, curious. Logically speaking, with your talent, you and Senior Jiang would be a perfect match. Why won't she accept you? Have you perhaps done something to offend her in the past? Su Sanshur's face suddenly stiffened. Not something I can discuss. I'll just wander around for now. With that, he hastily made his exit. It seems there is definitely something going on. Wang Dong squinted, asserting with conviction. All right. Didn't you say you wanted to check out this soul bone? Why are you so gossipy? Hui Yuhao sighed, face palming. Oh right. I almost forgot. Wang Dong slapped his forehead, feeling embarrassed. Hey, Yun Ying, are you here for this soul bone as well? Hui Yuhao inquired. Not precisely, this is a light attribute one. I mainly want to see that one beside it. Yun Ying pointed to the silver-gray soul bone on the adjacent display. This is the left leg bone of the 10,000-year time-space wolf, a space attribute. Chapter 41. If Hui Yuhao were to become a girl, Yun Ying gazed at the sign beneath the display, which detailed the soul bone's information. Left leg bone of the spirit of space. Originating from the 10,000-year soul beast, the time-space wolf, it possesses space attributes. It is estimated that this soul bone carries skills related to displacement or space, making it suitable for the majority of soul masters, particularly those specializing in space attributes. The time-space wolf is a rare soul beast found in the Douluo forest, with most adult time-space wolves being space attribute. There is a slim probability of encountering a uniquely gifted time-space wolf possessing both space and time attributes. While time-space wolves have few purely offensive soul skills, their myriad of space-related skills can be quite troublesome, predominantly consisting of displacement skills, making them ideal for soul masters lacking self-defense or displacement capabilities. Moreover, this soul bone's originator is a time-space wolf of approximately 23,000 years, thus the accompanying skills will be even more formidable. Price of this soul bone, 11,990. 000 gold soul coins. Hiss, it's actually from a 10,000-year time-space wolf. Hui Yuhao gasped upon seeing this, for not only is the soul beast exceedingly rare, but its abilities undoubtedly rank among the top 10 within the realm of space attribute soul beasts. Furthermore, the wolf's inherent attack power is already formidable. And considering this is a time-space wolf over 20,000 years old, its threat level is immense. The soul bone produced by such an exceptionally elusive and rare soul beast is surprisingly up for sale, which speaks volumes about the financial prowess of Shrek Academy. The Millennial Time Wolf, complete with a displacement skill, is indeed the choice. After a brief contemplation, Yun Ying decided to utilize the privileges of her red VIP card. After all, one should seize the opportunity when it presents itself, as the ultimate benefit would ultimately be hers. To be honest, I find myself increasingly desirous of this soul bone. Upon recovering from his astonishment, Hui Yuhao's eyes glimmered with a hint of longing. However, it is unfortunate that this soul bone shall belong to me. Yun Ying toyed with her red VIP card, which boasted a golden pattern radiating a golden glow under the white lights, a sight most exquisite. Furthermore, I must also purchase the soul bone for Wang Dong. Hui Yuhao raised his own red card, glancing at Wang Dong, who was intently observing the golden arm bone, and sighed slightly. You wouldn't be like Su Sancher and Brother Bei, would you? Yun Ying jestingly stepped back half a pace. To which Hui Yuhao responded with a frown. How could that be? My orientation is perfectly normal, and while Wang Dong is strikingly beautiful, he is, after all, a man. How could I possibly be attracted to another man? What? Attracted to men? Wang Dong, having overheard Hui Yuhao's latter remark, leaned in with curiosity. It's nothing. I must head to the attendant now. Yun Ying shook her head and prepared to depart. Hui Yuhao stepped forward. I, too, am heading to the attendant. Let us go together. Very well. Yun Ying replied nonchalantly, proceeding towards the attendant. Huh? Strange. Why do I have an ominous premonition? Wang Dong observed the two departing figures. A peculiar sensation coursing through him, as if the path ahead had suddenly become shrouded in uncertainty. After a moment of reflection, he found nothing amiss. Perhaps I am merely overthinking it. He resumed his gaze upon the left arm bone, its radiant aura bringing him comfort. Yuhao, do you think there are gay individuals in this world, and what about Yuri? Walking can indeed be somewhat monotonous, particularly in this expansive exhibition hall. It takes nearly 10 minutes just to reach the service counter. Yuri? What is that? Hui Yuhao inquired, perplexed. He had previously heard from Bei Bei about the concept of gay relationships, which he understood to be a bond between two males. And he thought that his senior brother and Su Sancher made a rather good pair. Now, hearing the term from Yun Ying left him questioning. Yuri? Isn't that merely the name of a flower? It refers to the beautiful relationship between two females, Yun Ying explained softly. That does sound rather appealing. Hui Yuhao mused for a moment, then recalled the friendship between Yun Ying and Tang Ye, as well as the interactions he had observed between Tang Ye and Jiang Nan Nan at the academy, and combined with Yun Ying's words. He found the notion quite pleasant. So, what if one day you became a girl? How would Yuri feel for you? A few months prior, Yun Ying had broadly outlined the overarching plot of Do Air, noting that despite Hui Yuhao's numerous and formidable abilities, he ultimately fell prey to Tang San's machinations. And even Tang Wudong, now known as Wang Dong, was ensnared in Tang San's schemes. Let us not forget, Tang San is indeed the biological father of Tang Wudong. Moreover, neither Hui Yuhao nor Tang Wudong are aware of the circumstances. Hui Yuhao continues to remain in the shadow of Tang San, willingly obeying Tang San's directives. Is this truly the remarkable Hui Yuhao, the one who defies all odds? Is this the situation at hand? Upon meticulously unraveling the narrative, Yun Ying came to the poignant realization that Wang Chou'er was also a tragic figure. As the imperial beast of fortune, she was subjected to various schemes by Tang San, ultimately becoming a mere instrument in the ascension of Hui Yuhao, thus vanishing entirely. Moreover, the self-immolation of Ilex, whose last remnants of divine consciousness also faded into oblivion, adds to the sorrow. It is worth noting that even after attaining divinity, Hui Yuhao has yet to resurrect his mentor, while a certain Xiao, known for his reckless pursuits, fervently sought the revival of his own teacher. Although there might be some self-serving motives underlying this urgency, it nonetheless reflects a commendable trait of a devoted disciple. In stark contrast, Hui Yuhao, after achieving godhood, has not contemplated resurrecting Ilex for a staggering 20,000 years. Yun Ying finds it hard to believe that Hui Yuhao has genuinely forgotten, or that the seven soul spirits have truly ceased to remember. In summary, Hui Yuhao appears to be a pitiable soul, ensnared by Tang San's machinations throughout his life, and even after becoming a deity, he continues to serve Tang San's interests. Consequently, Yun Ying feels a deep sense of sympathy for him and intends to extend a helping hand. Whether he seizes this opportunity, however, is ultimately his own affair. The chance has been presented to him. As for Wang Chou'er, well, if she can help, then let her be. After all, she is quite a tragic character in the narrative. Am I becoming a girl? Hui Yuhao was utterly bewildered and astonished. This was undoubtedly the most absurd question he had ever encountered since his birth. This is merely a hypothetical scenario, Yun Ying continued, although it was a mere assumption. The idea of Hui Yuhao transforming into a girl left him somewhat incoherent. Isn't that a bit far-fetched? Just share your thoughts, Yun Ying remarked, slightly exasperated by Hui Yuhao's indecisiveness. If it were truly the case, I wouldn't oppose it. Hui Yuhao hesitated, contemplating for a moment before responding. Oh, then it's settled. Yun Ying nodded and ceased further conversation, quickening her pace to leave Hui Yuhao behind. Chapter 42. The thoughts of Tianming. Yun Ying and Hui Yuhao presented their red VIP cards to the attendant, disregarding her astonished expression, and utilized their privileges to complete the exchange. Let us go. The treasure pavilion will maintain the confidentiality of the buyers. Shortly, this soul bone will be collected and sent to the academy after the appraisal meeting concludes, Hui Yuhao whispered to Wang Dong as they returned to the exhibition area. Indeed, based on this alone, the treasure pavilion has performed commendably, Yun Ying chimed in from the side. Yes, this aspect is remarkably commendable. A round of applause for that. Ah, having privileges is quite delightful, Xiao Xiao remarked enviously from the side. Unlike me, who only possesses a purple card with a mere 100,000 credit limit. Come on. 100,000 gold soul coins is still quite impressive. I only have 100,000 as well. Wang Dong chuckled. Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes. You still have Yuhao. He can give you such valuable items. By the way, did you two know each other from before? Perhaps you were childhood friends? Wang Dong jumped up in disbelief, exclaiming, who has ever been friends with him in such a manner? Then why would he be willing to gift you such a precious soul bone? Utilizing a privilege that is only available once a year? Xiao Xiao pressed on, determined to uncover the truth. This, Wang Dong stammered. Left speechless for a moment. Perhaps their relationship mirrors that of Brother Bei and Senior Sanshur. Incredibly close, Yun Ying teased. Noting that since Wang Dong insisted on disguising herself as a boy for school and was so intimate with Hui Yuhao, she should be prepared for gossip about them being a couple. After all, in her previous life, she had done the same and had been rumored to be in a same-sex relationship, a notion she was reluctant to admit. I've already mentioned that I am not interested in men. How could I be? Hui Yuhao replied, his expression darkened. Besides, my sexual orientation is completely normal. Oh, is that so? Xiao Xiao said with a knowing look directed at Hui Yuhao, then shifted her gaze to Wang Dong, revealing a mysterious smile. What do you mean by is that so? Xiao Xiao, explain yourself. Wang Dong exclaimed, infuriated, as she charged towards Xiao Xiao. The latter laughed and quickly ran away, leading to a playful chase. Well, they are beyond help, Hui Yuhao sighed helplessly. Do you have anything else you wish to purchase? Yun Ying, yearning to return to her dormitory for a good rest before merging with the soul bone, yawned and said, I certainly don't. I just want to head back. As for me, Hui Yuhao was about to express his lack of interest in further purchases when an icy voice echoed in his mind. You must not miss the item on the third stand to your left. I still want to buy something. Hui Yuhao awkwardly glanced at the stand, where a black crystal was displayed. Is that the 10,000-year whale glue? Yun Ying looked up and said nonchalantly, that item is not bad for you, but it requires high temperatures to burn. You can come to find me later. Huh? 10,000-year whale glue? Hui Yuhao was somewhat stunned. He truly had no idea what that item was. He only expressed interest because the Ice Emperor spoke, trusting her guidance. But this 10,000-year whale glue could be quite expensive. You don't know this is 10,000-year whale glue? Yun Ying assumed the Ice Emperor had already informed him. It seemed she had not. Are you trying to snag a bargain, mistakenly thinking this is 1,000-year whale glue? Yes. I'm simply trying to seize a chance, Hui Yuhao quickly agreed. Yun Ying felt a bit exasperated, wondering if the Tianming Ice Silkworm had some intelligence issues for choosing such a clueless companion. Achoo. The Tianming Ice Silkworm suddenly sneezed in Hui Yuhao's mind. Who insulted me? How strange. Could it be that group of rascals from the Douluo Forest? They must be upset for missing out on a fine delicacy, the Ice Emperor scoffed. The Tianming Ice Silkworm looked hurt. Ice, how could you say that? I'm truly heartbroken. Scram. You oversized maggot. I regret not eating you back then. The Ice Emperor kicked the Tianming Ice Silkworm away, who had sought comfort. Who would have thought you'd also be a sycophant? Hui Yuhao silently scoffed. However, that human named Yun Ying truly possesses some discernment. Recognizing the item at first glance, the Ice Emperor remarked with a serious expression, stroking her chin. So, Ice Emperor, is this indeed 10,000-year whale glue? Hui Yuhao had approached now, noticing the black crystal was labeled as 1,000-year whale glue, precisely matching Yun Ying's description. Of course it is. But the seller seems somewhat dim-witted, offering such a precious item for sale while claiming it is of lesser quality than 1,000-year whale glue. Truly, they lack vision. The Ice Emperor evaluated. Hui Yuhao glanced at the price. 6,000 gold soul coins. Let us see how many gold soul coins I have. Approximately 3,600. This was thanks to the lucrative method of grilling fish he provided, which had sold exceptionally well at the popular restaurant delicacies on the Tom, yielding him a considerable profit. However, he was still far from being able to purchase the whale glue. Short on funds? Yun Ying caught a glimpse of Hui Yuhao's embarrassment and said with a faint smile, this. Hui Yuhao turned to seek help from Wang Dong, only to find that neither Wang Dong nor Xiao Xiao was in sight. He was unsure where they had wandered off in this vast exhibition hall. Still a bit short. How can Wang Dong be so unreliable? Just when I need her, she has nowhere to be found. What a missed opportunity. Hui Yuhao lamented internally, yet found himself in a tight spot. Yun Ying, could you lend me some gold soul coins? Rest assured, I will repay you. Consider the loan deducted from your share of the grilled fish profits. Now, how much do you need? Yun Ying asked with a hint of amusement in her eyes. To be honest, among the protagonists of Douluo's 4 installments, she favored Hui Yuhao the most, as he was the only one not directly related to Tang San. Yes. I currently need about 2,400 more. Hui Yuhao nodded eagerly. Let me pay for you directly, and you can reimburse me later. Yun Ying had already walked towards the attendant. Hui Yuhao stood there, feeling a whirlwind of emotions, never expecting he would have to rely on Yun Ying. All because of Wang Dong's unreliability, disappearing at such a crucial moment, leaving him no choice but to borrow money from Yun Ying. Despite her having exchanged a soul bone for him, the Ice Emperor observed the entire sequence of events with a sense of incredulity. Is this your judgment, Tianming? Why does it seem so utterly unreliable? The Tianming Ice Silkworm feigned ignorance, as it was he who had chosen this individual and forcibly brought the Ice Emperor into the fold. Now, it appeared that Hui Yuhao is destined to become a mere dependent? I rather agree with what Yun Ying said. Perhaps Hui Yuhao should simply transform into a woman. The Ice Emperor remarked mercilessly, causing Hui Yuhao to feel a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The Tianming Ice Silkworm pondered for a moment, musing, well, that might not be such a bad idea. After all, my affection is solely for the Ice Emperor. Does it truly matter if Hui Yuhao is male or female? Indeed. It was quite a clever thought. Chapter 43. Ambush. Having completed her purchases, Yun Ying noticed that Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao had finally returned, though they were still bickering. Hui Yuhao looked on with a resigned expression. Here, this is your whale resin, Yun Ying said, approaching Hui Yuhao and handing him the resin. Do you two need to buy anything else? If not, we should head back. Let us go. I'm quite tired from shopping. Wang Dong replied with a playful grin as he dodged one of Xiao Xiao's playful punches. Then let us depart. Hui Yuhao nodded in agreement. Off we go. Wang Dong cheered, leading the way out, with Yun Ying and the others reluctantly following. This treasure appraisal event was indeed remarkable. As the 4 of them frolicked along, it was primarily Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao who were engaged in playful banter. It was unclear why Wang Dong had such a penchant for humor. Yun Ying seemed to recall something and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke up. Hui Yuhao was momentarily taken aback. It truly is extraordinary. They even showcased such precious items as soul bones, including 2 that were millennia old. They only displayed 2 in total, and you both managed to redeem them. Wang Dong interjected. Hui Yuhao could only sigh. One of those was not even yours. Exactly. How cheeky of you, Xiao Xiao chimed in, only to be met with Wang Dong's exaggerated mock attack. It seems you have misunderstood my point. Yun Ying addressed the 2 still engaged in their playful tussle. Since we are all women here, it's no matter. Now, please activate your mental detection over a wide area. Widespread mental detection? Hui Yuhao queried, somewhat puzzled. However, trusting her, he released his first soul skill, projecting a 3-dimensional image into the minds of the 4 present. Wang Dong felt a twinge of curiosity, but their year-long rapport kept him silent as he quietly readied his soul power for action. Yuhao, there is murderous intent directed at you and Yun Ying. The Tianming Ice Silkworm's alert voice rang out. Yun Ying is indeed formidable. She managed to anticipate this before I could. I understand, Tianming, Hui Yuhao mentally responded, his expression turning serious. The 4 maintained their pace but gradually began to cluster together. An ambush is imminent ahead of us. The distance to the academy is greater than to Shrek City. I will count to 3, and then we must swiftly turn and flee, Hui Yuhao whispered. Yun Ying's lips twitched. It was evident that this scenario mirrored the original text where 6 individuals had come to ambush Hui Yuhao. Yet, the strongest among them was merely a soul emperor, and there was only 1 of him. However, although only 1 was a soul emperor, the remaining 5 were all soul kings. Yun Ying was confident in her ability to face 2 or 3 soul kings, and perhaps even defeat the soul emperor in a decisive battle. But 6 opponents would not simply stand idly by or come at them one by one like characters from a children's tale. If only she were the armored monarch. She mused. With a powerful skill activated, she would have no fear in one-on-one or team battles. While her endurance and explosive power were commendable, Engaging multiple foes at once presented its challenges. Yet it was not insurmountable. With the right timing, a counterattack was within reach. 1, 2, 3. Hui Yuhao shouted, lifting Wang Dong into his arms and activating the soul-guided propulsion device, propelling them several dozen meters ahead. Meanwhile, Yun Ying, clasping Xiao Xiao, prepared for a desperate fight. Retreating 20 meters before swiftly repositioning, quickly catching up to Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. The 6 ambushers were momentarily stunned. The leading 6-ring Soul Emperor shouted, "What are you waiting for? Hurry, chase after them." The remaining 5 finally reacted, unleashing their martial souls and channeling their soul power in pursuit. "They're coming after us so quickly." Yun Ying repositioned once more, noticing that 2 pursuers had already caught up, and Xiao Xiao, due to the frequent relocations, was beginning to struggle, her complexion pale against Yun Ying's side. "Let us launch an attack first. If necessary, we can resort to a kiting strategy." Yun Ying summoned her blaze fire, flames swirling around her, with her right hand gripping a spear and her left arm supporting Xiao Xiao. She thrust the spear upward before diagonally charging down, unleashing a reinforced attack. "Behold my water-cutting strike." The lead attacker was caught off guard by the sudden onslaught, a gash appearing on his chest, causing him to lose balance and tumble to the ground. Meanwhile, Hui Yuhao released a distress signal, a red light shooting into the sky before exploding, the crimson radiance extending nearly 100 meters. "This is the Inner Academy's distress signal." The Soul Emperor recognized the signal, his expression shifting to one of shock and anger. "Didn't they say there were only 2 core disciples participating? How could an Inner Academy member be among them? Allow me to introduce myself. I am a newly admitted disciple of the Inner Academy, honored by the seniors with the title of Invincible Spear Maiden," Yun Ying declared flamboyantly, her blaze fire pointed menacingly. "Invincible Spear Maiden? Why have I never heard of this?" The Soul Emperor was momentarily taken aback, reflecting that he indeed had no knowledge of such a title. "If you had heard of it, that would be strange. I just made it up. What do you think? Sounds nice, right?" Yun Ying teased, creating some distance before boldly declaring, "Made up?" The Soul Emperor was taken aback once more, his fury flaring as he directed his ire at the Soul Kings. You are quite audacious. Quickly, attack and eliminate them. Then we shall depart." One of the Soul Kings unleashed a soul skill, hurtling toward the 4. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong ascended, ready for action, while Yun Ying directed her blaze fire, summoning 4 soul rings that enveloped the area in a high-temperature environment. Xiao Xiao summoned the 3 live soul calming cauldron, blocking the path of the 6 assailants, and then played the first soul skill on her 9 phoenix flute. True Intent, blazing wildfire. Yun Ying activated her 3rd soul skill. Against these foes, a decisive strike was necessary. There was no time for hesitation. A colossal beam of gunlight erupted, cleaving through the rushing Soul King and severing his arm. Despite his desperate attempts to evade, Hui Yuhao found himself unable to intervene directly, resorting instead to subtle interference from the sidelines. 3 obsidian arrows shot forth with remarkable speed, striking the Soul King with considerable force. He let out a muffled groan before unleashing his soul skill once more, desperate to create a situation of mutual destruction. Witnessing Hui Yuhao's covert assault evoked thoughts of the ominous archer, Bai Li Shou Yue, who instilled fear in both the opposing 5 and her own 4. It was a fight to the death. Executing a swift maneuver, she evaded the onslaught and activated the breaking cloud spear, intending to deliver a decisive blow. Yet, she sensed a chilling aura behind her. Whipping around, she discovered that among the remaining 5 opponents, 3 had surged forward. At that moment, a massive black cauldron obstructed their advance. Wang Dong, alongside Hui Yuhao, soared into the fray, poised to unleash a powerful strike. "Get out of my way," roared one of the approaching Soul Kings, forcefully pushing back the 3-life soul calming cauldron before charging onward. Breaking cloud, shattering mountain, with a sweep of fire. She countered the incoming assault, leaping into the air to deliver a blow that once again repelled the supporting Soul King. Could this individual truly be from the Inner Academy? The Soul Emperor pondered, perplexed. Although he could not fathom the presence of an Inner Academy disciple, he doubted that anyone could surpass a Soul Emperor, especially considering this was merely a soul scholar. Chapter 44, Ma Xiaodao. He mused that while his assumptions may hold merit, in other circumstances, he might have indeed been triumphant. However, who was Yun Ying? She was the true protagonist of this narrative, endowed with an extraordinary martial soul. Furthermore, she possessed a 10,000-year soul ring, making it effortlessly simple for her to challenge opponents of a higher tier. At that moment, the 3 black crossbow arrows that Hui Yuhao had previously lost erupted into a cloud of smoke, obscuring the vision of those pursuing him. However, Yun Ying, aided by her psychic detection, remained unaffected. This exemplified the stark contrast between having assistance and lacking it, aside from the trivial aids of novices. Seizing this opportunity, she twisted her body midair and unleashed a sweeping arc of crimson flames, producing a wave of fiery energy that surged forth. A shriek pierced the black mist, and in the next instant, one of the pursuing Soul Kings plummeted to the ground, a deep gash marring his chest. Truly, a mere amateur. Yun Ying, wielding her blazing weapon, formed a dazzling display of gunfire and addressed the two other hesitant pursuers. How detestable. You are nothing but a soul master. What gives you the audacity to be so arrogant? One of the Soul Kings erupted in fury, summoning 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 white. Yet, in terms of sheer momentum, Yun Ying, with her 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black rings, held the upper hand. He unleashed his 4th soul skill, a violet-blue radiance enveloping him, and his speed surged dramatically as he charged towards Yun Ying. At that moment, a colossal cauldron descended, obstructing the Soul King's path, sending shockwaves that momentarily disoriented him. Yun Ying seized the moment to launch a counterattack, the oppressive heat enveloping the arena, confronting not only the 6 soul masters opposite her but also Wang Dong, who felt the terrifying warmth wash over him. Hey, Yun Ying, does your skill discriminate neither friend nor foe? Wang Dong exclaimed, struggling against the intense heat that made him want to shed his school uniform. However, recalling that Hui Yuhao was still clinging to his leg, he forcibly suppressed that urge, relying on his soul power to mitigate the oppressive heat. Although Hui Yuhao felt a brief moment of warmth, a chilling aura swiftly emanated from his body, a testament to the prowess of the Ice Emperor's skeletal structure. This icy essence also provided a refreshing sensation to Wang Dong, who remarked, I almost forgot. Yuhao, your second martial soul possesses an ice attribute. Wang Dong then turned to glance at Xiao Xiao, only to discover that she was cradled in the arms of Yun Ying, appearing entirely unfazed by the heat. The words that were about to escape Wang Dong's lips were quietly retracted. After all, Xiao Xiao was in the capable hands of Yun Ying. So what was the point of intruding? At that moment, Xiao Xiao noticed Wang Dong's gaze and looked over with curiosity. Although protected by Yun Ying, she remained oblivious to the terrifying temperatures surrounding them. However, observing the 6 individuals opposite them, who appeared desperate to shed their garments, she grasped the gravity of the situation. Yun Ying, what about Wang Dong and Yuhao? Xiao Xiao hesitated to inquire, unable to discern whether the two were truly overheated. Do not worry, with Hui Yuhao, the wielder of an ice martial soul, the heat cannot affect Wang Dong, Yun Ying replied without turning her head. After all, Hui Yuhao's second martial soul was the ultimate ice, and presently their primary focus was to deal with the adversaries before them. Damn, why is it suddenly so hot? One of the weaker Soul Kings grumbled, unable to withstand the rising temperatures. As for the one who fell, that was a matter best left unmentioned. Could it be that Shrek has come to our aid? I have heard that there are 2 renowned fire-type soul masters in the inner courtyard. Another Soul King remarked gravely. The Soul Emperor, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. Even if they do arrive, what of it? Our mission remains to eliminate these 2 individuals. Though there has been a slight miscommunication, how much chaos can a mere soul sect create? Let us conclude this swiftly. The leading Soul Emperor charged forth, followed closely by the remaining 4 Soul Kings. Yun Ying, wielding the blaze fire, intercepted the Soul Emperor's strike, unleashing a burst of flames that created a barrier of fire rings, temporarily halting his next attack. Then, engaging in a desperate counterattack, she repositioned herself behind him and delivered a sweeping blow to the first returning Soul King, sending him flying several meters away, utterly unprepared. The enraged Soul Emperor roared in fury. This was undeniably a provocation to his authority. Just as he was about to unleash his soul skill, Hui Yuhao's spiritual impact struck, forcibly interrupting his casting. Xiao Xiao then summoned the 3 live soul calming cauldron, initiating a shockwave that briefly disoriented the Soul Emperor once more. Such auxiliary support had created a scenario where missing an opportunity would be the height of folly. The break cloud and cut mountain technique was executed, sending another pursuing Soul King airborne, where a swift slash struck the Soul Emperor, leaving a wound on his left shoulder, blood splattering forth. The Soul Emperor's rage intensified, and he unleashed his 6th soul skill, a crimson glow enveloping him, his eyes transforming into a blood-red hue, exuding an aura of madness. Rage-type soul skill? Yun Ying found it somewhat amusing. What difference did it make whether he was enraged or not? Ultimately, he was destined for defeat. Resolute will, cease hostilities. For spear blossoms were conjured, repelling the advancing Soul Emperor, while she ascended into the air. Seeing this, Hui Yuhao disregarded conserving his soul power. deploying spiritual impacts and mental disturbances, followed by the release of the purple extreme demon eyes, leaving the Soul Emperor questioning his very existence. Before him loomed the immense crimson spear radiance. Ugh! A wretched scream echoed as the blood-soaked Soul Emperor collapsed to the ground. His 6 soul rings, 3 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, dimmed and floating aimlessly. Hui Yuhao's spiritual gaze exhibited control reminiscent of Zhang Liang and Mozi. Yun Ying glanced at him, noting he was holding his head, his expression waning, clearly fatigued from the recent series of 3 consecutive controls. The remaining 4 Soul Kings exchanged glances, their expressions laden with apprehension. Just moments ago, their strongest member had been swiftly defeated, leaving them to ponder their chances against such formidable opponents, especially considering their own inferiority, even to a Soul Emperor. Their initial zeal for battle had evaporated with the defeat of the Soul Emperor. The depletion of soul power was significant, and it seemed they would have to recover some energy. Yun Ying assessed her remaining soul power, which stood at 2/5. It would suffice to deal with them. Is Yun Ying truly this powerful? Wang Dong muttered in astonishment, the scene leaving him quite taken aback. He turned to the somewhat pale-faced Hui Yuhao, expressing concern. How are you holding up? Can you continue? Of course, Hui Yuhao replied, albeit with a hint of fatigue. It's just that my soul power is quite drained. Not to mention the mental exertion. Hey, are you still willing to fight? Yun Ying asked, twirling a flicker of flame in her hand. Her boredom evident as she addressed the silent quartet. Gazing at the recently rejoined Xiao Xiao, Yun Ying marveled at the concept of holding a sister in one's arms, wondering if the damage would indeed double. I dare anyone to harm my Shrek Academy comrades. At that moment, a robust voice pierced the air. Yun Ying, Wang Dong, Hui Yuhao, and Xiao Xiao turned to see a furious figure charging towards them, a woman clad in red with striking red hair. Is that Ma Xiaodao? Yun Ying mused, intrigued by the reality of the woman before her, comparing her to the animated depictions she had seen. Indeed, the real Ma Xiaodao appeared even more captivating and imposing. As Ma Xiaodao barreled forward, her fury palpable, Yun Ying shouted, Wait, senior sister. Hui Yuhao, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. They had just triumphed and were about to inquire why she had appeared, yet Ma Xiaotao was already launching herself into the fray. Well, I hope she is unharmed. Wang Dong remarked. I now question how we ever escaped from her clutches, Hui Yuhao observed, watching Ma Xiaotao assert her dominance on the battlefield. Wang Dong swallowed hard, while Su Sanshi, who had been tasked with their protection, chuckled wryly. That's because Ma Xiaotao usually suppresses her fiery temperament, but upon hearing of your encounter, she has genuinely become enraged. Do you think Yun Ying might also exhibit such ferocity in the future? Xiao Xiao inquired, watching as Ma Xiaotao approached. Having vanquished the 4 Soul Kings, Yun Ying, slightly exasperated, patted Xiao Xiao's head. Don't be ridiculous. I could never be like that. However, this combat style does have an exhilarating quality to it. Exhilarating? Su Sanshi pondered, recalling a past encounter where Yun Ying had overwhelmed him. The memory of her formidable power left a lasting impression, and he couldn't help but draw comparisons with Ma Xiaodao's fighting style. Could it be that Shrek Academy will soon be home to yet another volcano? He mused, with the presence of Ma Xiaodao and Wu Ming. It seemed Yun Ying possessed similar potential. Once Yun Ying joins the inner academy, we might be faced with 3 extraordinarily powerful fire attribute soul masters, forming an indomitable triangle. At that point, we shall mourn for this generation of students. Suddenly, Su Sanshi felt a sense of futility regarding his future. Not only would he contend with Ma Xiaodao, but he might also face Yun Ying if he were to falter. At this juncture, only Nan Nan can save me, Su Sanshi lamented, donning a mask of despair as he lunged toward Jiang Nan Nan for solace. Get lost. Jiang Nan Nan delivered a sharp kick, leaving Su Sanshi gazing at her in anguish. Nan Nan, are you really this heartless? Enough of your antics. Bei Bei interjected, unable to endure the spectacle any longer. His curiosity about Su Sanshi's past deeds deepened, questioning why Jiang Nan Nan harbored such disdain for him, while Su Sanshi seemed to revel in it. Could it be that Su Sanshi was a masochist? I must distance myself from him, Bei Bei resolved, suddenly wary of his association with Su Sanshi. Observing Bei Bei, Yun Ying sighed inwardly. The narrative of the original story was progressing swiftly, and it seemed the time for Tanya to fully embrace her dark talents was drawing near. Though she would eventually return, the lingering regrets would remain. Yun Ying was determined not to see those regrets resurface. Having traversed through time, she was resolute in altering the course of events. It appeared she would need to take a moment to converse with Bei Bei meaningfully. Upon the battlements of Shrek 7 or 8 figures stood, their presence an enigma, and behind them, an army unexpectedly materialized. Among them, Yin Xiaozhe and Lin Lao were conspicuously present. In truth, they had arrived quite some time ago, yet they refrained from intervening. They had witnessed everything, the escape of the quartet, Yun Ying's final counterattack against a Soul King and a Soul Emperor, and the subsequent arrival of Ma Xiaotao and her companions. This child, Yun Ying, possesses remarkable combat prowess. Lin Lao smiled faintly. He had previously felt a pang of regret over Yun Ying acquiring the most precious soul bone at the treasure appraisal event. However, after witnessing her display of strength, he deemed it entirely worthwhile. After all, a newly initiated Soul Master managed to turn the tables on a Soul King while being pursued by 5 Soul Kings and a Soul Emperor, the latter of whom was left on the brink of death. Although her teammates provided assistance, it was sufficient to showcase Yun Ying's formidable capabilities. Indeed, it was fortunate that Yun Ying spared one of the attackers. Otherwise, given Ma Xiaotao's temperament, she would have undoubtedly exterminated all those assailants. Yin Xiaozhe remarked, his eyes reflecting a blend of exasperation and admiration. He admired Yun Ying's extraordinary strength, which validated the resources invested in her, yet he lamented Ma Xiaotao's fiery disposition. Despite having a captive, Ma Xiaotao had ruthlessly slaughtered the 4 Soul Kings. One could only hope that Yun Ying would not adopt such a temperament. This also highlighted the significant influence of the malevolent fire on Ma Xiaotao. In contrast, Wu Ming, another volatile character, possessed the Golden Crow spirit and, although equally tempestuous, was somewhat tempered due to the absence of malevolent fire's influence. Nevertheless, to the tormented disciples of the inner court, Wu Ming appeared just as fiery as Ma Xiaotao. Moreover, Wu Ming is a seasoned maiden. Of course, this title is only whispered in private. If it were to be spoken openly, she would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Wait. Senior sister, please show mercy. As Ma Xiaotao was about to finish off the nearly unconscious Soul Emperor, Yun Ying urgently interjected. Ma Xiaotao looked up in confusion, realizing that the voice belonged to a gun-wielding girl. The girl, with a high black ponytail, crimson eyes, and flawless white skin, stood at approximately 1.60 meters. She cradled a petite girl in her arms, wrapping her hands around the girl's waist, while holding a striking red and black spear that measured around 1.60 meters in front of her. Senior sister, we need to leave one alive for the Academy's interrogation, Su Sanshur quickly added, with Bei and Zhang Nannan nodding in agreement. Very well, what a pity, I haven't had enough fun yet. Ma Xiaotao relented, releasing her grip, causing the Soul Emperor to collapse once more, the excruciating pain rendering him unconscious. Wu Yuhao and Wang Dong exchanged glances, each reflecting their astonishment. Haven't had enough fun? How formidable is this senior sister, and how did they manage to escape? Tianming, isn't that thanks to me? Thank you, senior sister, Wu Yuhao, Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao. And Yun Ying said in unison as Ma Xiaotao approached. She waved her hand dismissively. No need for thanks. Coming to Shrek City to harm Shrek Academy students? Are you impatient with life? By the way, have you offended anyone recently? Wu Yuhao and Wang Dong exchanged glances. And Wu Yuhao caught a glimpse of concern in Yun Ying's eyes, his heart sinking. Could it be Dai Huabin? However, he maintained his composure, replying, no. Ma Xiaotao stroked her chin thoughtfully. That is indeed strange. Forget it. You may return for now. The rest will be handled by the Academy. Thank you. The 4 expressed gratitude once more as etiquette demanded. You're referring to Dai Huabin, aren't you? Wang Dong murmured on their way back. I'm not entirely sure. But it's highly likely, Yun Ying responded quietly. Wu Yuhao scratched his head, remaining silent. The 4 of them returned to the Academy in silence. Upon their return, they naturally faced a thorough examination, which lasted until after 11 at night before they finally returned to their dormitory. Chapter 46, Eternal Whale Gel. Regarding the 5 corpses of Soul Kings, the Academy conducted a meticulous investigation and found no traces. As for the surviving Soul Emperor, Shrek Academy subjected him to relentless interrogation. Initially tight-lipped, he eventually revealed the truth. The 6 of them had been dispatched to attack Wu Yuhao and Wang Dong at the behest of Dai Huabin. Furthermore, Dai Huabin later added Yun Ying and Zian to the mix, believing that 1 Soul Emperor and 5 Soul Kings would suffice to eliminate the 4 of them. As for Xiao Xiao, she was merely an innocent bystander, mistakenly identified as Zian by the Soul Emperor due to Dai Huabin's intel, which indicated that Zian was typically seen with Yun Ying. Who could have known that Zian had been delayed in attending the Treasure Appreciation Conference due to other matters, arriving late, while the attack had already concluded by the time she returned? This revelation caused an uproar, igniting immense fury within Shrek Academy. Especially since Dai Huabin had instigated an assault on core disciples of both the martial soul and soul engineer departments. Moreover, Yun Ying and Hui Yuhao were far from ordinary core disciples. Consequently, Shrek Academy exerted pressure on the Duke of the White Tiger's residence, compelling them to issue an apology for the incident. Dai Huabin was expelled and apprehended overnight, cast out from the academy. It was said that when they caught Dai Huabin, he was deep in slumber, bewildered as he was hoisted up, while his roommate had already been terrified into submission and warned by the enforcement department. The Duke of the White Tiger's residence was thrown into disarray due to the pressures originating from Shrek Academy, which slightly tarnished the esteem of Xing Luo, all because of the scandal instigated by Dai Huabin. Furthermore, the news of Dai Huabin having lost a bet to Hui Yuhao and having to kneel and apologize before more than 100 students from 2 classes only exacerbated the situation. Upon hearing this, the Duke felt utterly humiliated and ordered Dai Huabin to be confined. The homeroom teacher of Class 2, Mu Jin, was equally taken aback, while Zhou seized the opportunity to mock him, leaving Mu Jin in a state of impotent fury. After all, it was his own student who had caused the trouble. No, Dai Huabin, with such a vile character, could hardly be considered his student anymore. This was what Mu Jin thought. In any case, Dai Huabin would not return, so it mattered little. As for Zhu Lu, she appeared quite disappointed and had taken a long leave, having reportedly had a fierce argument with Dai Huabin. Of course, none of this bore much relevance to Yun Ying, who only felt exasperated at the mention of Dai Huabin, wondering why they continued to speak of someone who had effectively ruined himself. Before heading back to the dormitory, Hui Yuhao took out the piece of whale gel, feeling somewhat stimulated and eager to enhance his strength. Besides, the Ice Emperor had suggested seizing this opportunity to absorb the whale gel, and Tianming Ice Worm had also chimed in to support this notion. Thus, he inquired, "Could you assist me? I plan to absorb this whale gel tonight." "Tonight? Such diligence?" Yun Ying teased, causing Hui Yuhao to smile awkwardly before taking the whale gel from him. "Where do you intend to fuse it?" Perhaps by the Sea God Lake?" Hui Yuhao pondered for a moment and then suggested. "Then let us proceed," Yun Ying nodded, preparing to head to the Sea God Lake. At that moment, Wang Dong suddenly exclaimed, "Yuhao, when did you purchase this?" With a helpless expression, Hui Yuhao replied, "This was at the treasure exhibition." "Eh? Why was I unaware?" "You and Xiao Xiao disappeared somewhere. By the time you returned, Yun Ying had already completed her purchases," Hui Yuhao explained. "Yun Ying bought it? What does that have to do with her? Wasn't it for you?" Wang Dong still seemed puzzled. Hui Yuhao, exasperated, stated, "I was nearly out of gold soul coins, and you were nowhere to be found. If it weren't for Yun Ying, where would I have procured this whale gel?" "Oh, I see," Wang Dong said, scratching his head in embarrassment. "Well, I shall take my leave then." With that, he turned and headed back to the dormitory. Hui Yuhao shook his head in resignation and accompanied Yun Ying to the shores of the Sea God Lake, gazing at the ethereal waters. Yun Ying felt a pang of nostalgia, reflecting that according to the original storyline, it should have been Ma Xiao bringing Hui Yuhao here tomorrow to fuse the whale gel. Yet it was she who was now in his company. "All right, we have arrived." Yun Ying sat cross-legged, curiously holding the whale gel. "How does one absorb this? Should I heat it with fire and then you absorb it?" Hui Yuhao hesitated, consulting Tianming and the Ice Emperor, yet both remained silent. After some contemplation, he tentatively concluded, "That should be the case. Then let us give it a try." Yun Ying unleashed her blazing flames, channeling her soul power, causing the temperature around them to soar rapidly, soon exceeding 100 degrees. Simultaneously, she discreetly reinforced the fiery defenses of her Heart of the Blaze to prevent the Ice Emperor's aura from leaking and triggering another outburst from the Snow Emperor. After all, her spatial storage wristband lacked the capability to shield against aura leakage. Under such heat, Hui Yuhao struggled to withstand it, involuntarily releasing a chill to counteract the overwhelming warmth. Before them, the whale gel began to melt gradually, prompting Hui Yuhao to quickly sit cross-legged, closing his eyes and focusing intently on absorbing the energy from the millennia-old whale gel. As the temperature continued to rise, seeing that the whale gel melted slowly, Yun Ying curiously increased her output of soul power, flames swirling around them as the temperature reached over 300 degrees. Hui Yuhao furrowed his brow involuntarily, while the Ice Emperor's body released an even more potent chill to safeguard Hui Yuhao's vital organs from harm. Nevertheless, Hui Yuhao still had to endure the agonizing process, as it served to strengthen his physique. Wow, with such intense flames assisting, it seems Yuhao can withstand an additional 1,500 years of soul ring duration. Tianming, Ice Worm, chuckled gleefully. Indeed, and I must say, this girl possesses considerable talent. Yet, Why do I sense a familiar aura emanating from her? The Ice Emperor pondered. Tianming Iceworm leaned in and whispered, perhaps it's because in your previous life, you were her sister, which is why you feel a sense of familiarity in this life. Keep your distance. And why not say that you were a couple? You just had to go with the sister angle. The Ice Emperor retorted irritably. Tianming Iceworm smirked. That simply won't do. Ice, your husband must be me, in this life and the next. Scram. Focus on monitoring Hui Yuhao's condition. The Ice Emperor kicked Tianming Iceworm away once more. Yun Ying observed Hui Yuhao absorbing the whale gel and, feeling somewhat bored, decided to try absorbing a bit of the energy emanating from it herself. She discovered that it was indeed possible, although the enhancement to her own abilities was minimal, far less effective than meditating. The chilling aura emanating from Hui Yuhao grew increasingly potent, even managing to counterbalance Yun Ying's flames within a certain radius. Suddenly, Yun Ying recalled the ice and fire tempering method from her previous life and endeavored to draw that cold energy towards herself for further assimilation. While it was indeed feasible, it would swiftly be consumed by the extreme flames. It appeared that her soul power output was insufficient. Thus, she resolved to amplify it. Silently, Yun Ying intensified her soul power output, causing the temperature to soar beyond 600 degrees, scorching the surrounding air and leaving behind charred traces. This girl? The Ice Emperor had naturally noticed her actions and shook his head with a hint of amusement. Did she wish to temper her body like Hui Yuhao? Very well. What harm would it do to his sister? Consequently, the Ice Emperor began to release an even greater amount of cold energy from his skeletal frame, which elevated the quality of the cold energy absorbed by Yun Ying and significantly increased the volume she could draw in. Coupled with the assistance of the millennia-old whale gel nearby, Yun Ying's physical prowess was gradually enhancing. The peculiar spectacle before them captivated the elders of the inner courtyard. With Yin Xiaozhe leading the group, Yun Ying and Yin Xiaozhe found themselves momentarily entranced by Hui Yuhao's vibrant green hair. Hui Yuhao, why had he dyed his hair such an unusual color? This was beyond their comprehension. The two youngsters displayed commendable diligence. Yet the substance of whale resin intrigued Yin Xiaozhe as he observed the piece, now diminished to 1/10 of its original size. A millennium's worth of energy? No. That was not quite accurate. Such potency could not be contained in merely 1,000 years. Could it possibly be 10,000? The more Yin Xiaozhe pondered, the more plausible it seemed, and he subsequently shook his head in self-deprecation, muttering to himself about his own cultivation level and the unexpected envy he felt. Alas, how he had aged. With a wave of his hand, he enveloped the two in a protective soul force, allowing them to absorb the essence without disturbing their surroundings. While he stood beside them, lost in thought gazing at the sea god lake. Chapter 47. The arrival of the soul bone after a period of silent absorption. Yun Ying suddenly sensed something amiss. She opened her eyes, locking gazes with Hui Yuhao, whose eyes had transformed into a radiant gold. Confusion washed over her. When had the dream-eye silkworm emerged? Was it not concerned about being discovered by Yin Xiaozhe and the other elders? The dream version of Hui Yuhao, who had been smiling, suddenly froze in place. Oh no! Why did she choose this moment to open her eyes? The dream-eye silkworm lamented within Hui Yuhao's mind, while the Ice Emperor shot her a disapproving glance. I told you to let me take control of Hui Yuhao's body, but you refused to listen. And now we've been exposed. How was I to know she would suddenly wake up? The dream-eye silkworm replied, feeling quite vexed. Moments ago, she had boasted to the Ice Emperor that she would remain undetected, only to be swiftly proven wrong. What could be said about this turn of events? The dream version of Hui Yuhao swiftly gestured for Yun Ying to be silent, then cautiously released a trace of the sealed power, blending it with the essence of ultimate fire, ultimate ice, and the millennia-old whale resin. He surveyed the surroundings with great care, noting that Yin Xiaozhe remained preoccupied with observing the sea god lake, while the other elders engaged in their discussions. Those eager learners seeking to draw nearer were swiftly repelled by the elders, ensuring that this place remained secure. The dream version of Hui Yuhao subtly adjusted his aura and continued to cultivate according to the trajectory of the Xiantian skill, assimilating the energy around him. As for Hui Yuhao himself, Yun Ying felt somewhat bewildered. According to her recollections of the scanned original plot, it seemed that the dream-eye silkworm had not made an appearance at this juncture. Was it possible that the world of Douluo contained numerous variables that she was unaware of? It appeared that one could not rely entirely on the original narrative. While the general direction could serve as a reference, the intricacies of the plot were best navigated by one's own understanding. After all, the butterfly effect was indeed a factor. Observing the dream version of Hui Yuhao discreetly taking over his body for a moment before swiftly vanishing, Yun Ying felt a sense of amusement. akin to the nostalgia of children in her past who would sneak out their parents' locked phones to play for a brief moment before returning them. However, Hui Yuhao's expression, once marked by unbearable anguish, gradually transitioned to a state of tranquility, his breath becoming steady and composed. At this moment, after observing the lake for an extended period, Yin Xiaozhi retracted the layer of soul power that enveloped him. Yun Ying rose to her feet, and the black crystal, which had previously been the size of a fist, had vanished without a trace. With a wave of her hand, she withdrew the surrounding flames, causing the temperature, which had previously surpassed 700 degrees, to gradually decrease and disperse into the atmosphere. Yin Xiaozhi's lips twitched slightly as he utilized his soul power to dissipate the residual heat. Thank you, Ding Yin. Yun Ying expressed her gratitude with a bow. Yin Xiaozhi waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's no trouble. It is sufficient that you were able to absorb it successfully. Furthermore, Hui Yuhao's condition has stabilized, so you two may return to your dormitory now." Understood, Ding Yin. Farewell. Yun Ying nodded, then grasped Hui Yuhao and hurried toward the dormitory. Yin Xiaozhi observed the manner in which she held Hui Yuhao, his lips twitching once more. What else could he say? Yun Ying swiftly made her way back to the front of the dormitory building, dragging Hui Yuhao inside and knocking on the door of his room. What is the matter? Wang Dong queried, perplexed, as he opened the door to find Yun Ying and Hui Yuhao, whom she was leading by the arm. Hui Yuhao has finished absorbing the energy. He merely needs time to digest it and will awaken naturally, Yun Ying succinctly explained before casually handing Hui Yuhao over to Wang Dong and departing with grace. Wang Dong, bewildered, received Hui Yuhao and watched as Yun Ying turned the corner up the stairs. He could only set about placing Hui Yuhao on the bed, awaiting his natural awakening as Yun Ying had instructed. Tonight, you shall rest on my bed. Wang Dong, feeling suddenly weary, gazed at Hui Yuhao's bare wooden plank bed with a twinge of sympathy. Ultimately, he resolved to allow Hui Yuhao to spend the night on his bed while he sought a place outside to cultivate for the evening. As for Hui Yuhao's wooden plank bed, Wang Dong had no intention of using it. Upon returning to her dormitory, Yun Ying observed Xiao Xiao deep in contemplation. Remaining silent, she settled onto her bed and commenced her own meditation. She felt the need to assimilate the medicinal energy she had absorbed earlier, along with the experiences gained from the afternoon's battle, thus opting not to sleep further. The night passed without conversation. The following morning, Yun Ying and Xiao Xiao exited their dormitory together and made their way to the dining hall for breakfast. There, they noticed Wang Dong approaching, his expression one of utter dejection. What is the matter, Wang Dong? Xiao Xiao inquired curiously. Don't mention it, Wang Dong replied glumly. Last night, I thought I'd let Yuhao absorb energy on his own while I sought a place to meditate, but I couldn't help but worry. So I returned only to find him burning with fever. I thought something serious had happened, but what happened? Xiao Xiao pressed on, her curiosity piqued. Wang Dong waved his hand dismissively. Let us not talk about it. At this point, Yun Ying had an inkling of what had transpired. Recalling a passage from the original text that described the side effects of consuming whale gel, effects that were particularly well received by men. Unexpectedly, these effects had not manifested on the way back with Hui Yuhao, but had emerged upon returning to the dormitory, coincidentally discovered by Wang Dong, the masculine figure. Isn't that quite the coincidence? And where is Hui Yuhao? Xiao Xiao asked, noticing his absence. Oh, he is still in a fusion state. I'll help him take the morning off, Wang Dong replied before starting his meal. The morning swiftly passed, and upon returning to her dormitory, Yun Ying discovered the soul bone she had purchased the day before, the left leg bone of the 10,000-year time wolf. Wow, is this it? Xiao Xiao exclaimed, her eyes wide with curiosity as she gazed at the soul bone ensconced within a box imbued with a potent sealing power. I suddenly envy you and Wang Dong. To acquire a soul bone so effortlessly. It's a result of hard work, Yun Ying replied with a hint of pride. Xiao Xiao nodded in agreement, secretly vowing to intensify her own training efforts. When do you plan to absorb it? Xiao Xiao queried. After a moment's contemplation, Yun Ying responded, tonight, perhaps. I'll inform Teacher Zhou this afternoon. If I truly manage to absorb it in one day, I'll take a leave tomorrow. I hope you can assist me in guarding during the process. Absolutely. Leave it to me. I'm keen to see how the absorption of a soul bone works. Xiao Xiao said, thumping her chest confidently. Yun Ying slightly shifted her gaze, feeling the weight of the situation. Chapter 48. Absorbing the soul bone after concluding her afternoon classes. Yun Ying explained her situation to Zhou Yi. Following dinner with Xiao Xiao and Zi Yin in the dining hall, the two returned to their dormitory. Yun Ying retrieved the box and opened it, taking out the left leg bone of the 10,000-year time wolf. A stream of gray energy emanated from the soul bone, filling the room with a mysterious aura, evoking an extraordinary sensation within her heart. Is this truly a 10,000-year soul bone? Xiao Xiao murmured in astonishment. Yun Ying bit her lip, remaining silent as she carefully absorbed the feelings emanating from this soul bone, valued at millions of gold soul coins. The sensation was peculiar, akin to a sudden enlightenment, as the surrounding spatial elements became animated by the presence of the soul bone. After scrutinizing it closely, Yun Ying sat cross-legged on her bed, placing the soul bone against her left leg. She channeled her soul power to draw on the bone while following her previous training trajectory, with Xiao Xiao seated nearby to safeguard her. As soon as her soul power made contact, a more intense gray light erupted, swiftly enveloping her left leg. In an instant, Yun Ying found herself encased in this radiant glow, and a memory surfaced in her mind. Her first experience playing the hero Yun Ying in a game, where she had summoned a teleportation skill. That match had been particularly challenging for her as a beginner, leading to a dismal score of 4-13-5. Could it be that this soul bone grants me the teleportation skill? She pondered, though she had struggled with the mechanics in the game. She recognized the potential of such a skill in the Douluo world, useful for both fleeing and pursuing. Coupled with the descriptions from the treasure appraisal, perhaps it truly was teleportation? Yun Ying speculated, though she understood that the specifics would only become clear upon full absorption. Moreover, the description indicated that acquiring the skill was not a certainty. For hours passed, and as the last vestiges of gray light dissipated, Yun Ying completed her absorption. Slowly opening her crimson eyes, a flash of brilliance sparkled within them. Observing her, Xiao Xiao felt that Yun Ying had grown even more enigmatic. Meeting her gaze revealed a profound mystery behind her scarlet irises. Her aura had transformed. If previously, she had been a spear standing proud against the world, now she radiated a subtle, concealed brilliance, rendering her even more inscrutable. How did it go? Were you successful? Xiao Xiao inquired eagerly. I succeeded, Yun Ying replied with a smile. Should we test what soul skill you acquired? Xiao Xiao continued. All right, I'll give it a try. Yun Ying focused her soul power, coalescing it around the left leg bone. In the next instant, she switched places with the bed on which Xiao Xiao sat. What just happened? Yun Ying exclaimed, bewildered, while Xiao Xiao instinctively found herself sitting on the floor. Wait, what? Xiao Xiao shouted in surprise, as Yun Ying quickly reached out to embrace her. What on earth just occurred? Xiao Xiao questioned, perplexed, while Yun Ying felt a tinge of frustration. Just as she activated the left leg bone, the soul skill's name and function materialized in her mind: spatial exchange. By selecting a target, one could swap places with that target, whether it be an object or a living being. At this stage, the maximum distance allowed for the exchange was 100 meters, which could extend with the growth of one's cultivation. The cooldown period was 10 minutes, and this duration would not change. Wait, I was promised teleportation. Why did I receive a spatial exchange skill instead? Moreover, this ability bears a striking resemblance to Su Sanchi's soul skill of the profound dark replacement. But what purpose does this skill serve? In team fights, it indeed appears to be quite advantageous. One could directly swap places with an opponent in the midst of battle and unleash a flurry of attacks. It sounds appealing. Yet as an assassin, am I truly to initiate the charge? Shouldn't that role primarily fall upon the tank? While warriors can also lead, I am an assassin. Thank you very much. Yun Ying felt a profound discomfort. Was this a dismissal of her past performance of 4-13-5 with Flash on Yun Ying? After all, she managed to secure the lives of at least 2 opponents. Yun Ying? Xiao Xiao, noticing Yun Ying lost in thought, curiously called out while waving her hand before her. Huh? What is it? Yun Ying snapped back to reality, releasing her embrace around Xiao Xiao and rising to her feet. Your soul skill seems to be of a replacement type, doesn't it? Xiao Xiao remarked, gazing thoughtfully at the 2 beds stacked before them. Indeed, spatial replacement, as the name suggests, allows for a one-time swap with any designated target. Yun Ying lamented the absence of a flash ability, though this soul skill was quite formidable. It still felt somewhat peculiar. Any designated target? Xiao Xiao seized upon the crux of the matter, exclaiming in surprise. Then your soul skill is significantly superior to ordinary replacement type skills. Yes, it certainly qualifies as a top-tier replacement soul skill, Yun Ying replied, calming her emotions. Ultimately, the lack of flash was inconsequential. This skill was undeniably powerful, and one must learn to be content. Furthermore, regarding those beds, Xiao Xiao pointed towards the 2 stacked beds, causing Yun Ying's expression to stiffen. Her gaze had inadvertently focused on the bed beneath Xiao Xiao, which had ultimately resulted in a swap, leaving her own bed in disarray. As the early morning sun began to ascend gently, the previously dark sky started to brighten. Glancing at the time, there was still over half an hour before class. Perhaps I could tidy up this bed. I arranged Xiao Xiao's bedding neatly and considered my own. A wash would suffice. For although she was currently thriving on the restaurant's business, frugality remains a virtue in Chinese culture. Having been a model youth of the 21st century, I felt compelled to uphold this noble tradition, even in this new world. Let me commend myself. After organizing the dormitory, the two of us headed to the cafeteria for breakfast and then made our way to the classroom in preparation for the upcoming lesson. However, Joey was absent, and instead, we received a summons. Thus, we proceeded to the teacher's office, where 4 others had already gathered: Lan Susu, Lan Luoluo, Zhou Xiqing, and Xian. When Yun Ying entered, all eyes instinctively turned towards her. It was inevitable, having just absorbed a soul bone and not yet adjusted her aura. Coupled with the significant changes she underwent, she undeniably captivated everyone's attention. Zhou Yi cast a surprised glance at Yun Ying before her expression returned to its usual solemnity. The 6 individuals refrained from speaking in Zhou Yi's presence, settling into a tedious wait. As time passed, Zhou Jinxian and Huang Chutian arrived, and after a brief interlude, Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao finally made their appearance, clearing her throat. Zhou Yi captured the attention of the 9 with a serious tone. The reason for gathering you today is to convey an important announcement. In 3 days, the outer court will host a core disciple assessment competition. Has the time come? Yun Ying pondered silently. Originally, this selection event did not involve our second-year students. But for reasons unknown, the Academy has decided to include us. Thus, prepare yourselves, Zhou Yi stated slowly. Teacher Zhou, what is the purpose of this selection competition? Zhou Xiqing inquired with curiosity. Zhou Yi replied nonchalantly, you need not overly concern yourselves with this competition. There are no penalties for losing. All disciples under the age of 15 from the outer court will participate, including those from the Soul Guidance Department. I estimate around 30 participants. And the top 7 will undertake a specific task, the nature of which I am also unaware. You are fortunate this time, as initially. Only 3rd to 5th year students were to participate. Just do your best. Our class has 7 spots. I shall select candidates later, but please do not let me down completely. Zhou Yi's tone suggested a lack of seriousness regarding the competition, which eased the group's anxiety, although Yun Ying felt differently. It was evident to her that this competition served as the selection for the Shrek 7 Monsters Reserve team, with the ultimate goal of participating as a main force in the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition, earning the lifelong title of Shrek 7 Monsters. Setting aside the significance of the title, merely being recognized among the future cohorts of Shrek Academy, decades hence, would be a commendable achievement. However, if she participated, the original Shrek 7 Monsters would inevitably lose 1 member. But what did that matter to her? After all, merely traversing into this world without any contribution, while solely concentrating on her cultivation, hardly seemed fitting. To allow the protagonist to flourish unchallenged, even playing the role of a caretaker, would render her journey indistinguishable from an ordinary existence. Regardless of others' thoughts, in Yun Ying's mind, it was crucial to seize opportunities without unduly encroaching upon the protagonist's significant fortunes. If lesser opportunities arose, neglecting them would be sheer folly. Well, the rest of you may leave for now. Yun Ying and Hui Yuhao, please stay, Zhou Yi instructed. The group acknowledged her and exited the office, leaving Yun Ying and Hui Yuhao standing still. Before departing, Zhou Xiqing shot them a gleeful glance, prompting Yun Ying to roll her eyes. Xiao Xiao whispered to Yun Ying, I will wait for you outside. Yun Ying nodded, and Xiao Xiao followed the others out of the office. I am merely relaying a message from Dean Yin and Dean Xian. Others may not need to secure a place in the top 7, but you too must, especially you, Yun Ying. Your cultivation level as a second-year student can rival that of the 4th and 5th years. If you fail to place in the top 7, be prepared for the consequences from both deans, Zhou Yi remarked, a hint of amusement in her eyes. Is that really necessary? Yun Ying stammered. Though she felt little pressure, given her cultivation and the unique attributes of her extreme fire, failing to secure a top 7 position seemed implausible. Beside him, Hui Yuhao wore a face akin to that of a bitter melon. Teacher Zhou, if we were to rank the core disciples of the Outer Academy by strength, I would undoubtedly be among the last. Yet, we have seniors from higher grades present. I am merely conveying a message. How you choose to handle it is entirely up to you. Now, off to class. Zhou Yi rose, prompting the 2 to depart, oblivious to the deepening mirth in her eyes. What did Teacher Zhou say to you too? As soon as they stepped outside, they were met with the simultaneous inquiry from Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao. They exchanged glances, each snorting in disdain before turning away. Nothing much. Just that Hui Yuhao and I must place in the top 7, Yun Ying remarked, a hint of light-heartedness gracing her expression. Oh, how terribly difficult it is for me. Hui Yuhao sighed wearily. I may have to rely on you, Yun Ying, in the selection competition. After all, Yun Ying had managed to defeat Su Sanshi, a third-ring fighter, back in the second ring. Moreover, in this selection competition, he could assist her openly, making it wise for a relatively weaker control-type soul master to cling to a strong ally. Don't worry, just lie back and let me take the lead, Yun Ying declared, echoing a phrase she often used in her past life while gaming. Each time she played as Bai Li Shouyue, she would utter these words, only to conclude the battle with a losing record, often facing her teammates' wrath and subsequent reports after the match. Bai Li Shouyue, in her hands, had become Bai Li Huaiyue. But this time would be different. She was determined to realize her dream of leading others, at the very least, guiding Hui Yuhao. I guess I'll be counting on you then, Xiao Xiao teased, while Wang Dong joked, perhaps you'll be the first eliminated. How could that be? Yun Ying waved her hand dismissively. Don't say such things. What if it actually happens? Laughter erupted from Xiao Xiao, who collapsed to the ground in mirth. The four were preparing to return to class when they encountered a senior clad in a blood-red uniform, Ma Xiaodao. Oh, isn't that the senior we saw just yesterday? Wang Dong exclaimed, surprised. It seems she truly cannot escape our thoughts, as we see her again today. What is she here for? Xiao Xiao queried curiously, just as Ma Xiaodao approached them briskly. Yun Ying, I heard from the dean that your martial soul possesses extreme attributes. Please assist me. I am nearing my limit. The intense aura radiating from Ma Xiaodao was overwhelming, causing Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao to feel uneasy, while Yun Ying hastily summoned her blaze. The blaze, which had been quietly resting in Yun Ying's grasp, quivered at the sinister energy emanating from Ma Xiaodao, whose malevolent fire sought to suppress it. In an instant, a powerful aura surged forth from the blaze, countering Ma Xiaodao's impending dark flames and inducing a sense of relief within her. As a divine weapon, this was Blaze's inaugural display of authority in another realm. Xiao Xiao, please ask Teacher Zhou for a leave of absence for me, Yun Ying called over her shoulder. Then whispered urgently, Senior, we must hurry. It appeared that Ma Xiaodao was struggling to contain her malevolent fire, and following her conversation with Yin Xiaozhe the previous night, who had mentioned that only an extreme fire could purify her dark flames, she had come seeking help. Understood, Ma Xiaodao nodded, wrapping her arms around Yun Ying as they dashed out of the teaching building. Concerned that the full force of the blaze's pressure might affect the surrounding students, Yun Ying released her hold on the weapon. A surge of even greater power erupted, with the searing heat rising as the crimson patterns on the blaze transformed into a golden-red hue. The dark flames, which had only recently been subdued, were forcefully suppressed once more, this time with even greater intensity. Feeling the dark flames retreat for the first time, Ma Xiaodao reveled in the newfound comfort, her body softening as she clung more tightly to Yun Ying. Yun Ying, too, experienced a peculiar sensation. This was her first encounter of this nature since her transformation into a girl. What on earth is happening? She pondered, bewildered. In her past life, she had never felt this way while studying, and despite her fondness for Ma Xiaodao, she had always preferred the Snow Empress, given the common preference among her compatriots for white-haired individuals. Please help me eradicate this dark fire, she urged. The dean mentioned that only extreme fire can cleanse it. Ma Xiaodao spoke in fragmented sentences. Wait, Senior, before Yun Ying could finish her thought, both plunged into the sea goddess lake. The crystalline waters jolted Ma Xiaodao back to her senses. She had intended to lead Yun Ying to the inner academy, but the blaze's stimulation had nearly obliterated her dark flames, leaving mere remnants. This sensation was unprecedented, surpassing even the temporary suppression experienced against Su Sanshi's Xianming shield or the intense chill invoked by the dream version of Hui Yuhao. While those instances merely subdued the dark flames temporarily, Yun Ying had decisively eradicated a significant portion, leaving only a sliver behind to cling on. Yet, Yun Ying felt a pang of anxiety. She had never learned to swim. If they truly sank to the depths, would they ever resurface? Under the dual influence of the supreme blaze and the powerful dark fire phoenix, intense heat intertwined and surged, causing even the waters of the sea goddess lake to evaporate slightly, wisps of steam rising from the surface. Each convergence consumed vast amounts of the dark flames, which, though resistant, were no match for the disparity in martial soul quality between the two. Though the dark fire phoenix was formidable, The blaze was a divine weapon from the King's continent, a realm of immense strength. Thus, the suppression became increasingly effective. However, given their considerable differences in cultivation, the dark fire's power did not vanish all at once, but was gradually consumed and absorbed by the blaze, transforming into nourishment. With the blaze providing sustenance, Yun Ying's endurance significantly improved, and as the dark flames were devoured, Ma Xiaodao's aura swelled, her fire elements growing ever more refined. Above the sea god lake, Yin Xiaozhe and several elders of the sea god pavilion gazed solemnly at the mist-shrouded waters. After all, Ma Xiaotao was his disciple, and it was his suggestion for her to seek out Yun Ying, which made him particularly invested in the outcome. The current situation appeared promising, and Yin Xiaozhe's initial anxiety began to ease. Both Ma Xiaodao, his most cherished disciple, and Yun Ying, recognized by Elder Mu as possessing unparalleled talent in a millennium, were of utmost significance. Should Yun Ying falter, he would not hesitate to sever the connection between them, for the Academy's interests must prevail. However, it was evident that Yun Ying showed no signs of distress. Rather, her aura was steadily ascending. The overwhelming pressure emanating from her blazing flame left even the director of the martial soul department feeling a twinge of trepidation. As moments passed, the intense energy continued to rise. Ma Xiaotao's accompanying sinister flames had vanished without a trace under the relentless suppression and consumption by the blazing fire, transforming her entirely. A piercing phoenix cry resonated through the air, and soon, a magnificent golden-red phoenix soared from the sea god lake, spiraling gracefully through the sky. Yin Xiaozhe, who had been observing intently, felt a surge of excitement as he beheld the golden-red phoenix. Has the sinister fire finally been eradicated? Indeed, it appeared so, and Ma Xiaotao's martial soul had undergone a significant enhancement. Xian Liner, watching the majestic phoenix, expressed her astonishment. In the next moment, Ma Xiaotao ascended skyward, releasing her golden-red soul power, which radiated a formidable presence. Congratulations, Xiaodao, Yin Xiaozhe remarked with a smile, witnessing his disciple's newfound strength free from the torment of the sinister fire. Thank you, teacher, Ma Xiaodao replied joyfully, turning to Yun Ying, whom she embraced. Thank you. Yun Ying. Oh, it's nothing, senior sister, Yun Ying replied, momentarily taken aback by Ma Xiaotao's gratitude, before regaining her composure. By the way, my name is Ma Xiaotao. Let us get acquainted. Ma Xiaotao's spirits soared as she realized she had finally liberated herself from the sinister fire that had plagued her for 14 long years. Now, she could train freely without the constant fear of the sinister flames erupting uncontrollably. Hello, senior sister Ma Xiaotao. I am Yun Ying. Yun Ying replied with a smile. After Ma Xiaotao savored the sensation of her liberation, she descended to the ground, followed closely by Yin Xiaozhe and the other elders. From now on, you can call me Sister Xiaodao, she suggested, particularly fond of this talented junior who had helped her overcome the sinister fire. Hello, Sister Xiaodao, Yun Ying said as she stepped away from Ma Xiaotao's embrace. Xiaodao, how does it feel now that the sinister fire is gone? Yin Xiaozhe approached with a beaming smile. After a moment of reflection, Ma Xiaotao exclaimed with excitement. It feels incredible. Without the sinister fire, I can fight more freely. Yin Xiaozhe was left speechless, pondering why a young girl would constantly think of fighting. Yun Ying, I must express my gratitude here. You have freed my disciple Ma Xiaotao from her torment. Yin Xiaozhe turned to Yun Ying. Director Yin, there is no need for that. It's only natural for students to assist one another, Yun Ying replied, a bit flustered. Nevertheless, gratitude must be expressed, Yin Xiaozhe insisted, while Xian Liner sighed in resignation. That is just how Yin Xiaozhe is, you must accept it. Thank you, Director Yin, I appreciate it, Yun Ying replied after a moment of contemplation. Well, I shall return to the Inner Academy now. I hope to see you there in the future. Ma Xiaodao encouraged with a bright smile. Yun Ying nodded, watching as Yin Xiaozhe and the elders departed alongside Ma Xiaodao, preparing to return to the classroom in hopes of catching the last bit of their lessons. Chapter 50. The selection competition, however, Yun Ying's hopes were dashed upon reaching the teaching building, where students were already trickling out. The morning classes at Shrek Academy did not end early, indicating it was likely already time for the lunch break. What? Has time passed so swiftly? Yun Ying mused in bewilderment, feeling as though she had barely registered the passage of time before the end of classes. Yet, with the conclusion of lessons came a sense of relief, as she had grown weary of the classroom environment. This experience echoed her past life, where initial enthusiasm and vows of diligence often waned before reaching fruition. After all, once the continent-wide Senior Soul Master competition concludes, I will no longer be confined to tedious theoretical lessons. As the saying goes, practice leads to true knowledge. This was precisely why Yun Ying eagerly anticipated the selection competition. Yearning for freedom from the classroom. Having arrived back and with classes dismissed, she decided to join the throng heading to the cafeteria. She could contemplate other matters later. As for Ma Xiaodao's transformed martial soul, it appeared quite powerful, though still suppressed by the blazing flames. Assisting Ma Xiaodao in dispelling the sinister fire also fulfilled a regret from her previous life, as it had led to a pivotal moment during the Continental Senior Soul Master competition when Ma Xiaodao was struck by the dark sword of judgment, resulting in the resurgence of the sinister fire and her subsequent capture by the Holy Spirit cult. Now that peril had been averted, soon she would discuss the matter of Tang Ye's dark talent with Bei Bei, striving to prevent Tang Ye from being separated and becoming the so-called saintess of the Holy Spirit cult. Though she had little regard for the Tang sect established by Tang San, she appreciated Bei Bei and Tang Ye's kindness toward her and would not allow events to unfold as they had in the original narrative. Strolling into the cafeteria while contemplating how to persuade Bei Bei, she noted the lavish meals provided for core disciples, a testament to the substantial resources allocated to them. Hey, Yun Ying, senior sister, what's up? A familiar voice broke her train of thought. Turning, she saw Xiao Xiao and Wang Dong, who looked on with curiosity. It's nothing too significant. My martial soul is of the ultimate fire attribute, and that senior sister also possesses a fire attribute martial soul. So I went to assist her, Yun Ying explained, sensing Wang Dong's presence nearby and fearing potential trouble. This wasn't due to any personal grievance against Wang Dong. Rather, she found his character off-putting in her previous life, leading her to harbor little fondness for him, a sentiment that lingered into this life. Oh, I see, Xiao Xiao nodded, while Wang Dong walked away, wearing a disappointed expression. It seemed he had come hoping to gather gossip, but left empty-handed, which left him a bit dejected. By the way, where did Wang Dong go? Didn't he insist on following us earlier? Xiao Xiao glanced around, but did not spot Wang Dong's figure. Yun Ying remarked calmly. He left just a while ago. Why so? Xiao Xiao felt a tinge of disappointment, but she quickly dismissed the thought. After finishing their lunch, the two returned to their dormitory to meditate for a while before heading back to class. The subsequent 3 days passed rather uneventfully for Yun Ying. Her daily routine consisted of attending classes, training, and meditation, interspersed with meals and observations of the Snow Emperor embryo. Through her observations over these 3 days, Yun Ying was astonished to discover that the embryo had grown at least 2 folds larger compared to its initial size, and the piece of mysterious ice jade had been entirely consumed. The chilling aura emitted by the embryo had become even more formidable. Fortunately, the encroaching flames managed to suppress it, preventing any mishaps. Nonetheless, Yun Ying felt increasingly anxious if this creature were to suddenly emerge within the academy. What would happen to her? Certainly, no one would permit a transformed spirit beast of 700,000 years to thrive under their very noses, especially one in its juvenile stage, which would undoubtedly become the primary target for hunting at Shrek Academy. After all, who would desire to capture such a powerful spirit beast in its youth to claim as their own soul ring? Perhaps they might even obtain a piece of soul bone for fusion as well, if she were to ensure the Snow Emperor could thrive here undisturbed. It seemed she would need to conceal its presence with celestial herbs. After all, her own journey had only granted her the heart of the blazing prairie, devoid of any system or accompanying elder. Did that imply she was unworthy of possessing more? However, having a storage soul guide that could hold anything was quite advantageous, especially with its infinite space. Yet, she was puzzled as to why it could not mask the Snow Emperor's aura. Could it be that the Snow Emperor's cultivation, honed over 700,000 years, exceeded the limits of the heart of the blazing prairie's concealment abilities? Moreover, should she wish to obtain celestial herbs, it appeared she would need to venture to the Eye of Ice and Fire. That location was the most abundant in celestial herbs she had learned about, not to mention the presence of the octagonal ice grass in the Lake of Dual Elements. Whether it was the Snow Emperor or herself going, they would surely reap significant rewards. The only uncertainty lay in whether she could gain the consent of that purple flower claiming to be fragrant. The bell signaling the end of class rang, prompting the students to conclude their morning sessions and head to the cafeteria in small groups. However, the core disciples had a different fate. They had to go to the soul fighting zone for assessments, leaving no time for even a single bite. All right, follow me. Wang Yin organized the lesson plan and stepped out first, with several students trailing behind him. Upon arriving at the soul fighting zone, all the second-year core disciples had gathered, including Zhu Lu. However, Dai Huabin was conspicuously absent, having faced consequences for his mistakes, with Shrek Academy possessing undeniable evidence leading to his expulsion. As Zhu Lu caught sight of Yun Ying approaching, she briefly lifted her gaze before lowering it once more, lost in thought. Yun Ying merely shrugged, harboring no further thoughts on the matter. Following this, the core disciples from the 3rd and 4th years entered in succession, with Bei Bei, Su Sanshi, and Jiang Nan Nan making their appearances. Presently, the most powerful individuals from the Outer Academy were the twin stars, Bei Bei and Su Sanshi, alongside Jiang Nan Nan and the only 11-year-old 2nd-year student, Yun Ying. Is everyone here? An elderly man, whose face was mostly concealed by disheveled hair and who swayed slightly while gnawing on a chicken leg, inquired of Wang Yin. Yun Ying recognized this elder as Xian Lao, his iconic chicken leg marking his identity. Xian Lao, everyone has arrived. Wang Yin quickly stepped forward to report. Very well. Xian Lao ambled to the center of the soul fighting zone and declared in a resonant voice, listen closely, you youngsters. The assessment you are about to undergo is quite simple. I have named it the collective free-for-all. Within this arena, you may attack as you please. Those who are rescued or concede will be deemed losers, while the last 7 standing will emerge victorious. I shall oversee this match, and the teachers may take their leave. Such a competition exists? This notion echoed in the minds of most core disciples present. Wouldn't that make it straightforward? They could unleash their abilities without concern or hesitation. Before the students could fully process this information, Xian Lao suddenly shouted, begin the assessment. In a flash, his figure vanished, leaving the core disciples momentarily stunned. Yun Ying was the first to spring into action, releasing her flames and sprinting towards Bei Bei. After all, securing an ally was always prudent. Facing it alone inevitably carried the risk of failure. As Wei Yuhao came to his senses, he activated the propulsion soul guide, tightly embracing Wang Dong as they swiftly followed in the footsteps of Yun Ying, both racing towards Bei Bei. Chapter 51. The competition commences upon seeing Yun Ying and the other 2 rushing towards him. Bei Bei instinctively understood her intention. In such a chaotic brawl, despite the considerable gap between the 3 grades and the mere 4 individuals from the 4th ring, one would inevitably face overwhelming odds unless endowed with formidable strength. Inevitably, there will be instances of soul fusion techniques among them, and coupled with their individual coordination. Even though Yun Ying can currently triumph over soul emperors with weaker soul qualities and lower cultivation levels, she still finds it somewhat overwhelming. Moreover, who can predict whether any of those individuals might suddenly unleash a surge of power? Given these variables, Yun Ying believes that remaining united within the alliance is the wisest choice. After all, unity is strength. Sanshi, Nan Nan, let us join forces. Bei Bei also exclaimed softly. Now, the 4 of them, joining together, represent the strongest quartet present, and without such collaboration, they could easily become the targets of all. The remaining students quickly realized the situation and formed small teams. However, the only individual who refrained from joining any group was Ikaitu. He stood firm in his position, displaying his soul rings, from which numerous metallic tubes emerged from various points on his body, accompanied by a massive cannon protruding from his chest. Without hesitation, he unleashed a barrage of fire. Yun Ying exclaimed, Bei Bei. Yun Ying felt a surge of distress as brilliant rays erupted from Ikaitu, resulting in a tremendous explosion that instantly eliminated 2 participants. The remaining students swiftly evaded the chaos, with only Wei Yuhao, along with Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao, remaining unscathed. Sanshi, deploy the Ximing shield, Bei Bei shouted urgently. To be frank, the sight was somewhat terrifying. Su Sanshi hurried forward, activating the Ximing shield to counter the onslaught of light. I know without you telling me, he replied. Senior brother, over here, Wei Yuhao called out as he approached, turning to address the now dominant Ikaitu. So it was you who orchestrated this? Su Sanshi remarked, feeling a pang of annoyance. Initially startled by the display, he was taken aback to learn that Wei Yuhao was acquainted with him. My apologies, Senior Su, Wei Yuhao said, scratching his head in embarrassment. By the way, we now have 8 people, right? Yun Ying observed, prompting a startled reaction from the remaining 7. According to the rules, only 7 could advance, meaning 1 must be eliminated. Such matters could wait until they had dealt with the current situation. Let us engage, Bei Bei declared, charging forward. Wei Yuhao extended his mental perception, causing those who had never experienced his soul skills to shudder. Indeed, Yun Ying nodded, grasping her weapon, Li Hua, in her right hand, and followed closely behind. As the 2 surged forward, a 4th-year core disciple shouted, Everyone, concentrate your strength. Let us first deal with the 4-ring seniors team. At this command, the remaining 18 core disciples converged, halting Bei Bei's advance. He exchanged a glance with Yun Ying, redirecting their charge to the right. while Hui Yuhao communicated their intentions to the other 6. On the right side stood 6 students. Upon noticing Yun Ying and Bei Bei charging towards them, the 6 swiftly reacted. 2 assault-type soul masters immediately advanced to meet them. One of them, his body swelling and hair transforming into a fiery orange, wielded the formidable spirit of a lion, the king of all beasts. After completing the spirit possession, he lunged forward, his lion-like claws aimed directly at Bei Bei. In response, Yun Ying thrust her spear, clashing with the tips of those claws, igniting a shower of sparks, and momentarily halting the forward momentum of the assailant. Subsequently, the student wielding a spear lunged forward, but Bei Bei swiftly countered with a claw strike, unleashing a torrent of lightning serpents that enveloped not only him but also the 4 companions behind. A flicker of brilliance ignited in Hui Yuhao's eyes. In that instant, the 2 teammates who had intended to rush to aid hesitated abruptly. Seizing the opportunity, Yun Ying initiated a desperate counterattack, maneuvering to the rear of the 6 adversaries. With a deft strike from her spear, she eliminated the last of the group, prompting the remaining 5 to hastily regroup for defense. At that moment, a haunting melody of a flute echoed, simultaneously slowing the 5 foes. Yun Ying thrust the tip of her spear into the ground, propelling herself into the air before delivering a downward strike, dispatching yet another opponent. As she descended, she caught sight of Su Sanshi, who was hastening toward her. In an instant, she activated her spatial exchange, swapping places with him. Su Sanshi, bewildered by the sudden change, instinctively called out the name of his 4th soul skill, despite having not activated it moments before. Nevertheless, as a core disciple, he seized the opportunity, unleashing the Xianming shock to immobilize 4 enemies. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan silently leaped into action, expertly ensnaring the lion-themed spirit master with her feet and flinging him away. Thus, yet another adversary was eliminated from what had initially been a team of 6. Meanwhile, the newly arrived Yun Ying was not idle. After the exchange, she valiantly launched a counterattack. She swiftly moved to unleash her 2nd soul skill, Resolute City Crusher, followed by a sweeping strike. Coupled with Bei Bei's timely Thunder Dragon Claw, they promptly eliminated another adversary. Meanwhile, as they were engaged in a fervent battle, the remaining trainees were not merely spectators. Among them, a small team comprising Zhu Lu, Xie Huanyu, Ning Tian, and 2 others swiftly advanced towards the defenseless Hui Yuhao. Observing their approach, Hui Yuhao activated his mental interference, plunging the 5 into a momentary state of dizziness. Yun Ying quickly surged forward, unleashing her skill, breaking the clouds and shattering the mountains, to lift the leading Zhu Lu. With flames erupting, she delivered a decisive strike, leaving the dazed Zhu Lu with no opportunity to evade. Coupled with Hui Yuhao's previous soul shock, her fate was sealed without further discussion. As for the remaining 4 individuals, Hikaitu launched a simultaneous barrage once more, beneath the formidable onslaught of firepower. Coupled with Hui Yuhao's psychic detection assistance, all soul guiding rays were directed towards those 4 students, allowing Yun Ying to retreat in time. Form a line. Charge forward. A 4th-year student declared decisively, subsequently summoning their martial soul and stepping forward to shield against the dense barrage of soul guiding rays. The remaining students cowered awkwardly behind the defensive soul master. "Thank you, big brother," Yun Ying expressed as she returned to the ground, offering her gratitude to Hikaitu, who flashed a bright smile and replied, "It's nothing, junior sister Yun Ying. It is the duty of a teammate." Yun Ying chuckled softly, then gazed at the line of students arrayed before her. Once again, she leaped into the air, unleashing the dual forces of true intent, blazing fire and gun intent, swift flame. The resulting inferno, exceeding temperatures of 100 degrees, engulfed the arena. A magnified illusion of a flame-laden swift fire emerged, its spear tip shimmering with a bluish-white flame that undoubtedly reached over 1,000 degrees. As for the rationale behind such a ferocious assault, well, with Elder Xian present, she was certain he would be able to save them. At that moment, a colossal golden vertical eye illuminated the surroundings, followed by a brilliant beam of golden light that fiercely shot towards the group of more than a dozen students. This was indeed the martial soul fusion technique of Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. Under the onslaught of these 2 terrifying attacks, the remaining students were swiftly evacuated by Elder Xian. The immense fiery phantom collided with the blue, gold, and purple tricolor light, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Su Sanshi hastily raised the Xianming shield to protect himself at the forefront, while Bei Bei and the others promptly unleashed their soul skills to mitigate the residual force of the blast. Chapter 52. Team formation. As the dazzling orb of light generated by the explosion gradually faded, a large crater remained on the battlefield of the Soul Arena, still flickering with traces of resplendent golden light. Cough, cough, cough. Su Sancher cautiously peered out from behind the Xianming shield, surveying the now tranquil ground. Before retracting his martial soul, I must say, junior sister Yun Ying, your soul skill is exceptionally formidable, Su Sancher exclaimed, dusting off his clothes with a grimace. That explosion surpassed the one generated when I previously collaborated with Kai II using the soul-guided cannon barrage. I could barely withstand that, let alone this one. Fortunately, we were at a considerable distance, so we only felt the residual waves. Bei Bei chuckled and replied, now you understand why I have refrained from boasting about my attack power lately? Also, Sancher, your coordination with junior sister Yun Ying was simply impeccable. Your fourth soul skill was employed at just the right moment. Indeed. Kai II nodded in agreement, leaving Su Sancher utterly bewildered. What? That transformation wasn't my soul skill? I was just as perplexed. Are you saying it was your soul skill? Bei Bei questioned, somewhat incredulous. Could it possibly have been junior sister Yun Ying's? No. It was my soul bone ability, Yun Ying interjected, her words eliciting a wave of astonishment. Wang Dong, as if struck by a sudden realization, quickly chimed in. Could it be that soul bone you exchanged during the treasure appraisal event? I never anticipated it would come with such a soul skill. I thought it was merely for displacement. Ah, I see. Bei Bei nodded in understanding, and at that moment, Hui Yuhao spoke up. However, we now have one more member. The phrase one more member resonated deeply within the 8 individuals present, each feeling a stir of emotions. Among them, Bei Bei, Su Sancher, Jiang Nanan, and Yun Ying were certainly not at risk of elimination, and neither was Kai II. After all, having such a formidable mobile firepower point made any team take notice. Indeed, during team battles, Kai II's role was undeniably significant, whether it be providing fire coverage or shielding his comrades. In the realm of cultivation, the slightly less skilled trio of Hui Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao found themselves facing a difficult decision. Hui Yuhao, a control-type soul master with the extraordinary ability of spiritual detection, could not be easily eliminated. As for Wang Dong, his bond with Hui Yuhao through their martial soul fusion technique rendered him indispensable. Consequently, the one likely to be eliminated was Xiao Xiao. This notion did not only cross Yun Ying's mind. The others were not naive and could grasp the situation with minimal contemplation. At that moment, Xiao Xiao spoke up, stating her intention to withdraw, as there were no repercussions for failure. Furthermore, Teacher Zhou had mentioned that both Yun Ying and Yuhao needed to secure a place in the top 7, wishing them well for their upcoming task. Yun Ying sighed upon hearing this, recalling how she was deeply moved by the interactions between Kai II and Xiao Xiao in the novels of her past life. However, circumstances had changed. Although she harbored a desire to see Wang Dong eliminated, she accepted the situation. Bei Bei nodded in agreement, saying nothing more, while Xiao Xiao smiled and stepped down from the stage. As Yun Ying watched her depart, she pondered that even though Xiao Xiao would not participate in this competition, it provided an opportunity for her to address certain issues concerning Tangya. Regarding my shout-out, the influence of the Judgment Sword during the competition seemed negligible, as the malevolent fire had already been purged. You have all made your decisions, Xian Lao remarked, as Wang Yin, Mu Jin, and other teachers quickly approached, clearly astonished by the earlier scene. The final explosion had undeniably reached the level of a full-force strike from a 6-ring Soul Emperor, making it hard to comprehend that it had originated from a Soul Scholar, a Soul Respect, and a great Soul Master. All right. Those who have been eliminated should consult your team leaders and return, Xian Lao said, chewing on a chicken leg and taking a swig from his wine gourd. However, apart from Xiao Xiao, who voluntarily withdrew, none of the core disciples below left the stage. What is the matter? Are you dissatisfied? Xian Lao continued, taking another bite of his chicken leg. If you feel unjustly treated, I hope you'll demonstrate your strength in the future. Do you think this chaotic selection process has been unfair? Many of you must feel that being eliminated without showcasing your true abilities is unjust. Isn't that right? Silence enveloped the crowd, but their eyes revealed their sentiments. Yet, was it truly unfair? Xian Lao smirked, stating that the brawl was designed for everyone. In the ensuing time, Xian Lao recounted the illustrious history of Shrek Academy and some lesser-known facts to the audience. By the time he finished, only the 7 on stage remained, as the other core disciples had long exited. Upon hearing the mention of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineering Academy, Su Sancher couldn't help but interject. Xian Lao, are you suggesting we participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition? I want you to participate. Do you possess the capability to do so? Xian Lao responded brusquely. Su Sancher scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. Xianlao continued, the age limit for the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition is under 20 years old. You can still compete this time. However, today's selection is for the reserve team. A reserve team? What does that entail? This implied that they could also become formal members and participate in the competition in 5 years, effectively granting them half of the Shrek 7 Monsters title. Yet, what Yun Ying valued most was that after the competition concluded, they would no longer need to attend classes in the Outer Academy, sparing them from those tedious theoretical courses. The thought of being free from classes was exhilarating, akin to the excitement of holidays in her past life. All right, you may leave now. Hui Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Yun Ying, stay behind. Xianlao waved his hand and announced. Bei, Su Sanshi, and the others departed, and once they were alone, Xianlao first inquired about the martial soul fusion technique between Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong before asking Hui Yuhao to demonstrate his spiritual detection ability. Then, turning his gaze to Yun Ying, he stated, Yun Ying, to be candid, you are not yet 12 years old, the youngest in the reserve team. Yet your talent rivals that of Bei and others, perhaps even surpasses them. However, I wish to know if your soul skill functions similarly to Hui Yuhao's martial soul fusion technique, and what is its consumption? In response to Xianlao, my soul skill is my third soul skill, allowing for directional attacks that can be altered freely. However, once the phantom descends, the direction cannot be changed. Currently, I can execute 4 to 5 attacks at most, Yun Ying replied respectfully. Xianlao appeared taken aback. That is merely your third soul skill? How could a 1,000-year soul ring technique surpass that of a 10,000-year one? Can you unleash your martial soul? Xianlao's urgency was palpable. Upon releasing her lure fire, its form had dramatically evolved after consuming the malevolent fire, now extending to an impressive height of 1 meter and 80 centimeters. With the original crimson patterns transformed into a golden red hue, the flames enveloping the spear's tip shimmered with a hint of gold, emanating a powerful aura. This is astonishing, Xianlao exclaimed, pondering the nature of the lure fire, a martial soul that had never before been recorded in Douluo's history, now clearly surpassing most top-tier martial souls in terms of presence. You may return as well. Xianlao scrutinized the spear for a moment before concluding. The three bowed and departed. Standing alone, Xianlao contemplated for a while before breaking into a smile. So what if they are in their second year? One possesses a dual martial soul, another an ultimate martial soul, and the last one seems to have a divine-level martial soul, not to mention the martial soul fusion technique. In 5 years, who can say I cannot forge them into an invincible team among their peers? I hope they will bring me more surprises. Chapter 53. Beibei's powerlessness. Upon exiting the fighting arena, the trio encountered Bei, Su Sanshi, and Jiang Nan, who were still waiting. After some conversation, Bei finally steered the discussion towards the Tang sect, Little Yuhao, Yun Ying, and Wang Dong. We recently deliberated that since we are now the reserve team of the Shrek 7 Monsters, we should establish a ranking order, akin to the original Shrek 7 Monsters. By the way, Yuhao and Wang Dong, how old are you? Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao shared their ages. And soon the group established their age hierarchy. Bei was the eldest, followed by Kai-Tu, Su Sanshi, then Jiang Nan, Hui Yuhao, Wang Dong, and of course, the youngest was Yun Ying. Come now, little Yun Ying, call me brother, Wang Dong said with an air of superiority due to his age. To which Yun Ying rolled her eyes in annoyance. So what if you're older? You still can't defeat me. Wang Dong's expression froze. So what? I'm still older than you. Su Sanshi suddenly burst into laughter. Then I, being third in rank, am akin to the legendary Tang San. Bei rolled his eyes. This ranking is merely based on age. In terms of strength, the youngest Yun Ying can easily outmatch you. That. Su Sanshi's smile transformed into a bitter grin. Hadn't they agreed not to expose each other's vulnerabilities? Observing Su Sanshi's awkward demeanor, the crowd erupted into another round of laughter. Subsequently, Kai-Tu expressed his desire to join the Tang sect, and Bei, naturally, did not refuse. He led the remaining individuals to seek out Tangya. And after a brief conversation, Tangya was overjoyed. Thus, Kai-Tu became a member of the Tang sect. After Hikaita's initiation, the group gathered for a meal before preparing to return to their dormitories. At that moment, Kai-Tu suddenly called out to Hui Yuhao, and the two departed together. Once the others had left, Yun Ying called out to Bei, who was clearing the dishes. Bei, please wait a moment. There is something I wish to discuss with you. Bei, perplexed, asked, Yun Ying? What is it? Yun Ying glanced at Tangya and Jiang Nan, who were also tidying up, then winked at Bei. Understanding the implication, Bei excused himself to Tangya and followed Yun Ying out of the room. Yun Ying, what is it that you need to discuss here? Bei inquired. slightly puzzled. Yun Ying turned to face him, her expression serious. Bebe, this matter concerns Sister Ye. Have you noticed that her mood has been rather off lately? Concerning Sister Ye? Bebe paused, pondering. Indeed, her spirits have been rather low recently. Are you suggesting that I should spend more time with Tang Ye? Bebe initially thought that Tang Ye confided in Yun Ying, prompting her to relay the message. That's not it, Bebe. Do you know that Sister Ye possesses a dark affinity within her martial soul? A dark affinity? Yun Ying, what do you mean by that? Bebe replied, a hint of anger in his voice. In a world that despises malevolence, he understood the consequences such a dark affinity could bring, especially for someone like Tang Ye. This realization caused him to alter the way he addressed Yun Ying. Bebe, please don't be alarmed. Just hear me out. Yun Ying had anticipated Bebe's reaction and was not surprised by his agitation. Isn't Sister Ye often downcast these days? No matter how you try to cheer her up. It seems futile? That may be true, but that does not imply she has a dark affinity. Bebe attempted to regain his composure. Consider this, Bebe. As the leader of the Tang sect, Sister Ye watches as her disciples rapidly improve in their cultivation. You Su Sanshur and Sister Nan and have all broken through to the fourth ring. Keep in mind, Sister Ye is in the same year as you. How do you think she feels about this? Bebe fell silent, reflecting on Yun Ying's words. Indeed, Tang Ye had appeared disinterested in her activities lately, and despite their efforts, neither he nor Jiang Nan could lift her spirits. Furthermore, Tang Ye had been increasingly distracted, seemingly sensing something amiss. When questioned, she remained tight-lipped and seemed to be distancing herself from Bebe, which troubled him deeply. Listening to Yun Ying's observations, Bebe began to comprehend the situation, yet he remained skeptical. But that does not necessarily mean Tang Ye possesses a dark affinity. He thought to himself, questioning whether Yun Ying had exaggerated her concerns to provoke a reaction from him. Moreover, haven't you noticed that Sister Ye's complexion has been poor lately? At times, she even appears dazed. Furthermore, she has been consciously trying to keep her distance from you. Bebe, Yun Ying remarked, uncertain of how to persuade him but recalling psychological insights she had gleaned from her past life. How do you know this? Bebe was taken aback. Having noticed these signs himself, yet from an outsider's perspective, he and Tang Ye still appeared as they always had, without any rumors circulating about them. Ah. It seems my suspicions were correct, Yun Ying replied. I realize these observations alone are insufficient to support my claim about Sister Ye's dark affinity. However, you might consider subtly inquiring about it with her. Yun Ying's words were laced with sincerity, and she turned to leave, leaving Bebe in contemplative silence. Hey, Yun Ying. Are you leaving? Yes, it has grown quite late, and I must return to the dormitory. Until next time, Sister Ye and Sister Nan. Until next time. They echoed in unison. As Bebe listened to the farewells exchanged between Yun Ying, Tang Ye, and Jiang Nan, he clenched his fists. Regardless of the circumstances, he resolved to confront Tang Ye that evening. The weight of Yun Ying's statements had profoundly impacted him, whether or not they were true. Witnessing Tang Ye's apparent despair filled him with concern. An hour later, Tang Ye and Jiang Nan had finished clearing the dishes and were preparing to rest when Bebe approached slowly. Sister Ye, I have something to ask you. Tang Ye looked momentarily surprised, while Jiang Nan had shot her a supportive glance and encouraged her before leaving. What is it, Bebe? Also, what did Yun Ying say to you? Why do you appear so downcast? A sense of unease washed over Tang Ye. She sensed that Bebe's inquiry bore significant weight. Sister Ye, please tell me, is it true that your martial soul possesses a dark affinity? Bebe's voice was firm as he gazed steadily into Tang Ye's eyes. A flicker of panic crossed Tang Ye's features as she quickly lowered her gaze and shook her head. How could that be? I cannot possibly have. Seeing her reaction, Bebe understood the reality of the situation. To his astonishment, Yun Ying's claims had proven true. Earlier, Yun Ying mentioned it to me, Bebe spoke. And Tang Ye's eyes widened in shock. How did she know? She began, but realizing her slip, she quickly fell silent. Bebe's tone turned somber. Sister Ye, are you considering accepting this dark affinity? Tang Ye's eyes flickered before she nodded, failing to deny it. Bebe, feeling a surge of anger, exclaimed. Then why didn't you tell me? His eyes glistened with unshed tears as Tang Ye remained silent, her head bowed. Do you understand what a dark affinity entails, Sister Ye? It could lead you to become Stop. Tang Ye interrupted, unable to contain her emotions any longer. She collapsed into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably. What can I do? As the leader of the Tang sect, I watch helplessly as each of you surpasses me in cultivation. No matter how diligently I train, my progress remains agonizingly slow. At this rate, how can I avenge my parents? Witnessing Tang Ye's anguish, Bebe felt tears prick at his own eyes. He gently patted her back, offering silent solace. As Tanya wept herself to exhaustion, she gradually succumbed to slumber. Bei quietly escorted her back to the girls' dormitory, enveloped in a profound silence. Upon knocking on the door, Jiang Nanan opened it to find Tanya, sleeping peacefully yet with traces of tears on her face. She gazed in surprise and confusion at Bei, who merely shook his head and sighed wearily before departing. Today, which should have been a splendid day, was marred by such unfortunate events. Bei's heart felt particularly heavy at this moment, and he resolved to inquire with Yun Ying the following day about any potential solutions. After all, had it not been for Yun Ying's earlier words, he would have remained oblivious to the situation, perhaps until the conclusion of the competition. Bei could think no further. Chapter 54. On solutions, an unremarkable night passed, ushering in a new day. For Yun Ying, it was just another day, but for Bei, the night had been excruciatingly difficult. Early the next morning, as Yun Ying arrived at the cafeteria, she spotted Bei standing by the entrance, his face drawn and weary. A slight twitch appeared at the corners of her mouth. "Brother Bei, have you not slept at all?" She approached him, disregarding the whispers of the surrounding students. Upon hearing her inquiry, Bei lifted his gaze, initially intending to brush it off, only to realize it was Yun Ying before him. "Yun Ying? You have finally arrived." His voice was somewhat hoarse. Yun Ying gestured for him to follow her, and they soon found themselves in a secluded area. "Brother Bei, do you have any questions regarding what I mentioned last night?" Yun Ying feigned ignorance. Bei fixed her with a deep gaze. "After you left last night, I asked Xiaoya, and everything you said was accurate. So, are you seeking a solution for me now?" Yun Ying inquired, her understanding evident. Bei nodded yes. "I wish to know how to resolve Xiaoya's issues." Yun Ying recalled a similar scenario from the original text, which spoke of a blue-silver emperor located in a valley outside the capital of the Sun-Moon Empire. She struggled to remember the precise location, but her main concern was how to present this information coherently. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Ying began. "I once overheard my parents mention a small valley near the capital of the Sun-Moon Empire, where a blue-silver emperor resides. If Xiaoya were to visit that place, it might just resolve her martial soul issues, perhaps even lead to a further transformation." Near the capital of the Sun-Moon Empire, Bei murmured, fixating on the words Yun Ying had spoken, undeterred by her mention of her parents. As he committed the phrase to memory, "Brother Bei, you don't intend to go there, do you?" Yun Ying interjected, pulling Bei from his reverie. "Indeed, that is my intention. And when do you plan to go?" Yun Ying continued, her eyes fixed on him. Bei hesitated, the words spilling forth, "The sooner, the better. The sooner, the better? Do you truly believe you can locate that place?" "The vicinity of the capital is vast," Yun Ying replied, her words causing Bei to falter once more. "Brother Bei, I think you should take a moment to calm down." "Indeed, I cannot guarantee," Bei spoke, visibly disoriented. Yet, Yun Ying had an idea. She had observed the Snow Emperor Embryo's movements again last night and realized it would take approximately another year for it to take form. This meant that after the conclusion of the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition, she would need to leave Shrek Academy for a while, at least until she discovered a method to conceal the Snow Emperor's aura. After a night of profound contemplation, she ultimately concluded that a visit to the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eyes would be beneficial. As for the rationale for this decision, it had conveniently presented itself. "Brother Bei, I have an idea," Yun Ying began, capturing Bei's attention. "Recently, you should spend more time with Sister Tanya, encouraging her to relinquish her desire to awaken her dark talent. Furthermore, when we participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament, you must find a trustworthy individual to keep an eye on Sister Tanya. After the tournament, I have some matters to attend to, and I can also assist you in locating that valley. Once your cultivation has strengthened, you will be able to take Sister Tanya there." Upon hearing Yun Ying's words, Bei's previously dim eyes sparkled with renewed hope. "Really? Perhaps after the tournament, I can accompany you and Sister Tanya." "No need for that, Brother Bei," Yun Ying replied, a hint of panic in her voice. If Bei and Tanya were to follow her, wouldn't that risk exposing the Snow Empress? While she believed in their character, she did not fully trust them. Therefore, she hesitated to accept Bei's suggestion. "I genuinely need to return home to handle some affairs, and I will request an extended leave from the academy. Afterward, I can ask my parents to help locate that valley." "Very well," Bei acknowledged. He was indifferent to the nature of Yun Ying's matters, but her mention of her parents assisting in the search suggested an increased likelihood of success. After all, a student as remarkable as Yun Ying likely hailed from formidable lineage. Although he was not familiar with any prominent figures of the Yun family on Douluo continent, Such details held little importance in the face of Tang Ye's needs. As for the authenticity of Yun Ying's claims regarding the valley, he found them credible, especially since she had alluded to Tang Ye's martial soul issue. Whether Tang Ye had confided in Yun Ying was beyond his knowledge, and he doubted Yun Ying would possess such information without it being shared. Moreover, he hadn't heard any insights from Jiang Nan Nan, Tang Ye's close roommate. The likelihood of the two conspiring to deceive him seemed minimal, particularly given Yun Ying's serious demeanor the previous night and Tang Ye's tearful expression, something he had never witnessed before in their acquaintance. It was implausible to think they would stage such a performance merely for amusement. Thus, despite the numerous inconsistencies in Yun Ying's account, Bei Bei chose to place his trust in her. He harbored a subtle intuition that her words were largely truthful. Given these circumstances, he resolved to support Tang Ye, offering her companionship and ensuring discretion to prevent any rumors from circulating. Additionally, he needed to select a reliable individual to monitor Tang Ye during the tournament, safeguarding her from succumbing to the allure of the dark talent. "All right, Brother Bei, I have said all I needed to. I shall take my leave now," Yun Ying stated as she clapped her hands and departed. Bei Bei watched her retreating figure and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Yun Ying." Yun Ying paused momentarily before continuing on her way, leaving Bei Bei in deep contemplation. Chapter 55. The confrontation match. Since the conversation between Bei Bei and Yun Ying, 2 weeks had elapsed. During this time, Bei Bei diligently fulfilled his responsibilities, devoting nearly all his hours to accompany Tang Ye, aside from their regular classes, training sessions for the reserve team, and sleep. Regarding their absence during the tournament, Bei Bei had arranged for Xiao Xiao to assist. After all, Xiao Xiao was also a disciple of the Tang sect and undoubtedly had more free time than the rest of them, making her an ideal candidate to ensure Tang Ye's stability during their absence. The relationship between Bei Bei and Yun Ying has evolved from its initial subtlety to a state of normalcy, leaving the rest of the team, who were eagerly anticipating some drama, utterly bewildered. Wang Dong has been incessantly lamenting the lack of excitement, bemoaning the dullness of their situation. Just a week prior, Wang Dong's incessant chatter had provoked Yun Ying, culminating in a fierce confrontation during a practice match where she decisively dealt with him. The sheer intensity of the encounter was such that even Hui Yuhao, who was on her team and had assisted her with his mental probing, found it difficult to watch. Although Yun Ying had employed a weakened version of her soul skills, Wang Dong emerged with only minor injuries, sporting a bruised visage. After the altercation, a disheartened Wang Dong lamented his disfigurement, expressing concerns about his future prospects with young ladies. This elicited a bemused reaction from Hui Yuhao, whose initial sympathy vanished in an instant. The scene left both Cai Jiao and Su Sanshi profoundly shocked. Their previous impressions of Yun Ying had been of a remarkably affable person, one who rarely exhibited anger unless provoked excessively. Witnessing Wang Dong's dire predicament made it clear that she was not to be trifled with. Su Sanshi was acutely aware of this reality. After all, Yun Ying had bested him even when he was in the second ring. Now that they both stood at the fourth ring, he could only imagine the consequences should they face off. Thus, despite recently discovering that Yun Ying's earlier victory over him had been aided by Hui Yuhao, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. In the realm of Douluo II, the weight of one's words is often proportional to the strength behind them, and it was indisputable that Yun Ying was among the most formidable members of their reserve team, ranking at least second in strength. The first, of course, was Bei Bei. However, should they truly engage in a contest, determining who was superior would be a challenging endeavor, particularly considering Bei Bei's explosive transformation. At present, Yun Ying has attained the remarkable level of 44, a feat significantly attributed to the presence of the ancient soul bone. Otherwise, reaching even level 42 would have been an arduous challenge, given the sluggish pace of cultivating an ultimate martial soul. On this particular day, it was time for Elder Xian's teachings, prompting Yun Ying and her companions to pause their regular studies and gather in the assessment area, eagerly awaiting the elder's guidance. However, as the 7 of them entered the assessment zone, they discovered not only Elder Xian but also 7 disciples from the inner academy clad in crimson uniforms. Leading them was Ma Xiaodao, whom Yun Ying had encountered previously. Observing Ma Xiaodao's high ponytail, Yun Ying instinctively touched her own hair, realizing that she had maintained her own high ponytail for quite some time. Upon seeing Yun Ying approach, Ma Xiao could not help but smile. And it must be said that she was indeed beautiful. When she smiled, Su Sanshi's eyes widened in awe, prompting Bei Bei to gently nudge him from behind, bringing him back to reality. Noticing Jiang Nanan's disdainful gaze, Su Sancher beamed brightly while casting a grateful glance towards Bei Bei. At that moment, Elder Xian stepped forward to announce the purpose of their gathering, subsequently informing Bei Bei, Yun Ying, and the others that they might have the opportunity to participate in the upcoming competition, which elicited a wave of astonishment among the group. Of course, Yun Ying, having read the original text, was aware that their participation was not merely a possibility if they successfully confronted the malevolent soul master they encountered prior to their departure. They would all be competing in the entire event. Now, please introduce yourselves and get acquainted, Elder Xian instructed with a nod. The new and old members of Shrek's 7 monsters began to introduce themselves in turn. Upon hearing Yun Ying and Hui Yuhao's respective levels, the 7 inner disciples simultaneously displayed their astonishment, albeit for differing reasons. Yet, Ma Xiaodao's eyes were tinged with a hint of skepticism. At this stage, she did not wield Hui Yuhao's ultimate eyes to suppress the evil fire as depicted in the original narrative. Instead, she employed the suppression of a higher-ranked martial soul over a lower-ranked one, complemented by the dominance of her ultimate attribute martial soul over ordinary attribute martial souls. This approach addressed the issue of the evil fire at its very roots, consequently facilitating the transformation of Ma Xiaodao's martial soul into that of the fire phoenix. It is noteworthy, however, that her fire attribute did not evolve into ultimate fire. This limitation stemmed from Yun Ying's relatively modest cultivation, which prevented her from unleashing the full potential of the devouring fire, a power that belongs to the realm of divine artifacts, an epitome of supremacy even within the Douluo universe. Moreover, it is ranked as an extraordinarily powerful artifact. Thus, Ma Xiaodao no longer has to worry about the issue of evil fire during her cultivation. And her cultivation level has reached level 68, surpassing that of the original narrative by 1 level. Alright, you 14 will be divided into 2 teams for battle, with Ma Xiaodao and Dai Yueheng serving as captains. Given your higher cultivation level, Xiaodao, you may select 2 primary team members, while the remainder will serve as reserves. However, you have one opportunity to prioritize your selection of both primary and reserve members. After all introductions were complete, Elder Xian stated, Ma Xiaodao and Dai Yueheng stepped forward, maintaining a certain distance from each other. Ma Xiaodao declared, for my first primary member, I choose Gongong Mo, and my reserve member will be Yun Ying. She spoke without any hesitation, and Dai Yueheng, standing opposite her, appeared unsurprised, as Yun Ying possessed the highest cultivation among the reserves. And Ma Xiaodao was limited to only 3 primary members. Gongong Mo and Yun Ying approached Ma Xiaodao, with Gongong Mo smiling slightly at her, saying, Xiaodao, you truly have an eye for talent. Keep your distance, maintain 5 meters. Ma Xiaodao instinctively distanced herself, pulling the somewhat naive Yun Ying closer with a vigilant expression. Gongong Mo, slightly exasperated, moved to a position 5 meters away from Ma Xiaodao and smiled at Yun Ying, saying, hello, Yun Ying, I've heard about you from Xiaodao. Senior Gongong, hello, Yun Ying responded to the greeting, only to be pulled closer by Ma Xiaodao, who stated, Yun Ying, let me tell you, don't get too close to him. Wah, Xiaodao, you're breaking my heart. Gongong Mo feigned tears, causing Yun Ying's previously curious gaze to retract instantly. She thought it best not to observe further, as it only reminded her of individuals from her past life. E.W., Chen Zifeng and Su Sancher. Meanwhile, Dai Yueheng was also making his selections. Ma Xiaodao continued, Cici, Bei Bei, Ling Luoqing, Yao Haoshuan, He Kaitu, Wang. Just as Ma Xiaodao was about to call out Wang Dong's name, Yun Ying quietly interrupted, Sister Xiaodao, choose Hui Yuhao for the last spot. Are you certain, Yun Ying? Ma Xiaodao questioned, puzzled, as she regarded Hui Yuhao as the weakest candidate. Shouldn't we pick the stronger Wang Dong instead? His soul skills are quite useful. Trust me, Sister Xiaodao. The allure of mental detection was too enticing, and having used it once, she longed for a second opportunity. All right, just don't lead me astray. Ma Xiaodao gently flicked Yun Ying's nose and then raised her head to declare, for the last selection, I choose Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao? The primary team members present were puzzled, as Hui Yuhao was only at level 26. Why not choose the third ring Wang Dong instead of the second ring Hui Yuhao? Dai Yueheng's expression was strange, but he said nothing. After all, if Ma Xiaodao opted for a weaker opponent, it would benefit him. Who would want a weaker rival? Chapter 56. The confrontation begins after Ma Xiaodao declared her selection of Hui Yuhao. Dai Yueheng chose Jiang Nanan and Wang Dong for his final picks. Excellent. Your selections are complete. I will give you 10 minutes to prepare. After that, the confrontation begins. As for the losing side, each member simply needs to proclaim, I am a pig. Elder Xian chuckled while holding a large wine gourd, taking a few sips. However, for some reason, this posture appeared rather lewd. The two teams slowly distanced themselves, standing on opposite sides of the battle arena. Xiaodao, why didn't you choose a control-type member? Gongong Imo surveyed the group before quietly inquiring of Ma Xiaodao. CC, it's not that I doubt your capabilities. You know that lacking control in a team battle can lead to significant disadvantages. Besides, you're aware of the control effectiveness of Ling Luoqing and Yao Haoshuan from our previous drills. I'm incapable? CC thought to herself, wanting to retort. Why was Gongong Imo questioning her capabilities? What I do does not require your oversight. Ma Xiaodao glared at Gongong Imo, making her point clear. Was he trying to instruct her? Once the confrontation begins, you're to provide full support. Dai Yueting is my responsibility. However, I want to be able to handle him immediately. The rest will depend on you. CC, I leave Chen Zifeng to you. Chen Zifeng? CC's brow furrowed. Isn't it illogical to attack a warrior without first neutralizing the control? What if Ling Luoqing or Yao Haoshuan intervenes with their control skills? It was akin to a scenario from her past life, where she was evenly matched with an opposing warrior, only to be frozen by an enemy skill. Ling Luoqing is backed by Yao Haoshuan, who can counter you effectively, thus complicating matters. Rest assured, I have a plan. Both you and Bei possess lightning attributes, and your synergy will yield complementary effects. Therefore, focus on eliminating Chen Zifeng swiftly and then assist others. Since our team is newly formed, our coordination is unfamiliar. So we will primarily engage in individual combat. Hikaitu, I know you excel in soul guiding, so unleash your full power. Ma Xiao shook her head, and Cici ceased her objections, instead beginning to strategize in her mind on how to confront Chen Zifeng. Hikaitu nodded, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. He relished the feeling of overwhelming the opponent with a comprehensive barrage of firepower. It's exhilarating. Ma Xiaodao turned to Yun Ying, saying, Little Yun Ying, I know your agility and attack power are formidable, so I grant you the freedom to engage in combat. I'm eager to witness your capabilities. Go for it. After speaking, Ma Xiaodao affectionately ruffled Yun Ying's hair, growing increasingly fond of her junior and unconsciously becoming more intimate in her demeanor. All right, Sister Xiaodao. By the way, regarding control types, Hui Yuhao can also be considered one. Yun Ying recalled the absent Hui Yuhao and addressed Ma Xiaodao. Hui Yuhao? He is a control type? Ma Xiaodao was taken aback, then smiled helplessly, but he is only at 2 rings. What impact can he have? I think it's time for Hui Yuhao to showcase his mental detection skills, Yun Ying suggested, stroking her chin as she turned to Hui Yuhao. Hearing this, Hui Yuhao was momentarily startled but nodded, releasing his first soul skill. Mental detection nearly enveloped half the arena, presenting a detailed, 3-dimensional representation of various elements within the space to Ma Xiaodao, CC, and Gongong Imo, who were momentarily astonished. The fact that Hui Yuhao was an inter-academy student granted him a broad perspective, and the 3 quickly regained their composure. Ma Xiaodao, observing the seemingly ordinary Hui Yuhao, couldn't he help but smile. It seems there's a reason you were selected for the reserve team, Yun Ying. You indeed did not mislead me. When have I ever misled you, Sister Xiaodao? Yun Ying replied, slightly exasperated, as they had only met twice, yet the notion of misleading had already surfaced. Gong Yangma turned his gaze back to Hui Yuhao, exclaiming in astonishment, I never expected this green-haired junior to be quite impressive. Upon hearing these words, Cici promptly took a couple of steps aside, distancing herself from Gong Yangma. He had made a similar remark previously, which resulted in Cici being harassed for a full 3 days, leading her to experience episodes of mental disorientation. Thus, witnessing the same expression on Gong Yangma's face instilled a sense of trepidation in her. Hui Yuhao, later on, use your spiritual detection in conjunction with my brother's firepower to provide me with cover while I deal with Ling Luoqing. After all, Yun Ying had perused the original text. Although some details had slipped her mind, she distinctly recalled this particular sequence, having read the earlier chapters multiple times. As for that Yao Haoshuan, she was uncertain of his martial soul, only remembering that he seemed capable of growing significantly larger, which was why Ma Xiaodao had remarked on the difficulties posed by Ling Luoqing. Nevertheless, she felt no fear, if necessary. She could simply employ a soulbone skill to switch any one of the opposing 7 with one of her own, perhaps even leaving the swapped student to endure Yao Haoshuan's blows. All right, Yun Ying, I shall rely on you from here on out. Hui Yuhao smiled and nodded, quite willing to serve as a supportive student from the shadows. After all, having been carried along by Yun Ying during previous preparatory group drills, he had grown fond of the sensation of effortless victory. At this stage, his methods are primarily auxiliary in nature, Although he possesses the Ice Emperor as his martial spirit, the consumption of soul power is exceedingly high. Furthermore, he is unable to unleash his full potential at present, so it is best to simply get by as he can. In this moment, Hikaido exchanged a thumbs up, his face illuminated by a youthful and fervent smile, his pearly whites glimmering under the sun's rays. 10 minutes swiftly elapsed, and Dai Yueheng had also made some arrangements, with both parties standing at a distance in the assessment area. The voice of Elder Xian resonated. At this moment, you are no longer classmates but adversaries. In the pursuit of the coveted slots not belonging to the pig, I need not elaborate further, leave no room for retreat. And commence. As soon as Elder Xian's words fell, Ma Xiaodao was the first to charge forward, flames of a golden-red hue igniting. Unlike the faintly sinister aura of her previous flames, Ma Xiaodao's fire now exuded an air of nobility, for her martial soul had transformed into that of a fire phoenix. Cici and Bei Bei followed closely, while Yao Haoshuan also unleashed his martial soul into the sky. Hikaido, in a straightforward manner, constructed a soul-guiding artillery platform on the spot. A flash of flames erupted, and a torrent of soul-guiding rays surged towards Dai Yueheng and the other 7. Initially, Cici believed she was swift enough, having followed closely as the second after Ma Xiaodao's dash. Yet, in the next moment, she witnessed Yun Ying and others teleporting, instantly catching up to Ma Xiaodao and far surpassing her. Cici thought to herself, what a fast little junior. It was evident she had frequently trained alongside the remarkably swift Ma Xiaodao, as the two parties were merely 100 meters apart. Hu Yuhao activated his mental detection once more, causing a tremor of alertness among the remaining 6. After all, possessing a comprehensive detection soul skill was exceedingly advantageous, which was precisely why Yun Ying had urged Ma Xiaodao to choose Hu Yuhao. Moreover, as she sensed the myriad of data pulsating in her mind, Yun Ying inexplicably experienced a sensation reminiscent of the superpowered individuals in a certain realm known as Academy City from a past life. As the RAM MO released his first and second soul skills, 2 radiant halos, one crimson and the other golden, manifested above the heads of the 6 individuals. This enhancement felt even more potent than that of the 7 treasures, glazed tile. However, the halo hovering overhead seemed somewhat ominous, while the red and yellow were acceptable. A golden one would suggest an ascent to the heavens. In Chapter 57, I Am a Pig, as the crimson and orange halos enveloped the 6, their formidable supplementary abilities became apparent. The first noticeable effect was a significant increase in strength by at least 50%, accompanied by a marked enhancement in speed. Furthermore, as the orange halo descended, the recovery rate of their soul power noticeably accelerated. Remarkably, this phenomenon resembled the effects of a holy grail available in the legendary shops of a past life. However, it is worth noting that this orange halo was solely limited to replenishing soul power. As Yun Ying and her comrades unleashed their soul skills, the opposing team led by Dai Yueheng swiftly responded. A roar resonated through their ranks, and the seemingly diminutive Yao Haoshuan surged forward with remarkable speed. In an instant, his physique expanded to a towering height of 4 meters, his muscles swelling dramatically. It was akin to the transformation of a dream creature, a sensation that Yun Ying could vividly perceive. Beside Yao Haoshuan, Ling Luochan also unleashed her first and second soul skills, conjuring an icy armor around herself. Simultaneously, she summoned a staff, pointing it skyward. Instantly, a chilling aura manifested, sweeping toward Yun Ying and her 6 companions. With a gentle motion, Yun Ying wielded the descending flame, and Hu Yuhao immediately grasped her intent. Subsequently, a violet glow flickered in his eyes as he unleashed a soul shock. He simultaneously directed his mental energy to concentrate the soul-guided beams emitted by Hikaido, bombarding the vicinity of Yao Haoshuan, facilitating Yun Ying's deeper incursion into the rear ranks. Just as Yao Haoshuan completed his martial soul augmentation, he found himself momentarily dazed by Hu Yuhao's soul shock, only to be confronted by a relentless barrage of firepower. Yao Haoshuan thought to himself, I am merely an auxiliary control-type soul master. With such firepower, why not target Chen Zifeng or Dai Yueheng instead of solely focusing on me? He inwardly cursed Hikaido 1,000 times, yet it proved futile, as he was still compelled to withstand the onslaught. In this moment, after restraining Yao Haoshuan alongside Kaitu and Hu Yuhao, Yun Ying swiftly positioned herself behind Yao Haoshuan. Before her stood Ling Luoqing, his expression one of utter astonishment. When had Yun Ying arrived? Hadn't a large crimson rat just scurried past? Yao Haoshuan felt a twinge of curiosity and attempted to glance back, only to be momentarily disoriented by Hu Yuhao's dazzling maneuver, followed by a barrage of soul-guided projectiles. Yet he was resilient enough to endure it. This is too much, Yao Haoshuan exclaimed. Meanwhile, as for Yun Ying, observing the bewildered Ling Luoqing, she unhesitatingly unleashed her fourth soul skill, launching herself directly at him. Ling Luoqing, a distinguished student of the Inner Academy, swiftly regained composure after a moment of astonishment. Observing Yun Ying's approach, she noted the immediate invocation of a 10,000-year soul skill. While surprised, her thoughts were not solely focused on that. With a flourish of her right hand, she wielded her staff, and simultaneously, her third soul skill activated, unleashing a frigid gust of air. A cerulean circular pattern materialized beneath Yun Ying's feet. What is this? Could it be Wang Jiajuan's second skill? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yun Ying felt a surge of alarm as she resolved to fight with her back against the wall. In the final moment of the formation of the array, she propelled herself forward, albeit slightly affected by the surrounding cold currents. With a subtle exertion of her soul power, crimson flames erupted, instantly dispelling the encroaching icy air. Meanwhile, Chen Zifeng and Wang Dong also took note of Yun Ying. Chen Zifeng unleashed his martial spirit, and a rich, blood-red light manifested before him. With a flick of his fingers, a slender blood-colored sword appeared, and he unleashed his first and second soul skills in succession, launching them directly towards Yun Ying. As the gaze fixated on Chen Zifeng, CC suddenly accelerated, arcs of electricity dancing around him, poised to intercept Chen Zifeng's assault. Simultaneously, Hui Yuhao directed a portion of his firepower towards Chen Zifeng, attempting to deliver a mental disruption, albeit without success. Meanwhile, Yun Ying deftly evaded Ling Luoqing's soul skill, swiftly countering with a flicker of flame aimed at him, for she had yet to unleash her fourth soul skill. Yao Haoshuan finally responded, bracing himself to counter the onslaught from Kai Tu while launching an attack against Yun Ying. Ling Luoqing, wielding her staff, attempted to block the blazing fire. But the moment the staff collided with the flames, it shattered into countless azure particles of light, dissipating into the air. Her expression stiffened. And just as the flames were about to descend, Yao Haoshuan arrived in time to grasp them with his hands, forcibly halting their fall. However, the consequence was that tendrils of black smoke soon emerged from his hands, prompting him to hastily release the flames. What in the world is this? Why is it so scorching? Yun Ying then wielded the flames in a sweeping motion, forcing Yao Haoshuan to retreat once more. Meanwhile, Chen Zifeng's aggressive advance was thwarted by the combined efforts of Cici and Beibei, leaving him in a precarious 1 versus 2 situation, gradually falling behind. Ma Xiaodao observed Yun Ying being besieged from 3 sides, feeling compelled to assist, yet Dai Yueheng proved to be no less formidable, as the two engaged in a fierce stalemate. Furthermore, Su Sanshur had also joined the fray, aiding Yao Haoshuan in fending off the relentless barrage of fire. Wang Dong prepared to confront Hui Yuhao, after all, having been teammates and roommates with him for an extended period. He was well aware of Hui Yuhao's extraordinary spiritual detection abilities. Delaying a resolution would only hasten their defeat. As Yun Ying made a decisive move, she failed to eliminate Ling Luoqing. At this moment, she unleashed her 5th spirit ability, causing a circle of icy blue light to radiate outward. This was the Ring of Ice Radiance. This situation had become rather troublesome. Ma Xiao pondered, simultaneously exchanging a knowing glance with Gonyang Mo, who immediately understood the cue. Just then, the duration of his support effect came to an end, and he promptly activated his 5th spirit ability. A beam of azure light erupted from him, precisely targeting Ma Xiaodao's back. At that instant, Ma Xiaodao's spirit power surged violently, which was perceptible to Yun Ying through her mental probing. Consequently, Yun Ying exerted her spirit power to the fullest, unleashing a torrential wave of heat that caused the temperature in the arena to soar beyond 100 degrees and continue to rise. Her gaze then fell upon Wang Dong, who was advancing towards Hui Yuhao, and in a flash, a gray light enveloped him, leaving Wang Dong bewildered as he found himself at the location where Yun Ying had previously stood. At that moment, Yao Haoshuan, launching another offensive, surged forward with remarkable speed, his fists as large as sandbags, poised to strike with formidable force. Wait, that's our teammate, Wang Dong exclaimed in despair as he beheld the enormous fist descending upon him. Upon hearing this, Yao Haoshuan halted his advance, bewilderment etched on his face as he stared at Wang Dong. What is happening? Isn't that Yun Ying? Wang Dong, feeling perplexed, realized that he had been swapped by Yun Ying's soul skill, which could exchange positions with others. Just as he was preparing to eliminate Hui Yuhao, he was unexpectedly transported, leaving his previous momentum abruptly halted, understandably souring his mood. Why is it so hot all of a sudden? Yao Haoshuan pondered, while Ling Luoqing suddenly gasped in realization. Sister Xiaotao might be about to unleash her 6th soul skill. No sooner had she spoken than a resounding cry of a phoenix echoed, and a colossal illusion of a fire phoenix materialized. Then, a cascade of golden-red fireballs rained down from the heavens, their descent intensified by the rising waves of scorching heat, rendering them even more terrifying. As dozens of these golden-red fireballs fell, Wang Dong was unceremoniously escorted off the battle platform by Xian Lao. As Ling Luochen brandished her staff in an attempt to diminish the potency of Ma Xiaotao's soul skill, she suddenly beheld another colossal golden-red spear light descending, measuring over 25 meters in length and exceeding 5 meters in diameter, and it was hurtling directly toward her. Ling Luochen, bloody hell. Moreover, a flurry of fireballs descended upon her, and after attempting to fend them off for a while, she was escorted away from the dual soul platform by Elder Xian. Similarly, Jiang Nanan was also eliminated. After Ma Xiaodao and Yun Ying unleashed their full force in an all-out assault, He Kaitu, having fully charged his energy, once again initiated a comprehensive barrage. Simultaneously, Wei Yuhao executed a soul impact, rendering Su Sanshi, who was still struggling to defend himself, utterly dazed, ultimately leading to his elimination. As Chen Zifeng was gradually succumbing under the relentless assault of the Xibei coalition, just as Cece prepared to press the advantage, Bei, with a grave expression, swiftly pulled him back. Cece, somewhat perplexed, inquired, Bei, what is this situation? Before he could finish his sentence, a colossal beam of gunfire descended, enveloping Chen Zifeng. Subsequently, over a dozen fireballs, each exceeding a meter in diameter and radiating a golden-red hue, plummeted from the sky, erupting in a series of explosions. Cece thought to himself, Bei is truly a good person, casting a grateful glance towards Bei. Had he pursued, he would surely have faced the same bombardment, which would have undoubtedly inflicted severe damage upon his allies. As Dai Yueheng unleashed his first, third, and fifth soul skills with remarkable intensity, his claws shattered the barrage of fireballs surrounding him. Surveying his surroundings, he noted with satisfaction that only he and Yao Haoshuan remained. But not quite. There was also the nearly lifeless Chen Zifeng. Soon, Cece and Bei delivered a few more strikes, ensuring complete elimination. Dai Yueheng pondered. Why? Why are the enemy's teammates so formidable? Even the reserve team member Yun Ying, along with Kai Tu, surpasses the strength of his own reserve teammates. Am I perhaps lacking in discernment? It may be time to concede. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaodao continued to unleash her Phoenix Meteor Shower, addressing Dai Yueheng. Gritting his teeth, Dai Yueheng activated his sixth soul skill and charged towards Ma Xiaodao amidst the meteor shower. Yet, Ma Xiao showed no fear. Her feet ablaze with determination as she fiercely countered Dai Yueheng. The two collided mid-air, subsequently retreating 4 or 5 steps each. At this moment, the surrounding temperature had soared beyond 500 degrees. Ma Xiaodao and Cece remained largely unaffected, while Gong Ong Mo merely felt a palpable heat. However, Bei and Kaidu began to experience discomfort. Fortunately, due to the presence of the Ice Emperor, Wei Yuhao felt little impact. Observing that Kaidu was struggling to cope, he hurried over to unleash a wave of icy energy to assist him. The place where Dai Yueheng found himself was precisely where the true intention of Liao Yuan had manifested. The temperature had long surpassed 1,000 degrees, and waves of heat along with fierce flames continued to spread outward. Dai Yueheng was beginning to struggle under the oppressive conditions, while Yao Haoshuan had long been requested to withdraw by Elder Xian. After all, having endured so many blows, no matter how strong one was, it would be impossible to withstand further. Enough, Dai Yueheng, just concede. Ma Xiaodao's voice echoed once more. Dai Yueheng glanced around, realizing he stood alone against a complete team of 7 opponents. Despite his reluctance to admit it, he had no choice but to confront the reality. I concede, Dai Yueheng declared begrudgingly, his eyes dark and filled with uncertainty as he cast a wary glance at Yun Ying. The formidable combat prowess she had just displayed was sufficient to place their official team at a mid-tier standard, especially considering the terrifying high temperatures enveloping the entire arena and the immense gunfire flashes. Elder Xian descended with the rescued students, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, Well then, a bet is a bet. Each of you just needs to declare, I'm a pig. Without hesitation, Dai Yueheng proclaimed, I'm a pig. As soon as he uttered the words, he felt his lips twitch, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. The remaining 6 individuals echoed the same slogan, their expressions reflecting a blend of helplessness and awkwardness. Chapter 58, The Conclusion of the Confrontation. After the 7 declared I am a pig, Elder Xian smiled and said, All right. I understand that some of you are dissatisfied. Therefore, I shall grant you an hour to recuperate, after which we shall engage in another contest. Upon hearing that there would be a subsequent confrontation, the crowd hurriedly settled into a cross-legged position to replenish their soul energy. The recent bout had yielded considerable insights for many among them. So this interlude served not only to restore their spiritual strength, but also to provide an opportunity to reflect on their gains and losses in tranquility. Suddenly, Elder Xian produced a glistening chicken leg from an unknown source, devouring it with one hand while raising a gourd of wine to his lips with the other. His gaze was slightly lowered, obscured by stray strands of hair, lost in contemplation. Observing the succulent chicken leg, Yun Ying felt a pang of envy, wondering why she had not thought to bring such a delicacy to the Douluo continent. Had she known, she would have certainly prepared some for herself. Before long, an hour had passed, and the group rose once more, ready to assume their positions for the impending battle. At that moment, Elder Xian suddenly smiled and said, "Do not rush, little ones. Merely engaging in this manner lacks excitement. How about this? Hui Yuhao, you and Jiang Nanan shall switch places." Upon hearing his words, Yun Ying felt a tinge of disappointment. After all, the absence of a comprehensive detector would diminish their coordination. It was precisely due to this device in the previous round that Yun Ying was able to promptly discern Ma Xiaodao's intentions. Nevertheless, it was not insurmountable, this time. It would all depend on her own awareness. Apart from that, the most vocal were Dai Yueting and Chen Zifeng, particularly Chen Zifeng, who nearly erupted with indignation. Elder Xian, this seems rather unjust, does it not? We lost the last match, and now we are faced with an even weaker opponent. Well, this shall serve as a trial for you. First and foremost, strive not to be a hindrance to your team. Elder Xian interjected, interrupting Dai Yueting's words. Dai Yueting opened his mouth, but chose not to elaborate further, already mentally preparing himself for defeat. After both parties had completed their adjustments, with a commanding voice from Elder Xian, the confrontation commenced once more. When Hui Yuhao revealed those two white spirit rings, Dai Yueheng and the other inner courtyard disciples momentarily halted their steps. However, upon the emergence of their spiritual detection, their astonishment was accompanied by a lack of further complaints. No wonder Ma Xiaodao's previous attacks alongside Kai Tu were so precise. It turns out there was such a spirit skill in play. With the assistance of Gongong Mo, Ma Xiaodao unfurled her phoenix wings, summoning a surge of resplendent crimson flames. These flames intertwined with the fiery golden blaze unleashed by Yun Ying, resulting in a dramatic rise in the ambient temperature. Those of higher cultivation could endure the searing heat, but for those beneath level 50, merely withstanding the scorching was a commendable feat, let alone engaging in combat. However, Hui Yuhao swiftly placed his hands against Ling Luoqing's back, subsequently shifting to the Ice Emperor martial soul, temporarily elevating Ling Luoqing's ice attribute to the pinnacle of its form, thereby exerting pressure on the oppressive heat enveloping the arena. With a flick of his staff, Ling Luoqing conjured a beam of icy blue light that surged towards Ma Xiaodao, who was engulfed in golden-red flames. The intense chill evoked astonishment among his companions, including Dai Yuang. Undeterred, Ma Xiaodao advanced boldly, bolstered by the dual enhancements. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the attack launched by the Soul King, Ling Luoqing, displayed a slight upper hand against the onslaught of the Soul Emperor, Ma Xiaodao. As Yun Ying swiftly rushed forward, she called out to Ma Xiaodao, "Sister Xiaodao, I will charge in and switch places with Hui Yuhao. The subsequent actions depend on you." Ma Xiaodao nodded in agreement and commanded, "He Kaitu, provide covering fire and protect little Yun Ying. Additionally, Cici, eliminate Ling Luoqing." He Kaitu responded loudly, and flames erupted from his body as he unleashed a powerful barrage, while the petite and agile Yun Ying concealed herself behind the curtain of fire, rapidly closing the distance between herself and Hui Yuhao. Su Sanshi also realized this and, shouldering the Xianming shield, sprinted forward. As Cici approached, he raised the shield to protect Ling Luoqing in front of him. As Dai Yueheng sensed the rapidly approaching Cici and Yun Ying through his mental probing, a peculiar smile crept across his face. He then unleashed his fourth soul skill, a brilliant column of platinum light shooting into the sky. This was his fourth soul skill, the White Tiger Meteor Shower. Over a dozen platinum orbs intercepted Yun Ying and Cici. Cici's eyes darkened slightly as electric sparks danced around her when Su Sanshi sent her flying. She swiftly evaded to the side, continually dodging the oncoming platinum orbs. Yun Ying successfully reduced the distance between herself and Hui Yuhao to a mere 100 meters. Subsequently, a flash of gray light enveloped the scene, and Hui Yuhao was instantaneously exchanged in position. At the same time, Ling Luoqing's attribute enhancement was abruptly terminated, and the chilling, ice-blue beam of light was significantly diminished. Consequently, it could no longer suppress Ma Xiaodao's flames, which surged back with unrestrained ferocity. In the face of the exchange, Yun Ying and Hui Yuhao, both parties adopted a similar stance, while Yun Ying's arrival alleviated Ma Xiaodao's pressure and stabilized the situation. She was simultaneously eliminated by the combined efforts of Dai Yuehing, Qin Zifeng, and Yao Haoshuan, leaving her with no opportunity even for a final struggle. As for Hu Yuhao, Bei Bei and Jiang Nanan swiftly dealt with him, leaving the battlefield evenly matched at 6 versus 6. With Hu Yuhao's departure, Dai Yueheng's brief advantage of spiritual detection came to an abrupt halt. Though Yun Ying had been eliminated, the scorching heat on the battlefield persisted. Moreover, without Hu Yuhao's enhancements, no one could effectively suppress Ma Xiaodao, who was now operating at full power with dual buffs. The ultimate outcome of this confrontation culminated in a victory for Ma Xiaodao's team, despite the valiant efforts of Dai Yueheng's team to resist. Qin Zifeng, with an expression of despair and indignation, exclaimed, "I feel utterly defeated." He once again lamented his fate, declaring himself a fool. While casting a fierce glare at the seemingly innocent Yun Ying beside him, he found Yun Ying's actions utterly infuriating. Initially, when Hui Yuhao unleashed his spiritual detection and amplified Ling Luoqing's martial soul attributes to the utmost limit of icy prowess, he felt a glimmer of hope for victory. However, Yun Ying's unexpected maneuver caught everyone off guard. Although she was swiftly eliminated thereafter, it did not prevent Ma Xiaodao's team from gaining the upper hand. Ultimately, it resulted in a complete defeat, even as the remaining 6 members fought desperately against the odds. Based on the results of these 2 confrontations, Elder Xian had gained some insight. Hui Yuhao's second martial soul was undoubtedly an exquisite ice martial soul, complemented by Yun Ying's supreme fire, creating a stunning display of ice and fire in harmony. Both were exceptional, capable of coordinating effectively, much like Lin Luoxin and Ma Xiaodao. From the proceedings, it appeared that Hui Yuhao was more suited to the role of a control and support type soul master, while Yun Ying exhibited a more aggressive fighting style. However, being young, such fervor was understandable. With proper cultivation, she would undoubtedly become a formidable force in the future. All right, you may all return. Assemble here tomorrow morning to depart for Douluo City, Elder Xian said with a smile. Hui Yuhao, taken aback, exclaimed, Douluo City? Is there a problem? Elder Xian asked nonchalantly. Hui Yuhao quickly shook his head and refrained from saying anything further. The group then gradually left the soul fighting area, preparing to rest and ready themselves for the journey ahead. Chapter 59. The eve of the mission. The following morning, as the sun began to rise, a thin layer of mist enveloped the surroundings. At the entrance of Shrek Academy, a group emerged, comprised of the official members and reserve members of the Shrek 7 monsters, with Elder Xian and Wang Yin leading the way. Unlike their usual appearances in Shrek Academy uniforms, everyone wore their own attire. Among them, the most conspicuous was not the forward-moving Ma Xiaodao, nor the reserve team members Yun Ying and Jiang Nanan at the rear, but rather the diminutive Yao Haoshuan. This was not due to any other reason, but rather the fact that despite his splendid attire, his short stature rendered him somewhat comical. Initially, when Wang Dong caught sight of Yao Haoshuan in this guise, he nearly stumbled in disbelief. Yun Ying, having spent her previous life surrounded by philosophical scholars, was less taken aback by Yao Haoshuan's appearance, yet the expressions of the other reserve team members were truly beyond words. Today, Yun Ying still sports her signature high ponytail. It is the only hairstyle she currently knows, and it is quite convenient. Moreover, it complements her appearance well, which is why she has not ventured into learning other styles. She is adorned in a striking ensemble featuring a harmonious blend of red, white, and black, with the hem of her top gracefully cascading down to her thighs. Her legs are clad in black stockings, embellished with golden accents that encircle them. As she puts it, now that I am a girl, I might as well showcase my beauty. On her feet, she wears a pair of sleek black knee-high leather boots, exuding an air of confidence and elegance. A group of over 10 individuals strolls together in pairs, following the leisurely pace of Elder Xian. Perhaps it is the sight of Elder Xian nibbling on a chicken leg while occasionally sipping from a flask that contributes to their relaxed demeanor, as they walk at a pace reminiscent of a casual promenade. Moreover, Elder Xian's culinary delights seem to oscillate perpetually between chicken legs, wings, and wine, never growing tiresome. Tempted by Elder Xian's chicken leg the previous day, Yun Ying ventured out after returning to the academy to procure a bounty of such delicacies. She then sought out Hui Yuhao in the cafeteria, requesting him to freeze her acquired chicken legs, for after all, Yun Ying represented the essence of blazing fire. She could thaw them at her whim, enjoying them warm once more. Hui Yuhao, it must be noted, was not particularly adept at freezing. Though Yun Ying was familiar with the members of the preparatory team, having trained alongside them, she found herself reluctant to deepen her connections, perhaps due to their impending integration into Tang's sect. Thus, as they set off, Yun Ying distanced herself from the preparatory team, opting to accompany Ma Xiaodao instead. In truth, walking alongside Ma Xiaodao was quite agreeable, were it not for the numerous instances wherein Ma Xiaodao attempted to make advances toward her. For reasons unknown, Yun Ying felt an unsettling inclination that should she continue to be teased by Ma Xiaodao, she might unwittingly assume the role of a submissive. Although she was almost there already, yet deep within, Yun Ying yearned to be the assertive party. Moreover, the notion of potentially bending Ma Xiaodao's will perplexed her. Her aspirations were directed toward the Snow Empress. Just look at the Snow Empress's immaculate long legs, her hair as white as snow, and her aloof countenance, truly a queen. While Ma Xiaodao was charming in her own right, Yun Ying's heart leaned more towards the allure of the white-haired beauty. After all, her passion was ignited by the essence of the Snow Empress, and nurturing that from the ground up was far more enticing. Lost in her daydreams, Yun Ying was oblivious to Ma Xiaodao's playful pinching of her cheek, which only served to baffle Ma Xiaodao. Just moments ago, Yun Ying had been quick to react. Yet now she seemed unusually docile. Had she truly been broken? Ma Xiaodao hastily ceased her antics, observing Yun Ying's dreamy gaze fixed skyward, her steps unbroken. Which made her feel a tad uneasy. Indeed, it appeared that the playful teasing had gone too far. As both pondered their thoughts, Elder Xian's voice rang from ahead, interrupting Ma Xiaodao's musings and shattering Yun Ying's daydream. Emerging from her joyful reverie with the Snow Empress, Yun Ying glanced around, noticing Ma Xiaodao's serious expression. Prompting her to inquire with urgency, "Sister Xiaodao, what has transpired? Has that evil soul master emerged prematurely?" "Ah, little Yun Ying, it seems you were not broken after all," Ma Xiaodao remarked, observing Yun Ying's return to normalcy, which elicited a comical frown from Yun Ying. Joining the Shrek inspection team meant that Elder Xian's words resonated once more, allowing Yun Ying to exhale in relief, realizing it was merely Elder Xian speaking. However, when Elder Xian feigned nonchalance, inquiring whether they still wished to join the Shrek inspection team without compensation, Yun Ying felt little concern. This was solely because her family restaurant could sufficiently sustain her lavish lifestyle for decades, making her acutely aware of the staggering profitability of the culinary heritage inherited from the illustrious 5,000-year history of Huaxia in this otherworldly realm. Recently, Ouyang Yu inquired whether there were plans to establish branches of culinary delights in other national capitals. After all, the reputation of culinary delights has been firmly established, and patrons who have experienced the cuisine often find themselves yearning for a return. However, due to the distance some customers must travel, there has been a growing demand for the opening of additional locations. In response, Yun Ying indicated that they should wait a little longer, assuring that they would plan such expansions only after thorough preparations. After all, her establishment has only been in operation for less than 6 months, and there remains ample opportunity for further development of various culinary offerings. It would be prudent to consider such expansions once the diverse cuisines are fully refined. After Elder Xian uttered these words, he observed the reactions of the reserve team. However, what brought him solace was that all 7 members of the reserve team displayed unwavering determination in their gazes, showing not the slightest hint of discontent regarding the absence of any reward. Subsequently, Dai Yueheng also addressed the gathering, and upon receiving unanimous affirmation from the assembly, Elder Xian summoned Ma Xiaodao to brief her on the mission details. Concurrently, Wang Yin was distributing rings containing the equipment of the Shrek Academy's surveillance corps. After Ma Xiaodao concluded her briefing, Yun Ying comprehended the situation clearly. The mission remained unchanged, unfolding precisely as chronicled in the original narrative. Barring unforeseen circumstances, this expedition would grievously deplete the vitality of Shrek's elite team. Yun Ying harbored no intention of offering a reminder, for she could scarcely find a suitable rationale for doing so. Moreover, even if she spoke up, it was uncertain whether anyone would heed her words. Such an action might even provoke a multitude of troubles. Chapter 60, on Hui Yuhao's grilled fish. Upon the conclusion of Elder Xian's remarks, an ephemeral silence enveloped the scene. As the assembly divided into 2 distinct factions, the formal team and the reserve team. Perhaps spurred by an unseen impetus, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong commenced their training, while Su Sanshi, observing their relentless efforts, suddenly devised a plan. With a mischievous grin, he turned to Jiang Nanan and remarked, "Nanan, look at how diligently Hui Yuhao and the others are working. Shouldn't we also exert ourselves? Just consider. My robust physique is perfectly suited for you to practice your grappling techniques. Of course, if you wish to hone your skills in other areas, I would not object." Su Sanshi's expression was one of eager anticipation, prompting Yun Ying to almost mistake him for a submissive character. Though, in the presence of Jiang Nanan, he had already assumed such a role. "Keep your distance from me, and do not call me Nanan. We are not that close," Jiang Nanan's words conveyed a chilling demeanor, leaving Su Sancher feeling as dejected as a frostbitten eggplant. Seeking solace, he turned to Bei Bei. "Good brother, lend me your support," Su Sancher lamented. But Bei Bei took a few steps back, feigning disdain. "Who is your good brother? Besides, I cannot assist you with this matter. Why do you seek me? Is this how you treat a brother?" Su Sancher feigned injury, activating his dramatic persona. Bei Bei, observing his forlorn expression, couldn't help but tease. "Did you not previously assert that in times of great significance, you would stand by your brother, yet when it comes to women, you would stab your brother in the back?" Su Sancher found himself momentarily speechless, as he had indeed uttered those very words. Caught off guard by Bei Bei's reminder, he struggled to formulate a retort. "You are not allowing me to stab anyone in this situation. Not from the front, then from the back," Bei Bei quipped, reveling in his playful banter, his words spilling forth without a filter. However, after this comment, Elder Xian, who had been drinking heartily, suddenly erupted in a fit of coughing, having spat out his beverage. The other students exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to respond to the antics of Bei Bei and Su Sancher. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Nanan's face involuntarily flushed slightly before she regained her composure, subsequently chastising the two with a sharp remark. Yun Ying, upon hearing this, could hardly suppress a laugh. The ambiguity of the statement was simply too rich. The sensations derived from reading it in the novel contrasted starkly with the reality before her. With a knowing smile, she teased, "Brother Bei, something seems amiss with you." Meanwhile, Mai Xiaotao exchanged meaningful glances with the two, her expression suggesting she understood everything, leaving Bei Bei and Su Sancher exchanging bewildered looks. At their age, they ought to grasp certain matters. Faced with the teasing gazes of their companions and the fierce glare from Elder Xian, the two dared not utter a word. Elder Xian spat, wiping his mouth with his grimy, greasy sleeve, and grumbled, "All right, everyone come here." Su Sancher, believing that Bei Bei's words had stirred the situation, whispered with a smirk, "Prepare for a scolding, heh." Bei Bei maintained a serious demeanor, devoid of any amusement, yet uttered audaciously, "Even if I am reprimanded, I shall inform Jiang Nanan that you, in truth, harbor affections for men." Su Sanchi's face turned a deep shade of crimson. Bei Bei, unwavering in his gaze, retorted, "I have no sister." "Silence. You two little rascals." Elder Xian suddenly turned around, bellowing, prompting the duo to obediently fall silent. Once they complied, Elder Xian, with a grave expression, elucidated the primary objectives of the Shrek inspection team and the general information regarding their upcoming mission. The gravity of his words rendered everyone solemn, each individual committing the details to memory with utmost diligence. As the venerable Elder Xian instructed everyone to prepare, just as they were about to set off, Ma Xiaotao interjected, "You few with lower cultivation levels may slow us down, and I cannot accommodate you. Here is the plan. Dai Yuening, you will accompany Hui Yuhao and Chen Zifeng. You will take Wang Dong." After reaching this consensus, the group swiftly made their way towards the vicinity of the Mingdo mountain range. They journeyed without pause, each moment marked by their rapid pace. For the students of Shrek's inner academy, such a trek was manageable. However, for Bei Bei, Su Sancher, and others, even with their utmost efforts, it proved somewhat taxing. In contrast, Yun Ying and Hikaitu appeared somewhat less fatigued. This was hardly surprising, given that Hikaitu possessed a soul guide accelerator, while Yun Ying boasted a notably high quality and quantity of soul power, exceeding that of an ordinary four-ringed soul master. The group halted briefly to rest, coinciding perfectly with midday. Wang Dong, brimming with anticipation, turned to Hui Yuhao and said, "Yuhao, why not showcase your skills?" "Showcase what?" Hui Yuhao replied, bewildered. Yun Ying, unable to suppress her exasperation, interjected, "Didn't you sell grilled fish before? It was quite popular in my shop. So what else could you possibly showcase?" "Oh, right." Hui Yuhao nodded, but then hesitated, "But I don't have any ingredients." "That's a trivial matter," Elder Xian interjected. Having approached Hui Yuhao, "Xiaodao, you will tend to the fire. Dai Yueheng and Yun Ying, you shall catch some fish. Ling Luocheng, Cici, and Ganyang Imo, you will hunt for some game." Elder Xian's directives were clear and concise. "Why must I catch fish? My attribute is fire." Yun Ying protested, puzzled. Elder Xian glanced at her and remarked, "Your spear martial soul does not possess a fire attribute, yet it can certainly spear fish." Yun Ying fell silent, realizing the truth in his words. Subsequently, the group, under Elder Xian's urging, dispersed to fulfill their assigned tasks. Chapter 61. Lunch. All the students set about their designated tasks. and Yun Ying accompanied Dai Yueheng in search of a small river to catch some fish. During their search, Dai Yueheng suddenly broke the silence, addressing Yun Ying. "I've heard that you and my brother had some unpleasant encounters?" "Unpleasant encounters?" Yun Ying pondered for a moment, recalling a series of prior events. And she vaguely anticipated what Dai Yueheng was about to say. "Indeed, there have been some." With sincerity etched on his face, Dai Yueheng continued. "Although I am unaware of the specifics of your conflict, ultimately it was Huabin's fault. As his elder brother, I apologize on his behalf. Huabin possessed considerable talent from a young age, coupled with our mother's indulgence, which fostered his arrogance. The incident that ensued was also his wrongdoing. I have reprimanded him, and even slapped him. This was the first time I struck him. Let bygones be bygones. We are all cultivators at Shrek Academy now. Members of the inspection team, and comrades. I hope you will harbor no grudges. Moreover, Huabin has since withdrawn from school. If you need assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I will repay what he owes you." Yun Ying pondered. What should I say? In truth, she had regarded Dai Huabin's previous actions as a mere joke. Although he had once incited several Soul Kings and even a Soul Emperor to assassinate Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, it had primarily targeted those who had confronted him directly. Yun Ying was genuinely surprised by Dai Yueheng's apology today, albeit only slightly. One could discern much about Dai Yueheng's character by observing Dai Huabin. However, Dai Yueheng was far more adept at concealing his emotions, making him somewhat more formidable than his brash younger brother. Nevertheless, despite Dai Yueheng's words, Yun Ying remained skeptical of his sincerity, especially with Dai Huabin as a cautionary tale. She couldn't shake the feeling that this scenario felt oddly familiar, as if she had glimpsed it in a novel during a previous life, though she had not examined it closely. I regret having skimmed through those chapters. In response to Dai Yueheng's remarks, Yun Ying graciously replied, "It's quite all right, Senior Dai. You are correct, after all. This matter is in the past and should not be revisited." Upon hearing Yun Ying's response, Dai Yueheng nodded in satisfaction. He regarded Yun Ying's talent and worth as significantly superior to that of Hui Yuhao, even believing that Dai Huabin could not compare to her. Therefore, he was keen to cultivate a connection with her. Should that prove unattainable, he would not hesitate to act without compassion. After all, a prodigy like Yun Ying, who appeared once in a millennium, would undoubtedly become a formidable force once she matured. Additionally, there were rumors of a close relationship between Yun Ying and Hui Yuhao, though for reasons unknown, she had recently been maintaining a deliberate distance. Nevertheless, this distance undoubtedly played to his advantage. While Yun Ying lacked skills such as mind reading, she could discern Dai Yueheng's intentions, a desire to recruit those with exceptional talent and to eliminate those who could not be swayed. Regarding this, Yun Ying remained unfazed. No matter how sincere or persuasive Dai Yueheng might be, she would not be swayed in the slightest. As for potential measures he might take if she remained unyielding, she was resolute and unafraid. The two subsequently fell into another silence, and after walking for approximately 5 minutes, they stumbled upon a crystal-clear stream, where fish frolicked freely. Yun Ying summoned her fire of lurking flame, carefully restraining the flames, and began to deftly strike at the fish. Although she lacked the skill of mental probing, catching fish was a task she found effortless. Dai Yueheng brandished a pair of fierce claws, relentlessly fishing in the river, and before long, he had caught several fish. Through the joint efforts of the two, more than 20 were soon amassed on the ground. Estimating that this should suffice, Yun Ying and Dai Yueheng commenced their journey back. On their way back, Dai Yueheng casually pulled out a rope to string the fish together and carried them in his hand. Meanwhile, Yun Ying, spotting mushrooms beneath a nearby tree, couldn't resist gathering a handful as well. Upon returning to their campsite, an intense aroma greeted them, causing both Yun Ying and Dai Yueheng to pause in surprise. Before them, a simple makeshift grill held 2 rabbits and 2 chickens, their savory scent making Yun Ying swallow hard in anticipation. Noticing their return, Hui Yuhao's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. "Yun Ying, Senior Dai," he called out. "I need a large wooden pot, and Senior Ling as well." Obtaining the pot proved simple enough. Dai Yueheng forcefully toppled a tree, after which Yun Ying skillfully shaped it into a large cauldron using her ihwa technique. At that moment, the 2 wild chickens were perfectly roasted. Just as Hui Yuhao was about to take them down, they unexpectedly slipped from his grasp and landed in the hands of Elder Xian, who casually remarked that they belonged to them now. This prompted a wave of exasperated comments from Yao Haoshuan. Suddenly, Yun Ying produced a dozen chicken legs, requesting Hui Yu how to roast them as well, which baffled the others. Upon hearing Yun Ying's reasoning, they were left in a state of amused disbelief. Ma Xiaodao teasingly remarked that she never expected little Yun Ying to be such a foodie. Amidst the laughter and joviality, lunch came to an end. Although they had planned for a half-hour break, they ended up lingering for nearly 2 hours. Eventually, Elder Xian, unable to eat anymore, took out his wine gourd and filled it with fish soup, insisting that nothing should go to waste. At that moment, everyone couldn't help but think of the phrase about being unable to finish and having to carry it away, yet they refrained from voicing it, remembering how Yao Haoshuan had been warned after expressing his opinions earlier. Chapter 62. Flying? What a ridiculous notion. Afterward, everyone had rested sufficiently and continued their journey towards the Mingdou mountain range. After advancing at full speed for an hour, they finally arrived at the border between the Qing Luo Empire and the Tian Han Empire, where a vast military encampment obstructed their path. Dai Yueheng set aside Hui Yuhao and mysteriously ventured inside. Shortly thereafter, he emerged with over 10 military soul-guided flying devices. Although these contraptions were intended for military use, Dai Yueheng was the son of Duke Baihu, the commander of the Star Luo Empire. Thus, borrowing a few flying machines was hardly an issue. However, the soul-guided flying devices of the Star Luo Empire were undeniably cumbersome. The main body resembled a metallic box measuring 1 meter in length, half a meter in width, and a foot in thickness. When its wings unfolded, it could reach an impressive length of 4 meters, yet its overall appearance was rather drab, lacking any noteworthy features. Dai Yueheng elaborated on the usage of this soul-guiding device, which Yun Ying had learned quite a bit about during her time at the academy. After all, lacking any notable flying skills, relying solely on soul power would be an extravagant waste. Moreover, enduring long journeys in such a manner was hardly feasible. Thus, possessing a flying soul-guiding device was indeed advantageous. Consequently, several months prior, she had invested a substantial sum to commission Fan Yu to craft one for her. The expenditure of golden soul coins was no trivial matter, and it was through Hui Yuhao that she managed to connect with Fan Yu, who also extended considerable discounts during the process. The flying soul-guiding device crafted by Yun Ying was akin to the one carried by Hikaitu, both being exquisitely compact. However, it was slightly smaller than Hikaitu's. It exhibited a striking crimson hue, and although its wings were somewhat reduced in size, it featured 4 jet ports, enabling greater speed and enhanced control. During this journey, Yun Ying has also included it in her heart of blazing ambition. So at this moment she takes it out to wear. Oh, Yun Ying, what is that unique crimson flying device of yours? Su Sancher inquired curiously. This was crafted by teacher Fan Yu, Yun Ying replied nonchalantly. Su Sancher scratched his head in shock. Custom-made? Yes, my teacher made this for me, and I paid a considerable sum for it, Yun Ying added. It seems, Yun Ying, you are quite the little heiress, exclaimed Hikaitu. While Su Sancher responded with a teasing tone, I request to be sponsored. No way, Yun Ying retorted disdainfully, even if I were to support someone, it would be senior sister Nan Nan. Support Nan Nan? Su Sancher looked bewildered. That's not permissible. Nan Nan is mine. What do you mean she is yours? Jiang Nan Nan turned her head, her tone slightly frosty, then shot a reproachful glare at Yun Ying. And you, Yun Ying, you are learning bad habits. Yun Ying simply replied, Su Sancher lamented, Nan Nan, your words truly wound me. Before he could finish his lament, he was interrupted by Elder Xian. Are we still going to learn how to operate the flying soul guide? It's almost dark, and you're still fooling around. I will. Su Sancher quickly responded upon hearing Elder Xian speak. After Elder Xian finished explaining, Dai Yueheng intended to assist Yun Ying, only to find she had already donned her equipment and was ready to depart. He then went to check on Hui Yuhao and discovered Hikaitu was helping him get ready. Dai Yueheng thought, this is quite awkward. However, his embarrassment did not last long. Once everyone was equipped, Elder Xian waved his hand, signaling, let us depart. The group continued on their journey. With the aid of the flying soul guide, their speed undoubtedly increased significantly, covering 500 miles in just 1 hour, due to the lengthy delay during lunch. When the group finally settled down to rest, night had already fallen. Fortunately, the moon was bright tonight, which did not greatly hinder visibility. Dinner took another hour of fussing, coupled with the need to restore soul power, consuming considerable time. As they looked up at the now completely dark sky, Wang Yin, under Elder Xian's signal, produced a 30-meter-long rope, complete with locks to secure around the chest, abdomen, and thighs. Little ones, what you must do next is to protect yourselves as best as possible, Elder Xian said in a solemn tone. Everyone felt a shiver run through them and quickly locked their straps. Then, under Elder Xian's lead, they shot forward at great speed. Yun Ying could likely pin a lengthy essay on the sensation of being propelled by a flying soul guide with 12 jet nozzles. This experience was truly extraordinary. Having only read about it in novels before, she now understood the reality of it firsthand. The rapid speed caused the environment to blur, rendering everything a haze before her eyes. The fierce wind howled past, striking her body with a tingling sensation. And the powerful air resistance only added to the pressure she felt. Yun Ying attempted to unleash her flickering flames, encasing her body in a protective blaze that alleviated some of the strain. Admittedly, it was much more bearable, though it did consume a good deal of soul power. Chapter 63. Military camp at the western border of the Douluo Empire. Night had fallen deeply, where one could not see a finger's length before them. Soon, dawn would break. Suddenly, a white light streaked through the sky, trailing a long tail, as if to tear the heavens apart. The white light descended towards the ground, slowing as it approached, expanding dramatically into a mass over 10 meters wide, catching the several figures that plummeted from the sky. The sounds of retching and coughing filled the air, with at least half of the figures doubled over, clutching trees in a fit of dry heaves, while the rest swayed unsteadily. Being guided by Elder Xian was an uncomfortable experience. Yun Ying felt her stomach roiling and her body weak and limp. Sitting on the ground, she gazed vacantly at the pitch-black sky, taking a while to regain her composure. "Look at you little ones, how pathetic. Even I, an old man, am better off than this," Elder Xian remarked while smacking his lips and taking a swig from his wine gourd. This is absurd, Yun Ying thought, feeling immensely unwell. It was no surprise they were all in such a state after being propelled at such high speed. "Well, this is all you amount to," Elder Xian lazily remarked as he pulled out a chicken leg to gnaw on. "Little Dai," he called out. Dai Yueting's mouth twitched in disbelief. What on earth is Little Dai? Is that even a thing? He internally grumbled, wishing he could voice his frustrations, but he dared not show it on the surface. Angering Elder Xian could lead to dire consequences. Elder Xian, Dai Yueheng mustered the strength to approach respectfully. "I must endure. Our arrival was quite loud, and we are only 50 miles from the military camp at the western border of the Douluo Empire. Surely, the military will come to investigate. You should handle that while I take a nap," Elder Xian stated before vanishing into the darkness, leaving Dai Yueheng in a state of disarray. True to form. Shortly after Elder Xian disappeared, shadows descended from the sky. Dai Yueheng extended his arm, creating a white barrier 3 meters in front of him to guide the incoming figures. How did Elder Xian predict this so accurately? Unbelievable, he thought, suppressing the urge to curse. Upon seeing the leader of the newcomers, he greeted them with a smile. Following a brief conversation, some of the newcomers returned, and Dai Yueting smiled as he announced, "Everyone, please take a moment to rest. Soon we shall pay a visit to Duke White Tiger." Everyone nodded, quickly sitting cross-legged to restore their soul power while alleviating the discomforts from their high-speed journey. During the rest period, Yun Ying noticed that Hui Yuhao visibly trembled upon hearing the mention of Duke White Tiger, though he quickly composed himself. It seems he is recalling past experiences, she mused silently before focusing on restoring her own soul power. After a full hour, everyone had regained their strength. At that moment, the morning sun rose, casting a golden-red glow across the earth. Under the guidance of the White Tiger Guards, the group reached the military camp, then flew for another quarter hour to arrive at a distinctively larger camp, the commander's headquarters. In the open space before the camp, a man with golden hair and a bare torso, showcasing his bronzed muscles, was seen boxing with his side facing them. Douluo II, accompanied by his companions, landed swiftly and approached. "Marshal, the young master, and the members of Shrek Academy have arrived." The golden-haired man turned around, his sharp gaze sweeping over the crowd, emanating an aura of iron-blooded resolve reminiscent of soldiers from a bygone era. Yun Ying mused internally, feeling a certain admiration for such iron-willed warriors. The golden-haired man scanned the gathering, and upon noticing Yun Ying's appreciative expression, he momentarily paused, before his previously fierce gaze softened. Dai Yueheng stepped forward, addressing him, "Father." He then whispered a few words to Dai Hao, who approached the group with a smile, saying, "Welcome, Teacher Wang Yin and the distinguished students of Shrek Academy." Everyone bowed in respect, and Wang Yin stepped forward to shake hands with Dai Hao. After a brief exchange, Dai Hao returned to the military camp, while Wang Yin invited everyone to follow Douluo II for a meal. After enjoying the lunch prepared by Douluo II, he handed over all the intelligence gathered by the Central Legion. According to the reports, the main operating area of the Death's Hand Bandits was located in the central region of the Mingdo Mountains, descending rapidly only when they had specific targets. The bandit group consisted of over 300 members, predominantly in their prime, with about 1/10 being soul masters. The identity of their leader remained uncertain, except that he was known to be at least a soul king, with his abilities shrouded in mystery. The scant information was attributed to the fact that the Death's Hand left no survivors in their wake, employing extremely brutal tactics. The latest intelligence was dated about half a month prior, and the military could only offer this limited information due to the potential for conflict within the Sun Moon Empire's territory. The Western Coalition was unable to provide manpower support or even allow the borrowed flying soul guidance devices to be taken into the mountains. Time was of the essence, as they needed to participate in the Continental High-Level Soul Master Academy competition. After confirming the intelligence and obtaining a map, they set off immediately. First, they flew to the designated mountain entrance using the flying soul guidance devices, guided by the White Tiger's elite guards. Before disembarking and entering the Mingdou Mountains with the military-provided map, maintain formation. Douluo II, and I will lead, 10 meters apart. Control and support classes will follow. Yun Ying, come here. Stay close to me. Hui Yuhao, keep behind Yun Ying and maintain your spiritual detection. Bei Bei and Su Sanshur, you two will bring up the rear. Let us move, commanded Ma Xiaodao, and Yun Ying followed her lead as they ventured into the Mingdou Mountains. With Ma Xiaodao and her companions at the forefront, their pace was swift. Chen Zifeng's soul pursuit sword proved especially effective, cutting through thorns with ease. And with the formidable strength of Da Yueheng and Ma Xiaodao, a clear path was swiftly forged. As dusk descended, they had already penetrated deep into the Mingdou Mountains. Noticing the darkening sky, Wang Yin reminded Ma Xiaodao, let us have everyone rest and grab a bite. Ma Xiaodao nodded, instructing everyone to rest in place without making a fire to avoid alerting potential threats. It seemed they would be searching through the night. The students gathered together, while Wang Yin quietly slipped away, a departure that Ma Xiao barely noticed. She turned to Da Yueheng and remarked, your father is quite handsome. Of course. My father Da Yueheng has a charming demeanor, he responded with a hint of pride, causing Ma Xiaodao's eyes to sparkle with interest. Yun Ying nudged Hui Yuhao beside her and whispered, look at Ma Xiaodao. She seems to have feelings for the White Tiger Duke. Does she? Hui Yuhao murmured absent-mindedly, his thoughts clearly elsewhere. Yun Ying sensed his distraction, understanding that their earlier meeting with the White Tiger Duke had stirred deeper emotions within him, especially as his son. While Dai Hao indeed possessed striking looks, Yun Ying found herself drawn more towards girls, particularly those with a cool and aloof demeanor, which excited her imagination. As night fell further, Wang Yin returned. Everyone, gather around, he beckoned, signaling for all to come closer. The outer academy students promptly complied, while the 7 inner academy members displayed some impatience. In terms of cultivation, Wang Yin was also a soul king. But his status as an outer academy teacher rendered him less respected by these inner disciples, who often prioritized strength. Nonetheless, they acknowledged him out of respect for his position. Wang Yin spoke gravely. I have just surveyed the surrounding area and made several observations during our journey. There are already warm mist trees appearing nearby. The warm mist tree is a rare species whose heartwood is medicinal, and its trunk is as hard as iron, making it ideal for crafting various furniture. Its growth requires a highly specific environment, thriving only in areas rich with vegetation. I once read in an ancient text that these trees only appear after penetrating at least 50 miles into a dense forest. Moreover, warm mist trees prefer cold, and their heartwood is particularly beneficial for soul masters specializing in cold-type martial souls. Ma Xiaodao furrowed her brow and asked, Teacher Wang, what does this imply? Wang Yin explained, my point is that the presence of warm mist trees indicates that we have entered the core region of the Mingdou Mountains, or at least the periphery of it. According to our intelligence, the leader of the Death's Hand bandits may be an evil soul master. Just now, I discovered something pertinent. As he spoke, he produced a piece of tree trunk from his storage soul guide. This trunk appeared to have been clawed, revealing a cylindrical hollow. This is a warm mist tree. Its heartwood is deep blue. It has been taken, indicating that someone has harvested it. Ma Xiao frowned slightly, saying, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. While she initially agreed with Wang Yin, his later statements left her feeling perplexed. Wang Yin then detailed his reasoning, and upon hearing it, the inner disciples regarded him with newfound respect. The ability to deduce so much from mere traces was impressive in itself. Under Wang Yin's guidance, they continued towards the core of the Mingdou Mountains. Stop! Wang Yin suddenly raised his hand. The students following him immediately crouched down and moved closer. Wang Yin spoke in a low voice. We are on the right track. Ahead lies a multitude of footprints, evidence of frequent passage. The enemy cannot be far. Everyone, adjust your readiness and prepare for battle. At his words, everyone felt a surge of alertness, quickly steeling themselves for the impending confrontation as they stealthily advanced. This prompted Yun Ying to recall a saying from her past life. Sneak into the village quietly. Do not alert the armed. As they progressed, everyone donned the attire of the Shrek inspection team. Yun Ying felt the fabric, noting its quality, and at her waist hung 3 signal flares from the inspection team. Wang Yin whispered, "Prepare to move." Xiaodao, you will command the battle. I will oversee the reserve team. Understood. Ma Xiaodao immediately agreed with a slight nod. She crouched down and was the first to leap out. Dai Yaoheng and Qin Zifeng flanked her on either side, while the other 4 inner courtyard disciples swiftly followed suit, maintaining a disciplined formation as they quietly slipped away. A few seconds after their departure, Wang Yin waved his hand, leading the reserve team to follow. In the reserve team, Bei took the lead without hesitation, while Su Sancher brought up the rear, as their primary task was to support the inner courtyard seniors, prioritizing their own safety. He and Kai Tu, under Wang Yan's command, positioned themselves on either side, while Yun Ying trailed half a body length behind Bei. Ready to seize the moment for a surprise attack, Wang Yin himself stayed close to Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, focusing on protecting these two with the lowest cultivation levels. As they stealthily entered the cave, they were immediately struck by a pungent smell of blood. Bei and Yun Ying, who were leading the way, frowned at the scene. Beside the cave entrance lay 5 or 6 corpses of evil soul masters, evidently dealt with by Ma Xiaodao and her group. Proceeding with caution. A chill swept through as Jiang Nannan involuntarily shivered. "Are you all right, Sister Nannan?" Yun Ying inquired softly. Jiang Nannan shook her head, about to speak, when she suddenly spotted something and cried out, drawing everyone's attention. Wang Yan's mental probe, initially flat, followed Jiang Nannan's gaze upward. "What the hell?" Su Sancher exclaimed, horrified to see several human skins hanging above, alongside a baby-s corpse impaled by a stalactite, blood still dripping from it. "Damn it." Bei, usually composed, couldn't help but curse, and the others wore grim expressions. There was no choice but to press onward, as this was their inaugural mission as an observation team. As they advanced, the number of corpses increased, and the sounds of combat grew more intense. The robbers within the cave met their demise in bizarre manners. Yet none of the group felt a shred of sympathy, for the walls were lined with human skins, and they had already counted over 100 since entering. Some even desiccated. "Stay alert. These are all villains. Killing one saves countless lives," Wang Yin bellowed, jolting the anxious comrades. Ahead, the terrain suddenly opened up, revealing the ongoing battle. The brilliance of spirit rings dazzled the eyes. Ma Xiaotao's evil fire phoenix martial spirit was particularly striking, with blazing flames erupting uncontrollably, leaving no opponent standing. Corpses of robbers lay scattered around them. Gong Jiangma stood at the center, radiating colorful lights that fell upon his companions, who formed a protective circle around him. Yao Haoshuan had transformed into a massive figure, continuously pounding his chest, stationed behind Gong Yangma, while Ling Luoqing held the opposite flank. Though they did not directly engage in the assault, underestimating them would be a grave mistake. The remaining robbers, with bloodshot eyes, were mostly soul masters, some of considerable strength, including 3 at the Soul King level. Yet, against the disciples from Shrek Academy's inner courtyard, they were being decisively defeated. From the depths of the cave, more robbers surged forth to join the fray. However, whether it was Ma Xiaodao, Dai Yaoheng, or Qin Zifeng and Cici, each could cover a wide area. Gong Jiangma's powerful support abilities shone through at this moment. The 2 who had reached the Soul Emperor rank needed no mention. Even Qin Zifeng and Cici, below that rank, fought with prowess rivaling that of a Soul Emperor thanks to his amplifications. With a roar, Dai Yaoheng violently tore apart a Soul King level opponent, blood spraying everywhere. Following that, the dazzling white tiger meteor shower was unleashed, blasting away enemies attempting to flank Gong Yangma and his companions. Ma Xiaodao's display was even more spectacular. It was unclear how she had done it, but her fire phoenix wings had grown to over 3 meters each. Those fiery wings became the most terrifying weapons, inflicting burns on contact and causing death upon collision. Before her stood a Soul King-level opponent who dared not approach too closely, merely posturing from a distance. According to intelligence, the bandit leader was likely a Soul King, evidently one of those 3. Sensing the tide of battle shifting in their favor, Wang Yin waved his hand. "Everyone, advance. Leave no one behind to eliminate future threats." The enemies before them were not particularly formidable. The strongest had been held back by the inner courtyard disciples, with the remaining foes being merely 2 or 3 ringed, and some were ordinary robbers lacking even Soul Master status. Bei shouted and charged forward, with Yun Ying closely following. After Bei used the Thunder Dragon Claw to forcibly carve a path through the encircled robbers, Yun Ying wasted no time in unleashing her blazing attacks, wreaking havoc within the ranks. The flames roared, and golden beams of energy flashed, with agonized screams echoing throughout. Bei, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Indeed, Yun Ying was decisive and skilled, striking with precision at the vital points of the robbers. He even spotted a pitiful fellow clutching a certain area, lying on the ground and wailing. However, he felt no remorse. From the moment he had seen the dozens of human skins in the sea on the other side, Wang Dong charged forward, unleashing the radiance of the butterfly deity towards the area teeming with bandits. The marauders attempted to counter with their soul branches, yet they were still thrown into chaos. Cries of agony echoing in the air. Coupled with Hui Yuhao's shared mental detection and Hikadu's soul guide rays, the scene unfolded into a one-sided affair. Observing the scene before him, Hui Yuhao was filled with an overwhelming surge of emotions, compelling him to experiment. He soon identified a solitary bandit. Intending to use him as a test subject, Hui Yuhao's eyes transformed into a resplendent shade of purple gold, and a beam of the same hue erupted forth, hurtling towards the bandit. The targeted bandit trembled violently, and then an astonishing spectacle unfolded before Hui Yuhao's eyes. The bandit's head exploded like a rotten watermelon, scattering crimson blood, white brain matter, and an array of bizarrely colored substances in all directions. This horrific sight caused the other bandits nearby to instinctively scatter in panic. Bewildered by the sudden demise of their comrade, Hui Yuhao was taken aback. He had never anticipated that the power of his soul shock could reach such a magnitude. As he watched the shattered corpse collapse to the ground, he couldn't help but heave, retching uncontrollably. Just moments ago, that had been a living being. Not only did he succumb to nausea, but Jiang Nanan, who stood beside him, also immediately followed suit, unable to suppress her own queasiness any longer. Nearby, Su Sancher stood in utter bewilderment. He initially intended to stealthily claim a head for himself, but was utterly confounded by the unfolding events. As he gazed at the pitiful state of the bandit, he could not help but gag, while casting a glance at Hui Yuhao, who seemed at a loss for words. Hui Yuhao had just finished retching and, noticing Su Sanchi's expression, offered an awkward smile. At that moment, a piercing shriek resonated from the depths of the cavern, challenging the very presence of the Reaper. You shall all perish, becoming my mindless thralls. Upon hearing this ominous proclamation, the bandits did not respond with elation. Rather, they recoiled in terror, trembling uncontrollably. Hui Yuhao suddenly shouted with fervor, for in his mental probing, he had horrifyingly discerned that the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground were swelling at an alarming rate, turning a ghastly red. Boom, boom, boom. The cavern reverberated with a cacophony of explosive sounds, the terrifying blast scattering flesh and blood throughout the chamber. In a state of disarray, Yun Ying crouched in a corner devoid of corpses, only to have her back splattered with chunks of mangled flesh and blood, while a cloud of dust settled upon her. The remaining individuals reacted promptly, swiftly diving towards areas devoid of corpses, thus escaping any significant repercussions. However, the 7 disciples from the inner courtyard, engaged in the fierce battle and responsible for slaying numerous foes, were not so fortunate. They found themselves at the very epicenter of the explosion. Consequently, a scene reminiscent of the original narrative unfolded once more. Among the injured 7 disciples, only Ma shouted out due to her slightly superior cultivation compared to the original tale, and her mutated martial soul suffered less than her counterparts. Yet, she still coughed up blood and lay unconscious nearby. Chapter 66. Devouring the explosions within the cavern persisted. While Yun Ying, who had maintained a safe distance from the corpses during the skirmish, experienced relatively minor effects from the blasts. Nevertheless, some putrid flesh lay scattered around her. Suddenly, a realization struck her: this substance was poisonous. A jolt of alarm coursed through her, as she began to feel a sharp pain in her back. In a moment of urgency, she employed her fire ability to slice away a portion of her clothing and discarded it, while simultaneously utilizing a fragment of her soul power to gradually neutralize the toxins that had contaminated her. Damn it! A furious roar echoed in her ears, causing the entire cavern to tremble violently, and all the corrosive blood that had been eating away at her vanished in an instant. It was evident that Xian Lao had arrived. Xian Lao was in a foul mood. He had been leisurely enjoying a chicken leg outside, believing that this mission would merely involve a Soul King-level opponent. With Ma Xiaodao and Dai Yueheng, 2 Soul Emperors, on his team, he had assumed success was assured. Little did he anticipate such a turn of events, especially under his command. Raising his right hand, Xian Lao made a pulling gesture towards the cave ahead. Instantly, a terrifying suction force emerged, and in the blink of an eye, a figure cloaked in black robes was yanked out, all the while emitting piercing screams of terror. The shrillness of the cries was unbearable, as the shadowy figure appeared to be male, yet the sound was akin to that of a woman, excruciatingly high-pitched. Yun Ying struggled to withstand the distressing noise that could shatter the resolve of those with weaker cultivation levels. She raised her fire ability, aiming a powerful strike, while simultaneously benefiting from Hui Yuhao's shared spiritual detection, allowing her to discern the intentions of this individual. following the trajectory of the original narrative. The next move would undoubtedly involve detonating the nearby corpse of Yao Haoshuan to obstruct Xin Lao's actions, thereby capturing Hui Yuhao, the weakest in cultivation on the battlefield, as a hostage to instigate chaos within the cavern. At this moment, an opportunity to eliminate the malevolent soul master presented itself. How could one not seize it? Moreover, the incessant wailing of this individual was utterly unbearable, akin to that of a scorned woman. Elder Xian, be cautious. Sensing an anomaly in the body of Yao Haoshuan nearby, Hui Yuhao hastily issued a warning. Elder Xian's expression darkened as he swiftly raised his hands. An intense sphere of white light enveloped Yao Haoshuan's corpse instantaneously. Subsequently, with a flick of his fingers, the Soul King was struck as if by a mighty blow, rendering him momentarily stunned. However, an eerie scene unfolded. Although the Soul King had been rendered unconscious by Elder Xian, his fifth soul skill suddenly ignited. Just as he was on the verge of dissipating into a wisp of smoke, a crimson gold spear pierced through his chest. In a bid to subdue this formidable foe, Yun Ying decided to unleash her full power. Recently, she had discovered that the potency of her Flame of Plunder extended far beyond mere high penetration and attack power. It seemed that during her assistance to Ma Xiaodao in purifying the sinister flames, she had absorbed in excess, resulting in some remarkable transformations within the Flame of Plunder. It could be said that certain abilities had been unlocked prematurely. Much like the manifestations seen among the champions, the Flame of Plunder now bore 4 additional capabilities: penetration, burnings, damage reduction, and absorption. Though its performance in the game was somewhat lackluster, in the realm of reality, these abilities had become exceedingly formidable. Elder Xian was momentarily taken aback by the sudden turn of events. However, being a super Douluo, he quickly regained his composure. Gazing at the Soul King who had just been pierced by a spear, his heart seethed with rage. "You scoundrel, do you still intend to escape?" With a fist larger than a sandbag, Elder Xian delivered a powerful blow to the Soul King's face, sending 3 teeth flying and causing him to crash heavily to the ground. Following this, Elder Xian descended from the air, his right foot forcefully striking the ground, once again propelling the Soul King into the air, resulting in a spurt of fresh blood from his mouth. In this moment, Elder Xian was genuinely enraged. The tattered garments upon his back were suddenly torn asunder, and his stature expanded to at least twice its original size. Spiraling, pointed horns sprouted from his head, while his bronze muscles exuded an overwhelming aura of power. 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 1 red, 9 soul rings ascended in total. Elder Xian's hair transformed into a rich chestnut hue as he cast a fierce gaze upon the remaining bandits, an aura of dominance radiating from his form. Gulp. The few bandits that remained were utterly paralyzed by fear, unable to fathom that they were in the presence of a titled Douluo, and moreover, one adorned with a soul ring of a staggering 100,000 years. Moreover, their own leader was left hanging, collapsed, and unaware of his fate. How on earth can one continue under such circumstances? Among them, some bandits had a yellowish liquid oozing from their legs, exuding a foul stench. Suddenly, Elder Xian unleashed an unparalleled and terrifying aura, and in an instant, an explosion erupted once more on the scene, but this time, it was the real body that exploded. Yet, this alone did not suffice to quench his fury. Elder Xian turned around and launched another assault on the Soul King. The unfortunate wretch was repeatedly struck away, crashing to the ground time and again, blood pouring from his mouth as if it were worthless, every inch of his body marred by the stain of crimson. The disciples from the outer courtyard, who were less affected, had already risen to their feet. Under the guidance of Wang Yan, they assisted the severely injured inner courtyard disciples in retreating from the battlefield. Is Elder Xian really this formidable? Su Sancher exclaimed in astonishment, witnessing Elder Xian's impressive prowess. Indeed. Isn't he more powerful than you? Beibei remarked, rolling her eyes, as she took the antidote pill from Wang Yin and administered it to Gong Ong Mo, Shen Zifeng, and Cici. How can you still joke at a time like this? Wang Yin admonished as he approached. Beibei and Su Sancher exchanged glances and obediently moved aside to assist. Wang Yin surveyed the area and suddenly realized someone was missing. Where is Yun Ying? Yun Ying, half squatting, was preparing to retract her blazing fire. Upon hearing Wang Yin's inquiry, she silently raised her hand, feeling a bit overlooked. Am I really that insignificant? I am fighting on the front lines too. Are you all right? Wang Yin rushed over, momentarily taken aback as he noticed Yun Ying's exposed back, which bore slight wounds and revealed patches of her fair skin due to her hastily torn clothing. He quickly averted his gaze and retrieved a set of clothes from his storage ring, offering them to her. Put this on first. How do you feel about your injuries? Can you endure? I'm fine. Once my martial spirit returns, I'll find a way to manage, Yun Ying replied, waving her hand as she donned the clothes Wang Yin provided. I'll just absorb the poison later. This minor injury is nothing to worry about, right? Why do I feel a bit dizzy? She pondered, but as a true warrior, she resolved to face challenges without fear. Although she was no longer a man, she dismissed the thought. Ahem, but that doesn't matter. That's a relief, Wang Yin sighed. But then a thought struck him. Wait, when your martial spirit returns, can your martial spirit heal? He found the idea unlikely, after all. Who had a martial spirit with healing abilities? It cannot heal. But my blazing fire has a capability to absorb harmful energy and convert it into something beneficial for myself, Yun Ying clarified after a moment's contemplation. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan's eyes lit up. Are you saying your martial spirit can absorb other elements? Yes, but only those that are harmful to me, Yun Ying confirmed. And then she had a realization. So, you want me to help absorb the toxins? Ah, yes, Wang Yin responded, a bit taken aback before eagerly asking. Can it absorb these toxins? It should be possible, Yun Ying replied. Though uncertainty lingered as she had only absorbed a sinister fire before and had yet to try with toxins. Especially since this ability was newly awakened and she was still getting accustomed to it. However, she reasoned that since her blazing fire could absorb harmful energies, it should apply to toxins as well. Wang Yan's expression transformed into one of ecstatic joy. Then let's try it quickly. If it works, it would be a tremendous help. All right, Yun Ying nodded, summoning her blazing fire. The unfortunate Soul King, caught in the crossfire, coughed up a fountain of blood and succumbed, only to be struck down further by Elder Xian. Once summoned, Yun Ying positioned the blazing fire over her back wound and began to channel her soul power to initiate the absorption process. Wang Yin stood by anxiously, ready with medicine should any complications arise. A stream of dark energy was drawn into the blazing fire from her wound, where it was filtered and purified, transforming into refined energy for Yun Ying to absorb. Given the mildness of her injury, merely a scrape, the absorption process was relatively swift. After about 5 minutes, the blackened blood at her back dissipated, and the decaying flesh began to heal, aided by the influx of energy. I succeeded, Teacher Wang, Yun Ying exclaimed, lifting her blazing fire in relief. I'm glad I could resolve this. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome. Wang Yin looked on in astonishment as the previously blackened wound regained its normal skin tone and visibly healed. Let's go to Cici, he declared decisively. The two hurried over to Cici and found her along with Chan Zifeng and Ouyang Mo displaying unusual pallor. Wang Yin anxiously inquired of Beibei. How are Cici and the others doing? Teacher Wang, they are showing symptoms of fever, and the antidote has been administered, but there has been no improvement, Beibei replied, her voice laced with concern. Wang Yin exchanged a glance with Yun Ying, both nodding in understanding. Yun Ying then approached, carefully placing her blazing fire on Cici's injury while sitting cross-legged, one hand gripping the blazing fire as she activated her soul power to attempt the absorption of residual toxins. Teacher Wang, is this wise? Beibei questioned, puzzled. Their condition is dire. Shouldn't we rush them to a physician instead of delaying here? Sure, Wang Yin gestured for silence. Yun Ying's martial spirit is unique and can absorb harmful energies. She just absorbed the toxins from her own back in front of me. So I want her to try absorbing the toxins from others. I see. Wait, Yun Ying has toxins in her body? Is she injured? Beibei realized with concern. Considering she relied on Yun Ying for information regarding Lanin Huang, for Tang Ye's sake. Don't worry, she is fine now, Wang Yin reassured, glancing towards Elder Xian as he approached, prompting him to rise. Elder Xian. Yes, how is the situation? Elder Xian asked, his voice heavy with sorrow as he struggled to confront the harsh reality. Wang Yin reported the circumstances, and Elder Xian sat down slowly, covering his face in silence. By the way, Elder Xian, Wang Yin spoke up again. Elder Xian lifted his gaze slightly, and Wang Yin continued. Yun Ying's martial spirit possesses a special ability to absorb harmful energy, so I asked her to try and absorb the toxins from Cici and the others. What did you say? Elder Xian sprang to his feet, incredulous. Wang Yin repeated himself, and upon hearing it, Elder Xian's eyes brightened as he strode forward. Observing Yun Ying seated cross-legged with her blazing fire shimmering in a radiant golden hue, Elder Xian could distinctly sense that the blazing fire resting on Cici's wound was actively absorbing the toxins from within her body. Streams of black and gray energy continuously emerged from Cici's injury, being drawn into the blazing fire. Simultaneously, the wound on Yun Ying's back was gradually healing. In his perception, the toxins within Cici were indeed diminishing. Moreover, judging by Yun Ying's demeanor, it appeared that absorbing these toxins posed no burden to her. On the contrary, it seemed to be beneficial for her well-being. The remaining disciples from the outer academy, aside from attending to the inner disciples, gathered anxiously around Yun Ying. Their expressions taut as they observed the unfolding scene. Could it truly be possible? Elder Xian appeared somewhat dazed, having prepared himself for the worst outcome. He had even resolved that after this mission, he would return to Shrek Academy to resign from his position as the leader of the inspection team. Yet, at this moment, Yun Ying astonishingly managed to absorb the toxins, alleviating the injuries of Cici and her companions. It is essential to understand that the root cause of their exacerbated injuries lay in the corpse poison. Now, with the removal of this toxin, the remaining wounds were merely those resulting from the explosion, which could heal with the passage of time. Elder Xian refrained from speaking, opting instead to wait in silence. Time ticked away, second by second. Approximately 20 minutes later, Yun Ying successfully absorbed the toxins from Cici, and at that moment, Cici's high fever gradually subsided, her demeanor returning to normal. Witnessing Cici's recovery brought a surge of joy to Elder Xian's heart, though he maintained a composed exterior, focusing on Yun Ying as she proceeded to assist Chen Zifeng and Gong Imo. After another half an hour, the toxins from the remaining two were finally eradicated. By this time, Yun Ying's injuries had also healed, but her body, having absorbed an excess of energy, felt somewhat saturated, leading to a sense of discomfort. Essentially, she felt overindulged. Now, she urgently needed to digest the energy within her. Upon turning around, she was startled to find nearly everyone beside her. What happened, Teacher Wang Yin? Ah. And Elder Xian. Elder Xian stepped forward with great excitement, assessing the physical conditions of Gong Imo and Chen Zifeng, discovering that the toxins had indeed been eradicated, which brought a smile to his face. Yun Ying, this time, consider it a favor I owe you. Elder Xian exhaled deeply. The student's conditions had stabilized, leaving only the treatment of internal injuries. With the cultivation levels of Cici and Gong Imo, they would likely recover in a little over a month, while Chen Zifeng would need to be taken back to Shrek Academy for further treatment. Although the death of Yao Haoshuan had deeply affected him, the fact that Yun Ying had managed to stabilize the conditions of the three was certainly a piece of good news. It's all right, Elder Xian, Yun Ying quickly replied, regaining her composure. Elder Xian waved his hand, cutting her off, and turned to Wang Yin. Wang Yin, take them back to the military camp. Once Xiaotao and the others, along with Cici and Gong Imo, have stabilized, head directly to Douluo City for the competition. I will take Chen Zifeng back to the academy for treatment. There is no time to waste. We must act immediately. As he spoke, Elder Xian gestured grandly toward Chen Zifeng, enveloping him in a rich, white soul power for protection. Taking a deep breath, he looked toward the seven from the outer courtyard and said solemnly, in the face of sudden change, the responsibility falls entirely on me. You must hold the line until Xiaotao and the others recover. Children, the honor of the academy relies on you. Victory and honor belong to you. Failure and disgrace are mine alone. With that, Elder Xian lifted his chin and, with Chen Zifeng, swiftly exited the cave, heading rapidly towards Shrek Academy. Wang Yin beckoned everyone to leave the area. Chapter 67. Unable to think of a title, simply rise without one. Under Wang Yin's guidance, the group swiftly made their way towards the military camp. After approximately an hour of rapid flight, they descended in a forest. The reason for their prompt landing and rest was largely due to the relatively weak cultivation levels of the group, compounded by the fact that they were accompanying 5 injured disciples from the inner court. Consequently, their flying speed had diminished, and they could not match the remarkable pace of Elder Xian, which limited their progress significantly. Reflecting on Elder Xian's speed, Yun Ying recalled the exhilarating journey she had just experienced under his guidance. That sensation was truly extraordinary. At this moment, everyone was seated in the forest, taking a moment to recuperate and restore their spiritual energy. After nearly half an hour, the members of the outer academy had finally regained their strength and awakened. While Yun Ying remained deep in meditation, Wang Dong expressed his concern. Is something wrong with Yun Ying? Jiang Nan, filled with worry, added, could it be due to her previous injury? Logically speaking, if even Su Sanshi and Bei Bei had recovered, Yun Ying, who was merely one rank higher than Su Sanshi, should have regained her strength as well. After all, Su Sanshi was also a rank above Bei Bei. Yet he had only awakened a short while later. I am not entirely sure. But Yun Ying once mentioned that her martial soul could transform the toxin into beneficial energy for herself. Perhaps she is in the process of absorbing and digesting it, Wang Yin remarked, running his fingers through his hair with uncertainty. Upon hearing this, the group felt relieved and turned their attention to waiting for Yun Ying to awaken. By the way, Yu Hao, you don't have any wounds, do you? Wang Dong suddenly looked at Hui Yu Hao with a serious expression. Hui Yu Hao was taken aback. then replied, "Rest assured, I feel perfectly fine now. If I were injured, I certainly wouldn't be sitting here so comfortably. I would probably be half reclined against a tree like those upperclassmen." Wu Yuhao silently grumbled to himself. "Look at Bei Bei. The bond between those two is truly deep." Su Sanshi chuckled softly to Bei Bei. Bei Bei rolled her eyes, shifted slightly away, and casually remarked, "That is still far better than your cold-hearted nature." Su Sanshi, bewildered, retorted, "What do you mean I'm cold-hearted? Isn't it true that I once assisted you in a critical moment?" He added, "And then I helped you impress that beautiful lady." Bei Bei rolled her eyes again, and Su Sanshi, even more baffled, was about to continue his rebuttal when Jiang Nannan interrupted, "What are you two bickering about at a time like this?" As soon as Jiang Nannan spoke, Su Sanshi immediately quieted down, adopting a noble demeanor and ignoring Bei Bei. She shot him a few glances before turning away, choosing not to say anything further. This guy will undoubtedly develop a case of bronchitis in the future, she thought. The banter between them had roused Ma Xiaotao and others who were still recovering, causing them to turn their heads towards the duo, leaving Bei Bei and Su Sanshi feeling quite embarrassed. Half an hour later, Yun Ying emerged from her meditation. The results of her absorption were undoubtedly remarkable. Not only had she fully restored her soul power, but her level had also ascended to 45. More importantly, the refinement of her soul power had notably improved, marking a significant breakthrough for her. "Are you all right?" Wang Yin inquired upon seeing Yun Ying open her eyes. She nodded to indicate her well-being, prompting Wang Yin to exhale in relief, after which he clapped his hands. Once the attention of the group shifted to him, he spoke, "Let us take a brief rest. Shortly, we shall embark on our journey back to the Northwest Army's camp, and subsequently proceed to Douluo City." He couldn't help but interject, "Teacher Wang, are we truly going to participate this time?" Wang Yin offered a wry smile and replied, "It appears we have no alternative. The Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy's soul fighting competition would last for a month, and Ma Xiaodao, Dai Yueting, and Ling Luochan would require at least a fortnight to recuperate, while Cici and Ganyang Mo needed over 20 days. Thus, it fell upon you to represent the academy in battle." Hui Yuhao asked, "Teacher Wang, are we capable of this?" Hearing him, Su Sanshi immediately nudged his hand and declared, "Yuhao, a true man never admits defeat. We must confront challenges head-on at all times. Indeed, as Su Sanshi stated, regardless of the circumstances, you must succeed this time." Wang Yin's expression turned serious. Observing his demeanor, the group's anxiety and self-doubt began to dissipate, their gazes growing resolute. "Loudly declare to me, will you succeed?" Wang Yin prompted once more, scanning the 7 members of the Outer Academy, where he beheld an unprecedented resolve and fervent fighting spirit. Indeed, the 7 responded in unison, prompting a smile of satisfaction from Wang Yin, albeit tinged with bitterness in his eyes. Regardless, he had managed to ignite their fighting spirit. As for the outcome, they would leave it to fate. He was uncertain how to respond to Hui Yuhao's inquiry, for the original team comprised 2 Soul Emperors and 5 Soul Kings. Yet they were now reduced to 5 Soul Scholars, 1 Soul Master, and 1 Great Soul Master. Although the 3 among the Soul Scholars, Yun Ying, Bei Bei, and Su Sanshi, were formidable, they could not compensate for the disparity in numbers. It seemed that Shrek Academy's first place was unlikely to be retained. They could only hope for a miracle. In the end, Wang Yin sighed. "The setbacks of this mission are my responsibility. Upon my return to the academy, I shall seek accountability. As for the competition, do your utmost. If Elder Xian can return in time, he may be able to send another group of disciples to reinforce us before the competition commences. Given Elder Xian's incredible speed, it remains a possibility." The thought of Elder Xian's astonishing swiftness brought a measure of comfort to the group. Subsequently, Bei Bei and the others offered words of encouragement, engaging in light banter with Su Sanshi, which further eased the atmosphere. However, Yun Ying understood that this time, Shrek Academy would not be dispatching additional reinforcements. The only difference from the original story was the addition of Cici and Ganyang Mo, whose recovery times indicated they would be fit for the later matches of the competition. By then, the final series of contests would likely be less arduous. Although Yun Ying was unafraid of facing any Soul Master below the rank of Soul Emperor in one-on-one combat, unforeseen circumstances could always arise. Thus, it was prudent to allow reliable individuals to take the stage during critical moments. Chapter 68. The eve of the competition, a day later, in Douluo City. After a brief respite in the military camp and a full day of travel, the group finally reached their destination. As the capital of the Douluo Empire, Douluo City rightfully held the title of the empire's largest metropolis, akin to the first-tier cities of modern China. Moreover, it was renowned as the indomitable imperial city. The city walls of Douluo City towered at a height of 100 meters and boasted a thickness nearing the same. Designed specifically to withstand attacks from large-scale destructive soul-guided artillery, thereby better safeguarding the citizens within. Although its substantial area was imposing, it served its purpose effectively. From an external viewpoint, Douluo City appeared exceedingly magnificent. Moreover, when it comes to the city walls, Yun Ying inexplicably felt a peculiar sensation, reminiscent of an anime from her past life. The specifics eluded her memory, yet she recalled that in that anime, people also constructed towering walls to ward off threats from adversaries. The heart of Douluo City lies at its center, known as the Inner City. The Inner City spans a length of 960 meters and a width of 750 meters. Although the height of its walls is significantly lower than those of the Outer City, standing at a commendable 20 meters, it remains quite imposing. Moreover, this colossal city can accommodate a population exceeding 8 million, and with the influx of outsiders, it can reach a staggering capacity of 20 million. However, despite its potential, Douluo City has recently begun to feel somewhat congested. The number of newcomers has surged several-fold. While the streets may not be teeming to the point of being unmanageable, they are nonetheless bustling with activity. Unlike the scenes of densely packed black-haired crowds often seen at tourist hotspots in Huaxia, here, one can observe a vibrant array of hair colors with an eclectic mix of hues, even spotting the occasional individual with silver strands. Upon entering the city, the members of Shrek Academy were momentarily dazzled by the kaleidoscope of colors, coupled with the sweltering heat and throngs of people. Even though they were soul masters unfazed by the warmth, the overwhelming crowd began to fray their nerves. Why are there so many people? Wang Dong fanned himself with his hand, visibly irritated. Is this a color exhibition? It's a riot of flamboyance. Don't criticize others before considering your own appearance. You're the most conspicuous with that powder blue hair, Hui Yuhao retorted, rolling his eyes. Just then, a bald man emerged from the crowd and bumped into him, causing Hui Yuhao to stumble precariously. Watch where you're going. Bei steadied him, while Su Sanshi, growing impatient, exclaimed, When will we reach the hotel? It's utterly suffocating out here. Soon, just bear with it a little longer, Wang Yin reassured, wiping the sweat from his brow as he scanned the hotel names displayed around them. By the way, the Xingwang Hotel should be near Douluo Square, right? Yun Ying observed her surroundings with a frown. Why does it feel like I'm experiencing the crowds from my past travels even here in Douluo continent? She lamented, her patience wearing thin. Douluo Square? Wang Yin pulled out a map, glancing at it a few times before confirming their direction and leading the group as they struggled through the throng. It's not his fault for needing the map. After all, when he was teaching, Wang Yin spent most of his time immersed in the library at Shrek's Outer Academy, which is one of the reasons for his vast knowledge. Speaking of the library, Yun Ying held a certain admiration for Wang Yin, who could often be found there for over 10 hours a day. However, the very thought of the library frustrated her. During a recent theory class, Wang Yin had called on her to answer a question just as she was daydreaming. Under normal circumstances, she would have responded without issue, but at that moment, her mind was elsewhere. Fortunately, since it was Wang Yin who had called on her, the consequences were not as severe as they could have been, though she was still punished with extra reading. Yet, during this punishment, he caught her zoning out again. This time, the repercussions were more serious, leading to a night spent in the library, reciting from 3 hefty tomes. The library at Shrek's Outer Academy remained open around the clock, ready for any student needing to consult texts for their studies, which is how she found herself reading all night long. Moreover, throughout the entire journey, Wang Yin's gaze remained fixed upon them, a truly remarkable sight. At this moment, as events unfolded, Wang Yin led the group through the city gates, directly onto the grand welcoming avenue, arriving at the Douluo Plaza. The situation improved significantly, although the crowd remained considerable. Upon noticing their approach, many opted to yield. The reason was evident. Merely by observing their attire, one could discern they hailed from Shrek Academy, despite their late arrival compared to other participating institutions. As the reigning champions and the foremost academy on the continent, their presence was merely perceived as a reflection of Shrek Academy's pride. Upon reaching the Star Emperor Hotel, even though the students from the outer court had previously encountered splendid architecture in Shrek City, they were nonetheless astounded by this 7-story edifice, not to mention its expansive footprint, which surpassed that of the largest hotel in Shrek City. The hotel gleamed resplendently from the outside. The participants from Shrek Academy were assigned to luxurious rooms on the top floor. Each individual had their own bedroom, complemented by a dedicated conference room for their use. Is this the life of the affluent? I am envious. Susancher smacked his lips and remarked. Bebe shot him a glance, saying, Isn't your family quite wealthy as well? How can you be so easily swayed by such trivialities? No, Bebe, you are still too young, Susancher replied mysteriously, shaking his head. He then leaned closer to Bebe and whispered, From my observations, even the waitstaff in this hotel are remarkably beautiful women. Can you not have such superficial pursuits? Bebe retorted disdainfully. With your demeanor, how do you expect to win over Jiang Nanan? Su Sanchi's expression fell. That is precisely why I need your assistance, my brother. I'm afraid I cannot oblige, Bebe replied coolly. Come on, good brother, lend me a hand. Su Sancher pleaded as he quickly grabbed Bebe's arm when he saw him about to leave. What are you two scheming? Jiang Nanan inquired, having just heard her name mentioned. Nothing, Su Sancher quickly denied. Bebe shot him another look, surprisingly choosing not to expose him, which prompted Su Sancher to glance at him in astonishment and secretly give him a thumbs up. How peculiar, Jiang Nanan remarked, no longer pressing for explanations as she began selecting her room. All right, after choosing our respective rooms, let us take a moment to rest. It has been a long day of travel, and we are all quite weary, Wang Yin announced, clapping his hands before heading downstairs to register. The following day, after a night of rest, everyone appeared significantly rejuvenated, at least for the disciples from the outer court. At this moment, all 12 team members, along with their leader Wang Yin, were gathered in the conference room for a pre-competition mobilization meeting. Wang Yin occupied the seat of honor, his expression grave. To his left sat the pale-faced Ma Xiaotao, Dai Yueheng, Ling Luocheng, Cici, and Gonyang Mo. Despite the presence of 5 disciples from the inner academy, who had access to medicinal treatments and self-recovery, their injuries had worsened due to the arduous journey they had endured. It seemed their recovery would require even more time. Under such circumstances, it was unsurprising that Wang Yan's demeanor was less than cheerful. The deadline for the academy's registration for the competition had arrived, and Wang Yan had already registered with the event organizers the previous day. The delay in reinforcements from Shrek Academy only added to his concerns. It appeared that this competition would rest entirely on their shoulders. Wang Yin felt a fleeting urge to abandon his post and walk away, but he quickly suppressed this impulse. After all, he was the leading teacher of this team, and if he were to leave, what would become of the 5 injured disciples from the inner academy and the 7 from the outer academy? Furthermore, 3 of the outer academy members were his own students. As a teacher, he could not abandon them so lightly. Such an act would foster doubt among the team and tarnish the reputation of Shrek Academy. Wang Yin endeavored to calm his emotions, managing a faint smile as he addressed the group. How did everyone rest last night? The accommodations in the Douluo Empire are indeed quite satisfactory. The first person to his right, Bebe, voiced his concern. We rested reasonably well. However, Teacher Wang, today is the final day for registration and the reinforcements from the academy. Wang Yin waved his hand dismissively. No need to worry. I have received a message from the academy. The mobilization of external students requires a certain amount of time. Moreover, Shrek Academy possesses privileges. Privileges? The outer academy members inquired. Intrigued, Wang Yin nodded, fabricating an earnest explanation. Indeed, let us not forget that Shrek Academy is the premier institution on the continent. We have secured the championship in every major competition. Thus, our academy members can register at any time. Upon hearing this, Yun Ying felt speechless. She had checked the registration rules the previous night, which clearly stated that any academy or student failing to register by the deadline would be disqualified. This was outright deception. However, reflecting on the original narrative and the current situation, she could understand Wang Yan's predicament. Although the remaining 6 from the outer academy were unaware, as the leading teacher, he certainly understood the academy's current circumstances. Yun Ying glanced at Ma Xiaotao, who was leaning back in her chair, displaying a helpless expression. When she sensed Yun Ying's gaze, she feebly gestured for silence. Yun Ying thought to herself, I do not intend to expose Wang Yan. Although her previous gesture could easily be misconstrued, it was not her intention. The Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition was the ultimate contest among academies from various nations, adhering to principles of fairness and justice. The competition assessed the comprehensive strength of each academy. Wang Yin calmly elucidated the rules of the tournament to the outer academy members. However, when he mentioned that the first round would be a knockout format, The expressions of the group grew serious. If Shrek Academy were to falter in the first round, it would be a considerable embarrassment. Yet, Wang Yin appeared composed and confident, leaning back comfortably in his chair. What are you all so anxious about? There is no need for such tension. He skillfully eased the atmosphere, alleviating the group's initial anxiety. Although he was merely comforting them, it seemed effective. At least they regained some measure of confidence. After all, confidence is the pinnacle of success. All right, go back and rest well. Conserve your energy for tomorrow's grand battle. Let us give those academies a thorough thrashing. Wang Yin waved his hand, appearing relaxed. Su Sanshur expressed surprise. Teacher Wang, are you not going to outline a strategy? Strategy? Wang Yin raised an eyebrow, slightly annoyed. What strategy is needed? Are you insulting me or yourselves? Do we really require a plan against such opponents? Now go. Shout out. You 5 stay behind. I will fetch some medicinal pills for you. As the 7 from the outer academy departed, Wang Yin rose and closed the conference room door, the relaxed expression on his face vanishing entirely. At the very least, he had successfully navigated the situation and bolstered their confidence, which was a small consolation. Upon returning to his seat, Wang Yan's expression turned grave once more. Dai Yueheng sighed. Teacher Wang, is it meaningful to comfort them? While your words may be accurate, the representatives from other academies are also elite students. While there may be weaker participants, the majority possess average strength at the Soul Master level. Moreover, the first match tomorrow is a knockout. Our opponents will surely give their all against us. Ma Xiaotao interjected. Teacher Wang is correct. Without such encouragement, we would lack morale. And we would fare even worse tomorrow. We must completely trust them now. Among the 5 of us who can still fight. Dai Yueheng fell silent. Despite the validity of Wang Yan's reassurances, it was evident that their first opponents would exert maximum effort. If their 7 members struggled, the confidence they had just built could shatter, and perhaps even more severely. Wang Yin stated solemnly, I have kept the 3 of you back to inquire about your injuries and how long it will take to recover. I need precise estimates. After a moment of contemplation, Ma Xiaotao replied, with full effort and recovery, I will need at least 15 days. Dai Yueheng added, my cultivation is not as high as Xiaodao's, so it may take me around 17 days. Cici chimed in, for me, it will be approximately 24 days. Wang Yan's spirits plummeted. It seemed they would not be ready until the very last moment. Ling Luocheng remarked, my injuries are less severe. I estimate about 10 days for recovery. Finally, there was a glimmer of hope. Wang Yin calculated briefly. So, if all goes smoothly, by the time the tournament reaches the 3rd or 4th knockout round, you could potentially participate. He then turned to Gonyang Imo, and you? How long until your recovery? Gonyang Imo offered a wry smile. I will need about 26 days. I likely won't be able to compete until the finals. Wang Yin felt a deep sense of despair. How could they manage the earlier matches? Their only hope now rested on winning the first match. Only by securing victory could they advance to the knockout stage and continue their journey. He emphasized the importance of confidentiality regarding their lack of reinforcements. Knowing the team needed a victory to bolster their morale, he believed in their capability to uphold the honor of Shrek Academy. By the way, Teacher Wang, it seemed that Xiao Yuning wanted to say something earlier. I sensed she might have realized something, Ma Xiaotao remarked. Wang Yan's expression stiffened, and he sighed resignedly. If she has discovered it, then so be it. It will come to light sooner or later. However, from my observations of Yun Ying, she is the type to remain confident regardless. Now, we can only place our faith in them. Wang Yin silently contemplated, while the Shrek Academy representative team convenes. Nearly all participating academies are engaged in mobilization efforts. The Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, residing on the same floor, shares a similar sentiment. Traditionally, they have secured second place in nearly every major competition. Thus, their treatment is comparable to that of Shrek Academy. This time, however, their singular objective is to claim the first position. Although this ambition has existed in previous competitions, it has remained unfulfilled. Yet this year, they believe they are closer to achieving it than ever before. In the conference room, 2 elders occupy the foremost seats, with 14 students arranged on either side. The students on the left are noticeably older than those on the right, indicating that the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy has sent both a primary team and a preparatory squad for future competitions. The elder on the left possesses a sturdy build and a commanding presence, his face robust and dignified. He speaks gravely, according to our observations. Shrek Academy has surprisingly sent only 12 participants, of which merely 5 appear to be around 20 years of age. The remaining 7 are considerably younger. We have deployed informants within the Star Luo Empire and have received accurate reports. Only those 5 are 19 or 18, while the others are all under 15. 1. Named Yun Ying is merely 12 years old. This implies that Shrek Academy has not dispatched 7 primary competitors. The students on both sides exchange puzzled glances. The elder on the right, tall and imposing with a fierce countenance, slams his fist on the table, rising to declare, "This is an affront. They clearly hold us in contempt, believing a preparatory team can easily vanquish us. It is a blatant slap in the face. Do you understand? A most direct insult." He pounds the table again, nearly causing it to splinter. Suddenly, a male student seated at the front of the primary team stands up. "If we lose to such a lineup from Shrek Academy, then you, as captain, should vacate the Mingda Hall." "Indeed," comes the brief but resolute reply from Ma Rulong, his voice resonating with an air of determination. "Please, do not rush, Ma Lao," interjects the captain of the preparatory team, a youthful boy not yet 15. His features delicate and somewhat effeminate. Ma Lao furrows his brow and inquires, "What do you mean by not so simple?" The boy gazes at his fingers and responds, "Shrek Academy isn't foolish. Do they not realize that sending only 5 participants cannot match our capabilities? I have great confidence in Brother Rulong. Perhaps they encountered unforeseen circumstances. After all, Shrek Academy has always regarded us highly. Would they truly be so careless?" Yes. And brother, did you know? Last night, I saw a girl come to our floor. She was such a charming little sister." A girl beside the boy exclaims excitedly, "And she is truly beautiful, tall, and graceful." Stop. The boy interrupts, "Sister, we are discussing the Shrek Academy participants. Please do not mention the girl you saw last night for now." "What? I was talking about a member of Shrek Academy. She is on our floor." The girl pouts in protest. Ma Lao, surprised, asks Meng Hanshin, "Did you truly see that girl on our floor last night?" "Yes. She entered the room belonging to Shrek," Meng Hanshin confirms. "Wah." Ma Rulong is taken aback. "Did someone go to Shrek Academy's room at such a late hour? Could she be one of their official competitors?" "Ma Lao, I believe this matter requires further discussion." Xiao Hanshin states gravely. "I concur," Ma Rulong adds, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Chapter 69. The competition commences as dawn breaks. The first rays of sunlight illuminate Star Luo City, infusing the ancient imperial capital with an air of solemnity. All streets surrounding Star Luo Square are cordoned off by soldiers clad in shining armor, particularly around the Star Emperor Hotel, where thousands of soldiers stand guard. The pathways leading to Star Luo Square have been completely sealed, allowing only the participating teams from various academies to pass through. The competition stage for this Continental High-Level Soul Master Academy tournament is not situated in the center of Star Luo Square, but rather before the main gate of the Royal Palace. This arrangement enables the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire and his officials to observe the competition from a superior vantage point, ensuring both the best view and utmost security, while also emphasizing the esteemed status of the imperial ruler. The competition stage spans 100 meters in length and width, standing 5 meters high. Surrounding it are 108 metallic pillars, not merely decorative but functional as protective soul-guiding devices. Once the competition commences, these pillars will be manned by 108 soul masters, forming a protective barrier that prevents any soul techniques from escaping, thus safeguarding the royal palace and the innocent populace from harm. The construction of this stage alone required a substantial financial investment, compounded by the deployment of 108 soul masters for over a month. Such an endeavor truly demands the resources of a national power. At this moment, Star Luo Square lies desolate, devoid of any spectators apart from distant soldiers. The last time the Star Luo Empire hosted the Continental High-Level Soul Master Academy tournament, a stampede occurred, resulting in serious injuries among the spectators, particularly affecting the civilian populace, with some tragically losing their lives. Consequently, the royal family of the Star Luo Empire is taking extraordinary measures to ensure safety, not only deploying troops to maintain order, but also implementing numerous new strategies to prevent a recurrence of such incidents. Iron railings, approximately 1.5 meters tall, have been erected throughout the square, designed to minimally obstruct the view of most attendees, while shorter individuals can be accommodated through alternative means. These railings partition the square into distinct areas, with separate entrances and exits for spectators. This meticulous organization facilitates order maintenance by the soldiers, with clear capacity limits for each section. This concerted effort demonstrates the Star Luo Empire's genuine commitment to hosting a successful tournament, a reflection of their national pride. Any misstep could tarnish the Empire's reputation. Since the current tournament format was adopted, the most exhilarating phase, aside from the final matches, remains the initial elimination round. Renowned for its intensity and ferocity, far surpassing the subsequent round-robin matches. In the latter, tactical arrangements and even strategic losses are permissible. Yet the first round is a straightforward elimination, losing means departing the competition. Every participating academy must navigate this hurdle, even the reigning champion, Shrek Academy. The competition featured a draw for buys. However, no institution was granted the privilege of enjoying a direct buy. Early in the morning, the leading instructors from each academy had already arrived at the Imperial City, armed with the competition tokens they received upon registration to participate in the draw. At this moment, the drawing ceremony had concluded entirely, and officials from the Starry Empire had meticulously compiled the results. Once the order of the matches was announced, the final preparations for the competition were deemed complete. At that moment, crowds began to gather from all directions towards Xinglua Square, guided by the military, forming lines akin to serpentine dragons as they converged upon the venue. To witness the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Duel competition, one must pay an entrance fee, which is required daily. The nominal daily fee is merely 2 gold soul coins. However, this basic price escalates as one approaches the competition stage, in the closest viewing area. Each individual must pay a staggering 100 gold soul coins for entry. This is merely the cost for a single day, and the competition will last an entire month, resulting in a truly astronomical sum. Just from ticket sales alone, the Xinglua Empire stands to gain over 2 million gold soul coins each day, amounting to approximately 60 million gold soul coins by the end of the month. Even after accounting for various miscellaneous expenses, a substantial profit is assured. This lucrative potential is one reason why the 4 great empires are eager to host the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Duel competition. The financial windfall could rival an entire year's worth of national tax revenue. As the audience filed in, Wang Yan had already led his team to the designated area for competitors. Today, the members of Shrek Academy donned their traditional dark green uniforms, the standard colors of their esteemed institution. They occupied the front row, a position no other academy dared contest, a privilege earned through centuries of prowess. However, the participants from the other academies, positioned behind them, could not help but display expressions of astonishment at the sight of Shrek Academy's formidable lineup. With only 12 individuals present, it was evident that the vast majority were far from reaching their 20s, their youth unmistakable even without assessing bone age. Only the 5 individuals at the forefront appeared sufficiently mature, yet they cloaked their identities beneath hoods, obscuring their features. Most academies silently prayed not to encounter the likes of Shrek Academy or the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy in the first round, for such an encounter would almost certainly signify their imminent elimination. The participants from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy stood behind Shrek Academy, allowing them to conveniently observe the students in front. Among them, the smallest appeared to be Yun Ying, Wang Dong, and Hui Yuhao. Although the dark green uniforms seemed to fit Yun Ying at first glance, they gradually seemed somewhat incongruous. However, this was not of great concern to the members of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Externally, Hui Yuhao and Yun Ying appeared relatively composed. Yun Ying, despite being only 1.65 meters tall, had shed her youthful innocence, while Hui Yuhao had undergone considerable changes due to the fusion with the Ice Emperor's skeletal frame. In contrast, Wang Dong still bore an unmistakable childishness, resembling a mere child. It raised questions as to why Shrek Academy would send such a youthful team. Brother, look. That little sister is the one I saw last night. Meng Haochen tugged at Xiao Haochen's sleeve and pointed at Yun Ying. Is that so? Xiao Haochen replied, puzzled. He scrutinized Yun Ying for a while and then counted the number of participants from Shrek Academy, confirming that it matched the number he had observed the previous day. He could not help but feel disheartened, saying, today, Shrek Academy has 12 participants, exactly as they had registered yesterday. What does this imply? Meng Haochen scratched his face. And Xiao Haochen, with a hint of exasperation, said, it signifies that the girl you saw yesterday was not an official member of Shrek's team. It's absurd that we discussed strategies for so long last night. Xiao Haochen exclaimed. My mind was utterly blown. Seeing Meng Haochen still laughing, he felt a surge of frustration. His sister was admirable in many respects, yet she easily lost herself in the presence of beauty. Wait a minute, didn't Meng Haochen prefer handsome boys? Why is she so fixated on a girl? Xiao Haochen pondered, sensing he had stumbled upon a revelation. Silence. A booming voice suddenly resonated throughout the venue. At the sound, all soldiers stood at attention, raising their long spears high. Instantly, a tense atmosphere enveloped the area, and the previously noisy Douluo Plaza fell silent. The emperor has arrived. The crowd collectively knelt, hundreds of thousands executing the same synchronized movement, creating a truly spectacular scene. The soldiers knelt on one knee. While all participating academies had received prior notice allowing them to remain standing, but requiring a 90-degree bow to show respect for the sovereign. "All rise," commanded the emperor of the Douluo Empire, his voice amplified through the soul-guiding device. The crowd then stood, and the participants straightened their backs, directing their gazes toward the castle's parapet. The emperor of Douluo, accompanied by his empress and esteemed officials, stood at the forefront, surveying his subjects with a gaze that was both gentle and authoritative. The Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Tournament is the most significant event in the Soul Master community of Douluo continent. This year, it is my pleasure to host it in the Douluo Empire. On behalf of the Douluo Empire, I warmly welcome the representatives from various academies, led by Shrek Academy. I hope you will showcase your true prowess over the course of the coming month. Thank you, Your Majesty. The leaders and students from the 133 academies bowed once more, and the emperor smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Now, I declare the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Tournament officially open. With the emperor's resounding proclamation, the curtain was drawn back on this grand event. Long live the emperor! The crowd erupted in unison, their emotions ignited in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of celebratory cannon fire echoed from the castle, continuing for 108 rounds before subsiding. The Douluo Plaza transformed into a sea of excitement and cheers. The earlier commanding voice reverberated once more. According to the tournament rules, the first round will be an elimination match. This year, a total of 133 Advanced Soul Masters and Soul Master Academies have registered. After the draw, one academy will receive a bye in the first round. A total of 66 matches will take place. The first round will follow a knockout format. The losers will be eliminated from the tournament. Now, the first match is about to commence. The competitors are the representative team from the Heavenly Spirit Advanced Soul Master Academy of the Douluo Empire and the illustrious Shrek Academy, which has amassed countless honors and has dominated nearly every tournament over the past millennium. Shrek, Shrek, Shrek. The chants for Shrek Academy resonated throughout every corner of the plaza. In the face of such a scenario, the 7 individuals preparing to take the stage appeared somewhat bewildered. Ma Xiaotao and Dai Yueheng quickly stepped forward to encourage their companions, soothing the initially tumultuous emotions of the group. At that moment, the voice of the competition's host resonated. Let us first invite the participants from the Tianqing Advanced Soul Master Academy to take the stage. In the rear of the contestant area, a group of pallid young competitors emerged. As they stepped out, their gait seemed unsteady, resembling those who had endured a sleepless night, resulting in exhaustion and fatigue. Their appearance elicited a laugh from Ma Xiaotao. Look, these are your opponents. Some of them are still trembling. Although the reputation of Shrek bears heavy on your shoulders, it remains one of your greatest assets. Shrek, victory is ours. With that, Ma Xiaotao approached Bei Bei, extending her right hand, and the others followed suit, placing their 13 right hands together. Wang Yin quietly instructed, Hui Yuhao, you will be in charge of commanding the battle. The rest will share and coordinate according to his spiritual sensing. And Yun Ying, conserve your strength for this first match. I understand, Yun Ying nodded. And Hui Yuhao also indicated his comprehension. Subsequently, under the host's call and the cheers of the crowd in Xinglua City, the 7 stepped onto the stage with measured strides. Chapter 70. The first match. Victory. The 2 teams gathered at opposite corners of the competition platform, gazing at each other from a distance. The students of Tianqing Advanced Soul Master Academy were momentarily taken aback upon seeing such a youthful lineup from Shrek Academy. Is this a reserve team from Shrek Academy? But this is the elimination round. Do they not fear the consequences? The spectators, including all participating academies, shared similar doubts. Even the esteemed Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy was left stunned. At that moment, Xiao Haochen questioned his own judgment. Was Shrek Academy being overly audacious? Even if they were formidable, could a team with an average age of less than 15, some appearing merely 11 or 12, truly compete against opponents whose ages approach 20? There are no second chances in the elimination rounds. The Emperor of Xinglua also wore a look of astonishment, perplexed as he inquired, what is Shrek Academy attempting? Why have they not sent out their main forces? Why is Dai Hao's son not participating? Yet, regardless of the many uncertainties, the competition must proceed. The referees dispatched by the Xinglua Empire took their positions, signaling both sides to advance. The 7 competitors from each side swiftly converged at the center of the arena. As they drew closer, the Shrek 7 could discern the grim expressions on their opponents' faces. History had repeatedly demonstrated the outcome of encountering Shrek Academy in the first round. The referee spoke in a deep voice. Round 1, elimination match, team battle. Both sides may utilize most soul-guiding devices during the contest. However, should one party concede, the other must cease all attacks. Soul Masters are prohibited from employing high-damage equipment, such as fixed soul-guiding devices in combat. Is that clear? Understood. Bei Bei replied with a composed expression. The captain of Tianqing Advanced Soul Master Academy, a tall young man appearing to be around 20, maintained a relatively normal demeanor among his peers and echoed Bei Bei's acknowledgement. The referee nodded and instructed, both sides, retreat to your respective sides of the arena. Upon my command, the match will commence. No one is to release their martial spirits before I announce the start. Otherwise, you will be disqualified. As both teams retreated, they quickly arranged their formations. Tianqing Advanced Soul Master Academy adopted the traditional 3-2-1-1 formation, which is quite error-tolerant and suitable for most situations. Unfortunately for them, they were up against the representatives of Shrek. On the Shrek side, the formation was remarkably casual. Yun Ying and Bei Bei stood at the forefront, while behind them were Kaitu, Su Sanshi, and Jiang Nan in positioned on either flank. Behind Kaitu stood Hui Yuhao, with Wang Dong positioned slightly ahead of him, ready to thwart any unscrupulous ambush. The participating competitors present were undoubtedly familiar with Shrek's formation. It was precisely the arrangement typically employed during hunts for soul beasts in the Soul Beast Forest. Now, Shrek has unveiled such a formidable lineup, as if treating the Heavenly Spirit Advanced Soul Master Academy merely as a means to harvest experience points. Although the Heavenly Spirit Academy indeed lacks strength, one cannot help but admire Shrek Academy. This sentiment resonates with the majority present, for the audacity of showcasing such a lineup speaks volumes about Shrek's arrogance. Dismissing their opponents entirely, Brother Bei, let us charge together. Yun Ying's crimson eyes sparkled with eagerness, ready to dive headfirst into battle. Before we engage, let us pull someone else in. We mustn't falter and fail to return. Despite the Heavenly Spirit's evident weakness, the situation was palpably lacking in substance. Be cautious, Bei. Bei Bei replied, a hint of resignation in his voice, as he felt Yun Ying had become increasingly reckless, though he too yearned to rush in. Stay close to me. We shall mount a direct assault. No problem. Just call me Yun Inflateding. Yun Ying declared, let me tell you, I have mastered the true essence of Inuo, capable of initiating a physical charge while simultaneously eliminating teammates. Cough. Let's skip that part. The referee raised his right hand and boomed. The match begins. At that moment, both teams unleashed their martial spirits almost in unison. Immediately after releasing their martial spirits, Yun Ying executed a desperate teleportation, forcefully initiating combat, daring to take on 7 opponents alone. Are we going in? Bei Bei stared, bewildered, as Yun Ying vanished beneath his very eyes. Turning, he saw her already embroiled in battle, prompting him to accelerate with lightning speed to her side. Why are Bei Bei and Yun Ying so aggressive? Su Sanshi observed the two charging forward, feeling an irresistible urge to join the fray. You just focus on protecting Hui Yuhao and the others, Jiang Nan remarked with a sidelong glance. Su Sanshi chuckled, clutching his Xianin shield, seemingly idle. Brother, use the soul guide artillery. I will direct you with my spiritual detection, Hui Yuhao suggested, giving Kaitu a thumbs up. He then produced an exquisite iron box adorned with 4 barrels, which lit up, directing 4 soul guide beams straight at the opposing 7. The second form of the blazing fire god gun, ruthless destruction, Yun Ying shouted. Uncertain of how many forms the blazing fire god gun possessed, but her declaration was enough to instill fear in their adversaries. As the blazing fire gun pierced through, the captain of Heavenly Spirit released his martial spirit, a green bamboo, and attempted to counter the assault. However, fire inherently counters wood. And with a significant disparity in martial spirit quality between them, coupled with their equal cultivation levels, Yun Ying overwhelmed him effortlessly. Following the impact of Yun Ying's attack, the captain's expression shifted dramatically as he was forced back several paces, his arm trembling slightly from the force. Subsequently, the Heavenly Spirit team attempted to encircle Yun Ying, seeking to achieve a qualitative change through sheer numbers. This plan was swiftly thwarted by Bei Bei's timely intervention, as purple lightning flickered and eliminated one opponent in an instant. Jiang Nan followed suit, employing her agility to eliminate another member of the Heavenly Spirit team at the opportune moment. With Kaitu continuously firing soul guide beams to disrupt the enemy, The combined might of the four led to the complete elimination of the Heavenly Spirit Academy. After a brief moment of silence engulfed the arena, it was soon followed by an eruption of cheers. Although this match was brief, it undeniably showcased the immense strength of Shrek Academy, leaving the spectators exhilarated. Then the referee announced, "The victor of this match is the Shrek Academy." Following his declaration, a wave of cheers erupted, and amidst the resounding applause, Yun Ying and the other 6 members gracefully exited the stage. Chapter 71. Wang Yin. I am too troubled. As the 7 departed, Wang Yin hurriedly approached, and the group returned to their designated viewing area belonging to Shrek Academy to watch the subsequent matches. Well done, everyone, Ma Xiaotao praised with a smile, while Dai Yueting gave a thumbs up, remarking, quite impressive. Although their opponents were relatively weaker, it was still surprising to see the Outer Academy's 7 dispatch their rivals so swiftly, which further bolstered their confidence that the Outer Academy could hold out until their recovery. At the very least, they were confident they could endure until Ling Luoqing's recovery. However, according to the intelligence gathered, the participating teams in this grand competition generally possessed high levels of cultivation. Whether the Outer Academy could withstand the pressure remained uncertain. One could only hope. As the matches progressed, the group watched intently, only to find their freshly instilled confidence in winning the upcoming contests gradually crumble. Unfortunately, the ensuing matches featured predominantly high-caliber confrontations, showcasing several strong teams and even opponents of the Soul King level. This was disheartening, as if the Inner Academy students had not sustained injuries or required lengthy recovery periods, they would have faced no worries. After all, with 2 Soul Emperors overseeing them, what was there to fear? Yet, despite the presence of Soul Emperors and Soul Kings, their current situation rendered such advantages temporarily moot. Nevertheless, the Outer Academy members remained resolutely confident. Will we encounter a Soul Emperor later? Su Sancher inquired curiously while munching on seeds. Bei Bei shot him a glare, admonishing, "What are you saying? Is this really the time to dampen morale?" Su Sancher shrugged, exclaiming, "But we also have 2 Soul Emperors, right? Isn't it possible that the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, our perennial rivals, might not have their own?" Su Sancher's point was not without merit. Ma Xiaotao, her expression grave, slowly tapped the table with her right hand, stating, "If we can deploy Soul Emperors, why can't they?" Wang Dong appeared despondent, expressing, "If they're all at the Soul Sect level, that would be manageable, but against Soul Kings, we can only rely on Bei Bei and Yun Ying. If a Soul Emperor shows up, well, he might as well sit out. What are we to do then? Victory cannot simply be achieved through numbers," Wang Dong lamented, suddenly feeling the daunting challenge of the competition. Weak opponents were manageable, and Soul Sects were solvable, but facing a Soul King or Soul Emperor, team battles might work well. But what about individual duels? Did they truly have to rely on a miracle, like a Soul Emperor suffering a misfortune after eating a bowl of beef noodles? The likelihood of such an event was nearly non-existent. Having calculated roughly, he concluded that if fortune favored them, they might encounter formidable teams only in the quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals. And even if they did, what harm would it cause? With teamwork, could they not triumph? Moreover, they could count on reinforcements from the academy. Wang Yin suddenly regretted allowing the Outer Academy members to stay and watch. After all, he had painstakingly crafted words to inspire confidence, only for it all to be undermined by their observations. However, the inevitable was bound to arrive. Even if he had asked everyone to return, they would eventually face it in the upcoming matches. Rather than being caught off guard then, it was better to understand the situation now and be prepared. Wang Yin's ability to perform under pressure was commendable, as he managed to restore the group's morale with just a few well-chosen words amidst their faltering confidence. Reinforcements? Do we truly have reinforcements? Pondered the Outer Academy members. Ever since arriving in Xinglua City, they had heard the Academy would send reinforcements. Yet no one had appeared even as the competition commenced. Wang Yin had repeatedly assured them that reinforcements were indeed forthcoming, albeit delayed due to the time taken to recall the Inner Academy disciples. Yet, while his demeanor was calm, his tone suggested he was concealing something. The others harbored their suspicions but refrained from voicing them. They were not foolish and understood Wang Yin's intentions to encourage them and bolster their confidence. As they concluded watching the matches, they noted that aside from a few powerful teams led by Soul Kings, the remaining teams appeared rather unremarkable. This somewhat eased Wang Yin's worries, especially since it was his first time leading the team alone, especially without Elder Xian, who had returned to Shrek Academy to treat Chen Zifeng and had yet to return. This uncertainty weighed heavily on him, despite Elder Xian's earlier reassurance to do their utmost. However, the ambiguity of doing their best left him uneasy. Wang Yin, I am truly in a difficult position. After watching the matches, like other academies, they returned to their hotel and under Wang Yin's guidance, convened in the meeting room. Chapter 72, Distinct Personalities and Kaitu. The group settled into their dedicated meeting room, awaiting Wang Yin's instructions. Wang Yin stood, a slight flush of excitement coloring his cheeks as he surveyed Bei Bei, Yun Ying, Su Sanshi, Jiang Nanan, Wang Dong, Hui Yuhao, and Kaitu. Regardless of how the battles unfolded, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude. You have successfully upheld the honor of Shrek Academy, showcasing our strength to all and silencing any doubters. On behalf of the Academy, thank you. As he spoke, Wang Yin even bowed to the outer Academy members. This victory bore significant meaning for Shrek Academy, for they had avoided an early elimination. Moreover, this triumph suggested that they would persist into the elimination rounds, hinging on the efforts of Ma Xiaodao and her companions. Now, it awaited to see how they would perform in the elimination stage. As the team leader, Bei Bei inhaled deeply and declared, "Rest assured, Teacher Wang, we will exert ourselves to secure victory in every match possible before the reinforcements or seniors recover." Wang Yin nodded, affirming, "I believe you will succeed. Based on today's observations, I need to thoroughly analyze strategies. If utilized effectively, your upcoming matches will be considerably easier." Understood. The group replied in unison. With the first day already hosting elimination matches, the following 2 days allowed the Shrek Academy members ample opportunity to rest. Yet the anticipated reinforcements remained elusive. During these 2 days, Wang Yin was the busiest, entering and exiting frequently, exhibiting a trend reminiscent of a dragon that was seen but never caught. It was until the evening of the 3rd day of the competition that he summoned all the team members to the meeting room. "Xiaodao, how are the injuries of you 5? Wang Yan's gaze first fell upon Ma Xiaodao, Dai Yaoheng, Ling Luoqing, CC, and Gong Mo. Ma Xiaodao spoke. "These past few days have allowed us to recuperate in peace, and my injuries have healed quite well. A complete recovery within half a month is entirely feasible. If we must act sooner, we could manage it in 10 days, though it might exacerbate the injuries. Damage to the internal organs is the gravest concern for soul masters. If the organs are impacted and displaced, a series of complications can ensue. Fortunately, the 3 of us were not poisoned at that time, and CC and Gong Mo had their toxins neutralized by Yun Ying. Otherwise, a mere half-month of rest would be out of the question. The others who return to the Academy for treatment will require at least 3 months to recover. Even now, reflecting on our harrowing experience in the Mingdou mountain range, the 5 of us still feel a sense of righteous indignation. The capabilities of that evil soul master were simply beyond comprehension. A soul skill that grows stronger with more corpses, such a thing is unheard of. Otherwise, we would not have suffered such a great loss." Dai Yaoheng added, "My condition is similar." Ling Luoqing nodded in agreement, "A normal recovery." CC chimed in, "I am also recovering at a standard pace." Gong Mo affirmed, "Likewise." Wang Yin remarked, "That is reassuring." He then turned his attention to the 7 members of the reserve team led by Bei Bei. "In the first battle, you showcased the spirit of Shrek Academy. And over the past few days, I have been observing the matches of other academies while listening to their reactions to our initial battle. The results have exceeded our expectations. Now, in the eyes of the other academies, Shrek Academy symbolizes mystery and strength. They remain unaware of the true extent of our capabilities. The limited abilities we displayed in our first match have only deepened their misunderstanding of us, allowing us to catch them off guard with many of our techniques." Wang Yin gestured for everyone to quiet down and continued, "I have closely analyzed the matches of other academies. The first round of elimination can certainly be described as brutal. Few academies have advanced as easily as we did. Even the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy faced fierce resistance, taking a full 10 minutes to conclude their battle. This indicates that we have ample time to conserve our strength. Tomorrow, the round-robin matches will commence. The lineup for the round-robin has been announced, arranged in the order of advancement from the first elimination round. Now, I will outline the tactical arrangements for tomorrow. Through the battle with the Death's Hand bandits and the command he exercised before the first match, Wang Yin had fully earned the recognition of the 5 inner courtyard disciples as their leading instructor. Wang Yin declared, "Hui Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Yun Ying are my students, and I am quite familiar with their abilities. However, my understanding of the other 4 of you is still somewhat lacking, which may affect my tactical arrangements. Therefore, I hope you can disclose your soul skills. For soul masters, soul skills are the greatest secret. However, the situation within the academy is markedly different. Moreover, given the imminent competition, Wang Yan's request is entirely reasonable." Bei Bei nodded as the captain, taking the lead. He spoke solemnly. I possess 4 soul skills: Thunder Dragon Claw, Thunderbolt, Thunder Fury, and Thunder Dragon Head. As he spoke, he elaborated on the characteristics and capabilities of his soul skills. Following him were Su Sanshi and Jiang Nannan. Su Sanshi, renowned as Bei Bei's equal in the Outer Academy, impressed everyone with his 4 soul skills. Jiang Nannan's abilities were also formidable, particularly in one-on-one combat, where her soul skills would undoubtedly leave a lasting impression on her opponents. Next came He Kaitu, who, as a soul master, typically wouldn't need to disclose his soul skills. However, given the circumstances, Wang Yin asked, "He Kaitu, you are a soul master. Ordinarily, I wouldn't need to inquire about your soul skills, but we must utilize every potential ability available. Could you share your soul skills with us?" He Kaitu awkwardly replied, "Teacher Wang, my martial soul and soul skills are somewhat unique and may be hard for others to accept." Upon hearing this, Yun Ying felt an ominous premonition. Reflecting on the original text regarding He Kaitu's martial soul, she wondered if it was wise to be so candid. Looking at Wu Yuhao, she noticed his expression was equally peculiar, leaving Wang Dong perplexed. Huh? Is brother He's martial soul really that strange? Why do you both look like that? Strange? No. Not at all. Yun Ying quickly composed herself, adopting an air of calmness. Instinctively, she reached for her glasses, only to accidentally poke herself in the eye. She awkwardly withdrew her hand, feigning nonchalance. Brother He's martial soul is simply unique. Unique. Wu Yuhao recalled that night when he saw the long, dark object that He Kaitu had held in his mouth. Could that be He Kaitu's martial soul? Good heavens, what an eye-opener. Wu Yuhao curiously asked Yun Ying, "How do you know this?" Yun Ying instinctively touched her face, realizing she might have revealed too much. However, she quickly devised a strategy. What if she exposed herself? She could easily fabricate a reason on the spot. I saw it once back at the academy, she said, maintaining a composed demeanor that convinced Wang Dong and Wu Yuhao of her story. Oh, I see, Wu Yuhao nodded, turning his attention back to He Kaitu, eager to learn more about Yun Ying's description of that unique martial soul. Chapter 73, I have a big cigar, what is there to be embarrassed about? Besides, we are teammates, and if we don't clarify everything, I want to be able to arrange my tactics effectively, Wang Yin said with a smile, patting He Kaitu on the shoulder. Exactly, you're a grown man. What is there to be shy about? Why the hesitation? Ma Xiaodao furrowed her brow slightly. Yun Ying felt a twitch of her eyelid and approached Ma Xiaodao, whispering, Sister Xiaodao, brother He's martial soul has some peculiarities, so please try not to Just don't laugh. Don't laugh? Ma Xiaodao paused, then replied with a serious expression, rest assured. We have all received professional training and would never mock another's martial soul. Yun Ying thought, why does that sound increasingly unreliable? Seeing that He Kaitu was still somewhat reluctant, Wang Yin smiled and said, utilize what you have. It's fine, just speak up. Let us see how peculiar your martial soul is. He Kaitu looked around at everyone, feeling a bit self-conscious, but you must promise not to laugh. Ma Xiaodao nodded gravely. All right, we want to laugh, so go on. What is taking you so long? Big guy? He Kaita's face flushed. I have a big cigar. Ma Xiaodao was taken aback, her anger flaring. What did you say? However, before she could unleash her fury, He Kaita's body was already enveloped by 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings. The first soul ring glowed brightly, and in his hand appeared the long, dark, thick object that Hui Yuhao had seen before. The meeting room fell silent as everyone except Yun Ying and Hui Yuhao gaped in astonishment at He Kaitu. He quickly emphasized, no laughing. We agreed not to laugh. The entire conference room instantly transformed into a sea of laughter. Everyone erupted into hearty guffaws, including teacher Wang Yin, who was no exception. Truly, what a peculiar spectacle. He Kaitu's martial soul was unexpectedly bizarre, something that no one could have imagined. Their laughter resonated even in the corridor outside, drawing the attention of Ma Rulong, the captain of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy's elite team, who was passing by. He immediately frowned, wondering what on earth the Shrek Academy students found so amusing, especially with the round-robin competition set to begin tomorrow. Was this not a sign of disrespect towards their opponents? In a fit of embarrassment and anger, He Kaitu suddenly thrust his thick cigar into the mouth of the merrily laughing Su Sanshi. Su Sanshi's smile froze instantly, and he started to sputter. Woo-woo. What is this? Unbeknownst to him, He Kaitu ignited the other end of the cigar with a flicker of flame from his right hand. Cough, cough, this, cough, cough, cough. I'm coughing. Su Sanshi was immediately engulfed in a thick cloud of smoke, unable to speak coherently. He Kaitu snorted, saying, I told you not to laugh. Yet you insisted I speak. You all agreed not to laugh, but your words are not to be trusted. After a great effort, the others managed to suppress their laughter. Though they were still doubled over in mirth, particularly Ma Xiaodao, who initially thought Kaidu was scolding her, only to discover that it was his soul spell. I say, Kaitu, what kind of system does your martial soul belong to? Ma Xiaodao asked with an amused expression, unable to contain her laughter. Kaidu, wearing a face of grievance, retorted, how can you not know this as a senior in the inner academy? Only food-type martial souls can exhibit soul spells. I am a food-type soul master. As he spoke, Su Sancher suddenly emitted a soft "oh," pulling the thick cigar from his mouth. Then he took a deep puff, exhaling a dense cloud of smoke that filled the conference room with a rich tobacco aroma. Ah, what a fine item. Refreshing and invigorating. A couple of puffs truly feels delightful, Su Sancher exclaimed, his excitement evident as he gazed at the burning cigar in his hand. Bei, overhearing, chuckled, indeed. How could you not feel good with Kai's thick cigar in your mouth? Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong were somewhat oblivious to the double entendre in Bei's words, while the others burst into laughter, causing Su Sanchi's face to flush crimson. Jiang Nanan, beside him, was equally embarrassed, her face turning red as she cast her gaze downward. Brother Bei, your words, Su Sancher protested with a look of wrongful accusation, turning to Bei to complain, Nanan, you're unjustly blaming me. I tell you. This Bei may seem refined on the surface, yet he is an absolute tease beneath it all. Besides, Shaoan and Yuhao were friends with him. It's Bei who has led them astray. Just go away, Bei rolled his eyes. How can you claim I led anyone astray? Do you not share any responsibility? Finally, Wang Yin managed to stifle his laughter. All right, enough of your antics. Kaitu, what exactly is the function of your food-type martial soul? Kaitu huffed but remained silent. Wang Yin chuckled. Come now, everyone has stopped laughing at you. You cannot blame us. Your soul spell is rather peculiar. How could we refrain from reacting? Please, enlighten us, as this could be crucial for our future battles. Reluctantly, Kaitu replied, this is my first soul skill, called Invigorating Cigar. Each cigar burns for about 20 minutes. During its inhalation, it aids in the mental focus and concentration of everyone present. In fact, this soul skill is most suitable for Yuhao. If he utilizes it, I assure you, the potency of his mental-type soul skills will increase by at least 10%. The previously jovial crowd exchanged glances, their smiles fading and replaced by expressions of astonishment. Invigorating cigar? Yun Ying seemed taken aback. Isn't that akin to the principles of a stimulant from my previous life? However, this is far superior. Wang Yin was the most astonished of all. A soul skill that amplifies mental power? And to such a degree? Kaitu nodded, indeed. Is this not a typical ability of food-type soul masters? We are far behind auxiliary soul masters in comparison. I have heard that a second-year student from the Jiobao Glazed clan possesses an incredibly powerful amplification soul skill. Wang Yin replied, however, her amplification requires a continuous expenditure of soul power. Does yours consume soul power upon creation? Additionally, food-type soul masters' skills typically consume minimal soul power. Moreover, will your skill's strength increase as your cultivation advances? Kaitu pondered for a moment. The consumption of soul power is indeed minimal because I primarily use my soul power for soul-guiding devices. As for any additional amplification, I have not paid much attention to it. The primary function of my soul rings is to enhance my own soul power cultivation. Among my 4 soul skills, I generally use this first one more frequently, as it improves my accuracy when using soul-guiding devices. I have seldom utilized the other 3, only having a rough idea of their functions. Wang Yin looked at the others around him and solemnly said, do you all know what I am thinking? Without hesitation, Yun Ying interjected, the martial soul system may have overlooked a gifted food-type soul master. This caused Dai Yueheng, who had been about to speak, to fall silent. Wang Yin nodded vigorously, precisely so. Are you talking about me? Kaitu was taken aback. Wang Yin smiled wryly, but who else could it be? Kaitu, do you realize that among the first generation of Shrek 7 monsters, there was also a food-type soul master? His martial soul was a sausage, quite reminiscent of yours. His soul spell was equally amusing, yet he ultimately became a formidable figure and married the heir of the Jiobao Glazed clan, the ancestor of Ning Rongrong, who elevated the 7 treasures glazed tile to the 9 treasures glazed tile. I must assure you that food-type soul masters are not worthless. If Bei is the leader among you 7, then Yuhao may very well become the brains of your group. With your food-based martial spirit, you have the potential to become an essential logistical support for the entire team. Chao stared at Wang Yin in disbelief. He had always thought that his martial spirit, aside from its capacity for cultivation, was no different from a useless one. When Fan Yu first took him as a disciple and discovered his food-based martial spirit, He paid little heed and primarily trained him as a soul engineer. Moreover, his soul abilities were easily misunderstood, which is why Qiaotu seldom utilized his soul techniques. It was not until today, when Wang Yin unveiled the intricacies of his soul techniques, that he realized he could indeed become a formidable soul master. For a moment, Qiaotu felt as though the heavens were playing a cruel joke on him, leaving his mind blank and unsure of how to respond. Wang Yin reassured him. Do not doubt yourself. Let me explain. Do you know which type of soul master is most esteemed in the army? I shall tell you. It is the food-based soul master. Indeed, it is not the assault, defensive, agility, control, or support types, but the rare and seemingly non-combative food-based soul master. Why is this so? Wang Yin posed and answered his own question. Because food-based soul masters can sustain an army's logistical needs, thereby enhancing the overall combat effectiveness of the troops. If one were a battle-type soul master, the army would merely serve as spectators or cannon fodder. Only food-based soul masters can truly integrate with the military. Your course cigar may only enhance mental strength by 10%, which pales in comparison to the support soul masters. However, among food-based soul masters, this is already remarkable. Qiaotu found it hard to believe, but after further explanation from Wang Yin, he began to grasp the truth that he was indeed a genius food-based soul master. Wang Yin suddenly slapped the table and exclaimed, "What are you waiting for? Quickly release your other 3 soul techniques. Let us see what you have been concealing." At that moment, Wang Yin felt his heart racing. He had always believed the team's greatest flaw was the absence of a support soul master. Little did he know that a genius food-based soul master like Qiaotu was hidden among them. How could he not be thrilled? What Wang Yin had just shared was merely a portion of the advantages of food-based soul masters. While support soul masters may provide stronger boosts, their effects are not enduring. For a team engaged in prolonged combat, the stamina of food-based soul masters far surpasses that of support soul masters, who excel in bursts of power. Each type of soul master has its own strengths. I possess a thick cigar. I possess a long cigar. I possess a slender cigar. Amidst the visible tension on the faces of those present, Qiaotu successfully executed his 3 remaining soul techniques, summoning 3 more cigars into his hands. These shared the same style and color as the previous one, only their sizes differed. Wang Yin stifled his urge to laugh and said solemnly, "Please introduce us to these 3 soul techniques." Qiaotu complied earnestly, stating, "My thick cigar. Oh no, my second soul technique is called the Strength Amplification Thick Cigar. As I have seldom used it, I am unsure of the precise amplification it provides. You may give it a try. The third soul technique is the Defense Amplification Long Cigar. This one is a millennium-old soul technique and likely more effective than the first 2. The last one is the Soul Power Amplification Slim Cigar, which is of no use to me personally, thus I have never employed it." Wang Yin swallowed hard. His eyes wide as he looked at Qiaotu and exclaimed, "So, your 4 types of cigars amplify mental strength, defense, and soul power? My heavens! That scoundrel Fan Yu allowed such a talented food-based soul master to become a soul engineer. I truly wish to confront him." Qiaotu retorted angrily. "You must not speak ill of my teacher." Wang Yin quickly apologized. "I beg your pardon. I am simply overwhelmed with excitement. However, your abilities are simply astonishing." He then declared, "Let us set aside this discussion for now. I command you to produce 10 sets of your 4 soul techniques for us to test." "Teacher Wang, may I opt out?" Bei asked with a troubled expression. Yun Ying chimed in, Me too. Wang Yin firmly replied, "No, everyone must participate. With the amplifications from Qiaotu's soul techniques, your overall strength will increase by at least 10%. Although he cannot use all his cigars simultaneously, each person can select according to their individual needs. Furthermore, these cigars can be stored for up to 2 days, making them essential tools for your competitions." Yun Ying was taken aback. Although the effects were indeed impressive, she had never smoked in her nearly 40 years of life, having indulged in much alcohol instead, let alone cigars. The power of a food-based soul master quickly became apparent. If it were a support soul master, they could not possibly unleash their techniques consecutively for dozens of times. Yet Qiaotu accomplished this with ease. Before long, the conference table was laden with an array of cigars, thick, thin, large, long, truly a cornucopia. Su Sancher grinned at Bei, saying, "Come on, brother, don't be shy. The taste is quite delightful. This is what we call sharing blessings. Let us all enjoy Qiaotu's cigars together." Suddenly, Jiang Nan interrupted, her face visibly pale as she gazed at the cigars before her. Su Sancher then realized the extent of his blunder and awkwardly fell silent. Wang Yin disregarded the expressions of those around him, picking up a robust cigar and taking a puff, then closing his eyes in enjoyment. The 5 disciples in the inner courtyard exhibited a markedly higher immunity to the soul curse. Even Ma Xiaotao lit one up, inhaling without a hint of concern. The members of the reserve team, with no alternative, reluctantly ignited their cigars one by one. Yun Ying quietly lit a thick cigar and slowly placed it in her mouth. Taking a draw. Coughing violently, the overwhelming smoke surged into her throat, prompting her to hastily set it down. Even after swallowing several mouthfuls of saliva, she could not alleviate the dryness in her throat. While the smoke was not particularly unpleasant, the dryness was indeed intolerable. Desperate for relief, Yun Ying set aside her still-burning cigar and sought water. "Can little Yun Ying not smoke?" Su Sancher inquired, taking a puff from his cigar and glancing curiously at the still-lit cigar on the table. "Have you considered how young she is?" Bei Bei remarked helplessly, calculating that Yun Ying should now be around 12 years old, truly too early to begin smoking cigars. "Indeed," Wang Yin mused, placing down his cigar. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Yun Ying, suggesting, "Why not keep a cigar for yourself during competitions? That way, if unexpected situations arise, they can be easily resolved." "Huh." Yun Ying was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing the expectant expression on Hikaita's face, she acquiesced. All right then. What exactly was Hikaita anticipating? Was it her choking on his cigar and then needing to find water? Chapter 74. Tactical Deployment After Numerous Attempts. The group discovered that the same cigar had varying effects on different individuals. For instance, the mentally attuned Hui Yuhao was best suited for the mentally amplifying thick cigar, Su Sancher for the defensive enhancing long cigar, while Bei Bei and Yun Ying fared better with the strength enhancing large cigars, among others. Although Yun Ying continually asserted that her offensive capabilities were already sufficiently strong and that she required the defensive long cigar rather than the large one, Su Sancher jestingly suggested, "Why not carry both? That way, you can stuff one of each in your mouth when the time comes, eliminating the dilemma of which to bring." Yun Ying retorted incredulously, "Why don't you stuff both in your mouth, then?" Su Sanchi's lack of precision in speech irked her. "Have you ever seen a woman who can fit two?" Bei Bei playfully punched him, to which Su Sancher feigned injury, casting a mournful glance at Bei Bei. "What kind of look is that? I assure you, I am not fond of men," Bei Bei warned, distancing herself from him while remaining vigilant. "Alas, the world is a bitter place," Su Sancher lamented, earning himself a multitude of eye rolls from the others. The 4th soul skill, Soul Power Amplification Cigar, belonging to Hikaita, is indeed suitable for everyone. During its use, it significantly reduces the soul power requirements when casting soul skills, effectively increasing the total soul power available to them. Under the empowering influence of the cigar, the group gradually succumbed to Hikaita's unfortunate soul incantations. After all, Hikaita's soul skill lasts for 2 days, so they simply needed to ignore his incessant mutterings while he crafted the cigars. However, a few individuals remained reluctant to utilize this cigar. Surprisingly, it was not Jiang Nanan or Yun Ying, but Wang Dong who reacted most strongly against trying the cigar. No amount of persuasion from Hui Yuhao could sway him. Although Jiang Nanan was also hesitant, she eventually accepted a cigar. Reluctantly, Hui Yuhao had to reserve an extra cigar for himself. Wang Yin looked at the resolute Wang Dong and said, "If you truly refuse, then so be it. However, I still recommend you keep one for safekeeping." Wang Dong shook his head vigorously. "No?" Wang Yin frowned slightly and continued, "Very well. Let's arrange our tactics for the upcoming round-robin tournament. As I mentioned before, there will be 3 battle modes during this phase. Given our impressive performance in the first round, it is undeniable that we will be among the 8 teams. To everyone else, the remaining 7 teams are merely competing for a chance to advance, while we are practically assured of our place. We intend to exploit this psychological shift to make our tactical arrangements more flexible. A total of 67 teams will enter the round-robin, divided into 8 groups, with 3 groups consisting of 9 members each and the remaining 5 composed of 8 members. This implies that we will engage in 7 matches in the group stage. Each victory earns 2 points, while a loss yields none, and a tie grants 1 point. Each day, 4 groups will compete, with a cycle lasting 2 days. After 7 rounds, plus the additional matches for the 9-member groups, the round-robin is expected to span 15 to 16 days. Approximately by the 4th round, Ling Luocheng will return. If all goes smoothly, both Ma Xiaodao and Dai Yaoheng are anticipated to rejoin by the 6th round, significantly enhancing our strength. Tomorrow morning, we will ascertain our group and opponents. Given our reputation, we will be the first to compete in the round-robin. My foremost tactical arrangement is to preserve our strength as much as possible. In the previous match, aside from Beibei, Jiang Nanan, and Hui Yuhao, who simulated 4 soul rings, and Yun Ying, who revealed 1, the rest did not display their soul rings. This has instilled a sense of caution among the other academies, as they remain unaware of our true overall strength. This uncertainty lays a foundation for our remaining matches. If the opposing academies are oblivious to our capabilities, they will likely adopt a more cautious approach. Thus, we must decisively eliminate our opponents, conserving our strength until Ma Xiaodao and the others can recover. Wang Yin calmly analyzed their current situation, and his words resonated with the others, prompting nods of agreement. Now, based on your current cultivation levels, I have assigned groups. For team battles, Hui Yuhao will command with his mental detection. Everyone should focus on cooperation. If individual battles are drawn, you will fight according to your ages. That said, Yun Ying, you will follow Su Sanshi into the arena. In the initial matches, Beibei, Su Sanshi, and Yun Ying will take the lead. If they can defeat the opposing academy among themselves, that would be ideal. If not, at the very least, they should weaken them significantly before Jiang Nanan and the others conclude the fight. Once the situation is established, subsequent matches will become considerably easier. The final battle format will be 2-on-2 followed by a 3-on-3. Generally, 2 2-on-2 matches precede a 3-on-3, should the first 2 matches be won. The third will be rendered unnecessary. As for the groupings, Beibei and Jiang Nanan will team up, Su Sanshi will pair with Yi Kaidu, and the remaining trio, Hui Yuhao, Yun Ying, and Wang Dong will engage in the 3-on-3. Su Sanshi, looking dismayed, remarked, "Teacher Wang, why can't I team with Jiang Nanan? We are familiar with each other and would surely coordinate well." Jiang Nanan widened her eyes, exclaiming, "Who are you familiar with? Don't try to cozy up to me." Wang Yin replied evenly, "This is a competition, not a place for romance. Your abilities are better suited to pair with Kaitu, who excels in offense while you focus on defense. Jiang Nanan's agility complements Beibei's strength. If she teams with you, she might only unleash 30% of her potential." Jiang Nanan, typically reserved, nodded without hesitation, affirming, "Teacher Wang is wise." Su Sanshi sulked but recognized that it was a competition arrangement and refrained from protest. Wang Yin concluded, "That is the basic arrangement. For us, the latter 2 battle formats are the most advantageous. Team battles are the easiest to expose our strategies. I must emphasize, during the competition, everyone should be vigilant regarding the opponent's soul guide devices, which can be freely utilized. Yuhao, do not hesitate with your mental detection. For the glory of our academy, we must strive to win by all means possible. I will provide on-site direction, and I hope you will adhere to my guidance." Understood. The 7 team members replied in unison. Wang Yin stood up, saying, "Tonight, ensure you rest well and prepare yourselves for peak condition. No one is permitted to go out. Especially you, Yun Ying, do not wander off at night." Yun Ying responded, and Wang Yin clapped his hands, declaring, "All right, the meeting is adjourned." The group rose, exiting the conference room to return to their quarters, replenishing their energies in anticipation of tomorrow's competition. Chapter 75. The round robin begins. The first elimination round of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition has finally concluded. The audience in Xinglua City has been thoroughly stirred. Each night, spectators line up early, as the expansive Xinglua Square cannot accommodate the overwhelming demand. Consequently, to manage the crowd, the Xinglua Empire has naturally raised the entrance fees, resulting in a substantial profit. Of course, the ultimate rewards for this grand event are also provided by the Xinglua Empire, as has been customary for each edition of the tournament. However, the rewards are not explicitly defined. No nation would tarnish its reputation and would always present something commendable. Why is the first round structured as an elimination format? Aside from reducing the number of participating academies, it also serves to make the competition more thrilling and intense. The Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition has become a significant event for various empires, rivaling the fervor of the KPL events from the past. To sustain this competition and attract more spectators, thereby generating greater profits and enhancing their prestige, such a method must be employed to elevate the excitement, making it the most popular event across the empire, without exception. The elimination format has rendered the matches exceptionally captivating and fierce. Although officials have made every effort to minimize casualties, the first round of elimination still resulted in nearly 200 participants sustaining varying degrees of injuries, with over a dozen students succumbing to severe wounds. The slightly gruesome scenes have significantly heightened the spectacle, much to the audience's delight. Certainly, all trainees who tragically lose their lives in unforeseen circumstances shall receive a substantial compensation from the official authorities of the Starry Empire. However, for their families, the solace of such reparations pales in comparison to the anguish of losing a child. Yet, there is little to be done, for no one can guarantee that a single contestant will emerge unscathed throughout the entire competition, and those who have perished can only be regarded as unfortunate victims of fate. Furthermore, after the initial elimination round, the remaining teams from various academies are undoubtedly more formidable, resulting in a competition that is nothing short of spectacular. This has led to an astonishing situation where the Starry Square, capable of accommodating over 200,000 spectators, has become a bastion of scarcity for tickets. Each day, the vicinity of Starry Square is choked with throngs of people. Even those unable to gain entry do not disperse. Instead, they remain steadfast, queuing for the following day. Interestingly, even the wealthiest patrons who attended the first day's events find themselves unable to secure a place in line the next day, demonstrating a rare equality. The royal family of the Starry Empire, confronted with such a scenario, is understandably elated, having dispatched an additional 5,000 elite soldiers into the city to maintain order. Simultaneously, they have commenced the official sale of battle reports. Each day, fresh chronicles of the contest emerge, priced at merely a few copper coins. Yet the volume of buyers is overwhelming. Detailed reports for every match are available, generating yet another stream of revenue. The royal family of the Starry Empire is, once again, quietly reaping substantial profits. However, the Starry Empire adeptly manages its relationships. Even those academies that faced elimination have their travel and accommodation expenses fully covered by the Empire, along with a supplementary allowance. Medical care is provided for the injured, while compensation is rendered for the deceased. Coupled with the fervent audience and the commendable order maintained during this grand event, merely 3 days of competition have garnered nearly universal acclaim from all participating academies, resulting in both tangible benefits and enhanced prestige. Truly, the Starry Empire excels in its dealings. As Bebe gazed at the sea of humanity surrounding him on the way to the competition venue, he mused aloud. Come now. How could they have thrived for over a millennium if they lacked such acumen? Su Sancher retorted with a smirk, adding, yet, to be profiting even from battle reports. One wonders just how desperate the Starry Empire is for funds. Who would dare to oppose the golden soul coins? Yun Ying calmly took a bite of her bread, reflecting. If I were in their position, I would likely do the same, though perhaps on a slightly smaller scale than the royal family, through the experience of opening a shop. She finally comprehended the exquisite joy that wealth brings. No wonder the group of seasoned veterans in her previous life incessantly proclaimed in their chat that being rich was a source of immense happiness, frequently clamoring for affluent patrons to support them, expressing their desire to abandon hard work. It seems that she could also consider herself a minor wealthy figure, after all. In terms of assets, Yun Ying must possess at least several million gold soul coins. That being said, Bebe nodded in agreement, casting a silent glance at Yun Ying, who was engrossed in her meal. Is this what the world of the affluent looks like? How enviable. Although his own family background was also quite formidable. Only 7 representatives from the Outer Academy and their leading teacher, Wang Yin, had come to the competition, while the 5 members of Ma Xiaota remained at the hotel, focusing on recovery to ensure they could compete as soon as possible. Before they could enter, the group was greeted by the roars of the audience inside, the clamoring growing louder with each passing moment, causing the 7 from the Outer Academy to feel somewhat disoriented. Let us proceed, Wang Yin stated, guiding everyone into the competition venue. When the deep green competition attire appeared in the entrance passage for the participating academies, the entire Xinglua Square erupted once more. From the nearest entryway, the spectators chanted Shrek's name in unison. They traversed the passageway to the resting area designated for Shrek Academy, where they settled down to prepare. The resting area of Shrek Academy was located at the northernmost end, closest to the Imperial City Wall, and was considerably larger than those of other academies. It contained no less than 20 comfortable sofas, along with dedicated attendants. The tables nearby were laden with food, fruits, and beverages, making it feel less like a competition and more like a gathering for honored guests. The accommodations for the other academies were somewhat similar, yet they lacked attendants, and their resting areas were notably smaller than that of Shrek Academy, each only providing 7 seats for the primary team members. Reserves or substitutes had to stand in the back. At that moment, the host was already warming up the crowd, first announcing the names of the academies that had passed the first round of competition, followed by the introduction of the groupings. As Wang Yin had anticipated, there were 8 academy teams in the group to which Shrek Academy belonged. Among these 8 teams, Shrek Academy's representative team was undoubtedly the most talked about. Up until now, no one could discern the true level of Shrek. Some even speculated that Shrek had only sent its reserve team for the earlier matches and would dispatch its main team later. However, based on attendance, this was implausible. As Shrek Academy had only brought 12 students, insufficient to form 2 teams unless they had sent only 5 main members. Did they really hold such a low opinion of the competing teams? Frustration bubbled within, but they could only suppress it. After all, this was Shrek Academy. They were not to be trifled with. Even if they sent their reserve team for this grand competition, no one would dare to complain. After a series of trivial remarks to engage the audience, the host proclaimed with fervor, "Now, let us welcome the continent's foremost academy, the Shrek Academy representative team." Along with their opponent, the Douluo Advanced Soul Master Academy representative team, to the combat zone. We also invite both team captains to the stage to determine their method of competition. The distinction between the 2 academies was evident from the introductions. When introducing Shrek Academy, no national designation was prefixed to its name, whereas other academies had theirs included. This was because no nation dared to claim Shrek Academy as its own. Not even the Heavenly Soul Empire, where Shrek was located. At Wang Yan's signal, Bei rose and made his way to the stage, where he encountered the captain of the Douluo Advanced Soul Master Academy, a robust man whose physique was reminiscent of Kai Tu. With golden short hair and a white uniform that showcased his muscular contours, he appeared formidable. Both stepped onto the competition stage, where the drawing of lots was a straightforward process. The referee presented a transparent draw container for both captains to inspect, with a small circular hole on one side. The referee inserted 3 balls representing different combat styles before flipping the hole upward. The 2 captains then placed a palm on the large sphere. The referee counted down, 3, 2, 1. This was the first draw of the round-robin tournament. As the large sphere was vigorously tossed into the air, a yellow ball emerged, signifying individual combat. Shrek Academy would face Douluo Academy in a one-on-one elimination format. Please send out your first competitors, the referee announced, igniting a spark of excitement among the audience. Individual matches were undoubtedly more thrilling than team battles. After a shared glance, both team captains descended the stage. Prior to the draw, Bei had already received guidance from Wang Yan, who advised him to step down after the draw, regardless of the competition format. Bei quickly returned to the waiting area, casting an inquiring glance at Wang Yan and stating, "Teacher Wang, I shall go." However, Wang Yan shook his head, exuding confidence as he replied, "We should have a good chance in this match." After explaining his reasoning, he turned to Su Sanshur and declared, "For the first match, Su Sanshur, you shall take the lead." Upon hearing that he would be the first to compete, Su Sanshur leapt to his feet, flexing his right arm in a display of muscles, proclaiming, "Watch me." With that, he strode confidently toward the competition stage. "Do you not find his demeanor rather foolish?" Bei asked Yun Ying, who was beside him. Yun Ying, munching on a bag of bread from the heart of the blaze, replied, "A little." Jiang Nan scoffed, adding, "Very foolish." Su Sanshur stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance, before gritting his teeth and making his way onto the competition stage. Chapter 76, Su Sanshur. Surprised? Unexpected? The first competitor from Douluo Academy was not particularly tall. Yet he had broad shoulders, bordering on plumpness. Faced with the towering Su Sanshur, he appeared visibly anxious, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Regardless of the academy, encountering Shrek Academy instilled a sense of trepidation, even among the most illustrious institutions. This was unavoidable, as the mere reputation of Shrek Academy was enough to instill fear in most attending academies, save for the iron-willed students of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. The referee called both competitors to the center, stating solemnly, "The rules for the individual elimination match are as follows. The losing party must exit the stage immediately, while the winner may choose to continue or substitute another competitor. Each team will send forth 7 members until one side has lost all its participants. Do you understand?" "Understood," Su Sanshur replied decisively. His opponent, however, stammered, "Why yes, understood. All right." Both parties step back and await my signal to commence the match. The use of fixed soul guiding devices or any high-damage soul devices reliant on material superiority is prohibited. As the referee retreated, the competitor from Douluo Academy mustered a weak smile and said to Su Sanshur, "I am Ma Ingjun. Please show mercy, senior." Su Sanshur smirked slightly, questioning, "Ma Ingjun? Looking at you, short and stout, there's nothing particularly handsome about you." The other quickly shook his head, exclaiming, "No, not at all. You are the most handsome, senior." Su Sanshur nodded with satisfaction and said, "All right, then I will take it easy later." "Thank you, senior," Ma Ingjun replied cheerfully. feeling that Su Sancher was genuinely a good person. He smiled brightly as he made his way to the competition platform. What is Ma Yingjun doing? In the battle zone. The captain of Douluo Academy stared at him in confusion, as if he had lost his senses. Laughing so hard on the competition stage that it seemed his teeth might fall out. It was likely that a contestant from Shrek Academy had promised him something. Perhaps to go easy on him during the match, which would explain his smile. One female student, who had a commendable figure and good looks, remarked with disdain. While another student beside her expressed indignation. This Shrek Academy really looks down on others. Alright, after all, it is the #1 academy on the continent. Let's just enjoy the competition, the captain of Douluo Academy muttered, his lips twitching, although he secretly shared the same sentiment. Just as Wang Yin had predicted, Douluo Academy was not a particularly formidable institution. Having made it past the first round had already come at a considerable cost, with several key members injured. Now facing the #1 academy, Shrek, it was a wonder they still possessed any fighting spirit. After all, this was a round-robin match. Losing to Shrek Academy was nothing to be ashamed of. Thus, they resolved to do their best and leave the rest to fate. Su Sancher approached the opposite side of the competition stage, casually placing a slender cigar between his lips. He took out an exquisitely crafted soul-guiding lighter to ignite it, inhaling deeply while tilting his head to hold it. With his nonchalant expression, he hardly resembled a good person. His actions caused an uproar among the spectators, and the students from Douluo Academy grew increasingly incensed at his blatant arrogance, smoking a cigar during the match. Was Shrek Academy so lax in their regulations? The referee frowned, but chose not to speak up. The rules of the competition did not explicitly prohibit smoking, and he certainly did not want to provoke Shrek Academy. Begin. The referee bellowed, stepping back to the edge of the arena. Upon hearing this, Ma Yingjun immediately activated his soul-guiding device, fully equipping himself as he anxiously watched Su Sancher, who was still leisurely smoking. Has it started? Su Sancher feigned a look of surprise, provoking further astonishment from the audience. Was this not an extreme display of arrogance? Even as a contestant from Shrek Academy, such boldness was unwarranted. The previous participants from Shrek had appeared quite normal. It was perplexing how this year's contestant was so outrageous. As Su Sancher exhaled a puff of smoke, he unleashed the Xianming turtle shell shield. Just when everyone thought he was finally going to take the match seriously, he unexpectedly turned and sprinted toward the edge of the competition stage, seemingly intending to leap off. The audience? Is he throwing the match? Surely he is. Ma Yingjun felt utterly bewildered. He was beginning to feel faint. Su Sancher had told him earlier that he would take it easy. But this was excessively lenient. Was he really going to concede the first match without a fight? This was absurd. He felt no pressure at all. Ma Yingjun would have preferred Su Sancher to charge at him directly, delivering a solid blow with a shield rather than abandoning the stage. What if the audience and the referee suspected him of throwing the match? Moreover, although the audience had not heard their earlier conversation, the referee had. Hey, big guy. Come back. I feel so weak. Ma Yingjun exclaimed, instinctively glancing at the referee standing at the edge, who was also looking back at him. I don't know how to explain this situation. Do you believe me? Ma Yingjun stammered. The referee shot him a fierce glare. As the referee, he possessed considerable strength. Even if this was merely a round-robin match, and especially since it was the first match. However, he had heard Ma Yingjun's words and shot him an irritated look before turning to ponder what Su Sancher was thinking. No way, Su Sancher. This is the Shrek Academy's battle zone, Wei Yuhao exclaimed in disbelief, and he was not alone in feeling bewildered. Wang Yin, Bei Bei, Jiang Nanan, and others were equally perplexed. Perhaps he intended to catch his opponent off guard. Yun Ying calmly munched on her bread. However, the distance is too far, and Su Sancher is almost leaving the stage. How can Bei Bei suddenly realize something, a mysterious smile curling on his lips? It seemed Su Sancher was up to something mischievous again. Seeing the others' puzzled expressions, Yun Ying continued, have you all forgotten Su Sancher's fourth soul skill? Fourth soul skill? Wang Yin paused before suddenly understanding that Xianming exchange? If that were the case, it would indeed be a clever strategy. Wang Yin elaborated. And the others finally grasped the situation. While they were conversing, Su Sancher had already reached the edge of the platform and, without hesitation, leaped high, directly jumping out of the competition stage. His action elicited gasps from the audience, and even the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire wore a look of astonishment. Just when everyone assumed he was about to throw away the match, Su Sancher's fourth soul ring illuminated brightly. The purple thousand-year soul ring shone brilliantly on the competition stage. Before the audience's astonished gasps could fade, an extraordinary scene unfolded. Su Sanchi's Xianming turtle shell shield glimmered, and then Ma Yingjun, who stood on the stage. Watching Su Sancher flee in a stupor, suddenly felt the ground beneath him disappear, causing him to plummet downwards. Meanwhile, Su Sancher had already arrived at the position he had previously occupied. Their positions were thus exchanged, and to ensure the switch was seamless, Su Sancher activated the exchange just as he was about to reach the ground. However, Ma Yingjun fell dramatically to the ground, inadvertently yielding the first blood. The audience watched in stunned silence, and the referee remained in a daze for quite some time before announcing, the first match is won by Shrek Academy. Please send forth the next contestant from Douluo Academy. Ma Yingjun returned to the waiting area of Douluo Academy in a state of disarray, only to be met with a severe reprimand from his captain. Ma Yingjun lamented, "Woe is me, this is too difficult." In the forthcoming match, Douluo Academy dispatched a female student named Shang Yue. The moment she took the stage, Su Sancher found himself utterly captivated. "Nan, remain calm, remain composed," Yun Ying urged. Noticing Jiang Nanan's expressionless face and the palpable tension emanating from her, "I am perfectly calm," Jiang Nanan retorted, casually picking up a pair of scissors and repeatedly snapping them. This action sent a chill down Yun Ying's spine. Although she was currently a girl, she bore the memories of over 20 years of life as a man. Witnessing such a gesture, Yun Ying inexplicably felt an unsettling shiver. Throughout the entire match, the palpable low pressure emanating from Jiang Nanan was somewhat unbearable for Yun Ying. Observing Su Sancher continuing to dance energetically atop the grave, Yun Ying couldn't help but feel a profound sense of admiration. As Su Sancher struck Shuang Yue's posterior with his shield, he gazed at her furious expression from the audience below. Innocently shrugging, he remarked, "You can't blame me. Your elasticity was simply too impressive, causing you to bounce off. It was a mistake, certainly a mistake." While speaking, his eyes briefly wandered to Shuang Yue's curvaceous form. Even more lewdly, after glancing at Shuang Yue, his gaze drifted to Jiang Nanan in the resting area. Jiang Nanan's expression darkened as she seized a long piece of fruit from the table and swiftly snipped it with scissors. With a snap, Su Sancher felt a tightening sensation in a certain area, instantly turning to the referee with a righteous demeanor, declaring, "I have won. Let us proceed to the next round." The referee retorted, "Don't think I didn't notice that little trick of yours." Chapter 77. First victory in the round robin after the referee's words. The captain of Douluo Academy stepped onto the competition stage. As the audience speculated whether the captain would angrily confront Su Sancher, they were surprised to hear him calmly state, "I am Situ, captain of Douluo Academy. You have won the previous 2 rounds. This time, we will play a single decisive match. If you win, I will concede on behalf of Douluo Academy." Observing Situ's serious demeanor, Su Sancher gradually adopted a serious attitude as well, replying, "Very well." As the referee announced the start of the final confrontation, both retreated to the edges of the stage. Wang Dong marveled at Situ unleashing a barrage of attacks while Su Sancher skillfully evaded with a speed unmatched by defensive soul masters. Aided by the Xianming turtle shell shield, "I wonder if Senior Su can hold on," Wu Yuhao expressed his concern. Having tested the possibility of penetrating the protective barrier with his spiritual detection, realizing it was feasible but required significant soul power and mental strength. "Fear not. You all underestimate Sancher. His combat prowess is quite formidable," Bei Bei chuckled from the side. The two competitors grew increasingly fierce in their exchange, culminating in Situ unleashing a concentrated soul-guiding cannon aimed at Su Sancher. Yet, just a second before it fired, Su Sancher deftly sidestepped while the Xianming shield emitted a brilliant black light, transforming into a mirror-like surface that deflected the attack. Su Sancher then charged like a lion, forcefully colliding with Situ's soul-guiding cannon platform. Amidst the thunderous roar, Situ was propelled into the air, dislodged from the ground he had been firmly anchored to, scattering debris as he crashed against the protective barrier. Standing at the edge of the stage, Su Sanchi's expression returned to a cheerful one, and he turned towards the Douluo Academy waiting area, grinning at the astonished Ma Yingjun. "See? I didn't deceive you. I went easy on you earlier, didn't I?" "Uh-huh," Ma Yingjun nodded repeatedly, speechless. Wang Dong exclaimed in a hushed tone, "So Su is this powerful?" Until this battle, Su Sanchi's abilities had not made a profound impression on the others. As a defensive soul master, he had rarely displayed overwhelming strength, often preoccupied with Jiang Nanan. Today's match, however, showcased his formidable side, triumphing over 3 opponents in succession, a feat that spoke volumes. Defeating a level 4 soul mentor as a 4-ring soul master was already noteworthy, and he appeared to have done so with ease. Bei Bei, with a knowing smile, remarked, That fellow has always been lewd. You've forgotten one thing. When you entered the academy, he was already a sixth-year student. If he desired, he could have entered the inner academy by now. He voluntarily demoted himself to pursue Nan, which reportedly infuriated his homeroom teacher. Moreover, I can confidently state that he is the most talented defensive soul master I have encountered. Those who underestimate him are bound to suffer greatly. Besides, the strength of our Shrek Academy disciples cannot merely be gauged by the number of soul rings. Indeed, Yun Ying concurred, noting that though she possessed only 4 rings, she could withstand a 5-ring soul king and, with teammates' cooperation, even defeat a 6-ring soul emperor. Brother, you must keep your word. Su Sancher called out to the disoriented Sitayu, who was finally managing to rise. Sitayu, now resembling a damaged soul-guiding cannon, was particularly vulnerable to such heavy blows. His soul-guiding devices had sustained significant damage, and he himself was bloodied from the impact. With his companion's assistance, he managed to extricate himself from the apparatus. Raising his head, he cast Su Sancher a profound glance and nodded, saying, I concede, and I do so sincerely. Douluo Academy admits defeat. Su Sancher laughed heartily. Very well. A man of your word. Your attack power is commendable. However, I suggest you consider joining the army. In one-on-one situations, your tactics may not yield much benefit if you continue down this path. Having spoken, he raised his hands triumphantly towards his teammates in the waiting area. Shrek Academy wins. The long-awaited cheers erupted after the referee's announcement, rekindling the crowd's spirits, which had previously been dampened. While many could not discern the nature of Su Sancher's abilities, the undeniable fact remained that Shrek Academy had secured victory with just one participant. Su Sancher returned to his teammates, beaming with satisfaction as they celebrated with high fives. One victory in the round robin. Wang Yin stood up, patting Su Sancher on the shoulder. Let us head back. He turned and led the way out. The Shrek Academy representatives exited Starfall Square under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Hui Yuhao approached Wang Yin, inquiring curiously, Teacher Wang, shouldn't we observe matches from other academies? We ought to understand their capabilities. Wang Yin shook his head. Observing opponents is redundant. One person is sufficient for that. But you previously mentioned the power of unity. Yun Ying chimed in. If we join you in watching, we could better analyze the opponents and devise strategies. Wang Yin frowned. What do you think you can observe? That statement applies here? Instead of wasting time chatting, you should focus on training. That little time isn't enough. I can't even enter meditation, Yun Ying muttered softly. Wang Yin flicked her forehead. I suspect you haven't studied enough. After this competition, I will supervise your studies. Ouch. Yun Ying pouted. You are too harsh. Please don't. Then focus on your training, Wang Yin replied curtly, exasperated by her constant questions. Yet, he recognized her exceptional talent, considering her one of the strongest in Shrek's outer academy, coupled with her quick wit, which left him both affectionate and frustrated. Upon returning to the Star Emperor Hotel, Wang Yin instructed everyone to rest in their respective rooms. After ensuring everyone had returned, he quietly left the hotel. Humph. If you want to let me observe, I shall go regardless. Through the window, Yun Ying observed Wang Yin hurrying along, a wave of indignation rising within her. How could Wang Yin dare to treat her so dismissively? After a few minutes, as she prepared to descend the stairs in pursuit of him, she unexpectedly encountered Bei Bei, Kai Tu, Su Sancher, and Jiang Nan, who were also emerging from their rooms. Curiously, Su Sancher remarked, Oh, little Yun Ying, have you noticed too? Since Wang Yin has already left, it's no harm discussing it here. The others from Ryu are still at the competition area. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yun Ying replied. Indeed, what a coincidence. Su Sancher, with palpable excitement, urged, Come, let us head to the rooftop. I must tell you, little Yun Ying. Although our teacher Wang Yin possesses formidable theoretical knowledge, he is woefully inept at concealing his facial expressions. Anyone can easily discern his feelings. Is that so? Yun Ying responded awkwardly, feeling the discomfort of being caught in a good deed gone wrong. Noticing her demeanor, Bei Bei chimed in. You don't seem like one who is heading to the rooftop. Yun Ying sheepishly admitted, Actually, I intended to go directly to the competition venue to watch. Directly? Su Sancher was taken aback, then suggested, Shouldn't we also join you, Bei Bei? No, if we go directly, we might be easily spotted. It's safer to go as a group. Come, let us go to the rooftop. Kai Tu has something special for us. Bei Bei led the way upstairs, with the others following suit. Are we not waiting for Hui Yuhao? Jiang Nan inquired curiously. Bei Bei, with a mysterious smile, replied, No need. I noticed on the way here that Yuhao has already caught on. He will join us shortly. As they reached the rooftop, Su Sanshur eagerly asked, Kai Tu, where's that special item? Hurry and show us. Don't rush, it's right here, Kai Tu said, retrieving two familiar objects from his storage soul tool. Look at these two connected cylindrical devices, adjustable, with a black exterior and several focus-adjustable knobs. How reminiscent. This is undoubtedly a telescope. This is a soul-guided telescope, capable of observing objects hundreds of meters away. I've tested it, and it works remarkably well, Kai Tu declared, giving a thumbs up, his broad smile revealing his gleaming white teeth. Indeed. Liluaka. Su Sanshur exclaimed in surprise, examining the telescope closely before testing its capabilities. The clarity was astonishing. How could you not share such a remarkable item sooner? Su Sanshur lamented, casting a reproachful glance at Kai Tu. I only brought two of these soul-guided telescopes. Kai Tu replied, handing the other to Bei Bei. Su Sanshur, resolute, offered his telescope to Jiang Nan, but she ignored him and turned away in silence. Is this thing even reliable? Bei Bei questioned, inspecting the telescope carefully. Brother Bei, may I borrow it? Yun Ying asked, and Bei Bei handed it over to her. This telescope, even at maximum magnification, cannot clearly reveal the competition venue, Bei Bei noted. Upon trying it, Yun Ying confirmed the truth of Bei Bei's words. The distance from the Star Emperor Hotel to the competition venue was indeed several kilometers, and this was merely a basic soul-guided tool. Fixating on the tiny square of the competition stage, she realized, I can't see anything. Indeed, nothing was visible. Disappointed, Yun Ying set the telescope aside, contemplating that she should have gone to watch the event in person, despite the likelihood of being caught by Wang Yin and facing his penalties. Reflecting on her time at the academy, she realized she had been punished by Wang Yin numerous times, yet curiously, she had seldom been caught by Zhou Yi. This was something that left Wang Yin at a loss for words. As the crowd found themselves at an impasse, two individuals suddenly descended from the sky, landing atop the roof. Wang Dong placed Hui Yuhao on the rooftop, gazing at the others with astonishment. He truly had not anticipated that Hui Yuhao would have accurately guessed the situation. Bei Bei approached and remarked, while your research on martial souls is commendable, your ability to mask your emotions leaves much to be desired. Wang Dong, feeling disgruntled, retorted, then why didn't you call us? Bei Bei replied, because it was evident that the junior disciple noticed as well. Remember, in the future, do not allow your facial expressions to be overly expressive, otherwise, those with ulterior motives will discern your thoughts at a glance. Wang Dong, with a gloomy expression, lamented, so, does that mean I'm the most foolish one here? Yun Ying, having set down the long-range soul guide, jested, it's a good sign that you've recognized this. Wang Dong quipped, should I be pleased about that? Jiang Nan interjected, the match has begun. It has begun? Yun Ying was taken aback, then turned to Hui Yuhao, handing him the long-range soul guide. It's your turn now. Hui Yuhao, use your spiritual detection to scan the competition stage and share your findings with us. All right, leave it to me, Hui Yuhao nodded. Accepting the device, he directed his gaze towards the competition stage, simultaneously employing his spiritual detection to share what he perceived. At that moment, within the Star Luo Square, the competition stage was likely hosting the first match since their departure, a one-on-one duel, no less. As the competition unfolded on the stage, it was astonishing to see that both contenders possessed 5 soul rings, each adorned with the combination of 2 yellow and 3 purple. Such talent at the Soul King level was unexpected. Bei Bei wore a bitter smile, finally comprehending why they were barred from viewing the matches following Wang Yin's participation. Although they had previously witnessed a Soul King level competitor during the first elimination round, Wang Yin had remarked that this was one of the top 5 teams in the tournament. However, the reality now starkly diminished the weight of those words. This was merely the first match after their departure, and already 2 Soul Kings had emerged, seemingly from a team ranking in the middle tier of the competition. The notion of a Soul King team being among the top 5, as Wang Yin had claimed, now seemed utterly absurd. What significance did the presence of Soul Kings hold? Yun Ying pulled out a small bread roll, savoring its delightful taste, and pondered stocking up on them for the journey home. As long as they weren't facing a Soul Emperor, she could manage, although particularly troublesome opponents were another story. Su Sanshur, recalling Yun Ying's formidable offensive prowess, swallowed hard in thought. Indeed, with little Yun Ying around, what was there to fear? Moreover, after 2 more matches, they would have a Soul King on their side as well. Senior Ling was a control-type Soul King, and paired with little Yun Ying, the absence of Soul Kings on other teams would be of little consequence. Bei Bei shot him a glare, admonishing, stop rambling. Don't think for a moment that I'm unaware of what you're concealing. We are here to represent the honor of Shrek Academy. Even though we are merely the reserve team, We cannot afford to lose, not even a single match. The Academy has taught us to strive for excellence and within its walls. We enjoy the privileges of core disciples. Now is the time for us to uphold the Academy's dignity. I refuse to accept defeat on that stage. Even if it costs me my last ounce of strength. Su Sancher, rein in your laziness. We must win the next 2 matches. We must hold our ground until the seniors return, no matter the cost. I think, Bebe, it's not that serious, is it? Yun Ying interjected. Listening to Bebe's impassioned speech. Truthfully, she wished to coast through the competition, leaving the responsibility of defending the Academy's honor to others. It's a matter of attitude towards challenges, and with you, Yun Ying, I know you are strong, so I expect you to give your all in the upcoming matches. Bebe continued, reiterating his point. Give my all? Wouldn't tea that caused them to evaporate instantly? Yun Ying thought. It was tea that she was overestimating herself. The reality was that in this tournament, she could confidently assert that no more than 3 individuals could withstand the full force of her blazing attacks. One of whom was Ma Xiaodao. With a slight pout, she refrained from further comment, feeling rather unfortunate today, first being lectured by Wang Yin and then being nagged by Bebe. Akin to an author with little standing in a reader group, Bebe reassured them, you needn't overthink it. While we may possess some concealed strength, it will not be drastically inferior. After all, we have the capabilities of a soul sect. You will see this during the matches. We shall adhere to the tactical arrangements laid out by teacher Wang Yin. However, if we draw the second, third match format, there is a possibility that Sancher and I will form a team to confront the opponent's strongest members, which may necessitate adjustments in your pairings. Nanan, how do you feel about pairing with Kaitu? Jiang Nanan responded without hesitation, I can pair with anyone except for a certain someone. Su Sancher quickly chimed in. I knew it. You're unwilling to partner with the sanctimonious Bebe. I'll team with Nanan instead. You're out. Jiang Nanan retorted angrily, stop pretending. The certain someone I referred to is you. Keep your distance, or I want to be kind. She punctuated her words by gesturing with her scissors. Su Sancher fell silent. His exaggerated silence eliciting laughter from the others. Bebe declared, all right, let us tentatively pair you with Kai Tu and Yun Ying. You will remain with Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. If necessary, Yun Ying, you may swap with Kai Tu. Sure, I can partner with anyone. Yun Ying puffed up her chest, asserting her readiness. Bebe's eyes gleamed with determination as he concluded, very well, everyone, let us return. There is no need to linger here any longer. Teacher Wang Yin will surely assign us based on the opponent's capabilities. Rest well and maintain your condition. Chapter 79, The Artillery Like Lowly. The round-robin matches were scheduled for 1 match per day. In the first group where Shrek Academy was placed, each team would compete in 7 matches. To advance, they would need to triumph over at least 5 opponents, with 6 victories ensuring their progression. After 2 days, the first round of the round-robin matches had concluded. Compared to the elimination rounds, the round-robin phase was significantly more tranquil. Each team adjusted their strategies, and the technical demands of each match increased. However, the desperation seen in the elimination rounds was absent. The first round of elimination matches had indeed impacted the round-robin phase, with teams that had sustained injuries utilizing this initial round to recalibrate. Consequently, this first round of the round-robin was not particularly thrilling, as it was still early for teams to unleash their full potential. That night, after dinner, Wang Yin, unusually, did not instruct the group to return to their rooms for training. Instead, he entered the dining hall, beaming at the students who had just finished their meals and had yet to retreat to their quarters. Everyone, let us not head back just yet. Follow me. Curious. The group quickly rose to follow Wang Yin out of the Grand Hotel. Teacher Wang, where are we going? Bebe inquired, intrigued. Wang Yin smiled slightly. I'm taking you somewhere. Just follow along. After our recent tasks and competitions, your spirits have been quite tense. This cannot continue. I'm taking you out to relax, which will benefit your upcoming matches. Relax? Although Yun Ying suspected she knew their destination, she couldn't resist teasing. Is it that kind of place? Teacher Wang, you shouldn't take students to such places. Wang Yin exclaimed, what on earth? Just as he was about to clarify, Yun Ying interjected. I'm reporting you to the academy once we return. Of course, it's not that kind of place, Wang Yin replied, somewhat exasperated. I'm a teacher, after all. How could I possibly take students to such a venue? We're going to an auction house. Oh, so it's not that after all, Yun Ying said, her tone dripping with disappointment, prompting several beads of sweat to form on Wang Yin's brow. Is it that you're disappointed I'm not taking you there? Moreover, you are a girl. How could you possibly know more than I, a teacher? Wang Yin said helplessly. This seems utterly impossible, doesn't it? And even if I were to take you all there, would you dare to go? Shocked. The teachers from Shrek Academy were astonished at the thought of leading students to such a place. Is this a reflection of humanity's depravity or a distortion of morality? How painful. With a sudden stumble, Yun Ying clutched her forehead. The residual force from earlier in the day had yet to dissipate, and now it struck again. Truly unfortunate. Observing Yun Ying's predicament, everyone erupted in laughter, drawing the attention of passers-by. However, upon recognizing it was Shrek Academy, they quickly distanced themselves, gazing at them with reverence. Su Sancher laughed until he could scarcely breathe, clutching his stomach. It has been ages since I've seen Yun Ying in such a predicament. Ha ha ha. Yun Ying, embarrassed and furious, shot him a glare. Laugh again. And when we return to the academy, you want to be able to get out of bed for a year. I'm sorry, little Yun Ying, I was wrong. Su Sancher hastily admitted his fault, which only caused more laughter among the crowd. Sancher, when did you become so cowardly? Beibei remarked with a grin at Su Sancher, who shot him an annoyed look. Nonsense, can you withstand Yun Ying's attacks? Of course not. But that doesn't prevent me from mocking you. Ha ha ha. Beibei continued to jest, nearly sending Su Sancher into a fit of rage. All right, enough of your banter. Just follow me. Wang Yin retracted his hand and, after casting a resigned glance at the group, led them through the throngs of people. Ever since the commencement of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy's soul fighting competition, the once sprawling Douluo City appeared crowded. It became increasingly difficult to maintain pace amidst the masses, particularly near the streets surrounding Douluo Square, which were perpetually bustling. Daily, countless citizens queued in anticipation of the next day's matches. Fortunately, Wang Yin had familiarized himself with the surrounding terrain over the past few days, guiding the group through several streets until they halted before a spire-topped building. This structure was rather unremarkable, although it was of considerable size. It did not stand out amidst the towering edifices around it. Above the main entrance hung a sign bearing the image of a hammer, with a golden pattern beneath it. Turning to face the group, Wang Yin stated, although you have not witnessed the competitions of other academies since the first day, I must inform you that this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy's soul fighting competition is markedly different from previous ones. The distinction lies in the fact that there are now very few purely Soul Master Academies. The developmental direction of all academies is the integration of Soul Engineers and Soul Masters. Integration? Beibei furrowed his brow. Teacher Wang, what does this integration entail? Wang Yin replied, there are many ways to achieve integration. For some ordinary academies, the simplest approach is to diligently cultivate their own soul masters. And regarding this integration, Yun Ying, I must caution you, while you may not place much importance on offensive soul tools, given the rapid development of soul tools, I believe it is prudent for you to develop your skills in this area. I understand, Teacher Wang, thank you for the reminder. Yun Ying nodded, acknowledging that she simply preferred not to focus on offensive types, though she was open to auxiliary or defensive types, as well as powerful soul tools like the Grand Ivan Soul Cannon. Using such devices would be immensely exhilarating. At critical moments, a scope can transform into a sniper cannon. Earning praise from foreigners. Su Sancher furrowed his brow, lamenting that they had forgotten the glory of Soul Masters. Shouldn't the battles of Soul Masters be pure? The abilities cultivated through personal training are the most reliable and trustworthy, for soul-guiding devices are ultimately external objects. Wang Yin replied solemnly, you make a valid point. I can assure you that Sanchi's perspective aligns with the majority of our academy's higher-ups, and this very mindset has constrained the development of our soul-guiding department. However, after observing this competition, I must assert that the time for change has arrived, and it cannot be delayed. Upon returning to the academy after the tournament, I will promptly present this viewpoint. The seven, led by Beibei, fell into silence, each deep in thought. Wang Yin could only be certain that two individuals would agree with him, He Kaidu and Hui Yuhao, who were already part of the soul guiding department. Let us step aside, Wang Yin suggested, leading everyone to the side of the auction venue to avoid obstructing other attendees. He then elaborated on his thoughts. Although they all understood that Wang Yin's aim was to persuade them to accept and utilize soul-guiding devices during this competition, his words, however, bore significant weight. I find the soul-guiding cannon acceptable, but I must confess my aversion to aggressive devices such as soul-guiding rays. On the other hand, I have an affinity for soul-guiding cannons. Yun Ying remarked after a moment of contemplation. Her statement left Wang Yin, He Kaitu, and Hui Yuhao momentarily speechless. The idea of Yun Ying potentially becoming a formidable artillery wielder was both amusing and alarming. Especially given her terrifying attack power and extraordinarily high flame temperature, she could indeed become a battlefield annihilator. As Wang Yin and the others pondered this, Bei suddenly spoke up with unwavering determination. I concur with Teacher Wang's statements. I am willing to explore collaboration with soul-guiding devices. Sensing the astonished gazes of his companions, Bei continued, among our 7, for belong to Tang's sect. Apart from Yun Ying and Sanshur, there is also Nanan. The history of Tang's sect is known to all. Once, we were the most illustrious presence on the continent, even overshadowing Shrek Academy. Yet, why did we fail to maintain that brilliance? His lengthy discourse prompted deep reflection among the group, particularly those affiliated with Tang's sect, whose sentiments were profoundly stirred. As the captain of the new generation of Shrek 7 monsters, Bei's words carried considerable weight, especially with the support of the formidable Yun Ying. Their endorsement made it easier to sway others. Wang Yin was elated by this development. I am absolutely thrilled, he exclaimed. Su Sanshur nodded in agreement, stating, Teacher Wang, you and Bei both make compelling arguments. I understand your intentions. However, how can we contend with soul masters? I do not wish to make a choice while feeling lost. Wang Yin chuckled. Do not worry. How many pure soul masters on the continent have attained the title of Douluo II? I can confidently say it is a mere handful. As for Super Douluo, I can assure you, none exist. Therefore, the trend among the continent's top powers will inevitably remain centered on cultivating soul master abilities while concurrently refining soul-guiding devices. A Super Douluo equipped with a 9th-level soul-guiding device would be a formidable opponent, even if a 10th-level soul master were to emerge. Realization dawned upon Su Sanshur. Indeed, Teacher Wang, you have awakened me from my stupor. Pure soul masters face far greater difficulties in cultivating soul power. I understand now. With newfound clarity, he declared. I get it. With the assistance of soul-guiding devices, I can achieve both offense and defense. How delightful. Su Sanshur added, Teacher Wang, you have convinced me. I too am willing to experiment, for the sake of the academy and myself. Hikaido chuckled. I have no objections. However, I must lament that I am a food system soul master. Wang Yin retorted playfully, what can a 15-year-old, 4-ring food system soul master say? Your talent has been overlooked by the martial soul system, which is one of its greatest blunders in recent years. Hikaido laughed awkwardly, scratching his head. Wang Yan's gaze shifted to Jiang Nanan, who hesitated before speaking. However, purchasing soul-guiding devices will require money, and they seem quite expensive. The peculiar nature of her statement momentarily stunned the group. Su Sanshur instinctively replied, I'll buy it for you. Jiang Nanan, recalling something, immediately frowned and retorted. You can go away. Su Sanshur, realizing the implications, lowered his head in submission, appearing more aggrieved than dissatisfied. His demeanor reminded everyone of a perennial punching bag, akin to a certain author, lacking status and entirely at the mercy of others. Wang Yin gently reassured, Nanan, you need not worry about financial matters. The academy will address the funding issues. At least until your graduation, you will not have to fret over such concerns. As a core disciple, if you gain admission to the inner academy, you will also receive a generous living stipend. Even undertaking monitoring tasks comes with rewards. Our Shrek Academy students have never been troubled by financial constraints. Jiang Nanan's eyes lit up, and she promptly replied, Then I have no issues. With the situation resolved, Wang Yin breathed a sigh of relief and smiled broadly. Excellent. Wang Dong, what about you? Do you have any objections? Let us proceed to the auction. To everyone's surprise, the previously silent Wang Dong suddenly lifted his head, his eyes filled with determination, and resolutely stated, No, I have a problem. I am unwilling to use soul-guiding devices. You can go ahead without me. I will return first. With that, he turned and strode away towards the Star Emperor Hotel. Hui Yuhao quickly stepped forward to persuade him but was unable to change Wang Dong's mind. After watching Wang Dong depart, Hui Yuhao returned to the group and said, He is fine. He simply dislikes soul-guiding devices. Wang Yin nodded, smiling, No worries. Each person has their own aspirations. I never expected everyone to agree with me. I am already content with the willingness of you 6 to try. Let us go. The auction is about to commence. By the way, Teacher Wang, I have another question. Yun Ying suddenly interjected. Wang Yin maintained his smile and turned to her. What is your question, Yun Ying? I would like to inquire whether there are soul-guiding cannons for sale at this auction, Yun Ying asked, her large crimson eyes filled with curiosity. Wang Yin felt his composure shatter. I can't believe this. He suddenly realized that, given the current circumstances, his life expectancy had drastically shortened. Oh my, I am still unmarried. Perhaps there will be some available. With a smile plastered on his face, Wang Yin appeared increasingly eerie. In such an auction house, it was quite common to find soul-guided artillery shells on the block. Yet the type of soul cannon you mentioned would likely require a more upscale venue, or perhaps a custom order, explained Hikaitu. Well, I was just inquiring. If it truly isn't available, I might as well seek out a professor at the academy to commission a device upon my return. Yun Ying mused after a moment's contemplation. That could be a viable option, and the quality of our academy's products is indeed assured. However, I suggest starting with lower-level variants to hone your skills before gradually advancing to higher tiers, Hikaitu continued. Yun Ying nodded, comprehending his advice. Yet, Wang Yin interjected. Dousing their enthusiasm, I've heard that custom-made soul-guided devices are quite exorbitant. Not to worry, I have the means, Yun Ying replied with a calm demeanor, causing Wang Yin's heart to skip a beat. Is being wealthy that impressive? He retorted. Bypassing a particular alcove, the group followed Wang Yin underground, entering the auction hall. Upon entering, they were greeted by a staircase adorned with a red carpet, extending downwards for a considerable length without any staff to guide them. After descending approximately 20 meters, they finally reached the registration area. Wang Yin had already completed the tedious paperwork prior to bringing everyone along, handing each person a numbered badge. With these badges in hand, a young lady clad in a flowing red gown led them further inside. Once inside, they were met with a dazzling display of opulence. The entrance opened into a broad corridor, its lavish decor surpassing even that of the Star Emperor Hotel. The corridor was over 10 meters wide, with the floor laid with exquisite white jade tiles. Every 10 meters stood pairs of intricately carved columns, embellished with splendid patterns, while the walls appeared as if they were enveloped in gold leaf, adorned with complex and luxurious engravings. Just gazing upon this spectacle exuded a palpable aura of wealth. Wang Yin whispered, though the exterior may seem unremarkable, this is actually the largest auction house in Xinglua City. Securing a bidding spot here is quite a challenge. It requires asset verification and evaluation, and going through the proper channels could take over half a month for approval. Thankfully, with Dai Yaoheng's assistance, we were able to gain entry. It's a pity I couldn't persuade the three of them, having been in the martial spirit department for years. Their combat methods are well established, and hastily incorporating soul-guided devices might not be prudent. The largest auction house? Does that imply they have soul-guided artillery for sale? Yun Ying's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wang Yin replied, Are you seriously contemplating acquiring a soul-guided cannon? Indeed. He gritted his teeth, and as he spoke, they were led by the attendant through a grand door. Clearly, this was not the end of the corridor, as more similar doors lay ahead and further down. Stairs descended into the unknown. Beibei appeared unfazed by the surroundings, unlike Hui Yuhao and Jiang Nan, who constantly surveyed their environment. He turned to the attendant who had opened the door and inquired, Could you kindly provide us with a brief overview of the specifications for today's auction? The attendant respectfully responded, Certainly. Today's event is a specialized auction for soul-guided devices, exclusively featuring those below level 6, thus categorized as a lower-tier auction. According to our grading system, this falls under level 4. Our Starshine auction house rates from 1 to 5, with level 1 being the highest, where only the premier auctions are conducted. This is Hall 12, accommodating 200 participants for simultaneous bidding, specifically designated for level 4 auctions. Beibei nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you. Below level 6? It seems there won't be any soul-guided artillery available, Yun Ying expressed her disappointment. Beibei smiled reassuringly, not necessarily. There could still be a level 6 soul-guided cannon. I believe it should be at least level 7. Beibei replied, I may have spoken too soon. Curiosity piqued. Su Sancher asked, What purpose do you have for such high-level soul-guided artillery? Yun Ying contemplated for a moment before responding, to intimidate adversaries, and additionally, to prepare for the protection of the Snow Empress upon her birth. Intimidate? Su Sancher gasped, realizing the gravity of such a statement. A level 7 or higher soul-guided cannon fires not mere shells, but rather heaps of golden soul coins. One could only wonder what kind of enemies Yun Ying expected to face to warrant such formidable firepower. Chapter 81. The auction commences as the group entered Hall 12. Wang Yin reminded, Everyone, please don your masks. Participating in an auction may present various issues, hence the masks provided to conceal guests' identities serve to mitigate such complications. The group donned their masks in unison. At that moment, the auction hall was already populated with 6 or 7/10 of the bidders. A server approached to inquire about their beverage preferences. Do you have iced red tea? Yun Ying asked with curiosity. The server hesitated. You mean chilled red tea, correct? Yun Ying paused. Yes. Please bring me a glass. Thank you. Certainly, here is your iced red tea. The server presented a glass filled with a crimson liquid, placing it on the small table before Yun Ying. Is this the Douluo version of iced red tea? Yun Ying lifted the glass to take a sip. It truly has that flavor. Absolutely delightful. Welcome esteemed guests to Starshine Auction House. Our auction will commence shortly. Please take your seats. A melodious voice resonated from all directions, silencing the hall. The ambient lighting, already dim, gradually faded, while the spotlight on the auction stage intensified. A woman clad in a violet gown gracefully ascended the stage, appearing to be around 30 years old, with a dignified and elegant demeanor. A subtle smile adorned her face as she moved, her well-tailored gown accentuating her completely matured figure. Su Sanchi's eyes widened in shock, his throat involuntarily swallowing as he struggled to maintain composure. At this moment, the auctioneer in the violet gown, with a warm smile, approached the auction table, her gentle voice amplified through the soul-guided device, echoing softly throughout Hall 12. Good evening, esteemed guests. I am Qingya, a purple-level auctioneer from Starshine Auction House, and I will be presiding over today's auction. With that, she stepped away from the table, gracefully bowing to the audience, earning a round of applause. Returning to her post, Qingya continued with a slight smile. Today's auction is dedicated to soul-guided devices, featuring items all below level 6. These are suitable for Soul Kings and lower-ranked Soul Masters and Soul Mentors, to ensure our esteemed guests do not leave empty-handed. We have prepared a mysterious grand prize at the end of the auction. Do not miss out. Let us begin the auction. Please welcome the staff to present the first item of the day. Two young ladies in red gowns wheeled a card onto the auction stage, draped with a purple cover. They positioned the card in the center and unveiled the covering. A rectangular black soul-guided device emerged, measuring approximately a foot in length, adorned with intricate engravings. Qingya, the auctioneer, smiled and announced, "Our first item is a level 3 offensive soul-guided device, a relatively common soul-guided ray. Originally, such ordinary soul-guiding devices were not permitted at our auction. However, this particular third-level soul-guiding ray, designed for attachment to the right arm, is the creation of a 6th-level soul master. It is a unique piece, indeed a rare find. Under the master's craftsmanship, simplicity has been transformed into complexity, with the internal core array enhanced with special effects." Sigh. When will it be the time for the auction of soul-guiding cannons? Yun Ying remarked, having finished her Douluo-style iced tea, feeling somewhat bored. Jiang Nan, seated to her left, could not help but quietly ponder the nature of life. She had heard that even a low-level version of such devices could be quite expensive. As for Yun Ying, it seemed she had been referred to as a little wealthy lady by Bei. This soul-guiding paralyzing ray has low requirements for the user, yet is exceedingly practical. It is a rare gem among third-level soul-guiding devices, commencing with a starting bid of 1,000 gold soul coins, with increments no less than 50 gold soul coins. The auction begins now. As soon as Qingya's voice fell, someone immediately raised their paddle, bidding 1,300 gold soul coins. The bidding quickly escalated, soon surpassing the 2,000 gold soul coins mark. 2,500 gold soul coins. At that moment, Wang Yin suddenly raised his paddle. Qingya, the auctioneer, brightened at the sight of the masked Wang Yin and smiled gracefully. VIP number 166 bids 2,500 gold soul coins. Is there any further increase? After all, the auctioneer's income is derived from the commission on sold items. The more items sold at higher prices, the greater her earnings. Thus, when Qingya saw Wang Yin increase the bid by 500, her heart was naturally filled with joy. 2,500 gold soul coins. Going once. After several inquiries yielded no further bids, Qingya commenced the final 3 calls. This is where the grandeur of a top-tier auction house is manifested, typically. Smaller auction houses would stretch the final 3 calls, yet Qingya did not do so. The 3 calls were made in quick succession. Once the auction concluded, Wang Yin turned to the crowd and asked, "Who among you will be using this soul-guiding device?" "Master, let it be for the junior disciple. This paralyzing attribute suits him quite well." Kaitu was the first to respond. Upon his remark, others instinctively fell silent. Huiyuhao was surprised that, as a soul master equipped with a soul-guiding device, he would be the first to receive the inaugural auction item. The auction continued, and indeed, as a special session for soul-guiding devices, it was filled with excellent items. Most were soul-guiding devices ranging from 3rd to 5th levels. Under Wang Yin's frequent bids, he remarkably acquired over 10 soul-guiding devices, distributing them among the group. What left Yun Ying utterly speechless was the conspicuous absence of any soul-guiding cannons among the plethora of soul-guiding devices. As they approached the final 2 items for auction, she silently lamented, could it be that not even a low-grade soul-guiding cannon was available? Upon hearing this, Wang Yin could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Next, we present the penultimate item of today's auction. Following this item, we will unveil the grand finale that I am certain will astonish everyone. The auctioneer, Qingya, approached the cart bearing the second-to-last item, and its modest size was evident from the covering cloth that nearly adhered to the cart. Grasping a loudspeaker soul-guiding device, she smiled and addressed the esteemed guests. This item is surely familiar to all of you who are well-versed in soul-guiding devices. It is a common sight at auctions. It bears a whimsical name, the baby bottle. As Qingya concluded her introduction, bidders eagerly began to place their offers, and the price swiftly climbed to approximately 17,000. 20,000, Wang Yin bid, once again suppressing the competitive spirit of the other bidders. 21,000, a deep voice emerged from the back. Wang Yin remained unfazed, declaring, 25,000. Instantly, the room fell silent once more. After this series of bids, Qingya's gaze toward Wang Yin transformed from professional detachment to eager interest. No one could resist the allure of a benefactor, much like the throngs in a previous life who clamored for the favor of wealthy patrons. 25,000 once. 25,000 twice. 25,000 gold soul coins, thrice. Sold. Perhaps in hopes of leaving a favorable impression on Wang Yin, Qingya's gavel came down with remarkable swiftness, and the baby bottle was secured. Chapter 82. Auction success. As the cart exited the stage, Qingya stepped to the forefront of the auction platform, her cheeks slightly flushed. Lowering her voice, she announced, "Esteemed guests, our mysterious grand gift is about to make its appearance. This is the final item of the evening. Originally, it was not meant to be here, but in appreciation for your unwavering support of Starlight, our chief auctioneer has graciously permitted its inclusion. Although it comes at a steep price, I trust that each of you who truly understands its value will find it worthwhile. Now, let us invite our attendant to bring forth this mysterious gift." The cart slowly made its way onto the stage, and unlike earlier items, it had grown in size, with a red covering cloth draped over it. Soon, it was positioned at the center of the stage beside Qingya. Observing the shape of the covering, Yun Ying's eyes narrowed. This item was likely the essence gold. Although it appeared formidable when fashioned into a carving knife, it was undoubtedly a valuable treasure that she wished to acquire. And as for its usage, its ability to devour and transform with the power of the Devour Fire was more than sufficient. She felt quite confident in her chances. Coming from a realm even more advanced than Douluo, Yuhao, what's wrong? At that moment, Hikaitu and Bei Bei simultaneously exclaimed, startling everyone. They quickly turned to Hu Yuhao, who had red-rimmed eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Are you all right, Yuhao? What happened?" Hikaitu asked anxiously. Hu Yuhao shook his head. "I'm fine, brother He. I just attempted to probe the item beneath the covering and it hurt my eyes." "Oh, I see," Hikaitu sighed in relief. And the others turned their attention back to Qingya's explanation. On stage, Qingya had already begun her introduction. Everyone was undoubtedly eager to learn about this mysterious gift. Time was running short, and Qingya, known for her straightforwardness, did not keep them in suspense. "This mysterious gift," she continued, "is of such value and rarity that it rightly deserves a place in our premier auction." As the covering was lifted, all eyes were drawn to the revelation. However, the dazzling brilliance or extraordinary radiance they anticipated did not materialize. Instead, what appeared was an object so utterly ordinary that it aligned perfectly with Qingya's description, an item familiar and indispensable to any soul master. A chorus of disappointed sighs arose from several bidders, clearly unimpressed by the surprise of this mysterious gift. Yet, a few individuals gasped in astonishment as their pupils constricted. The appearance of this item left them utterly stunned. It was a carving knife, a tool employed by soul masters to inscribe core arrays. Both segments of the knife served a purpose, varying according to the array being inscribed. No soul master could do without such a knife, as it was essential for crafting soul-guiding devices. Qingya elaborated on the specific grade of this carving knife, and upon hearing the term ranking carving knife, the audience erupted in a flurry of excitement, the earlier sighs vanishing entirely. Meanwhile, Hikaitu closed his eyes in resignation. "I thought I might snag a bargain," he lamented, a hint of regret in his tone. "This Starlight Auction House wouldn't allow such luck," Yun Ying replied. "While we all desire it, can our teacher Wang Yin even afford it this time?" "Indeed," Hikaitu nodded, discreetly glancing at Wang Yin. Wang Yin, feeling somewhat offended, remarked, "Are you implying I can't afford it?" Yun Ying instinctively retorted, "Isn't that the case? Are you planning to take out a loan? If it comes to that, I could help you out, but the item would have to belong to me." Wang Yin replied, "What, is having money such a big deal?" He sighed. It appears I truly didn't bring enough funds this time. Fear not. This item might not be as expensive as it seems. Yun Ying smiled reassuringly. Wang Yin rolled his eyes, while Hikaido expressed out, even the 100th ranking carving knife is exorbitantly priced. This one surely will not be any less. Who knows? Yun Ying countered, then turned her attention back to Qingya, awaiting her further elaboration. Qingya, what are you waiting for? Let the bidding commence. 5 minutes passed, and the crowd grew impatient, urging her onward. Qingya smiled gently. Esteemed guests, do not fret. As you are aware, our Starlight Auction House prides itself on integrity. Every item we present comes with a quality guarantee. We would never allow defective or problematic items to reach your hands without full disclosure. Therefore, please allow me to finish. With that, Qingya cast a wistful glance at the ancient carving knife and sighed. If this were merely an ordinary ranking carving knife, you would all understand that it would never appear here. The rarity of a ranking carving knife is consistently among the highest in the world of soul masters, even surpassing some rare materials. The reason this particular ranking carving knife is featured in today's Tier 4 auction as the grand finale is due to a certain inherent issue. As Qingya continued her exposition, Hikaido suddenly seemed to have a revelation, exclaiming, could it be that cursed knife, the soul-devouring blade? The members of Shrek Academy occupied the front row of the auction hall, and his voice was not quiet, naturally. Qingya heard it, and her delicate face instantly displayed a look of astonishment. Indeed, there were discerning guests among them. This carving knife, as it happens, is the renowned soul-eating knife, ranked 99th among the list of carving knives, infamous for its deadly reputation. Upon hearing this, the bidders within the hall fell silent, their expressions becoming grave. Hikaido sighed and shook his head, stating, this deadly knife is not to be taken lightly. I have heard my teacher recount its tale. The terror of its backlash is far more profound than the auctioneer suggested. Suddenly, Yun Ying interjected, the materials of this knife are impressive. Hikaido was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that Yun Ying desired this fearsome soul-eating knife. Little Yun Ying, although the materials of this carving knife are commendable, it is still a weapon with a notorious reputation. Hikaido expressed his confusion. Initially, he was tempted by it, but upon hearing the name soul-eating knife, his enthusiasm waned. Despite the knife being well-crafted, he genuinely did not believe he could control it. However, do not forget the abilities that accompany my martial soul. I am fully capable of devouring this object. Yun Ying spoke slowly. Hikaido was slightly taken aback. Are you certain your martial soul can completely consume it without leaving any repercussions? Indeed, I have utmost confidence in my martial soul, Yun Ying proclaimed with assurance. Hikaido was somewhat speechless. Could this be the legendary confidence that radiates brilliance? Remarkably, judging by Yun Ying's demeanor, it seemed feasible. Moreover, it is said that Yun Ying is quite affluent. The soul-devouring blade, with a starting bid of 100,000 soul coins, requires a minimum increment of 5,000 soul coins for each subsequent bid. Esteemed guests may commence the bidding, Clearia remarked with a smile. However, in truth, she felt no excitement whatsoever. With nearly a decade of experience as an auctioneer, she could discern from the audience's reactions that this fearsome blade would likely go unsold. 100,000 soul coins. Yun Ying raised her paddle, clearly determined to acquire the item. Clearia was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time anyone had bid on the soul-devouring blade since its appearance at the Starlight Auction House. After a brief moment of astonishment, she was overwhelmed with joy. It is worth noting that a commission of 1% amounts to 1,000 soul coins. At that moment, Clearia was so elated that she momentarily forgot to respond. 100,000 soul coins, Yun Ying reiterated. Upon hearing Yun Ying's bid, the members of Shrek Academy were equally astonished. Even those unfamiliar with soul tools, such as Bei and Su Sanshur, could sense the significance of the blade from Clearia's introduction and the palpable silence in the room. Yet, Yun Ying had already placed her bid. Sha Yun Ying, Bei remarked with a furrowed brow. In his memory, although Yun Ying could be quite mischievous at times, she was generally quite prudent. Yun Ying replied, how should I put it? The material of this blade is rather exceptional. If I'm not mistaken, it is likely forged from a mysterious metal known as the essence gold. My martial spirit can absorb the curse it harbors, and I might as well absorb this essence gold. What a splendid opportunity. Wang Yin frowned and cautioned, Yun Ying, do not act impulsively. This pertains to your life and future. I cannot allow you to take risks. Despite the fact that Yun Ying had vexed him considerably in recent days, as a teacher, he naturally cared for his students. Rest assured, Teacher Wang, you have seen the capabilities of my martial spirit, Yun Ying reassured him. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Yin replied, very well. Once you purchase it, keep it with me until the competition concludes. I will ensure you break this curse then. All right, Yun Ying conceded with a reluctant nod. Under Cleria's persistent inquiries, the audience remained unresponsive. No one was willing to bid on the fearsome blade. Fully aware that placing a bid would likely lead to a definitive sale. 100,000 soul coins, first call. With no other choice, Cleria began her final 3 calls. 100,000 soul coins, second call. 100,000 soul coins, third call. Sold. The sound of the gavel striking down confirmed that this extraordinary weapon belonged to Yun Ying, albeit temporarily left in Wang Yan's possession. Chapter 83. The auction concludes. As the exquisite carving knife was auctioned by Yun Ying, Hui Yuhao, who stood nearby, could only let out a quiet sigh. He had just heard the gray orb of light in the Sea of Spirit, which belonged to Elder Yi. Remarking on the exceptional rarity of the materials used for this knife, this was the first time he sensed such a profound emotional fluctuation from Elder Yi. Just as he was about to call out a bid, Yun Ying preemptively raised her voice, specifying the materials of the knife. After a prolonged silence, Elder Yi sighed, expressing his surprise at the young girl's extensive knowledge, and conceded, if it cannot be obtained, let it pass. Initially, Elder Yi had presumed that no one would be aware of the existence of the rare substance known as spirit gold, given its extreme scarcity, which rendered it unrecorded in the vast majority of contemporary texts. At that moment, Kaitu leaned in and whispered, Yun Ying, what exactly is spirit gold? After a moment of contemplation, Yun Ying responded, do not forget that I was often punished by teacher Wang Yin to recite text in the library. Occasionally, after finishing my recitations, I would explore other materials. I once stumbled upon an ancient manuscript that documented spirit gold. It is an extraordinarily rare metal capable of decomposing nearly all other metals. Furthermore, the ancient texts mention that spirit gold contains an immense reservoir of energy. However, to this day, no one has been able to fully master its utilization. Is it truly that remarkable? Moreover, it sounded rather grandiose. Rubbing his head, Kaitu remarked, it seems I need to read more. I was completely unaware of such treasures. After listening to Yun Ying's account of the capabilities of the spirit gold, although less detailed than Elder Yi's explanation, the essence was not far from the truth. Is this what it means to be a top student? How intimidating. Ho Yuhao silently pondered, though he felt no jealousy or resentment, as he believed Yun Ying had acquired this knowledge through her own efforts. Elder Yi replied, what more can I say? The world is filled with wonders, and it is not surprising that 1 or 2 ancient texts record the spirit gold, especially in Shrek Academy's library, despite the somewhat fortuitous timing. As for how to stabilize this fragment of spiritual awareness, that is a matter for future exploration. Tonight's auction was quite fruitful for the members of Shrek Academy, albeit at a considerable expense. Wang Yin instructed the others to return first while he handled the payment and collection of items. For Yun Ying's acquisition of the soul-devouring engraving knife, it sufficed to hand over her bidding card to Wang Yin. As a result of this transaction, Wang Yan's rank at the Starlight Auction House rose from the initial white level to purple, thereby qualifying him for higher-level auctions. The premier auctions at Starlight were exclusively reserved for clients of black level and above. Additionally, during Wang Yan's collection of items, the guide, Qingya, displayed an exceptionally warm demeanor towards him, which left Wang Yin somewhat overwhelmed. Following the successful sale of the formidable knife, Qingya's rank had advanced to black-level auctioneer, allowing her to preside over even more prestigious auctions, consequently increasing her earnings in gold soul coins. Given her benefactor, her attitude was nothing short of amiable. Wang Yin exclaimed, I can't handle this pressure. After hastily completing the collection process, he rushed back to the hotel, leaving Qingya watching him flee with a stifled laugh. Upon returning to the hotel, Wang Yin knocked on the doors of Bei Bei and Yun Ying, requesting their assistance in gathering everyone in the conference room to discuss the distribution of soul-guiding devices. Oh, Teacher Wang Yin. While his earlier knock at Bei Bei's door had been smooth, upon reaching Yun Ying's room, he was met with a curious head peeking out, which sparked an ominous feeling in Wang Yin. Why are you back so soon? Yun Ying inquired with intrigue. Wang Yan's expression stiffened slightly. Is it strange that I return quickly? Enough chatter. Hurry and call Nan Nan. To prevent further irritation, he hurriedly spoke. But as he was about to head to the conference room, Yun Ying chimed in, I thought you were going to chat with Qingya all night. Wang Yin thought, this Yun Ying is quite the handful. Taking a few deep breaths to steady his tumultuous emotions, he left without looking back, saying, why so much unnecessary talk? Just go and call her. After roughly 5 minutes, everyone from the outer courtyard was seated in the conference room, awaiting Wang Yan's distribution. Now that everyone is here, I won't waste time. I will quickly allocate the soul-guiding devices, and afterward, you can all return to your rooms to rest and regain your energy. Wang Yin retrieved various soul-guiding devices from his storage ring and added, "By the way, if anyone has preferences for specific types of soul-guiding devices, feel free to mention them." Teacher Wang Yin, desire a soul-guiding cannon. No, wait, I prefer a defensive type. Yun Ying raised her hand. Wang Yin deftly extracted a device from the assortment and handed it to her. Here, this 5th-level soul-guiding device, called the Wings of Redemption, generates a shield upon activation, effectively resisting attacks from Soul Kings and below, and can withstand a peak Soul King's full force attack up to 3 times. Okay. Yun Ying received the device, examining the red right arm guard, which appeared quite substantial. Wait, Wings of Redemption? What the? Is this a crossover with the King's equipment? Moreover, this skill bears a striking resemblance to the Redemption Wings ability found in the Realm of Kings. Of course, this only possesses a singular skill. All the other attributes of the Redemption Wings are conspicuously absent. Yun Ying remarked, utterly insubstantial. A thing of mere name. Following this, Wang Yin distributed the more than 10 Soul Guide devices, and Yun Ying received a 4th-level defensive Soul Guide device known as the Inspiring Shield. This device resembled a small golden shield that could be both enlarged and reduced in size, conveniently shrinking to form a bracelet that could be worn on the left wrist. Its function, once activated, would diminish the attacking power of opponents by 20 for Soul Sect ranks, 40 for Soul Respect ranks, and 5 for Soul King ranks. This Soul Guide device cost Wang Yin a considerable sum, nearly equaling that of the Redemption Wings. Might there be a knowledge gem forthcoming? With both major and minor auxiliary equipment already in place, it is time for a knowledge gem to make its debut. The following day in Douluo City, the Shrek Academy team awoke early. Today marked their 2nd match in the round-robin phase of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Duel Tournament. Dai Yaoheng, Ma Xiaodao, Ling Luoqing, CC, and Gong Imo were still recovering from their injuries, and it would take at least a few more days for Ling Luoqing to fully heal. Wang Yin led the group, now equipped with the newly acquired Soul Guide devices from the previous night, out of the Star Emperor Hotel and directly to Xinglua Square. Their opponents had already been determined, but the format of the competition would be revealed through a draw at the venue. Along the way, Wang Yin silently prayed that they would not face a one-on-one elimination format again, as that would be the most disadvantageous scenario for Shrek Academy. Their opponents today would include a Soul King, and in a one-on-one setting, the overwhelming individual strength would significantly diminish their chances of victory. Xinglua Square buzzed with its usual excitement, particularly when the members of Shrek Academy appeared in the competitors' passage guarded by soldiers, igniting a chorus of cheers from the crowd. Wang Yin had briefed his comrades on their opponents during breakfast. Unlike their previous battle, this time they would contend with a Soul Master Academy from the Douluo Empire, known as the Qianling Advanced Soul Master Academy. This institution held a reputable standing in the Douluo Empire, ranking among the top 3 esteemed academies and producing a plethora of talented individuals. The Douluo Empire? Was he that the homeland of Ouyang Yu and her brother? Might they encounter someone from the Ouyang family? That would certainly add an intriguing twist. Chapter 84, the 2nd match of the round-robin begins. They needed to endure at least 2 more battles before Ling Luocheng could return, with a Soul King present. Their subsequent matches in the round-robin would undoubtedly be less arduous. A Soul King represented a remarkably high caliber in this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Duel Tournament. As the sun reached its zenith, the time for the competition arrived. His Majesty the Emperor of the Xinglua Empire had taken his place on the city wall to observe the match, undoubtedly focusing his attention on the performance of Shrek Academy. On the competition stage, the referee stepped to the center, announcing loudly through the amplification Soul Guide, both sides. Proceed to the waiting area. The captains will draw lots. Clad in dark green competition attire, the Shrek Academy members rose and entered the waiting area. Wang Yin nodded at Bei, who exchanged a glance with Su Sanshi before confidently stepping onto the competition stage. From Qianling Academy, a male student, appearing around 20 years of age with a tall, slender physique and a cold, hard expression, took the stage. He resembled a walking stick, maintaining a stoic demeanor, as if someone owed him 1,000,000 gold soul coins. However, this attitude could be understood. They had limited information about the competitors from Shrek Academy, naturally instilling a sense of awe and trepidation towards this Millennium Champion institution. Consequently, the captain of Qianling Academy had instructed them to maintain their composure, even if their strength paled in comparison to their opponents. The draw commenced. Perhaps Wang Yan's prayers had borne fruit, as the results favored his desires. Shrek Academy versus Qianling Academy, team battle. The referee announced the results with a booming voice. Team battles, without a doubt, represented the most intense and comprehensive form of contest, assessing the overall strength of both sides. The captains of both teams expressed their agreement with the team battle format. The referee solemnly declared, "Competitors, take the stage." In the waiting area, He Kaitu, Su Sanshi, Jiang Nanan, Yun Ying, Wang Dong, and Hui Yuhao rose together, stepping onto the competition stage under Wang Yan's encouraging gaze. This morning, Wang Yan had devised the most tactical approach for the battle, the team battle. The strategy was fully prepared. Now it was time to witness the execution by the Shrek members. The formation for Shrek Academy's team battle mirrored that of their first match. However, the formation of their opponents from Qianling Academy was unexpectedly different. Standing at the forefront were not their captain, but rather 4 tall male students, forming an imposing wall. Behind these 4 stood the spear captain, followed by 2 young women. Earlier that morning, Wang Yan had analyzed the overall strength of their opponents. Shen Su, a 5-ring Soul King, estimated to be at levels 53 to 54. The remaining 6 members were all at least 4-ring Soul Sects, with 2 likely exceeding level 45. This match would not be an easy endeavor for the Shrek participants. The match commenced. At the referee's command, both Shrek Academy and Qianling Academy's competitors simultaneously unleashed their respective martial souls. Su Sanshi summoned the Xianming Turtle Shell Shield, while Bei Bei, with a cigar clenched in his mouth, strode forward. Meanwhile, Yun Ying wielded the Fire Blade, stealthily advancing towards their flank. Jiang Nanan concealed herself behind Bei Bei, poised to catch the adversary off guard. Meanwhile, He Kaidu transformed into a formidable soul cannon under Hui Yuhao's mental guidance, seeking an opportune moment to unleash a devastating strike. Wang Dong stood vigilantly beside Hui Yuhao. Observing the overall situation, one might perceive the Shrek Academy team as having a considerable disparity in cross-server capabilities, seemingly unable to provide adequate support. Yet, is this truly the case? Setting aside other factors, the mere exchange between Yun Ying and Su Sanshi could leave the opponent momentarily bewildered. Although the adversary might be wary of Su Sanshi's exchange, Yun Ying possesses her own exchange skill as well. This creates an unpredictable situation. In contrast to Shrek Academy's aggressive advance, the 7 members of Qianling Academy did not charge forward after summoning their martial souls. Instead, they formed a protective barrier with their Lingxi shields, safeguarding their companions behind them. Simultaneously, 4 of them unleashed their first soul skills, the Shield Wall. Countless dark yellow shadows erupted from the Lingxi shields, transforming them into what appeared to be countless barriers in an instant, effectively obstructing the line of sight and path of the Shrek 7. Regrettably, they were unaware that Shrek's side benefited from shared mental detection, allowing them to perceive the events occurring beyond the shield walls without relying on sight. Enlengye was the first to release her soul skill, as the frost bear strode forward, pounding its chest with powerful fists. The brilliance of Enlengye's first soul ring illuminated the area, and a dense ice-blue aura rapidly expanded, bestowing an additional layer of icy brilliance upon the originally deep yellow Lingxi shield. Her ice shield, combined with the Lingxi shield, augmented its defensive capabilities by at least 30%. Enlengye's second soul skill, Ice Seal, was subsequently unleashed, causing Bei Bei, Su Sanshi, Jiang Nanan, and Yun Ying, who were in the midst of their advance, to experience a noticeable reduction in speed due to the frigid air. Simultaneously, the competition stage began to freeze over. And at this critical juncture, Yun Ying activated her Flaming Gale, a powerful aura sweeping across the arena. Despite Enlengye's formidable ice, under comparable levels, especially with Yun Ying being 1 rank higher, the ice proved to be inadequate. The previously spread ice elements were swiftly melted away by the searing flames. Furthermore, under the influence of this overwhelming fiery presence, the ice defense that Enlengye had bestowed upon the Lingxi shield was forcibly melted. Enlengye, meow, meow, meow. Observing her ice elements being effortlessly countered by the opposing side, with the situation turning against her, Enlengye felt an urge to vent her frustrations. Meanwhile, intense flames surged from the blazing tiger summoned by Fei Yuyan, as the first, second, and third soul rings alternated in a dazzling display. As the flames emanating from the crimson feather flame tiger began to transform into a pale azure hue, the ethereal silhouette of the tiger did not falter for an instant. With a powerful flap of its wings, it leaped directly into the increasingly radiant thousand-strike spear suspended in midair. Instantly, a dense azure flame erupted from the spear's core, mingled with the low growl of a tiger, causing the audience below to hold their breath in awe. Senior Su, I will replace the person in front momentarily. And then you should replace the crimson feather flame. At the very least, this will prevent Shinsu from gaining any advantage, Yun Ying spoke decisively. Su Sanshur nodded in agreement, simultaneously transmitting information to He Kai, too, through mental probing. Once the Crimson Feather Flame is swapped out, we'll deal with her immediately. Bei will hold off the incoming defensive Soul Master. The group nodded in understanding. At that moment, the four advancing figures abruptly halted, and in the next heartbeat, a flash of gray light enveloped Yun Ying's left leg, and the defensive Soul Master standing before the Crimson Feather Flame was forcibly replaced. Yun Ying had torn through their defensive formation with remarkable force. Just as the Soul Master was caught off guard, Bei, crackling with purple lightning, charged forward. I shall shatter the darkness with thunder, Bei declared. Following this, Su Sanshur strode confidently ahead, his fourth soul ring glowing brilliantly. Catching the unprepared Crimson Feather Flame off guard, who was then subjected to a relentless barrage of soul-guided rays and bullets, alongside a surprise attack from Jiang Nan. At this moment, the Crimson Feather Flame was utterly bewildered, questioning how she had been inexplicably replaced. What is the situation with this barrage of attacks? She is merely a control-type Soul Master. How could Hai Yuyan be eliminated by Shrek so easily? When Fei Yuyan was eliminated, Shinsu also felt the repercussions. He was already experiencing some instability in his fusion, and now, with Fei Yuyan's removal, his enhancement was diminished by at least 40%. Shinsu exclaimed. This is simply unbelievable. As he gazed at the newly replaced Su Sanshur, Shinsu felt a surge of frustration within him. He hurled the 1,000-strike spear, which crashed forcefully against Su Sanchi's tortoiseshell shield, propelling him back several paces, nearly to the edge. At that moment, the three defensive Soul Masters across from him, Yun Ying, also sprang into action with their sweeping assault. Chapter 85. He Kai 2. I am the sun. How can we penetrate the formidable defenses of our adversaries, who appear impervious? It is akin to a mountain bearing a shield, steadfastly blocking your path and thwarting your attempts to reach the critical positions behind them. This predicament compels you to launch continuous assaults in a bid to breach their defenses, only to be thwarted repeatedly, ultimately succumbing to the relentless attrition from the foes lurking behind. However, in the current scenario, the trio forming the shield is comparatively weaker than the mountain. At the very least, they lack internal defensive measures. At this moment, Yun Ying is precisely positioned behind the three of them. Should the four unite their strengths to uphold the shield, it may pose a formidable challenge. However, let us not forget that Yun Ying has just replaced one of the shield bearers. Presently, that individual is undergoing relentless instruction from Bei. This significantly simplifies matters. Does it not? With a swift, sweeping motion, the crimson brilliance of the spear fiercely strikes the backs of the trio, exuding a terrifying heat that shatters their defenses. On the far right, Yimao found himself utterly bewildered. He had been diligently upholding the shield wall when he suddenly sensed a change in his companion beside him, only to be struck fiercely. Yimao exclaimed, "Alas, this individual cannot handle the game," and resorts to ambush. Following the sweeping attack, Yun Ying activated her second soul ring, unleashing a decisive strike known as the City Crusher, delivering a series of 3 precise thrusts that once again assaulted the trio. Under the overwhelming force of Yun Ying's attack, the shield wall they had so painstakingly maintained was compelled to crumble. Meanwhile, Shinsu, who had just hurled his 1,000-strike spear, also caught sight of Yun Ying, leaving him utterly perplexed. According to the information they had gathered, only Su Sanshur possessed a substitution skill. Given the current circumstances, could it be that this female student also harbored such an ability? However, he could not afford to ponder this any longer, for Yun Ying was already charging towards him with her flame lancer in hand. He swiftly recalled his spear, yet Yun Ying's long spear was rapidly closing in. At a critical moment, the third spirit ring on Shinsu's body shimmered, enveloping his 1,000-strike spear in a layer of white light. Gripping the spear firmly, he braced himself against Yun Ying's assault. The collision of the spear and lance erupted in a dazzling display of sparks. Although Shinsu's cultivation level surpassed Yun Ying's by approximately 7 to 8 ranks, one wielded an extraordinary artifact from the realm of kings while the other wielded a spirit that was merely superior to an ordinary one. The disparity in strength was glaringly apparent. The consequence was that Shinsu was unceremoniously pushed back over 10 paces, while Yun Ying only staggered back a single step. A mere aftershock of their clash, for Yun Ying's frail constitution was not a recent development. Shinsu thought to himself, what on earth? This must be some kind of cheat, right? Earlier that morning, the team leader from Qianling Academy had conducted a pre-battle briefing, during which the instructor had speculated that Yun Ying was at most level 45. This conclusion stemmed from the fact that she had only participated in her first match and had not yet revealed her spirit rings. The teacher had merely estimated her age based on her appearance, leading to this deduction, especially since Yun Ying had not showcased a single spirit ring throughout. Yet now, Shinsu found himself incredulous at the notion that she could possibly be limited to level 45. After all, she had just clashed with a Soul King of level 54. Internally, he berated his instructor 1,000 times over, convinced that she must indeed be a Soul King, if not potentially a Soul Emperor. As Shinsu observed that only a single yellow spirit ring illuminated around Yun Ying, he nearly spat blood in disbelief. She had repelled him using merely a century-old spirit ring, despite him being empowered by a millennium spirit ring's enhancement effect. It was evident to anyone with eyes that Yun Ying was undoubtedly a Soul King, yet she had not revealed the entirety of her spirit rings, prompting Shinsu to feel a wave of frustration. Why hide them at this point? Following Shinsu's retreat, and Lung Yi was undeniably the most flustered of all. How could she remain calm when faced with the Crimson Lance now aimed directly at her? If even the Soul King level captain could be pushed back, how could she, a Soul Sect member, withstand such an onslaught? Moreover, the opponent's fire attribute might even exceed her own. Moreover, Su Sancher is rapidly approaching, and soon it will be a pincer attack. While the battle here is fiercely contested, the battlefield on Beibei's side is also reaching a boiling point. In an attempt to shatter the darkness with a thunderous strike, Beibei is dismayed to discover that the defense of the opponent before him is exceedingly formidable. It seems impossible to inflict any damage. Moreover, the three defensive soul masters who had previously been dispersed by Yun Ying have seen two of them begin to converge towards him, while the remaining individual has naturally gone to assist the soon-to-be assailed in Long Yi. At that moment, Hikaido, who had already unleashed over 20 soul-guiding devices, suddenly inhaled deeply from a soul power-enhancing fine cigar. Immediately, a cacophony of metallic roars erupted from his entire being. Amidst the dense metallic explosions, a circular pedestal materialized beneath his feet. Once the pedestal was completed, numerous metal tubes of varying diameters erupted wildly from his body. Typically, one could consider a soul-guiding artillery strategy effective if it possessed 24 means of attack, a stable pedestal, and a core magic array that maximized efficiency while being voluminous. However, observing Hikaido, one could hardly count merely 24. The sheer multitude was overwhelming, surely exceeding 50. Upon completing the transformation into a soul-guiding artillery platform, the muscles in Hikaido's face twitched ever so slightly. It was an indescribable sensation, marked by a smile around the cigar, or rather, a grin imbued with a sense of impending destruction. Subsequently, Hikaido's form transformed into a blazing orb of light, reminiscent of the sun. Hikaido declared, "I am the sun." Beibei took a deep breath, poised to unleash his power and breach the defenses of the formidable opponent before him, when he felt a sudden warmth radiating from behind. Almost instantly, a thunderous explosion erupted just above his head. The powerful shockwave compelled him to crouch down, summoning all his soul power for protection, even employing the defense from a newly acquired soul-guiding device. What manner of being possesses such might? Beibei exclaimed, as he felt a deluge of debris raining down from above. The shield that had once obstructed his path had entirely vanished, and similarly, the shields of the three individuals in the distance, who were preparing to provide support, were obliterated under the influence of Hui Yuhao's mental probing. In disbelief, Beibei, who had always appeared gentle and refined, at least on the surface, stood upright once more, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming a beautifully poetic phrase in Huaxia. As Shinsu sought to confront Yun Ying once more, he was abruptly repelled by the overwhelming barrage of terrifying firepower, crashing violently against the protective barrier, rendering him immobile as countless halos radiated outward from the shield. "Be careful," Su Sancher exclaimed urgently, for at that moment, Yun Ying was well within the firing range of Kaitu. Upon sensing the searing heat behind her, Yun Ying swiftly executed a displacement to the edge of the competition platform, facing the bewildered Enlingya. "Yun Ying, oh, what is it?" "Enlingya, I have a thought that I hesitate to express." He cautiously began. "Shall we wait until that person finishes before we engage?" "Yun Ying, do you think that is feasible?" "Enlingya, goodness, what if we cannot win? I am awaiting a response, quite urgently." Chapter 86. A renewed victory once bearing an expression akin to that of Shinsu, and Enlingya now displayed a wry smile. To be frank, she was astonished as she observed the relentless advance of Yun Ying, and Lang Yi felt utterly helpless, compelled to command the Frost Bear to engage in battle. Of course, as anticipated, the unexpected outcome was that the Frost Bear could not escape the onslaught of the insatiable flame. It was swept off the stage, just as one might expect. Yet, as the saying goes, one must take risks. A bicycle may turn into a motorcycle. Thus, she decided to take her chance. With a flicker, her fourth soul ring illuminated, transforming in Lang Ye's once ice-blue long hair into a cascade of white. Simultaneously, the frost bear executed a maneuver as if to seize something from the air, and soon after, a swirling vortex of frost, radiating an intense chill, erupted forth, roaring and engulfing the arena. Even more astonishing was the fact that this frost vortex continued to expand relentlessly. "Goodness!" Yun Ying exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Yet her lips curled into a smirk. Surprisingly, her first instinct was not to retreat, but to leap into the air, just as Lang Yi was engulfed in confusion. Yun Ying unleashed her soul ring, though under the swirling frost storm, it went largely unnoticed. And Lang Yi could only vaguely perceive a dark soul ring pulsating around Yun Ying. What could she be planning? And Lang Ye's bewilderment swiftly transformed into shock as she beheld an immense crimson shadow of flame manifesting in the sky. The entire arena was bathed in a golden-red hue, with flames so scorching they soared into the air, causing the protective barrier to shimmer with rippling halos. And Lang Yi thought, could it be that it is going to strike down? Surely not, surely not. As events unfolded precisely as she had anticipated. That crimson gold phantom of blazing fire descended with a devastating slash, crashing violently upon the glacial tempest. A formidable surge of spiritual energy erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, compelling the attention of all present to converge upon this spectacle. Even the spectators beyond the arena held their breaths in rapt suspense. As the collective burst of the soul-guiding devices dimmed, Shinsu forced himself to leap like a fish, utilizing the protective barrier behind him to return to the arena. However, his once formidable attire had now become tattered rags, exposing the inner armor beneath. With a resounding clang, the inner armor shattered and fell away, leaving Shinsu's upper body utterly bare. He gasped for breath, relying on the support of the thousand-strike spear to prevent himself from collapsing. At that moment, a terrifying explosion swept through, leaving Shinsu in a state of bewilderment as he was struck once more. After a while, the explosion gradually subsided, and Yun Ying descended from the heavens, with a small golden shield unfurled in her left hand, radiating a brilliant light. Before Lang Yi stood the referee, maintaining a protective soul shield, while Shinsu, having barely returned to the arena, was awkwardly half-seated on the stage. In his right hand, a petite soul-guiding device lay shattered. A once mighty invincible shield meant to last 3 seconds, purchased at considerable expense. It was intended for dire emergencies. Yet it had been deployed during the second round of the tournament. The referee's presence naturally signified the elimination of the contestant. And Lang Yi found himself in a similar predicament. He glanced at Kai Tu, who had just expelled the remnants of his incinerated soul power-boosting cigar, and smirked. Not bad, but what a shame about that level 5 defensive soul tool. No wonder it could withstand my attack. Let us see if you can endure another. Shinsu replied, what the hell? Another round? Is this person insane? If we go again, I'll surely be done for. Turning to rally his teammates for a final counterattack, Shinsu was met with the disheartening realization that he was the last remaining contestant from Qianling Academy. Where are my teammates? I can still fight, but where the hell are they? His confusion deepened as Su Sanshur approached, a cigar dangling from his lips, exuding the air of a gang leader. You've been eliminated, mate. It's just you left. We still have 7. Brothers, what are you waiting for? Kaido bellowed. Just as everyone expected a moment of respite following his earlier exertion, the ominous glow of the cannon flared once more, aimed squarely at Shinsu. Damn it, this is bad. Shinsu thought, acutely aware that Kaido was merely bluffing. If he truly attempted another shot, it would be quite challenging. Moreover, why was the temperature on the field rising? In a daze, he spotted Yun Ying leaning against the flickering flames. Upon meeting his gaze, she smiled and spoke. What's the matter? Feeling the heat? If you don't concede, you'll either be scorched or beaten. I concede, Shinsu muttered. This is the first academy of the continent. They all act like gangsters. It's unbelievable. The match concluded with Shinsu's surrender, thus solidifying Shrek Academy's victory. As the referee announced the result, the 7 members of Shrek Academy stood in a line, offering a slight bow to their opponents before gracefully exiting the stage. For the members of Shrek Academy, it was a significant sigh of relief. In terms of overall strength, Shrek's 7 monsters were not truly superior to Qianling Academy. Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao, one at the 3rd ring and the other at the 2nd, played limited roles in such a high-stakes team battle. Hui Yuhao could only provide mental detection to assist his teammates, while Wang Dong's role was to protect him from behind. Among the 4 Spirit Shield Soul Masters on the opposing side, none individually could match Su Sanchi's defensive prowess. However, when combined, even Su Sanchi's excellence paled in comparison to their seamless teamwork. This match was won largely due to Yun Ying and Su Sanchi's strategic use of displacement skills. Catching their opponents off guard, Yun Ying's initial displacement of a defensive spirit ancestor forcefully disrupted their formation, allowing Su Sanshi to subsequently displace Fei Yuyan. And Lian's explosive retaliation was then decisively suppressed by Yun Ying. Undoubtedly, Yun Ying played a pivotal role in this battle. Truthfully, Shrek Academy's victory was not due to superior strength but rather tactical precision and targeted exploitation of abilities. As with the previous two matches, the team departed immediately after their triumph, returning to the hotel for rest and recuperation. Chapter 87. Pre-battle deployment. Though they emerged victorious in the second round of the cycle matches, Wang Yan's mood remained somber. Their next opponent would be the strongest they had faced thus far, a team boasting 3 5-ring Spirit Kings, who had reached the top 8 in the previous tournament. For the current Shrek 7, this posed a formidable challenge. A loss here would inevitably expose their limitations. Yet, did they truly possess the capability to overcome such overwhelming odds? With the match format still unknown, they found themselves at a severe disadvantage regardless of the mode. Wang Yan even contemplated forfeiting the next match, as the cycle format allowed for occasional losses. Once past this hurdle, Ling Luochen, their Ice Control Spirit King, would return, significantly bolstering their chances in subsequent battles. However, when Wang Yan voiced his inclination to concede, the Shrek 7 vehemently opposed. No longer the inexperienced newcomers they once were, they had already fought twice to uphold Shrek's honor. How could they retreat without a fight? Unanimously, the 7 insisted on battling to their utmost, even if defeat seemed inevitable. Moreover, they believed a sliver of hope remained. Ultimately, Wang Yan acquiesced, recognizing that abandoning the match for strategic reasons might leave an indelible scar on their spirits, an outcome he wished to avoid at all costs. Unbeknownst to Shrek Academy, the members of the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineer Academy had also departed after observing their match. Their own competition was not scheduled for that day. They had come solely to scrutinize Shrek's performance. The 2 most prestigious academies of the tournament returned to the Star Emperor Hotel almost simultaneously. Gather in the conference room. Nearly identical orders were issued by the instructors of both teams. Wang Yan surveyed the Shrek 7 seated before him, drawing a deep breath before speaking earnestly. Children, thank you. Honestly, I never anticipated you would achieve consecutive victories. You've already given your all to preserve the Academy's glory. As reserve members, your initial purpose here was merely for experience. Yet now, you stand as our pillars. Neither the Academy nor I will demand more than you can give. Bei Bei smiled faintly. Instructor Wang, there's no need for further words. If this is training, then let it be the most rigorous training yet. We trust your tactical guidance implicitly. Wang Yan studied them intently. You're truly resolved? Led by Bei Bei, the Shrek 7 rose as one, their gazes unwavering, devoid of any hesitation. Honestly, Instructor Wang, if even students half your age aren't afraid, why should you be? Yun Ying teased, her playful remark instantly dissolving the solemn atmosphere. Wang Yan sighed in exasperation. Must you jest at a time like this? Another word, and I'll have you copying textbooks. All right, no more jokes, Yun Ying conceded hastily. Children, I dare say this. If we return safely, you will undoubtedly become the most exceptional talent Shrek Academy has seen in centuries, bar none. Enough sentimentality. Let us proceed with tactics. Wang Yan motioned for everyone to be seated. Our next opponents are formidable. In the previous tournament, they advanced to the top 8, only falling to the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineer Academy in the quarterfinals. Their overall strength suggests they could have progressed even further, potentially contending for the top 4. Among their 7 core members, 3 are Spirit Kings and 4 are Spirit Ancestors. As Wang Yan outlined their adversaries' capabilities, the gravity of the situation settled heavily upon the Shrek team. As I mentioned earlier, their captain is their greatest asset. Hailed as a once-in-a-millennium prodigy, his influence within the team is immense. While this grants him prestige, it also renders the team overly reliant on him. Thus, in a team battle, if we can execute a decapitation strike to eliminate him first, our chances of victory rise to over 40%. Wang Yan's gaze shifted to Yun Ying and Su Sanshi, both unusually solemn. Therefore, the match hinges on the 2 of you. If you replicate the synergy displayed today, our odds exceed 50%. I need you to coordinate flawlessly, not only displacing their captain, but also disorienting the remaining 6. Once their leader is isolated, we will be prepared, whereas they will be caught off guard, unable to retaliate immediately. The rest will depend on your execution. Su Sanshi stared wide-eyed. Instructor Wang, this task is exceedingly daunting. Yun Ying pondered briefly before offering, actually, it's manageable. If Senior Su initiates well, displacing their captain and then using mysterious underworld tremor to immobilize the other 6, I can displace you over, catching them unprepared. Su Sanshi blinked. So you're suggesting I control, you disrupt, and we trade one for one? Essentially, though the outcome remains uncertain, Yun Ying affirmed. Bei interjected, it's a sound strategy. Though Yun Ying will bear the brunt. Displacing means either attacking or being attacked, likely the latter. Very well, we'll proceed with this plan. Su Sancher, any objections? Wang Yin finalized. Su Sancher shook his head resolutely. None. Wang Yin nodded and remarked, Su Sancher is a crucial figure in team battles, and Yun Ying is of paramount importance. They have coordinated their initiation strategy, and now I must arrange for you all to besiege our opponents. Chapter 88. Fighting Spirit. As Shrek Academy diligently devised tactics for their upcoming match, the students of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy had also returned to their hotel, entering their designated conference room at the opposite end of the corridor. However, their focus was not on strategizing, but rather on analyzing Shrek Academy. Let us share our impressions after watching today's match, Master Ma stated gravely. Well, my initial impression of Shrek Academy's team is that they do not seem particularly strong. Perhaps in their previous matches, they were undeniably formidable, securing victories with great ease, even in one-on-one encounters, resolved in a rather unconventional manner, one student pondered aloud, recalling Su Sanchi's rather cheeky demeanor during the earlier one-on-one match. The previous 2 rounds had left the audience at a loss for words. And even the competitors bore expressions of disbelief. There was no helping it. Su Sanchi's antics were quite excessive, especially in his match against Zhang Yue. Indeed, they appeared to be engaging in mere bluster, as if concealing something. Ma Rulong interjected. Master Ma regarded the two with approval, saying correct. Although they displayed overwhelming strength in their prior matches, giving an impression of invincibility, a thorough analysis reveals their overall capabilities. And what of the female student from the recent match? She single-handedly countered a powerful Ice Control Soul Master's ultimate move. Another student queried, perplexed. It must be a case of elemental affinity. Ma Rulong pondered deeply before responding. Elemental affinity? Are you jesting? The student exclaimed in surprise. That female student is clearly fire attribute. How could she possibly counter ice? Captain, that cannot be right. Fire counters ice? Logically, I should counter fire, but this is Shrek. Even their reserve team cannot be assessed by conventional reasoning. Thus, I surmise that the girl named Yun Ying possesses the ultimate fire element, Ma Rulong stated, his eyes gleaming with insight. Only this would elucidate how she could negate the Ice Control Soul Master's ultimate move. Furthermore, the intense heat that engulfed the arena corroborates this theory. Oh, I confess I had not considered the ultimate fire attribute, the student admitted, a hint of embarrassment coloring his expression. Hearing this, the reserve team captain, Xiao Hongqian, lifted his head and nodded slightly at Ma Rulong, admiration flickering in his eyes. Such a display of respect was rare for someone of his proud disposition. Noticing Xiao Hongqian's gaze, Ma Rulong smiled faintly. I believe that although the young girl is exceptional, her abilities ultimately cannot rival those of our Xiao Hongqian. Nevertheless, her ultimate fire is indeed formidable, yet her greatest shortcoming lies in her youth. After all, she is merely 12 years old. While I find it curious that Shrek Academy would field such a young contestant, after witnessing her performance today, I suddenly grasped their rationale. He continued. Xiao Hongqian frowned. Captain, do you imply that if she were of my age, I would not stand a chance against her? Ma Rulong replied nonchalantly. What do you think? Xiao Hongqian's frown deepened. It's hard to say. Without direct confrontation, who can be certain? Even if she wields an ultimate martial soul. I am a dual practice soul master. Moreover, the growth rate of ultimate martial souls significantly declines after level 30. At the same age, her soul power may not reach my level. Ma Rulong waved his hand dismissively. Let us not dwell on that. Allow me to continue with my analysis. Listening to Ma Rulong's insights, both the main and reserve team members of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy felt a sense of clarity wash over them. Master Ma smiled, nodding in agreement. Ma Rulong's position as captain was not solely due to his prowess but also his meticulous thought process. Had it not been for the subsequent rise of the Xiao siblings, Ma Rulong could have easily become the finest student of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy in a century. With confidence, Ma Rulong concluded, in summary, I have reached a rather accurate judgment. I believe Shrek Academy must be facing some challenges. Although their team members are talented, they resemble a reserve team rather than the main squad. On the first day, there were a few others who did not make an appearance later. This is not merely a concealment of strength but indicative of a genuine issue. I am certain that this tournament presents us with an opportunity. I will lead the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy to victory. We shall create history. Laughter erupted, and the day passed joyfully for them, of course. From the perspective of the Sun Moon side, morning arrived. After breakfast, all 7 members of the Shrek Academy reserve team gathered in the conference room. However, 6 of them wore solemn expressions, while Yun Ying alone appeared relaxed, even stifling a yawn out of boredom. Yun Ying, you must adopt a serious attitude, Wang Yin admonished. Yun Ying sighed and straightened up, prompting Wang Yin to nod in satisfaction. Children, a pivotal battle is about to commence, Wang Yin intoned, his words laden with gravity. At this moment, he felt not only concern but also a profound sense of pride. For among all the academies participating in this prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Duel Tournament, he could confidently assert that no other institution would have a leading teacher reassuring their team members not to fear defeat, even actively tempering their fighting spirit before a match. Yet here he was, doing precisely that. Nevertheless, he clearly saw the flames of determination burning brightly in each of their eyes. With the exception of the still nonchalant Yun Ying, Wang Yin took a deep breath, rising to declare, "Let us proceed, children. It is time for us to unwind." The atmosphere at Douluo Square was as fervent as ever, and Shrek Academy was set to take the stage once more. Although the audience was puzzled by the presence of so many fourth-ring participants among the Shrek competitors, the Academy's continued victories quelled any deeper scrutiny. Thus, the spectators remained blissfully unaware. Chapter 89. The match begins today. Shrek Academy was slated to be the first to compete. Facing an opponent that had easily triumphed in the previous 2 round-robin matches, including a match against the Qianling Advanced Soul Master Academy, this team had even reached the top 8 in the last tournament. Based on the performances of both teams thus far, everyone anticipated a fierce showdown. Time passed steadily, the sun rising high in the eastern sky. The emperor of the Douluo Empire, accompanied by his ministers, arrived at the city walls. Choosing not to take a seat but instead proceeding to the battlements to observe the matches unfolding in the resting area. Upon noticing that the Shrek team consisted still of the Shrek 7 monsters, he was momentarily taken aback, muttering to himself in surprise. Could it be that my judgment is flawed? Impossible. What on earth is Shrek Academy planning? Why would they participate in this tournament with such a lineup? Today's match will truly test whether these young students are the real deal. Let's hope they can withstand the trial by fire. Douluo Emperor, could my judgment have been mistaken? Good heavens, it seems I can no longer place too much faith in celestial omens. The third round of the group stage, first match, Shrek Academy versus Tianhing Academy. Both teams, please enter the waiting area. Captains, step forward to draw the match format. As the referee's voice rang out, Bei Bei rose and strode onto the stage. Opposite him, a tall, cold-faced young man from Tianhing Academy also stood. Their gazes locked. Bei Bei wore a faint smile, yet his eyes burned with unwavering determination. Yi Wuqing's stare, however, was sharp as a blade, as if searching for the slightest weakness to exploit. Commence the draw, the referee declared solemnly. Witness the result. The entire arena held its breath. Then, the outcome was revealed. Even Bei Bei, his fighting spirit ablaze, paled at the sight. This time, luck had abandoned Shrek Academy. The result was the worst possible scenario. Shrek Academy versus Tianhing Academy. The format drawn as 2-2-3 battle formation. Upon hearing this, Wang Yin's mind went blank, his thoughts scattering like mist. As Bei Bei returned with stiff steps, Wang Yin gritted his teeth and forced himself to stand. His gaze was earnest as he faced the Shrek 7 monsters. Listen to me, children. We should forfeit. If we don't compete, at least we forfeit? Absolutely not. Before he could finish, Yun Ying cut in sharply. Why should we forfeit, Instructor Wang? This isn't the finals yet. What will others think of us? But besides, if we surrender now, your strategy of concealing our strength will be completely wasted. Every academy already suspects something is wrong with Shrek. Forfeiting now would only confirm their suspicions. Her words left Wang Yin stunned. The carefree, mischievous girl he once knew was gone, replaced by a young woman radiating confidence and unshakable resolve. Yun Ying smirked. I am the queen, confidence is my light. Then, can you guarantee victory? Wang Yin was at a loss. This was his first time leading a team, and the situation had spiraled beyond his expectations. Trust me, within 6 feet, I am invincible. With that bold declaration, she turned to Bei Bei. Brother Bei, let's take the first match together. Bei Bei hesitated. He had originally planned to send Su Sancher and Jiang Nanan, but if Yun Ying insisted, very well. Sancher, if we fail, you and Nanan must be ready. Wait, Jiang Nanan stiffened at the mention of partnering with Su Sancher. But under Bei Bei's steady gaze and the weight of her teammates' expectations, she clenched her teeth. Fine, I'll fight alongside him. Bei Bei nodded firmly. Thank you. Then, to Yun Ying, let's give it our all. Show them the might of the Shrek 7 monsters. Of course, the two stepped onto the stage, where their opponents, a young man and woman, awaited. The female competitor was strikingly beautiful, but her male counterpart's eyes immediately flickered toward Yun Ying. Admittedly, Yun Ying's effortless charm, blending grace with playful allure, was impossible to ignore. Ahem, but enough digression. Beibei, Yun Ying. They announced their names. The Tianning youth responded, Yang Yifan. The girl shot Yun Ying a jealous glance. Yu Mingdi. These two. Beibei's mind raced. Among them, one was indeed a Soul King. It seemed their opponents weren't betting everything on this match either. Yu Mingdi was one of Tianheng's 3 Soul Kings. Her martial soul exceptionally powerful, a key reason for her rapid cultivation. Yang Yifan, however, was weaker, a soul ancestor like Beibei and Yun Ying. Likely around rank 42 or 43. Once introductions concluded, the referee boomed, retreat to your positions, prepare. Yun Ying, Beibei murmured, focus on taking down Yu Mingdi first. I'll hold off Yang Yifan. Can you handle it alone? She flicked her hair. No problem. As long as they're not beyond 6 rings, I've got this. Both sides reached the arena's edges. Begin. In an instant, martial souls erupted. Beibei's body crackled with violet lightning. His right hand morphing into a draconic claw wreathed in 4 soul rings as he charged toward Yang Yifan. Yun Ying unleashed Lianhua, instantly engulfing the arena in scorching heat as towering flames danced across the battlefield. 4 soul rings materialized around her, with the final black 10,000-year soul ring particularly eye-catching. Is this a domain-type soul skill? Yang Yifan frowned in confusion. Yu Mingdi's expression darkened slightly. It's not quite a true domain skill, more like a semi-finished version. But for a soul ancestor to possess a 10,000-year soul ring, her strength is no joke. This might get troublesome. Chapter 90. Victory. Yang Yifan's martial soul was a long dagger. Despite his towering stature, he was actually an agility-type battle soul master. The moment the match began, he darted sideways, swiftly closing in on Beibei and Yun Ying. Yu Mingdi's martial soul, however, was far more extraordinary. A pair of pristine white wings, radiant with golden light, unfurled behind her, cloaking her entire body in a soft, divine glow that inspired reverence. In her hands, golden swords materialized, not soul tools, but pure manifestations of soul power. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. 5 optimally configured soul rings shimmered around her. With a flash, she charged straight toward Yun Ying. Clang! The two clashed at the center of the arena. Lianhua met the twin golden blades, and in that single exchange, Yu Mingdi was forced back 5 or 6 steps. Yun Ying, however, used the recoil to launch herself forward, slashing downward mid-air. Yu Mingdi raised her swords in defense, only to realize with shock that she couldn't fully withstand Yun Ying's assault. Still, as a Soul King, Yu Mingdi quickly adapted. Her second soul ring flared as she swiftly crossed her arms, tracing a golden cross in the air. Her wings spread wide, infusing the cross with a dazzling golden radiance. A melodious hymn resonated from the cross as a sacred golden light surged toward Yun Ying. At such close range, evasion should have been impossible, yet Yun Ying forcefully activated back to the wall, creating distance while delivering one last powerful slash. Then, her first soul ring ignited, and Lianhua unleashed 4 swift strikes, shattering the golden cross. Yu Mingdi, what kind of move was that? She was stunned. Worse yet, the arena's temperature continued to rise. While her higher cultivation allowed her to endure, Yang Yifan wasn't faring as well. He had attempted a sneak attack, only to be intercepted by Beibei. Showing no mercy, Beibei struck with Thunderclap Dragon Claw, amplified by Thunderous Wrath, followed by Lightning Storm. Combined with the raging flames, Yang Yifan was thoroughly overwhelmed. With the heat intensifying, how was he supposed to fight? While Yang Yifan struggled under Beibei's assault, Yu Mingdi wasn't faring much better. She activated her third soul skill, raising her sacred blades overhead. A golden blaze erupted around her, and behind her, the silhouette of a 6-winged angel emerged, bathing her entirely in gold, Angel's Blessing, doubling the power of her next attack. Her 4th soul ring then ignited, cloaking her in white light that infused her sword's Angel's Gift, boosting all attributes by 25. She lunged at Yun Ying again, slashing down with full force. Yun Ying blocked with her spear before suddenly activating her 4th soul ring, thrusting upward and startling Yu Mingdi. You're opening with a 10,000-year soul skill? Afraid I'll escape. Huh. Gritting her teeth, Yu Mingdi tried to withstand Lianhua, but the flames coating the spear were too overwhelming. Her golden swords were knocked aside, and Lianhua came crashing down. The sheer force of the flames and the spear's impact sent Yu Mingdi flying dozens of steps back. By now, the arena had become a stage of fire, with flames devouring every inch. Yu Mingdi, already battered, had nowhere to retreat, and Beibei, having temporarily dealt with Yang Yifan, who was now questioning his life choices, charged toward her, crackling with violet lightning. Yu Mingdi, stay away from me. There was no choice left. Yumingdi reactivated her third soul skill, then her fifth soul ring blazed to life. Angel, Divine Seal Slash. Her cry wasn't just an announcement. Each syllable resonated with her swords, emitting a clear hum. At the final word, slash, the twin blades merged into one, unleashing a colossal golden blade over 10 meters long and 3 meters wide, hurtling toward Yun Ying. Seeing this, the referee immediately rushed forward. Certain Yun Ying couldn't withstand it, even with Beibei's help. But Yun Ying remained calm. Wings of Redemption activated. A faint crimson glow enveloped her right hand, forming a translucent barrier. Despite its delicate appearance, it effortlessly blocked Yumingdi's full-powered strike. Yumingdi? Are you kidding me? You're cheating. What infuriated her most was how effortlessly her ultimate attack had been nullified. The referee, who had been rushing to intervene, halted mid-step. Oh, she had a soul tool. Could have mentioned that earlier, made me run for nothing. After Yumingdi executed her attack, she found herself in an awkward predicament, having unleashed all three of her first, third, and fifth soul skills simultaneously, which left her in a state of exhaustion. Feeling depleted? Then behold my prowess, Yun Ying chuckled, once again employing her fourth soul skill, prompting Yumingdi to shut her eyes in disbelief. Damn it, unleashing a 10,000-year soul skill consecutively, is she even human? Subsequently, Yumingdi was swiftly eliminated by Yun Ying, and Yang Yifan fell victim to their combined onslaught. The match concluded with Shrek Academy emerging victorious in the first round. The referee announced the results, casting a shadow of dread over the Zheng Tian team. From their captain Yiwuqing to every member, their faces darkened with despair. Once filled with hope of defeating Shrek Academy, they now felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over them. Was Yun Ying from Shrek Academy truly that formidable? They pondered the need for a countermeasure. In the Shrek Academy waiting area, Beibei urged everyone to temper their excitement, reminding them that greater challenges lay ahead. After clapping his hands to gather his teammates' attention, he began to speak. Chapter 91. Yiwuqing. I have never felt so speechless in my life. We won the first match relatively easily, but the subsequent 2 rounds will not be as forgiving. We are still unaware of the combinations they might deploy. He glanced at Su Sanshur, expressing concern. I plan to have you and Nan Nan compete in the next round. They will likely send in Captain Yiwuqing. Can you hold your ground? Rest assured, it shouldn't be a problem, Su Sanshur replied. His usual playful demeanor replaced with a serious expression. All right, you two will take the second match. Just as Beibei finished speaking, he noticed a peculiar expression on Jiang Nanan's face. Nan Nan, are you all right? He inquired. Jiang Nanan shook her head. I'm fine. It's just a match against him. What is the difficulty? Very well. Beibei's expression was somewhat complex as he exchanged a glance with Su Sanshur, choosing not to elaborate further. Wang Yin observed silently. Taking solace in Beibei's steady leadership, he suddenly felt that even if they were to lose today's matches, it wouldn't necessarily be a disaster. At least with Beibei as captain, the psychological shadows he feared would likely not manifest. Meanwhile, the Zheng Tian Academy strategized their next moves. Observing Shrek Academy, it was highly probable that they were all Soul Master level, and the most formidable girl had revealed her true cultivation level to be merely the 4th ring. Nonetheless, her ability to defeat Yumingdi was unexpected. One student voiced, that was my oversight, all right? How was I to know she would come at me with a 10,000-year soul skill? Fine, fine, you were careless and didn't evade, another male student awkwardly conceded. So, how should we approach the next match? Another student inquired. After a moment of contemplation, the lead teacher of Zheng Tian Academy responded. The strongest combatants from Shrek have been revealed, and given her demeanor, it's likely she won't participate in the next round. This means Shrek Academy is vulnerable. All right. Tang Xiaolei and Blood Wolf, you two will compete next. Blood Wolf expressed surprise. Aren't we sending our captain in, sir? I feel Shrek Academy is not as simple as it seems. If we lose, we're truly done for. Is this a reflection of your lack of confidence in yourself? In your teammate Tang Xiaolei, or perhaps in my command? The lead teacher of Zheng Tian Academy shot back with a series of pointed questions, leaving Blood Wolf bewildered. I believe we can play it safe, Blood Wolf began to explain, but was interrupted by Yiwuqing. Enough, Blood Wolf. If the teacher says you should go, then you should go. After all, Tang Xiaolei is also a Soul King. As he spoke, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Truth be told, he found merit in Blood Wolf's argument. If he were to compete, victory would be assured, and at least they could secure one win. Moreover, the strength of the contestants Shrek Academy would send next would likely not be inferior to those in the first match. He sensed that the usually cautious teacher had relaxed considerably on this historic day, believing that even with the first round lost, it was not a significant setback. In simpler terms, they were riding high on confidence. Moreover, it was not merely a string of victories that led to this state of affairs. Rather, it was undoubtedly the effects of excessive consumption of counterfeit liquor from the previous night, compounded by the absence of any peanuts to accompany it, resulting in such a state of inebriation today. However, due to his role as the team leader, even if Yu Wuqing were to challenge the teacher's words, he would refrain from doing so in public. This very aspect contributed to their subsequent defeat in the second match, ultimately leading to the elimination of Zheng Tian Academy. Of course, this was a matter that arose after the match. Once both academies had completed their preparations, the referee announced the entrance of the competitors. Jiang Nanan did not spare a glance at Su Sanshi. Instead, she swiftly exited the waiting area, making her way toward the stage. Su Sanshi hurriedly followed suit. And as he passed by Bei, he gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Bei, I adore you." Scram. Bei retorted, exasperated. "If you can't win like this, don't bother coming back. If I can't win, I'll just castrate myself," Su Sanshi quipped, already striding confidently onto the competition stage. The other 5 members of the Shrek 7 monsters noticed a dramatic shift in Su Sanshi's demeanor after he made the jest about self-castration. Wang Yan's spirits had somewhat revived. Influenced by the intense fighting spirit of the Shrek 7 monsters, he momentarily set aside his concerns and quietly asked Bei, "Why pair Jiang Nan with Su Sanshi? Given Su Sanshi's defensive capabilities, wouldn't it be more effective to combine him with Kaitu's heavy firepower?" Bei shook her head and replied, "Wang Laoshi, you do not understand this fellow Sanshi. What he needs is not a heavy firepower partnership, but rather to unleash his full potential. No one is more suited for this than Jiang Nanan. She is the spark that ignites him. Just wait and see. Sanshi's strength is not as he has previously demonstrated. He will reveal his true prowess to us. I believe he can win this match." Wang Yan nodded gently, having entrusted command to Bei. All he could do now was to offer his unwavering trust. Moreover, this was a case of treating a dead horse as if it were alive. For the first time, Wang Yan felt a renewed sense of confidence. Upon ascending the stage, Jiang Nanan positioned herself to one side. To her surprise, Su Sanshi, who followed her onto the platform, did not greet her or utter any additional words. Instead, he simply stood naturally before her. Upon the entrance of Su Sanshi and Jiang Nanan, the second match of the 2-on-2 competition for the Zheng Tian Academy commenced. Su Sanshi spoke in a deep voice, introducing himself. "I am Su Sanshi. This is Jiang Nanan." The 2 representatives from Zheng Tian Academy, Tang Xiaolei and Shui Lang, followed suit, announcing their names. Tang Xiaolei possessed a tall and upright stature, though not overly muscular. However, his eyes sparkled with a captivating brilliance, as if a subtle purple light flickered within their depths. Aside from Hui Yuhao, this was the first contestant with such a piercing gaze that Kaitu had encountered. Shui Lang, slightly shorter than Tang Xiaolei, was nonetheless considerably more robust. With broad shoulders and powerful arms, his physique comparable to that of Kaitu in the audience. Once the competitors had introduced themselves, the referee commanded sternly, "Both teams, retreat and prepare." The 4 participants simultaneously stepped back. As Su Sanshi retreated, he quietly confided in Jiang Nanan, "Nanan, I will create opportunities for you. As long as we eliminate Yumingdi, victory will be ours. You need not concern yourself with the other opponent. I will ensure he does not pose a threat to you. However, you must wait for my signal before you unleash your full potential. Until then, follow my lead." Understood. Despite her aversion to Su Sanshi, Jiang Nanan recognized the necessity of cooperation in the competition and acquiesced softly. Su Sanshi felt a surge of joy. Perhaps due to his frequent reprimands, Jiang Nanan's rare compliance ignited a flutter of excitement within him. Silently, he whispered to himself, "Bei, I love you." As both teams reached the edge of the arena, the referee bellowed, "Begin." The competitors of both academies unleashed their martial spirits the moment the match commenced. Immediately, an intense battle ensued. Given that Tang Xiaolei's martial spirit specialized in long-range attacks, he was particularly vigilant of Su Sanshi's movements. Upon witnessing Su Sanshi charging toward him with determination, Tang Xiaolei began to retreat while attempting to execute a kiting strategy. Although he was a soul king with a formidable martial spirit, his weaknesses were equally pronounced. None of his 5 soul skills provided him with any means of self-defense, making his approach decidedly one-dimensional, focused solely on offense. Moreover, his martial soul, the purple radiance bow, requires the utilization of his own soul rings as arrows. Once all soul rings are expended, his soul power becomes utterly depleted. He must diligently meditate to restore his soul energy. and only when it is returned to its peak state can the soul rings be released anew. Thus, in the heat of battle, he can only unleash a total of 5 arrows. Beyond that, he is destined to face a dire fate. The blood wolf let out a furious howl, propelling itself forward with astonishing speed, its legs exerting immense force. As it charged, its body underwent a dramatic transformation. Silver-gray fur erupted, and its muscles and bones expanded at an extraordinary pace, with the most pronounced change occurring in its head. Its jaw protruded, revealing menacing fangs. Its legs grew exceptionally robust, while its hands morphed into lethal claws. The first soul ring shimmered with radiant light, in stark contrast to the blood wolf's rapid advance. Tang Xiao's piercing eyes instantly transformed into a vivid purple hue, as though brilliant purple flames were surging from his eye sockets. With his left hand raised, a grand bow materialized in his grasp. He was the sole king of this contest, adorned with 2 yellow and 3 purple soul rings, all glowing resplendently. Tang Xiaolei, with bow in hand, aimed directly at Su Sanshi, who was charging towards him. This appeared to be a perfectly ordinary method of attack. However, a closer examination of the blood wolf's trajectory revealed that his true target was, in fact, Jiang Nan, who was concealed behind Su Sanshi. Unbeknownst to both men, the danger loomed. With a resounding whoosh, a flash of yellow light, swift as lightning, surged forth in the blink of an eye. Su Sanshi had no choice but to hastily raise his Xianming turtle shell shield in an effort to deflect Tang Xiaolei's assault. Though he managed to block the attack, Su Sanshi was still propelled backward by over 10 steps, inadvertently exposing the previously hidden Jiang Nan. This shell is remarkably sturdy, Tang Xiaolei remarked, somewhat astonished. Yet, in no time, he drew his Zihua Bao once more. This time, the arrow was still yellow, but it bore an entirely different aura. Previously, it had been a swift arrow of speed. Now, it radiated an overwhelming force filled with a sense of madness. At this very moment, the blood wolf had surged forward several meters, its speed escalating rapidly, with its sights set directly on the newly revealed Jiang Nan. Although this strikingly beautiful young woman had not distinguished herself in the earlier bouts, Yu Wuqing had earnestly advised them prior to the competition to eliminate any opponents they could as swiftly as possible. Who could predict the unpredictable outcomes that might arise if matches were prolonged? Thus, the blood wolf's objective was crystal clear: to dispose of Jiang Nan first, and then turn its attention to join forces with Tang Xiaolei against Su Sanshi, which would pose no significant challenge. After all, in their eyes, Su Sanshi and Jiang Nan were merely 2 soul masters. Despite Su Sanshi's impressive performances in previous rounds, he remained just a soul master, although he hailed from Shrek Academy. They had already witnessed the emergence of Yun Ying, who was evidently the strongest among their ranks. It was unlikely that Su Sanshi, a defensive type, could match her prowess. What could a defensive warrior possibly contribute?